Ch301, manual labor. Nick took a deep breath and readied himself mentally. The world hadn't felt real for the past day, but right now, Nick felt that the danger to his life was very real. All the things that happened yesterday and today vanished from Nick's mind, allowing him to focus on the task at hand. The hammer Nick had received was hanging from his tool belt, and the two sacks were hanging from his back. The first thing Nick did was to take one of the grips out of the sack, which wasn't as easy as he had thought. The sack was hanging quite low, and Nick couldn't reach it just by moving his arm backward. After a couple of seconds of fidgeting around, Nick noticed that the gap between the grips and the wall was wide enough for his ankle. Nick put both his feet through the gap and let go of the grips. The top of Nick's feet were pressing against the metal, while his heels were pressing against the grips. Keeping oneself straight in such a position would require incredible strength and put immense stress on one's body. But that was exactly why the workers were level 2 extractors. While an extractor's weight increased when they became more powerful, the increase wasn't really that big. Nick was about 185 centimeters tall and quite muscular. A normal person with his build would weigh around 100 kilograms, but Nick actually weighed around 160 kilograms. That was extremely heavy for a normal person, but for someone with a body 50 times as powerful as the average male, this was barely anything. After Nick let go of the grips, he straightened his posture and made sure that the sacks didn't slip off his body. Then he extended his right arm upward and took out one of the grips and nails. At that moment, Nick noticed an issue. He needed one hand for the grip, one for the nail, and one for the hammer. If he just had to nail something to the ground, he could just position the grip, let go, and then hold the nail. If he had to nail something to a wall, he could use gravity and hold the lowest point of the thing he was holding while also hammering in the nail at that point. But here, things became difficult. The grip was around 30 centimeters wide and could easily fall down. Clank! At that moment, Nick heard the sound of something metallic falling to the ground. Someone must have dropped one of the grips. Nick looked. No. Ha! Nick heard someone laughing from beside him, but he just kept focusing on the metallic wall in front of him. Bang! A gunshot rang through the atmosphere, and the sound of a body falling to the ground could be heard. Nick didn't dare to look away from the metal in front of him. Never look away from the ceiling, the assistant said. No matter what. Don't even look at where your tools are. If you drop a grip, ignore it and let it fall. Nick took a deep breath. This job was way more terrifying than working with Specters. Some seconds later, Nick returned to solving the problem of how to attach the grips to the ceiling. Nick held the grip to the spot where it was supposed to go and held the nail to its corner. But when Nick tried to hold the grip to the wall with the hand holding the nail, it started to move and bend. Nick experimented with holding the grip for over 2 minutes, and slowly, fear was giving way to frustration. This was annoying. If I didn't need the hammer, this would dash. Nick's eyes widened. Nick noticed that his ability had activated again, which gave him an idea. He held the grip in the middle with his left arm. Then he held a nail on its wide back and moved it towards the hole. Eee! The loud sound of metal pushing through metal appeared, but the sound became quite a bit quieter after half a second. Half a second after pushing the nail into the metal, Nick's ability deactivated again. The assistant was probably looking at Nick from below. Nick had pushed the nail into the metal. Something like this was impossible to do for normal people, but not impossible for Zephyx Extractors. Even though Nick's ability had deactivated, his power was still strong enough to finish pushing in the nail. When Nick was done pushing the nail in, he noticed that the wide head wasn't perfectly aligned with the holes of the grip, which made sense since the nail hadn't been pushed into the ceiling at a 90 degrees angle. Sir. Nick put his thumb onto the head and bent it so that it looked like it was hammered in straight. This probably works, Nick thought. Then he grabbed another nail and did the same thing on the other end of the grip. The last 2 nails were easily pushed in, and Nick looked at the finished grip. Sir, is it okay like this? Nick shouted without looking away. Test it? Nick heard from below him. I don't care how you did it. In the end, it has to hold. Nick grabbed the hold he had just fixed to the ceiling and let go of the other holds. He was now hanging from the grip with one of his hands, his entire weight on the grip. Then, Nick slowly did some one-handed pull-ups. Looks good, the assistant said from below Nick. Fix all the others to the ceiling just like this, and you're golden. Nick nodded and returned to his normal position on the ceiling. After Nick had received his feedback from the assistant, more of the extractors started to ask the same question. Meanwhile, Nick grabbed the next grip and fixed it to the wall the same way. The second one took only about a minute, but he became progressively faster and faster. A green gleam appeared around Nick after he moved forward a bit. His barrier had activated, which could only mean one thing. Nick had reached the end of the platform, and he was now entering the Red World. Chapter 302, Red World. Nick took a deep breath and grabbed the next grip. He fixed that one onto the wall just like the other ones and continued moving forward. 2 minutes later, Nick's entire barrier was surrounded by red mist. Nick kept looking at the metal in front of him with a fixed gaze, but he could still see the mix of green and red in the corner of his eyes. Without asking for it, an image of how he most likely looked right now appeared in Nick's mind. He was facing an endlessly tall wall of metal while he was climbing it by creating a long ladder. The world around him was covered in red mist that seemed to blow towards the wall. And in the opposite direction, an endless domain of red with eyes in it. An eye, over 10 meters wide, was looking at Nick's back. Its focus was unwavering, and its gaze intense. It kept looking at Nick, and looking, and looking, and looking, never turning away, never blinking. As Nick kept moving, the huge eye kept following him. Even though a world of mist was between them, the eye was very clearly visible. Ever since Nick had entered the Red World, his ability had deactivated and hadn't activated again. Something was looking at him. Always. The specter that Nick had freed was looking at him. Usually, the power to notice when someone was looking at Nick was a great advantage. But right now, it only increased Nick's terror. Nick could feel the eyes boring into the back of his head. He felt like somebody was directly behind him, constantly looking at him. Unwavering. Just waiting for Nick to make a mistake. The crimson glow around Nick pulsed slowly. There was more light and less light. Luckily, the Crimson Sea's light kept the nightmare at bay. Nevertheless, the crimson glow's pulse made it seem like it was alive. Nick's breathing had already quickened, and sweat was dripping down from his body. Ha-ha! Nick almost turned to look to his side when he heard the laughter. Ha-ha! Nick didn't look away from the metal in front of him. Splash, splash. How many people had already died to the Crimson Sea? How much damage had Nick done to the city by freeing it? When his mind arrived at that thought, Nick immediately steered it away from it. He felt afraid. He felt afraid of thinking about yesterday. He couldn't face his actions. He just couldn't. Nick didn't move for a long while as the red mist kept engulfing him. If he faced his actions, if he did it, he couldn't. He didn't want to die. He wanted to continue living. Nick felt the familiar dark hole in his chest expanding. Everything bright and positive in Nick's life orbited the hole until it was absorbed, never to be seen again. Nick wanted to cry. He wanted to shout that he was sorry. He wanted to say that he would make it right. But he didn't. He just couldn't. The bright lights orbiting the black hole lost some of their brightness, but at the same time, the hole seemed to become less prominent. It was still there, but with fewer lights highlighting it, it didn't seem as powerful. Nick gritted his teeth before he took a deep breath. Then he took out the next. Ding. The grip fell out of Nick's right hand and fell away. Nick reflexively turned to. No. Nick immediately pulled himself to the wall again with all of his power. Crack. Yet, while the grips were stable, they couldn't resist his full power, and he tore the grip in his left hand out of the ceiling. Nick's eyes widened as he saw the wall in front of him falling away. The crimson world was becoming brighter. Bang. Nick's right leg shot through the hole the grip was on and worked as an anchor. At this moment, Nick was essentially kneeling on the ceiling. He was facing the gigantic eye in the crimson world. With closed eyes, Nick had shut his eyes with all of his strength. He could see a faint crimson glow through his eyelids, but that was it. Seconds passed. Then Nick took a deep breath. I'm still alive, he thought. Nick moved closer to the ceiling again before he slowly and carefully opened his eyes again. He had never been so happy to have his vision filled by metal. After calming down for several seconds, Nick carefully looked at the damage. A couple of big tears were on the metal plate in front of Nick. This was where Nick had torn out the grip. He couldn't put another grip there. After some planning, Nick decided to create something he called a quick step. There was a bit less than a meter of distance between grips on the same side. Nick decided to avoid the damaged part by putting the grip at 75% of the usual distance and then putting another one also at 75% of the usual distance. Naturally, the grips on the other side mirrored the distance. Like this, the distance between grips would be smaller for a couple of steps, but it would quickly return to normal after getting past a point. He decided to do it like this since he preferred having more grips over having fewer grips. After a bit of work, he was done fixing his mistake and took a deep breath. Then, he continued fixing the grips to the ceiling. Some minutes later, Nick noticed that he had lost around 40% of his Zephyx. I can survive for around 50 minutes in total in here, Nick realized. His left arm touched the inside of the big sack of grips for a bit. I have 5 more. I can finish putting them onto the ceiling. Then, I have to go back. Nick continued putting the grips onto the wall. Ha! Nick's eyes widened. He wanted to look over, but he refused to turn his head. Instead, he only looked at the wall in front of him. For a while, he didn't move. That sounded like Ch301. Chapter 303, Into the Ladder. Nick didn't move for a while. That sounded like Ch301, but he wasn't sure if that truly was her. The way the people laughed was unlike their usual laughter, making it sound alien. Because of that, Nick couldn't be sure whether or not that was Ch301. He just hoped that it was someone else. He wanted to shout and ask, but Nick didn't dare to. If he did, his voice would almost certainly cause people to look in his direction, which would kill them. Sadly, this meant that Nick had to continue with uncertainty. Some seconds later, Nick was done putting the last grip on the ceiling and started moving back to the central support of the inner city. He moved past the part where he had messed up and continued. Dang. Nick touched the wall of the central support and took a deep breath. Then he dropped down without looking. He landed on the platform, and only then did he dare to open his eyes. Nick looked around and saw a couple of people standing around. They looked exhausted, which meant that they were probably very low on Zephyx. Surprisingly, all of them were eating some kind of stark white bread, which Nick hadn't seen before. The next moment, Nick's eyes met the assistant's eyes, and the assistant walked over. The assistant noticed the limp sack hanging from Nick. How many did you lose? He asked, referring to the handles. I dropped 2 handles and 4 nails, Nick said. The assistant's eyebrows rose in slight surprise. You put all the other ones onto the ceiling, he asked. Nick nodded. The assistant turned to look at the ladder Nick had created. He couldn't see its end through the red mist. You were in there for quite a while, the assistant said. You seem to have a good barrier. Nick nodded. His barrier had cost over 5 million credits. Only Kugelblitz had the funds to give their John's barriers that were this good. The assistant looked at Nick's ladder again and scratched his chin. If you manage to put 2 more sacks of grips onto the wall, you may leave early. You are booked for 6 hours, but I am less interested in the number of hours you work for me than the result, the assistant explained. Nick nodded. Sure. This was a common and effective trade that good supervisors gave their employees. When a bad supervisor saw a hardworking employee who worked more than others, they gave them even more work. In the short term, the amount of work finished increased, but in the long term, the hardworking employee's motivation would get destroyed, and they would start doing the bare minimum at some point. Meanwhile, a good supervisor gave bargains. If you do more than the average employee, you can leave early. This created an incentive for the employee to work even harder, and they would also feel like their hard work was being seen and appreciated. Naturally, Nick wasn't opposed to that offer. The assistant shot Nick a short smile and handed him a piece of stark white bread. Eat this. It's sugar bread that has been treated with Zephyx. In around 30 minutes, you should have fully recovered, the assistant explained. Nick took the bread and nodded before taking a bite out of it. Nick's taste buds were immediately assaulted with sugar. People who had grown up in the inner city might find this overpowering taste of sugar too disgusting, but Nick loved it. While Nick was eating the bread, he turned to look at the ladder that Ch301 had created. He couldn't see the end of it, and he didn't hear any hammering coming from there. Was she truly dead? What about the girl working there? I heard laughter coming from there earlier, Nick asked the assistant. She hasn't come back yet. Either she is dead or has a very good barrier, the assistant said. Ch301 was one of Dark Dream's top earners since she had an adolescent all to her own. It was possible that she was still alive. She definitely had the funds to buy a barrier comparable to Nick's. Nick kept looking at the ladder as he kept eating the bread. Ch301 could come back any moment now. As the minutes passed, Nick became more nervous. Can I look for her? Nick asked. The assistant's brows furrowed. Why? She's my employee, Nick said. The assistant took out some sheets of paper and looked at them. When he saw Nick's profile, his eyebrows rose. Sure, but be quick, the assistant said. Thank you, Nick said before jumping to Ch301's ladder. Then he climbed it. Kiera, Nick said carefully as he kept climbing. He kept climbing. And climbing. Nick's heart rate increased as he kept climbing. There was no answer. Eventually, Nick couldn't feel the next grip. He touched the ceiling in many different places. There were no more grips. He was at the end of the ladder. Nick just looked at the metallic wall in front of him. He felt horrible. Another one was gone. Trevor, Kara, Cryan, Jonathan. All because of the Crimson Sea. All because of Nick. As Nick thought about Kiera, he remembered the little girl they had saved a couple of years ago. Kiera had been taking care of the little girl. A couple seconds later, Nick moved back towards the center again. He landed on the platform with a forlorn expression. I take it she jumped, the assistant asked. Nick sighed and nodded. Sorry for your loss, the assistant said neutrally. Nick didn't answer. After a bit, he just grabbed one of the big sacks leaning against the central support and went back to his own ladder. Nick didn't feel comfortable just sitting around. He wanted to do something to distract himself. Nick quickly went past the place with the weird grips and reached the end of his ladder. Then he just continued fixing grips to the ceiling in silence. A minute later, Nick's mind was occupied with working again. Chapter 304 Grips. Nick just kept on working, trying not to think about the bad parts of his life. Whenever his mind wandered to the Spartans or his employees, Nick told himself that he had to be careful while working and not get distracted. If he got distracted, he might actually die. It took Nick about 25 minutes to empty the second sack of grips, then he turned around again. Do the others really have so many issues with the grips? Nick thought. The assistant is willing to let me leave early after just putting 3 sacks of grips onto the ceiling. If I had the time it takes me to recover my Zephyx, fixing 3 sacks of grips to the ceiling barely takes me 3 hours. Not even, actually, and our shift is supposed to go on for a total of 6 hours. The answer was, yes, it took everyone else that long. First, not everyone was a peak John. There were many late Johns, a couple of mid-Johns, and even a few early and initial Johns. Their Zephyx was used up much faster than Nick's. On top of that, not everyone had an expensive barrier. A mid-John with an average barrier could barely survive for 10 minutes inside the red mist. Additionally, their physical strength wasn't as high as Nick's. They couldn't just push the nails into the metal with their hand. They actually needed to use the hammers, and using the hammers in this position was very awkward, difficult, and time-consuming. The average worker here only fixed 1.5 to 2 sacks of grips to the ceiling after 6 full hours. Nick went past the spot with the strange grips and quickly reached the central support again. He saw a couple of people recovering their Zephyx. Should I recover my Zephyx as well? I'm still at around 70%, Nick thought. Nick thought a bit about it. Then he grabbed one of the white breads, shoved it into his mouth, grabbed another sack of grips, and returned to work. The bread would increase his Zephyx recovery while working. It should easily be enough. By now, Nick only needed 30 seconds to fix a grip to the ceiling. Nick went past the part with the strange grips and quickly reached the end of his ladder. Then he continued working. Ding. Nick stopped moving. Just now, he had heard something hitting some metal from the bottom of his ladder. Nobody was supposed to be on his ladder since he was working here right now. CRK. Nick heard metal getting bent and torn, which made him furrow his brows. CRK. 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 More and more metal was being torn out, and surprisingly, the sound became more distant. I don't like this, Nick thought with furrowed brows. By now, the tearing of metal had stopped. Nick decided to turn around and go back early. Nick changed his position so that he was now ascending towards the bottom of the ladder. He traveled for a couple of seconds, and then nothing. Nick's arm was touching a hole in the ceiling. A grip was supposed to be there. Nick used his legs to balance and search for the next one. Also gone. That was when Nick realized what had happened. Somebody is trying to kill me by trapping me here, Nick thought. The sounds from earlier were them tearing my grips out of the wall. I can't jump forward since the force of my jump would break the grips I am currently holding. If I shout for help, people might not arrive in time, and I would probably also end up killing several other extractors, which would put me in trouble. Nick moved his arm to his big sack and searched for grips. 7 left. I don't think that's enough to build a bridge back, Nick thought. Additionally, the workers beside me haven't built as far as me, and the distance between ladders also increases since we are essentially traveling out from the middle of a circle. Did they get here by jumping from another ladder to this one near the beginning, where the ladders are closer together? Then they probably moved forward and accidentally hit their hand on the space with the weird grips. That made them abort their plan and destroy my ladder there instead of coming closer since I might have heard them. Quite an ingenious plan, Nick thought. At that moment, the image of the tall man that Nick had punched shot through his mind. Is it him? Nick thought. Nick narrowed his eyes in anger. Sadly for you, I don't need the grips. The next moment, Nick turned into fog and shot forward. Since he could adhere to the ceiling, moving like this wasn't difficult. However, there was a reason why Nick hadn't turned into fog here before this moment. Nick shot forward with all of his speed, and as soon as he came in contact with a grip again, he materialized. Nick's face had turned white, and he looked insanely exhausted. When Nick was in his fog form, his barrier didn't work, which meant that the red mist was injuring him. Additionally, Nick's defenses were insanely low in his fog form. He had barely been inside his fog form for 2 seconds, and he had already lost over 50% of his Zephyx. Naturally, as soon as he materialized again, his barrier reactivated. A moment later, Nick shoved his legs through the metal, giving him a very stable hold. Then, he stood up and took out one of his spears. Nick's eyes were closed, but he could envision the area in front of him. Throwing a spear without vision wasn't anything new to Nick. An instant later, he threw his spear forward. Bang! Nick heard the sound of his spear hitting something hard in the distance. Oh, ha 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 ha! The next moment, a scream appeared before turning into laughter. The good thing was that no other laughter was ringing out. The people in this shift had already experienced several deaths, and they had learned not to look around. Then, Nick went back to grab the grips and walked forward. Chapter 305 Nick traveled forward a bit, and a couple of seconds later, he noticed another hole. One of the grips had been torn out of the ceiling again, but this one was different. The others were torn out straight, basically just creating 4 long crevices near the edges, making them look rather symmetrical. This one, on the other hand, was uneven. Nick touched more of the ceiling in front of him. Another grip was missing. He leaned forward and found that a third one was missing as well. Then he stretched forward to the limit and found a grip. He tested it out a bit and noted that it was still very stable. Nick let go of the grips near his feet and used the distant grip to swing him to the other side. That explains things, Nick thought with a smirk. He could imagine what had happened. The perpetrator had been walking back to the center when Nick's spear hit them. Since Nick couldn't put a lot of power into the throw, the spear couldn't destroy the barrier and was diverted to the Crimson Sea. However, the spear's kinetic force was so strong that the grips the perpetrator was holding were torn out of the ceiling. They started to fall, screamed, spun in the air, saw the Crimson Sea, laughed, and fell into the Crimson Sea. It was the voice of a man, Nick thought. It was probably that tall guy from earlier. That also explained why the tall guy didn't blow up his little conflict with Nick. He didn't want to ruin Nick's life by damaging his own reputation. No, he wanted to kill Nick without damaging his own reputation. At least, that was what Nick thought had happened. Some seconds later, Nick reached the end of the ladder and dropped down. He was immediately greeted by several guards glaring at him with their guns pointing at his face. The assistant was behind the guards and also glared at Nick. We saw someone falling from your lane. Explain, the assistant demanded. Nick wasn't surprised. The place with the funny grips was at the halfway mark of Nick's ladder, and the place from which the guy fell was near the first 20%. He was probably not even 5 meters away from the platform when he fell. They tried to kill me first, Nick said without any guilt. I only repaid the favor. What happened? The assistant demanded. I was building my ladder when I heard several noises of tearing metal, Nick said. I turned around to check and found several grips on my ladder missing. I had no way back. I'm certain that these grips didn't just fall out randomly. How did you manage to get back? The assistant asked. My ability, which I will not reveal, Nick said. The assistant looked at Nick for a while longer. Wait here. Don't let him leave, the assistant ordered. The next moment, he jumped up and quickly moved down Nick's lane. Naturally, the assistant was also a Zephyx Extractor. Nick just looked at the guards in front of him. Over 2 minutes passed, and then the assistant came back and landed on the platform. He looked at the guards and motioned for them to put their guns away. The story checks out, the assistant said. We also heard the sounds of metal you were referring to. Additionally, I found a place with the missing grips, and I also found a ladder being continued behind it. Lastly, there was no reason for anyone to be on your ladder. He probably didn't worry about coming out of your ladder since nobody pays attention to who comes from which ladder. I'm comfortable with dropping this issue, the assistant said. It was not surprising that the assistant managed to reach the place where Nick had been left to die. Since he had gotten this job, it most likely meant that he had some kind of ability that allowed him to traverse the underside of the city without the grips. However, Nick wasn't really paying attention to the assistant. Right now, Nick was looking at someone with a surprised expression. Near the central support, someone was eating from a piece of white bread. It was the tall guy. But didn't he die just now? Nick thought in shock. I heard a man scream, and he's the only one with a motive. But then, how can he be here? As Nick looked at the man glanced back. Nick couldn't tell what the man was feeling or thinking. He was just glancing at Nick with a neutral expression. There was no smile, anger, sadness, or whatever. Was it one of his friends? Nick thought. Was it someone else? What is going on? Go fix your ladder. Nick was taken out of his thoughts and looked back at the assistant, who was holding out another sack of grips. Fix the 2 big holes in your ladder, and you can go home, the assistant said. The guards had already gone back to their usual positions. Nick threw another glance at the big man, who was consuming the white bread. At that moment, the man furrowed his brows. Nick wasn't sure what the man was thinking about. Sure, Nick said as he absent-mindedly grabbed the sack of grips. He also grabbed a new bag of nails and went back to his ladder. Who tried to kill me? Nick thought. The Spartans have been my only enemies, but they have been destroyed, and I am certain that they don't know that it was me who destroyed their headquarters. It's also not some kind of powerful extractor since only Johns are working here. I also don't think it's some kind of old enmity or whatever since everyone is still busy adjusting to their new lives. It would be very strange if anyone chose this moment to get rid of me. Who was it? Who wants me dead this time? Sadly, Nick couldn't think of anyone. The only 2 suspects were the tall man and the woman from the Spartans, but none of them could have been it. The tall man was still alive, and the voice of the person who fell down wasn't nearly girly enough to belong to the woman. Nick had no idea who would want him dead and why. Chapter 306, End of the Shift. While Nick was fixing the holes, he kept thinking about the person who had just tried to kill him. Right now, the ever-present black hole in his chest was covered by a red film of anger. Anger was a very good distraction from pain. After around half an hour, Nick managed to create a ladder leading around the damaged part. The metal plates where the old grips had been were just too damaged and unstable, which was why Nick had made a way around them. Finally, Nick returned to the center and told the assistant that he was done. Let me check, the assistant said before quickly moving down Nick's lane. Around 30 seconds later, he came back and nodded at Nick. Good work. You can leave. We'll see each other again next week, he said. At that moment, Nick furrowed his brows. Next week? Yes, the assistant said. Do you think this was the only time you were working here? Yes, Nick said. The orders said so. The assistant also furrowed his brows. Then he held his hand out. Show me. Nick took the order out and handed it over. The assistant read through it, and his eyebrows rose in surprise. Ah, he said. Silence. If I had known, I wouldn't have made that offer to you, he added before sighing. But, well, we had an agreement. It's my fault for not reading through your order carefully. Then he handed the order back to Nick. Nick pocketed the order, nodded at the assistant, and went to the underground's exit. The 2 guards standing beside the exit immediately pointed their guns at Nick as he approached. He can leave, the assistant shouted from a distance. The guards put their guns down and nodded at Nick. Nick nodded back and jumped out of the hole. When Nick came out of the underground, his eyes had to adjust to the different light again. This was the longest Nick had been away from the sunlight in his entire life. The familiar rays of the sun calmed Nick down, and he released a sigh. Sadly, Nick's mind very quickly became tense again as he was reminded of the attempted murder on him. Was it only one guy, or is a group behind this? Nick thought as he walked towards the exit of the megastructure. As Nick continued walking, he noticed that the guards kept glancing at him warily. He was quite sure that it wasn't because of him specifically, but because of his identity as a level 2 extractor. He remembered that the guards had already been quite firm when Nick had shown up for the first time. Something like this hadn't happened in the past. The guards generally seemed like relaxed protectors, but ever since the Crimson Sea appeared, the guards seemed like soldiers whose job it was to suppress the people. But it's probably only for Johns, Nick thought. All the Johns are being sent to work in an extremely dangerous location, and there have probably been instances where some of them tried to resist. They are probably wary of all level 2 extractors, fearing that they might act out. As Nick left the megastructure, he saw the guards looking at him warily. Nick didn't engage in any conversation with them. A couple minutes later, Nick arrived at the bottom of Dark Dream and looked up. The two veterans guarding Dark Dream were leaning against the wall. One of them noticed Nick and woke up the other one. "Back so early?" one of them asked. Nick nodded. "I did a good job and was allowed to leave early." The two guards looked at each other in confusion. They were supposed to be here for 6 hours. Should they stay here for a couple more hours, or could they leave? Nick could tell what they were thinking about. "You can leave," Nick said. "Thanks for keeping a lookout." The two guards shrugged, said their goodbyes, and left. Nick jumped to Dark Dream's entrance and looked through it. He could still see rubble and blood. For a while, he didn't know what to do. He wanted to relax a bit since the last 3 hours had been quite stressful, but whenever he tried to calm down, the memories returned. The fact that he was responsible for the city's current state. Trevor's face. Krine's face. Jonathan's face. Kiera's face. Right, I need someone to work with a lover now, Nick thought as he tried his best to distract his mind. Carrie worked with it before. If she's still alive, she might agree to work with it. What if nobody wants to work with it? Nick asked himself. Silence. I guess that would mean that we couldn't gain any Zephyx from it. Should we sell it then? Nick shook his head. I should continue cleaning the building first. A moment later, Nick returned to cleaning the building. Within a couple of minutes, he was occupied with working again. A couple of hours passed. At around 11:30 p.m., someone appeared in front of Dark Dream's entrance. When Nick saw the person, he immediately became nervous. It was a tall young man with disheveled brown hair and eye bags below his eyes. He looked extremely tired and exhausted. "Winter," Nick said. Winter looked at Nick, and Nick could see his red eyes. "How are the Specters?" Winter asked. "All good," Nick said. "The bleeding lady is stressed and needs some food soon, and the dung heap is rolling around in hunger, but there isn't much I can do about that without some food waste. Otherwise, everything's all right." Winter released a sigh and walked into Dark Dream. As he walked past Nick, he threw a glance at him. "We need to talk," Winter said as he went onto the staircase. Nick took a deep breath and walked after Winter. He had expected that this would happen. Winter knew that Nick had been inside the Spartans' building yesterday, and he also knew of Nick's capabilities. Winter definitely knew that Nick was the reason why the Crimson Sea had broken out. Nick had no idea what Winter had planned. Chapter 307, Nick's Fate. Nick followed Winter up the staircase and into his office. When Winter opened the door to look into his office, he sighed. Everything was messed up. He walked forward and lifted something out of the rubble. The coffee machine. He turned it on and sighed in relief when he saw that it was mostly undamaged. For the next minute, Nick watched Winter making coffee. This was amongst the longest minutes Nick had ever experienced. Winter walked over to the place where his chair usually was out of habit but stopped when he saw that it wasn't there. In the end, Winter gave Nick a coffee and sat down in one of the corners. Usually, Winter would never do something like this since his image was important to him, but right now he just didn't care anymore. He was just too exhausted. Winter took a deep breath, and Nick became more nervous. "No, you're not going to die," Winter said, "and no, you're not being fired." It was like a humongous pressure had vanished from Nick's heart, and his shoulders relaxed. The next moment, Nick sat down in another corner of Winter's office, exhausted. It was like Nick had lost all of his energy at that point. "We were lucky," Winter said, "for several reasons. After the Crimson Sea broke out, Father immediately came over here, asking if this was your doing," Winter said. He had heard that a black figure was responsible for this incident. Naturally, he was worried that he would be implicated. If anyone saw you using the Shadow Shroud, things would become extremely troublesome for him. Lucky for us, you came back before he arrived, and as soon as you put the Shadow Shroud back, I put it back into the briefcase. Father immediately demanded the briefcase back, and when he saw the Shadow Shroud inside and you sitting on a random roof, he finally relaxed. After that, he quickly left again, Winter said. He doesn't know you're responsible for all of this. Nick released a sigh. Vernon had been the biggest danger to Nick. While Winter had a connection with Nick, Vernon didn't have one. He would have no issues throwing Nick to the people just to spare himself a bit of trouble. Additionally, Vernon was probably furious. The Dregs had been the very reason why Kugelblitz could produce so much Zephyx, and now the Dregs were gone. If they wanted blood in the future, a completely new system would need to be implemented, and most likely, Cubiblitz wouldn't get even nearly as much blood as before. By freeing the Crimson Sea, Nick had caused immense damage to Cubiblitz's revenue. Of course, while one could blame Nick for freeing the Crimson Sea, one couldn't really blame him for the extreme level of damage it had caused. No one could have predicted that something like this would happen. But that didn't matter. The people wanted someone to blame, and Nick would fit that bill. If they found out that Nick had been the one who freed the Crimson Sea, death would be certain, but only after a life worse than death. With Vernon out of the picture, only 3 people were left who knew that Nick was the responsible one. Nick, Winter, and the parasite. What about the parasite? Nick asked. Winter took a sip of his coffee. At least one positive thing came out of all this, Winter said. The parasite's rats have used the sewers as their home and way of traversing the city, but with the Crimson Sea now taking up the entire underside of the city, the rats can't traverse the city anymore. Since his rats are just minions, he needs to use Zephyx to give them the ability to resist the Specters' influence. Resisting the nightmare isn't very difficult for him, since it only affects mentality. But things are very different with the Crimson Sea. A bit of red mist instantly turns a rat into soup. On top of that, all the paths to the outside world have been cut off. That means the rats can't transport any of the corpses out of the city. Staying in the city equates to losing Zephyx for the parasite. Winter took another sip. No rats have been spotted since the incident. We can say with high confidence that the parasite is gone. When Nick heard that, he released a sigh of relief. The parasite might be angry at him and wants something in return. If the parasite were a human, it would most likely immediately tell on Nick to take revenge, but Specters weren't like that. The parasite would probably blackmail Nick and Winter for a very long time. Luckily for them, the parasite couldn't operate in the city anymore. At least one good thing came out of this, Nick said. Winter nodded. In fact, while things seem disastrous now, there are actually several good things about the current situation. Nick perked up and looked at Winter in surprise. Which are? He asked. The parasite was a huge issue, Winter said. Naturally, the Crimson Sea is also a huge issue, but there is a fundamental difference between the two. We can't deal with a parasite, but we can deal with the Crimson Sea. We can. Nick asked in shock. Winter nodded. We've already come up with a long-term plan. First, we make the underside of the city traversable. Second, we create more support for the city. Third, we create a bridge to the outside world. And finally, we completely cover the Crimson Sea. Nick's eyebrows rose. Cover it, he asked. Winter nodded. We completely encase it in steel. If there is no way to see the Crimson Sea, and if there is no way for its mist to enter the city, it might as well not exist. Additionally, the Crimson Sea's presence is a huge deterrent to Specters. As far as we know, the Crimson Sea's hypnotic powers also work on Specters. This means that the Specters can't use the underground of the city to hide from us anymore. We expect the number of new Specters popping up in the city to be reduced by over 50%. Chapter 308 Retelling. When Nick heard that, his eyes widened in surprise. There would be far fewer Specters? At that moment, Winter chuckled in a ridiculing tone. Of course, the manufacturers are not happy about that, he added. They all want Specters, and with fewer Specters appearing in the city, their growth will slow down. But what are they supposed to do? They can't get rid of the Crimson Sea that easily. I expect that we are going to see much more importance being put on the wilderness. While Winter was talking, Nick thought about what this meant for the people living in the outer city. With fewer Specters, people didn't need to be as scared anymore. On top of that, the Dregs were gone. Many people of the Dregs hadn't been able to integrate into the outer city since nobody wanted to come into contact with them simply because they were from the Dregs. Maybe the survivors would have it easier integrating into the outer city? Of course, that was only an optimistic musing. Maybe it would be even worse than before. Nevertheless, the future didn't seem as grim anymore. For just an instant, a thought appeared in Nick's mind. Did the death of around 2,000 people improve the quality of life for thousands more? Is that such a bad trait? But before Nick could think more about these things, Winter said something. Now, I need to know what happened yesterday in detail. Don't leave anything out, he said. Nick looked back at Winter and nodded. Then he told Winter everything that had happened. Winter wasn't surprised when Nick confirmed that he had released the Crimson Sea. He had expected as much. However, Winter was very surprised about a different thing. The sheer scale of damage Nick managed to inflict on the Spartans, even without the Crimson Sea. Nick had entered a tightly guarded building with 5 veterans, 20 Johns, 20 newbies, and many guards, while Nick was just a John. And as a normal John, he managed to kill a veteran, several Johns, and tens of normal people. On top of that, Nick managed to free several Specters without raising the alarm. This was absurd. In an open conflict, causing the enemy this much damage would require sacrificing about as many extractors as Dark Dream had in total. But Nick hadn't sacrificed anything. He had done all of this on his own. It was almost like Nick was a one-man army. Winter had never heard of any extractor causing that much destruction in relation to their power. It wasn't even close. An extractor was already extremely powerful if they could fight against 5 other extractors on the same level. But Nick essentially destroyed an entire manufacturer that was vastly more powerful than all of Dark Dream. Winter would have never thought that the dirty boy from the Dregs could have such immense talent. In Winter's mind, Nick's worth outweighed the worth of all of Dark Dream's Zephyx Extractors combined. As long as he had Nick, Dark Dream would rise. When Nick was done retelling what had happened, Winter told Nick about the things that he hadn't seen. For example, how the city tried to contain the Crimson Sea, what the Spartans' people said, and what had happened in the inner city when everything became chaotic. When Nick heard about the black figure coming out of an armlet, his eyes shone. That must have been Envy's servant, Nick thought. And when he heard that Envy's servant fell into the Crimson Sea, he released a sigh of relief. With Envy's servant destroyed, and with Specters now having it much harder to enter the city, Nick could finally relax. Nick doubted that Envy had more than one servant inside Crimson Fungus City, and that one servant had been destroyed. Additionally, since the outside world was cut off, no other servant could enter for the time being. Until the time the bridge to the outside was built, Nick wouldn't need to fear Envy anymore. Nick's mind finally relaxed. Yet, as soon as it did, Nick felt his chest starting to ache. The more he relaxed, the more terrible and guilty he felt. All of these possibilities and speculations about the future were nice, but they didn't change the most important thing. Nick had caused the death of over 2,000 people. He had caused the death of the very people he wanted to help. But as soon as these thoughts resurfaced, Nick shook his head to banish them. He couldn't think about these things. He didn't dare to. I presume that Black Spectre was what made the Spartans attack you? Winter asked. Nick became a bit nervous when he heard that. He still hadn't told Winter about Envy, and that wouldn't change. Nevertheless, Nick nodded. Yes. Based on how much the Crimson Sea grew by absorbing the Spectre, we estimate the Black Spectre to have been an elder, Winter said as he took another sip from his coffee. No wonder you were so stressed out all this time. Nick nodded. Luckily, the issue has been solved now, he added. Nick released a sigh of relief. Tell me what happened in the last 24 hours, Winter said. Nick told Winter about everything that had happened and what he had done. Someone tried to kill you again? Winter asked with furrowed brows. Nick nodded. I expected that it was the tall man from anatomy, but he's still alive. Naturally, Winter had heard about how Nick had punched the tall man. While Nick had definitely committed quite a big mistake with that act, Winter wasn't really angry with him. Anyone who managed to stay calm after going through all these things was more machine than human. I still don't know who tried to kill me, Nick said. Winter sipped more of his coffee. It's actually not that hard to figure out. You're just missing a key piece of information, Winter said. Nick looked with surprise at Winter. You know who tried to kill me? Winter finished his coffee. No. Chapter 309, back to business. But I know why they did it, Winter added. Nick raised an eyebrow. Winter didn't know who tried to kill Nick, but he knew why. The Crimson Sea, Winter said. The Crimson Sea is a specter, obviously, and specters produce Zephyx when they grow more powerful, and when Extractor is close to a specter at that moment, they also grow more powerful, right? Winter said. Whenever anyone falls into the Crimson Sea, it produces a ton of Zephyx. However, since it's not in a containment unit, we can't harvest the Zephyx. But extractors can still grow more powerful by absorbing it. This piece of information is highly confidential, but it's not that difficult to figure out, actually. Veterans are already pretty good at sensing Zephyx, and they are bound to feel the burst of Zephyx whenever anyone falls into the Crimson Sea. I'm quite certain that someone was trying to kill you so that they could absorb more Zephyx and become stronger. You might not even have been their first target, Winter said. They didn't target you for yourself, but for your identity as an extractor. Nick's eyes widened. That might have actually been it. Even more, maybe that man had been responsible for more deaths before he got to Nick. At that moment, Winter chuckled. Remember the name of the Crimson Sea's level? Winter asked. Fanatic, he added. Fanatics are called as such because cults are often created around them. When he heard that, Nick imagined a couple of people in black robes sacrificing other people to the Crimson Sea. That sounded quite dangerous. I think I shouldn't be surprised, but I still am surprised, Nick said with a slight chuckle. Winter nodded before standing up from his corner. I want to deal with your issue with anatomy, Winter said. Nick felt relieved but also a bit guilty. Don't stress yourself out about it, Winter said when he saw Nick's expression. You went through enough bad things for one day. Get Dark Dream properly running again, and everything's fine. Thanks, Winter, Nick said as he also stood up. Oh, by the way, Winter said as the two of them were leaving the office. The governor will soon announce the new name of the city. New name? Nick asked. Why? Names for cities are mostly used to create an image of the city in the minds of people who have never seen it. Usually, the strongest specter in the city is the one that has the biggest impact on a city's perception, which is why many cities are named after their strongest specters. While the Crimson Fungus is technically still the strongest specter, it is definitely not the most troublesome or the one with the biggest impact. However, the Crimson Sea also isn't strong enough to get the entire city named after it. Because of that, we decided on a hybrid name. Crimson City. Crimson City? Nick asked. A moment later, Nick thought about the city as a whole. The underground was crimson. The mist was crimson. Even the big fungus was crimson. I guess it makes sense, Nick said. Winter and Nick said their goodbyes, and Winter went back into the inner city to get some well-earned sleep. Meanwhile, Nick stayed in Dark Dream and continued cleaning it. He didn't feel hungry or sleepy. He hadn't slept since the ambush on his home, which had happened over 2 days ago. Nick felt like the ambush had happened this morning. Slowly, Dark Dream was getting cleaner and cleaner. During the morning, only the 7th floor was still in chaos, and a huge hill of debris had been created in front of Dark Dream. Nick had used the debris from the building to create a ramp leading up to Dark Dream's entrance. When Nick was finally done cleaning the floors, he looked at the building. It was much cleaner now, but it was still awkwardly leaning on the side of the megastructure. Good morning, boss. Nick looked over and saw one of the peak newbies arriving for work. Nick nodded. Good morning. Jenny isn't here yet. I can assign you some work if you want to earn some money. The newbie nodded. Yes, please. Are you familiar with how to work with a puppy? Nick asked. The newbie's eyes shone in excitement. Yes. Then go to the 3rd floor. I'll send someone to get you in 8 hours. The puppy is still in the same containment unit as before. Thanks, boss, the newbie said with excitement before they left to work with the puppy. Everyone wanted to work with the puppy. Working with a puppy was a lot of fun, and time passed very quickly while working with it. A couple minutes later, 3 more extractors came. They were the 3 that Dark Dream had gotten from Gemini some time ago. All 3 of them were peak newbies and were on their way to becoming initial Johns. Yet, when Nick assigned work to the 3 of them, they became terrified. The Dreamer. None of them had worked with a Dreamer before. The reason was that the Dreamer produced Zephyx based on the level of the extractor, and Dark Dream used to have plenty of Johns to work with it. Sadly, that was no longer the case. Nick assured them that it wasn't dangerous. He even said that it made no sense to covertly get rid of them, since they have been exemplary employees ever since that little revolution a year or so ago. The first couple of clerks had also arrived, and Nick told the clerk manning the reception to tell the extractors that he would be back to assign work soon. Then, Nick took the 3 extractors to work with the Dreamer. He simply talked to the Dreamer a bit and told the 3 of them how to work with it. Naturally, Nick wasn't scared that the Dreamer would kill them. After all, Nick and the Dreamer had had a talk about a year ago. 2 of the people from Gemini left since their shifts would start later. When Nick reached the entrance again, he saw over 5 extractors. At least we still have a couple of people left. I thought it would be worse, he thought. Chapter 310 wrapping up. 2 hours later, Nick finally knew how many extractors Dark Dream had in total. 1 peak John, which was him. 1 mid John, which was Jenny. 3 early Johns, who were Constance, Marvila, and Larry. The 3 of them had been the first recruits Nick had received from Ghosty's lab. 2 initial Johns. 5 peak newbies. 2 late newbies. 2 early newbies. That was it. 7 Johns and 9 newbies. Dark Dream used to have 24 extractors, but now they only had 16. Nick decided to send the 3 early Johns to work with the Fog. In order to accommodate Jenny's increased workload as the only team leader for now, Nick only assigned her to the Bleeding Lady, which barely took 15 minutes out of her day. After talking with the two initial Johns, Carrie agreed to work with a lover from now on. While working with a lover was definitely the worst job inside Dark Dream, it had many benefits. It didn't take long. It paid very well. It gave a lot of security. It made the extractor important. The last John was assigned to work with the glasses every 4 days while also getting around with the fog every 4 days. Obviously, that was more work than almost all other extractors did since working with these two Specters was divided into 24-hour shifts. But that was because the last initial John specifically requested this. His name was Taryn. He was the recruit that Nick used to test which ability the fog gave new extractors. Taryn asked for more work for a couple of reasons. He was very honest and direct about these reasons when talking to Nick. Taryn had lost his girlfriend when the Crimson Sea broke out, and he now aimlessly walked through life. He wanted something to do that could distract him and give him a new purpose. He even jokingly said that he used to have conflicts with his girlfriend since he wanted to work more while she didn't want him to. Taryn kept saying that he wanted to put his everything to work and that Nick should consider him for the next position as team leader. After hearing all of this, Nick fell for Taryn since Nick himself felt similarly. Wasn't he also just searching for distractions? For now, Nick decided to give him more work. Taryn had been with the company for over 2 years now, and Nick hadn't had any problems with him. Nick decided to talk to Winter and Ginny about this. The newbies were also sent to work with all the different Specters. After another day, the food deliveries for the dung heap had also resumed. The delivery of corpses for the screaming coffin also resumed. The credits for the money sink had never been an issue. One day after everyone had resumed working, everything inside Dark Dream was going smoothly again. The only bad part was that Nick needed many more Johns now. Dark Dream only had 7 Johns, while they had 9 adolescents. Luckily, 2 of them were possession Specters, and one of them basically counted as one. Nevertheless, Dark Dream needed more people, especially after another issue raised its head. The inner city work. Every John working for Dark Dream had to work 6 hours below the city every 2 weeks. Winter and Nick talked about the issue of lacking manpower, but in the end, they decided to speed up the growth of their people instead of buying extractors from outside. The 3 guys from Gemini should become Johns within the month, which would alleviate a lot of pressure. After talking to Ginny, they decided that she would be the sole team leader for now. They decided against making Taryn a team leader for now, since they weren't certain yet if he was ready. If his motivation remained after half a year, Nick would teach him how to be a team leader and then make him one. But for now, they wanted to see if Taryn really wanted to devote himself to Dark Dream, or if this was just a momentary fancy due to his girlfriend's death. Another day later, Winter told Nick that the official investigation into the Spartans had been concluded. Nobody even knew that Nick had been in the Spartans building, or that Dark Dream was connected to the Crimson Sea's escape. By the way, we also found out how the Spartans originally obtained the Crimson Sea, Winter said. Everyone wanted to know because the entire city failed in containing it, while a couple of veterans apparently managed to do the impossible. Nick was very interested in hearing that. Turns out, they never needed to suppress it. They got some info about some kind of rogue extractor that kept kidnapping and sacrificing people. One of the founders killed the extractor and found a hidden room in their houses. In there, he found a red pool, and it was a late hatchling. They simply carved the pool out of the building and moved it into a containment unit. Originally, they believed it was a possession Specter since it wasn't doing much and worked normally with it. But when it became an adolescent, it suddenly started expanding by quite a bit. Luckily for them, as a new adolescent, it wasn't very powerful. The 3 founders were used to suppressing wild Specters, and they managed to quickly move it into a free containment unit for 4 Specters. From what we heard, they actually killed a level 2 extractor and used their body to get the Crimson Sea to move. They kind of used the body like a sponge. The John was a couple of levels higher than the Crimson Sea, and the Crimson Sea needed all its power to absorb the body. From what the witnesses said, the Crimson Sea gathered around the corpse like it was a sponge. Lastly, they just threw the body into the containment unit, and the Crimson Sea was contained. Over the next couple of years, the Crimson Sea advanced to become a peak adolescent, and that's when it broke out. Chapter 311, Zephyx. 1 week after the big incident, Nick was still working as usual. The working day was slowly coming to a close, but Nick was still busy with his job. As he walked from his office to one of the containment units, he saw 2 people walking up the stairs. They were just regular employees. "Good evening, boss," the 2 of them said. Nick just nodded. "Have a nice evening." After some friendly smiles, they walked past each other. Man, work was horrible today, Nick heard from one of the two. I didn't sleep yesterday, and I felt like the day was going to continue forever. I swear, as soon as I'm home, I'm going to eat and immediately fall into bed. You can't imagine how tired I am. When Nick heard that, he furrowed his brows. Sleep? Food? He thought as he thought back to the last 7 days. When was the last time I slept or ate? Nick tried to think back. I haven't slept in over a week, and I'm pretty sure that I also haven't eaten anything. I think I didn't even drink anything. Nick raised an eyebrow and looked at his arms and torso. He flexed them and checked if they had become thinner. At the same time, Nick imagined how it felt to drink water. The image he saw in his mind felt neutral. It was just like looking at the wall for him. Have I lost any weight? Nick thought. Nick quickly dealt with the thing he had come down to do and went to the central lounge. Since it was already evening, no one was left in the lounge, and Nick walked over to a scale. 163.5 kilograms, Nick read. I actually gained a bit of weight. At that point, Nick was also sure that he didn't seem any lighter than before, even though he hadn't drunk or eaten anything in over a week. He also didn't feel as tired anymore. In the first 2 to 3 days, Nick had felt extremely tired, but after that, he got used to it. And now he actually felt pretty good, physically speaking. Nick had a good idea about what was going on, but he was still quite surprised. Winter should still be here, Nick thought before he went to the 7th floor. Hey, Winter, Nick said as he entered Winter's office without knocking. Winter just nodded before he continued reading a couple sheets of paper. What do you need? He asked a second later. Well, Nick started. I haven't slept, drunk, or eaten anything in over a week. Winter's eyebrows shot up, and he immediately looked at Nick. There were small eye bags below Nick's eyes, but they weren't ridiculous. Nick's skin didn't look dried out. He didn't seem to have lost any weight or muscle. That was when Winter furrowed his brows in skepticism. Are you saying you're in Zephyx? He asked. I think so. I'm just as surprised as you, Nick answered. Winter still looked at Nick with skepticism. Are you sure this is Zephyx and not some kind of self-destructive behavior due to trauma? Nick's heart rate increased when Winter reminded him of what had happened, but Nick quickly repressed the guilt again. I think so, Nick said. I don't feel like drinking, eating, or sleeping. All right? Winter said before he grabbed something from below his desk. The next moment, Winter put a bottle of water onto the table. Drink it, Winter said. I want to be sure. Nick became a bit worried. But wouldn't that interrupt the Zephyx? No, Winter said. If you weren't in Zephyx, you would have already died of dehydration, which means that your Zephyx has already been completed, assuming you actually entered it. Nick looked at the bottle of water, took a deep breath, and drank. Finish the entire thing, Winter said. Nick did just that. After downing about a liter of water, Nick put the bottle down again and looked at Winter. Silence. So, Winter asked. Nothing, Nick said. I don't feel any different. When Winter heard that, a surprised expression appeared on his face as he leaned back in his chair. I guess that proves it, Winter said. I guess so, Nick answered as he scratched the back of his head. That's faster than I thought. I thought you would need 2 more years, Winter said. You're still 21, right? Winter asked. Nick nodded. 21, huh? Winter said. A 21-year-old veteran, or soon-to-be. Whatever. Nick just awkwardly scratched the side of his head. Naturally, he knew what Zephyx was. Zephyx was the very thing that kept most of the Johns from becoming veterans. This thing was the very reason why there were so many Johns who had worked for decades with Specters without becoming veterans. Manufacturers could throw Specters and Zephyx at these people, and they still wouldn't be able to become veterans. The word Zephyx came from the word ketosis, which was a state that burned fat instead of sugar after having been deprived of carbs for some time. Compared to ketosis, Zephyx had a more fundamental effect. Zephyx was a state in which the body used Zephyx instead of food or water as fuel. Normal peak Johns only use Zephyx as a sort of nitro fuel, boosting their powers manifold. However, peak Johns who were in Zephyx exclusively used Zephyx. While in this state, the peak Johns would recover their Zephyx at double the speed, and their Zephyx storage also grew much quicker. If one wanted to become a veteran, one needed to be in a state of Zephyx. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to absorb and regenerate enough Zephyx to keep the person alive. It would be like having a body that required over 100,000 kilocalories per day, while only having a normal-sized stomach. No matter how much one ate, one wouldn't be able to consume enough food to reach 100,000 kilocalories. one would eventually die of starvation. Because of that, Zephyx was necessary to become a veteran. Chapter 312, Longevity. After a while, Winter sighed again. "It's unbelievable that you managed to enter Zephyx just like that," he said. "It's usually such a brutal and strenuous process that barely a third of peak level 2 extractors can get through it." Nick just scratched the side of his head. "I guess so," he answered with a bit of confusion. In order to enter Zephyx, someone had to undergo a cruel process. A Peak John who was ready to undergo Zephyx needed to stay awake for 3 days, and during those 3 days, they also weren't allowed to eat or drink anything. No sleep, no water, no food. Naturally, before they actually entered Zephyx, their bodies still worked relatively normally. So 3 days without sleep, food, or water wasn't much different for them than for normal people. The only difference was that the extractor wouldn't enter a critical condition after 3 days. Nevertheless, the pain, suffering, and panic were still the same. Most extractors cracked during the evening or night of the second day. The first day wasn't very difficult, but on the second day, things became really painful and bad. Most people could stay up for over 24 hours, but starting at around 36 hours, the lack of sleep really took its toll on the person. The period from the evening of the second day to the evening of the third day was the most difficult. After that, it would become easier, and things would continue to improve after that. Naturally, not everyone was willing to go through something this horrible just for their job. A Peak John could already live comfortably in the inner city. They already belonged to the top 10%. Additionally, becoming a veteran could alienate some people from their loved ones. After all, the veteran would no longer have any desire to eat, drink, or sleep. A veteran's partner would always go to bed alone, and they would always eat alone. Additionally, veterans were often expected to work more since they also didn't need to sleep anymore. Instead of 8 hours a day, most of them worked for 12 hours a day. As with everything, becoming a veteran had its advantages and disadvantages, and it depended on a person's priorities in life whether or not to advance, assuming they could get through the process of entering Zephyx. Nick had heard about this from his old teacher, Manila. Apparently, her relationship was ruined after she became a veteran. Reynold, Nick's other teacher, told Nick that having a relationship was difficult, which was why he told Nick that he should only consider becoming a veteran if he valued his career over a relationship. Sure, there were cases in which veterans married each other, but these cases were rare. Due to conflicts of interest, veterans were not allowed to marry extractors from other manufacturers, which meant that they had to choose from their immediate colleagues. And very often, there was no one that they clicked with. Especially since so many veterans were not even interested in relationships. In fact, almost 70% of veterans were single. Lastly, there was one more reason why veterans often didn't enter long-term relationships. Longevity. The more a body and Zephyx combined, the longer a person could live. Veterans generally lived up to 130 years, and their bodies and minds didn't start deteriorating until they were around 110. A 110-year-old veteran would look like a 50-year-old normal person who lived in the inner city. Of course, things would get even crazier later. Experts could live for around 200 years. Specialists could live for around 300 years. Sadly, no one inside Crimson City knew for how long heroes and stronger could live. The city hadn't existed for that long yet. Nevertheless, being able to live for that long was a blessing, but also a curse. Sure, one would live for much longer, which was considered a good thing, but that also meant that one would watch all their friends and family die unless they also were strong extractors. One only needed to imagine a picture of a young mother cradling her newborn child and compare it to an image of the same mother holding the hand of a bedridden elderly person, with the mother maybe visibly having aged only 10 years or so. Luckily or unluckily, depending on the viewpoint, Nick didn't have this issue. He didn't have a significant other, and while he felt quite close to Winter, Nick didn't feel some kind of extremely deep friendship with him. They had each other's backs, but there was still this distance between them. Additionally, Nick didn't have a family. Based on his memories, he never even had one. He just woke up in the streets one day. "How come you are already able to enter Zephyx?" Winter asked. "I thought you needed to be about 80% of the way to advancing." Nick shrugged. "I don't know. I think I should only be around 50% of the way to becoming a veteran. Maybe something happened." Winter furrowed his brows. "The only way would be if some powerful specter used a lot of Zephyx around you." Nick scratched his chin as he thought back. Sure, the Crimson Sea had released Zephyx while Nick had been working below the city, but that wouldn't have been enough. None of Dark Dream's specters could have given Nick that much Zephyx. He also hadn't been in contact long enough with any of the Spartan Specters. So, if there was some kind of powerful Spectre that used a lot of Zephyx around Nick, it would have to be a wild one. At that moment, Nick remembered the nightmares he used to have. Didn't the parasite say that these nightmares came from a Spectre? Nick thought, what if it's that Spectre? Nick furrowed his brows. By the way, Winter said, do you know what kind of ability you want next? Nick was pulled out of his thoughts and looked at Winter. Then he nodded. I already know what I want. Chapter 313, Solace. Nick leaped over a wide gap and landed on a relatively thin rail of metal. The rail vibrated a little, but didn't break. Then he continued running down the rail, dodging a long piece of metal that moved across the rail. Right now, Nick was running across the rails on the middle layer of the inner city. As a peak John, he had the strength to jump the gaps between the rails easily. Without needing to use Schweebs, moving across the middle layer of the city was actually very efficient and fast. After all, he could literally jump to wherever he wanted to be. In the past, Nick hadn't dared to do something like this. Back then, he had felt that jumping from rail to rail was too dangerous. One wrong move, and he would fall for 2 kilometers or so. But now Nick just wasn't as afraid anymore. It just didn't feel as big of a problem anymore. Nick kept going upward for a while as he looked around. After a bit, he finally found his target and ran towards the south of the middle layer. There, Nick saw a huge building over 100 meters high and wide. The building was incorporated into the megastructure and hung from the wall like a wasp nest. Countless white lines came out of the building, which traveled across the city. Nick had seen these thin white lines before, and he knew what they were for. These were special Zephyx lines, and they were delivering artificial light made by a Spectre to many different households and even manufacturers. Naturally, only one manufacturer in the city was known for delivering that much light to everyone. Solace. After jumping from rail to rail for a while longer, Nick took one last jump and landed on the big entrance platform of Solace. Surprisingly, there were no guards whatsoever, although Dark Dream also didn't have any guards standing at the front door. The guards were only inside the building. Nick walked forward and entered the huge building. As soon as he entered, he saw a young woman reading something behind a table in the middle of the entrance hall. The young woman heard the sound of the door opening, calmly put the thing that she was reading away, and looked at Nick with a polite smile. Welcome to Solace. How can I help you? She asked with a bright and friendly voice. Nick walked forward and nodded in greeting. Hi, is Hera Marian available? Could you tell her that Nick is here? The woman looked at Nick with a raised eyebrow. She had never seen this person before, but he was asking for the Chief Zephyx Extractor? Of course, she said a moment later. Please wait here while I get my supervisor. I don't have the authority to contact Miss Marian. Nick just nodded without saying anything and waited. The next moment, the receptionist walked to the side of the central hall and knocked on one of the doors. A middle-aged man opened the door, and the two of them talked with hushed voices. Then the middle-aged man walked to the reception desk and looked at Nick with a polite tone. Might I ask how you know Miss Marian? I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but we only want to disturb her if it is necessary. I hope you understand, he said. Nick wasn't surprised about their reluctance. Hera probably had a lot to do. I'm Nick, and I'm the Chief Zephyx Extractor of Dark Dream. Hera told me that I should call for her if I ever decide to visit, Nick said. The eyes of the two widened in surprise. So, this was the Chief Zephyx Extractor of Dark Dream. Obviously, almost the entire city knew about Dark Dream by now, but while the outer city saw Nick on almost a daily basis, the inner city very rarely saw him, which was why he was a bit of a mystery. Additionally, Chief Zephyx Extractors were usually more involved in business between companies, and they often traveled from manufacturer to manufacturer. Meanwhile, almost all business-related matters for Dark Dream were handled by Winter, which was why Nick so rarely visited other manufacturers. Your Dark Dream's Chief Zephyx Extractor? The supervisor asked with surprise. Nick just nodded. Then, please wait a moment. I will call Miss Marian right away, he says. He walked out of the central hall. Nick just waited. Naturally, all the Chief Zephyx Extractors saw each other at least once per year during the yearly meeting. Because of that, Nick had already built a connection with basically all of them, except for Anatomy. Even the twins from Gemini had warmed up to Dark Dream and didn't treat them like annoying children anymore. Only Anatomy still acted like Dark Dream was unworthy of their notice, but that wasn't anything special. They acted the same way to Solace and Gemini as well. Only Ghosty's lab and Kugelblitz could actually talk to Anatomy normally. Nick had met Hera Marion several times already, and they'd even talked a couple of times. Compared to the Spartans and Gemini, Solace had immediately been friendly to Dark Dream, which made Dark Dream prefer Solace over the other two in business matters. Ramona Ilium, the CEO of Solace, was actually quite a good friend of Winter's by now. They even had a lunch date every 2 weeks in which they just ate lunch together and talked about all kinds of things. Nick waited for a couple of minutes in the central hall. Eventually, one of the doors opened and 2 people walked through. One of them was the supervisor from earlier. The other one was a beautiful blonde woman who looked to be in her 30s. She had bright blonde hair, and her disposition put anyone at ease. She had this certain aura that made one immediately feel relaxed in her presence. When she saw Nick, a bright smile appeared on her lips. "Nick, welcome to Solace." Chapter 314, Bloodwolf. "Oh, thank you, Hera," Nick said with a smile of his own as he shook her hand in greeting. "Come, I'll show you around," Hera said, leading Nick to the back of the hall. Naturally, Hera knew that Nick was here for some business-related matters, but it was common courtesy to show someone around the facilities when they visited for the first time before getting down to business. "Of course." "Thank you," Nick said politely. For the next couple of minutes, Hera introduced the building to Nick. Surprisingly, even though the building was much bigger than Dark Dreams, it only had 10 floors. However, each floor was almost 10 meters high, which made Nick feel like he was in some huge and grand hall. Apparently, the floors were designed to be of this size so that Solace could hold huge specters. Most specters were not that big, but there were a few that were quite big. And if one didn't have a containment unit of a fitting size, one wouldn't be able to contain such a specter. Having high ceilings allowed Solace to use containment units that were up to 10 meters high, and a couple of them were already in use. "Do you want to have a little fight?" Hera asked suddenly as she stopped in front of one of the containment units. "Against you?" Nick asked in surprise. "No, of course not," Hera answered with a laugh. Hera was an expert already. The next moment, she knocked on the door. "Against the thing in here. It's a blood specter at the late adolescent level." Nick looked at the door a bit. In the past, fighting seemed exciting but also frightening to him. But ever since that huge incident happened, Nick hadn't felt the same. He felt like all the fights had lost their stakes. The thing he would lose if he lost just wasn't as valuable as it used to be, making the fights lack excitement. "Sure," Nick said neutrally. When Hera heard that, a small glimmer appeared in her eyes. Her asking the question had several purposes. First, politeness. Offering an extractor a fight with the Specters was essentially giving them a bit of Zephyx. Second, information gathering. She wanted to know how Nick felt about fights and how he viewed them. And if Nick accepted, she would also get to see how Nick would fight. Lastly, personal interest. Hera just wanted to see Nick fight because she was interested in him as a person. Not in a romantic way, but in a friendly way. Nick was someone from the former Dregs, and he had become a chief Zephyx Extractor while being so young. Naturally, many people were interested in Nick. Nick's most interesting aspect was that he hadn't been replaced yet. Winter was an heir to the Melfian family, and he had a scary number of connections with powerful people. While he hadn't had the resources to get a good chief Zephyx Extractor when Dark Dream was still new, the same thing wasn't true anymore. Dark Dream had over 10 Specters by now, and Winter could easily convince one of the veteran team leaders from Kugelblitz to join as his chief Zephyx Extractor. Naturally, the difference between someone like that and Nick was huge. And yet, Winter kept using and relying on Nick as chief Zephyx Extractor. There had to be something that made Nick special, but Hera hadn't seen that special something yet. Nick was friendly, but he also seemed insecure in many things. He didn't seem like a chief Zephyx Extractor. Of course, that made Hera interested in Nick. What was so special about him? "Good to hear," Hera said with a smile. "I heard you got the Bloodhawk and Bloodhorse from the city. So you should know how to fight a Blood Specter." Nick wasn't surprised that Hera knew about the Bloodhawk and Bloodhorse. The Specters had belonged to the city, and everyone who worked for the city basically knew all the Specters that the city's forces had access to. The absence of 2 Specters definitely attracted attention, and it wouldn't be difficult to find out where they were now. Nick just nodded. Hera opened the door and walked inside. "It should be in its recovery phase. Beating it once should be enough," she said. Nick entered as well and quickly saw a huge red wolf. It was almost 3 meters high and about 5 meters long. At this moment, Hera was calmly holding it back by just pushing it away whenever it tried to run forward. It was important to note that experienced extractors could use their Zephyx to build a powerful connection with the ground. If Hera didn't do that, she would be flung away, even though she was much more powerful than the Bloodwolf. It was simply a matter of weight. But by using her Zephyx to connect her to the ground, she could make perfect use of her power. "Ready?" she asked. "Sure," Nick said. "Here it comes," Hera said as she jumped to the side. The huge blood wolf immediately ran aggressively towards Nick. It jumped forward and opened its mouth to consume him. But the blood wolf missed. Nick seemed to have vanished from its vision. In truth, Nick had simply sidestepped at an incredible speed just moments before the wolf clamped down on him. At this moment, the wolf didn't know where Nick was, and Hera was behind the wolf. She also didn't know where Nick was. Nick's ability activated, and he jumped forward. Boom. Nick punched the blood wolf's head, which separated from its body, hitting the wall. Bang. Then Nick kicked the wolf's body toward one of the walls, but since his ability wasn't active anymore, the wolf basically only stumbled backward toward the wall. Then its body collapsed. It was in recovery mode. The head started to vanish rapidly. Nick turned to Hera and nodded. When Hera saw that, a gleam appeared in her eyes. Chapter 3:15 Young. Hera had expected that Nick would have, at least, some troubles with the Bloodwolf. Sure, the Bloodwolf was technically a level below Nick, but it was huge, and due to its size, its physical power was also very impressive. Due to its great power and fast regeneration, Solace always sent a team of 4 late Johns to work with it. A single peak John would most likely not win since the Bloodwolf would outlast them. Specters very often were more powerful than extractors on the same level. Hera had expected Nick to be stronger than the average peak John, but she hadn't expected Nick to be that much stronger. The Bloodwolf might as well have been a hatchling with the way Nick dealt with it. Another interesting thing was Nick's ability. Extractors almost exclusively fought with their abilities, and they rarely used their physical powers. Obviously, Nick had used his ability since a peak John's physical power wasn't enough to decapitate the Bloodwolf. Yet, impressively enough, Hera basically didn't learn anything new about Nick's ability. Nick had used his ability perfectly when she couldn't see it. The only thing Hera could say was that Nick's ability had great potential for destruction since it managed to decapitate the Bloodwolf. Sadly, she hadn't seen how exactly the ability decapitated the wolf. All of this information boiled down to one thing. He's very experienced in fighting, Hera thought. Naturally, that hypothesis was backed by the fact that Nick didn't seem even a slight bit nervous in front of the gigantic and terrifying Bloodwolf. Impressive, Hera said as she opened the entrance again to walk out. You're really good at fighting. Nick nodded as he followed Hera outside. Thanks. You almost seemed like a veteran during the fight with the way you dealt with the Bloodwolf, Hera said with a smile. Well, Nick said, that's actually related to why I'm here. Hera hadn't finished the tour yet, but since Nick brought up the topic, she engaged with it. Oh, why are you here? She asked, looking at Nick with interest. I'm here to purchase an ability for myself, Nick said. Hera blinked in surprise. Isn't that a bit early? No, Nick answered. In fact, I've been in Zephyx for about a month now. I'm ready to advance. This completely dumbfounded Hera. Wasn't Dark Dream only 5 years old? Hadn't Nick been a fresh newbie just 5 years ago? And now he was claiming that he was about to become a veteran? Sorry, but I have to make sure that I heard you correctly, Hera said. You said that you are ready to become a veteran, right? Nick nodded. Right now, Hera added. Nick nodded again. Hera blinked a bit in surprise. Sorry if this is a rather personal question, but how old are you? She asked. I recently turned 21, Nick said. Hera had no idea what she should think about. Most people only became Zephyx Extractors during that age. One of the harshest criteria in testing applicants for the position of Zephyx Extractor was courage without recklessness. Many teenagers didn't lack courage, but their courage was often accompanied by recklessness. On the other hand, most adults didn't have the required courage, but they also weren't as reckless. Most extractors only became extractors between 19 and 28 years of age. It was rare to see someone older or younger become an extractor. Hera knew that Nick was young, but she hadn't known that he was this young. Based on her math, Nick would have needed to be Dark Dream's chief Zephyx Extractor when he was just 16. The next shocking thing was that Nick had managed to become a veteran in just 5 years. The average time required to become an initial John was around 2 years, and the average time required to become an initial veteran after becoming an initial John was 7 years. Becoming a peak John after becoming an initial John generally took around 3 years, and gathering the Zephyx for Zephysis and achieving said Zephysis took around 4 years on average. So, all in all, becoming an initial veteran after becoming a Zephyx Extractor took 9 years on average. If a 22-year-old became an extractor, they would become an initial veteran at around the age of 31. But Nick was barely 21. He was about to become an initial veteran when others were just starting to become extractors. This was a lot to take in. There had been cases where people as young as 14 managed to become extractors, but they also tended to take about 2 years longer than the average to become veterans, making them veterans at around 25 years of age. That was already very impressive. But 21? Hera wasn't sure if she had ever heard of anyone becoming a veteran at such a low age. It took her quite a while to come to terms with what she had just heard. Sorry, Hera said after several seconds of silence. I zoned out there. Then she sighed. A 21-year-old veteran. That's hard to believe, even for me. That's really impressive, Nick. Nick nodded. Thanks. Hera gestured down the hallway. Let's keep the tour for another time, she said before walking down one of the hallways. Nick walked behind her, and after ascending a couple of floors, Hera led Nick into her office. Hera's office was quite bright. It was littered with different kinds of plants. Plants were a luxury inside Crimson City, and Nick hadn't seen that many yet. Give me a second, Hera said as she opened one of the drawers. A moment later, she took out a sheet of paper and handed it to Nick. Here, that's what we have to offer, she said. Nick looked at the sheet. The sheet had the names and abilities of 10 Specters on it. Naturally, manufacturers also made money by selling abilities to other manufacturers. It was some easy money for basically no investment. The only drawback was that the Specters were obviously going to be made public, which could be a security risk. When Nick looked at the 10 Specters, his brows furrowed. The one I want isn't on this list. Chapter 316, The Blinding Light. Hera's brows furrowed when she heard Nick. Naturally, every manufacturer gathered information on every other manufacturer, and manufacturers often knew about Specters that other manufacturers didn't want to be known. Nevertheless, spying on others was still seen as sneaky, and highlighting something that the other party obviously wanted to be kept a secret was quite rude. Highlighting something like that was like going through someone's personal belongings behind their backs and then asking them about something they found. And which one would that be? She asked. The blinding light, Nick said. Hera's brows lifted in surprise, and her annoyance vanished. She had thought that Nick was about to ask for one of their more secretive Specters. Instead, Nick asked about a Specter that was actually quite high profile. The blinding light used to belong to Kugelblitz. It was also the Specter that gave Winter his ability. About 6 months ago, Solace bought the blinding light from Kugelblitz for a hefty sum. Since Solace was in the business of selling artificial light, they wanted to see if they could expand it with the help of the blinding light. Solace's biggest moneymaker was the possession Specter, the bright candle. The bright candle was a late adult, and it looked just like a normal candle. When someone approached the bright candle, its light became brighter, but the body of the approaching person would start to catch fire. However, the fire was very different from normal fire. The burning person actually didn't feel any pain during the process, and they actually didn't receive any noticeable injuries. At least, that's how it was for extractors. Normal people would just vanish within 2 seconds. The reason for the difference was that the bright candle consumed Zephyx. An extractor that touched the candle would have their Zephyx burned away in exchange for warm and calming light. Of course, if they actually ran out of Zephyx, they would still die. 5 veterans and 25 Johns were dedicated to working exclusively with a bright candle. People were constantly stationed around a bright candle, and the light it produced was sent across the entire city. This was how Solace earned most of its money. Some years ago, Solace got an idea for an upgrade. They already had built all these expensive lines for light to travel to, and they found a way to expand that network with only a little bit of investment. Like this, they could not only send light to people, but also heat. People could warm their houses with the heat, and they could also use it to cook food. Making a fire was difficult and expensive due to the lack of burnable materials. Most food was cooked by putting it below huge lenses that gather the light. Naturally, there were many drawbacks to such a method. With Solace's new service, people could just open a valve and have fire come out. That would give people the possibility to cook their own food, which would improve the lives of many people, and also make Solace a shitload of credits. The most fitting Specter to produce the heat was the blinding light. Naturally, Kugelblitz knew that and asked for a brutal price. 3 billion credits. For an adult. That was ridiculous. but not really as ridiculous if one knew about the shadow shrouds. Without the blinding light, it would be much more difficult to create the shadow shrouds. In the end, Solace bit the bullet and paid the money. And now they own the blinding light. Because of the huge waves the acquisition made, everyone knew about the blinding light. You want the blinding light's ability? Hera asked with surprise. Nick nodded. Hera looked at Nick with confusion and skepticism. The blinding light's ability was not something that extractors generally wanted. The blinding light's basic ability allowed extractors to create a burning domain, which had different effects based on where the enemy looked. If the enemy looked at the person using the ability, their eyes would become blind very quickly due to the insane brightness. But if the enemy looked away, their body would start to burn, which would result in the accumulation of injuries. However, the burning effect wasn't strong enough to be viable for combat. Because of that, the blinding light's ability was only given to extractors that only wanted to run away. When it came to fleeing, the blinding light's ability was incredibly useful. Right now, Hera was confused as to why Nick would want such an ability. Sure, when advancing, a Specter's ability would integrate into the extractor's main ability, which would create different effects, but even with all of that, the blinding light couldn't be considered to be a fit for most extractors. Nick seemed to be very experienced in combat, which meant that he most likely wasn't someone who immediately ran from a confrontation. So, why did he want to have the blinding light's ability? Hera had no idea. Well, Hera said after a bit, usually we don't just allow anyone to get any of our abilities. Nick just looked at Hera. But since I know you, I'm willing to help you. Even if it's against the rules I established, she said with a smile before walking to the door. Nick looked at Hera as she was leaving. Thank you, Hera. This really means a lot to me. How much is it? He asked. Hera just waved dismissively. Forget it. You're getting it free of charge. View it as a favor from Solace. Nick's eyes shone. While this seemed to be a nice gesture, it was actually a higher price than a couple of million credits. Trust was imperative in business relationships. Because of that, if Solace asked for a favor in the future, Dark Dream would need to reciprocate. Otherwise, they would be viewed as disrespectful, sneaky, thankless, and untrustworthy. However, Nick and Winter had expected as much. After all, Nick was a chief Zephyx Extractor, and manufacturers were willing to fork over huge piles of money for their chief Zephyx Extractors. Then, thank you, Nick said, accepting the offer. It was a high price, but it was worth it. Nick's ability was just too important. A moment later, the two of them left Hera's office and walked to the blinding light's containment unit. Chapter 3:17, Preparing for Work. Here it is, Hera said after stopping in front of a huge door. Surprisingly, the two of them had descended the stairs instead of ascending them. Apparently, Solace was keeping the blinding light in their basement instead of their attic. Of course, since Solace was in the middle layer of the inner city, the basement was still over a kilometer above the actual ground. The door Nick stood in front of was absolutely massive. It was 10 meters high and 10 meters wide, which was insane for the door of a containment unit. But actually made sense if one thought about how much Solace had paid for the blinding light. If someone paid billions of credits for a Specter, saving a couple of million on the containment unit didn't make a lot of sense. Nick didn't know how strong the containment unit was, but he assumed that not even elders would be able to break out of this one. Maybe not even fanatics. On the walls of the containment unit, Nick could also see a ton of white lines and empty pipes. He assumed that Solace hadn't yet managed to find a way to make the blinding light's power usable by the general public. They were probably still experimenting with it. The next moment, Hera walked to the side of the containment unit and greeted two people standing in front of it. They were both level 2 extractors. It seemed like Solace valued the blinding light so much that they even stationed 2 Johns in front of its containment unit just to be safe. The 2 extractors respectfully greeted Hera and opened the door. They didn't ask why someone not belonging to Solace was allowed to enter the most secure containment unit in the entire building. After all, their boss was escorting him. Surprisingly, Nick didn't see any light when the employee entrance to the containment unit opened. He had expected that the blinding light's light would immediately start frying him. Instead, Nick found himself in a small room. You have a room inside a containment unit? Nick asked in surprise. Yes, we built this room as a buffer. We don't want the light to burn anyone that walks past the entrance whenever the door is open, Hera explained. Nick had never seen a containment unit that had a small room inside of it. The door behind Nick had closed again, and the door in front of him had not yet opened. The only source of light was a small white line on the room's ceiling. Since Solace provided the light to Crimson City, they didn't need to pay for their own light. Even though their building had access to sunlight, they preferred using their own light over the sunlight due to security concerns. Have you worked with the blinding light before? Hera asked. Nick shook his head. All right, Hera said. The blinding light creates Zephyx whenever it blinds people, and it only blinds people whenever they look at it. Looking away from it will protect your eyes, but your body will start burning. Sadly, that process doesn't produce any Zephyx. That means that you have to become blind. Can you do that? Hera asked. Naturally, Hera asked that since not every person had the willpower to look into a bright light until their eyes were destroyed. This process involved a lot of suffering and panic. Of course, even Nick wouldn't have it easy. Yes, Nick had worked with many scary and powerful specters, but becoming blind was still terrifying in his mind. Yes, Nick answered. Nevertheless, despite not liking it, he had to do it. Hera nodded and went to a small cupboard on the room's wall. She took out a small green bottle and showed it to Nick. Do you have recovery liquid? She asked. Nick's hand went to his tool belt and retrieved a small green bottle, showing it to Hera. Hera nodded and put the green bottle back. Next, she went to a wardrobe and opened it. Inside the wardrobe were many big harnesses made of some kind of leathery material. You have to put this on, Hera said as she approached Nick with one of the harnesses. Nick didn't resist and allowed Hera to put the harness around him. That was when Nick noticed that the leathery harness also included hand, foot, neck, and head cuffs. Human instinct is to protect your eyes, Hera said. Because of that, we have to restrain you. The harness is made of materials that can even hold me for quite a while. You don't have to be scared of accidentally breaking something, she said as she finished putting the harness on Nick. Nick took a deep breath but didn't answer. Then, Hera led Nick to the outer wall of the room, which had several tiny platforms hanging from a railing. Stand here, Hera said as she pointed to the platform closest to the door. Nick did just that. Next, Hera connected the foot cuffs to the platform. Then, she connected Nick's handcuffs to the part hanging from the railing. After that, Nick's torso was connected. Lastly, Hera grabbed a metal thing from the railing, which she then put around Nick's chin and forehead. Nick's heart was racing since he couldn't move anymore. The panic of being powerless made being here almost unbearable. Almost done, Hera said. One last thing. That's when Hera retrieved 2 clamps. Nick's heart rate increased even more as he saw Hera's finger come closer and closer to his eyes. He did his best to remain stationary. A minute later, Nick's eyes were forced open by the 2 clamps. Even though his body was insanely powerful, Nick couldn't damage any of the things restraining him. Hera nodded once. That's everything. Are you ready? Nick took a deep breath and tried to nod. Of course, he couldn't nod due to the thing holding his head in place. Yes, he answered after a bit. All right, Hera said as she approached a button near the door. One session takes 15 minutes. When the time is up, you will automatically be returned to this room. I will be waiting here. Have fun, she said with a grin. Then she pressed the button, and the door shot open. Chapter 318 Veteran. Nick's body was rapidly pulled to the side as the platform started to shoot into the actual containment unit. As soon as the door opened, Hera had already vanished, her body hidden behind a wall of light that suddenly appeared between the two of them. Nick's entire world had already been replaced with white. The only way Nick could tell that he was moving was his sense of balance, since the white world in front of his eyes seemed unending and unchanging. Ding. The platform stopped abruptly, and Nick finally saw something slightly different. It was very difficult to see, but there was one spot in Nick's vision that was a bit wider than the other spots. Sadly, Nick couldn't tell how big or far away the spot was. The only thing that he could tell was that he was in immense discomfort. Nick had just seen the brightest thing in his entire life, and his reflexes acted accordingly. Nick's eyelids wanted to close, but they couldn't. Nick wanted to turn away from the light, but he couldn't. Nick's hands wanted to cover his face, but they couldn't. Ah, fuck, Nick said with pain as his eyes tried their best to look to the side. Yet, his eyes perfectly pointed forward, and he couldn't move his body. The next moment, he felt his eyes becoming hotter and hotter. It felt like somebody was heating up the inside of his brain. Nick's pupils had already turned into pinpricks, and the white eyeball surrounding his iris was turning red as it got filled with blood. Nick gritted his teeth as the pain got worse and worse. He felt like all the moisture was leaving his eyes. He wished for nothing more than to be able to rub them. Except for Nick's groans of pain, everything else was silent inside the containment unit. Nick's eyes had already started watering in an effort to keep them moist. But it didn't matter. The water vanished in an instant. After an unknown period of pain and misery, Nick couldn't see any white light anymore. He wasn't even sure what color he saw. Was it gray? Was it white? Was it black? It was like the things his eyes were delivering to him no longer made any sense. Nick assumed that the small part of the retinas behind the pupil had been destroyed and that the worst part was behind him. Sadly, that wasn't true. Nick could still technically see by expanding his pupil, which meant that he wasn't blind yet. He would only be blind when his eyeballs had become useless. So it continued. Nick's eyeballs lost more and more of their moisture until they actually sunk into his skull as shriveled bags. The pain was immense. At that moment, Nick remembered something. Winter had the blinding light's ability. Additionally, Winter had needed to work with the blinding light several times to get it. Lastly, Winter had gotten that ability when he was just a child. This meant that Winter had gone through this thing several times when he was just 12 years old or something like that. Surprisingly, thinking about that made it easier for Nick. If even a child could do that several times, why couldn't he? So even though the pain Nick was feeling was immense, he still tried to focus on the Zephyx and the surroundings. Since Nick was in the process of becoming blind, the blinding light had to be producing Zephyx. It wasn't easy to focus, but Nick managed to feel the presence of Zephyx. Ever since he had entered Zephysis, Nick's ability to perceive Zephyx had increased tremendously. He tried his best to relax his body and to let the Zephyx and the surroundings enter him. The pain still made him cramp up from time to time, but he was slowly making progress. Sometime later, Nick felt something near the bottom of his neck. Right in front of the foreign Zephyx that Simon Francium had given him was Nick's Zephyx synchronizer. At this moment, Nick felt a feeling similar to having a stomach filled to the brim with water. It felt a bit like being hungry, but being unable to eat. Nick focused on that feeling. The next moment, he felt the Zephyx and the surroundings rapidly entering him. It was like a whirlpool had suddenly opened up at the place where his Zephyx synchronizer was. At the same time, the muscles all over Nick's body tensed. Between the brutal waves of pain, Nick could feel himself growing more powerful. He was doing it. He was advancing. At that moment, things became far easier. The pain was still there, but it no longer mattered as much. He was becoming a veteran. He was coming closer to his goal. And suddenly, he stopped moving. He just looked into the light aimlessly. His advancement was forgotten. His pain was forgotten. A couple of seconds later, Nick advanced to becoming a veteran. And yet, he wasn't even thinking about that. No, he was thinking about something completely different. My goal. Silence. What goal, he thought. Wasn't my goal to help the people in the Dregs? Didn't I want to make things right for Herwa? Silence. But the people in the Dregs are dead. They're all dead. And I killed them. Nick just kept facing the light. I don't have a goal anymore. The only reason why I was doing all of this was to redeem myself. But instead, I only made everything worse. By trying to make things right, I only ended up making them worse. Nick had finally become a veteran after years of hard work. And yet, that didn't matter. It made no difference to him. Nick wasn't interested in power. He was interested in being happy and making things right. Sadly, he couldn't do that anymore. So, what was the point of growing more powerful? Why am I even doing all of this? Nick asked himself again. I don't even have a goal anymore. Nick kept looking at the light in front of him aimlessly. There was so much light. Sadly, his eyes couldn't see any of it. Chapter 319, Apathy. For the next few minutes, Nick didn't even try to move. His eyes had already burned away. The only trace left of his eyes were a couple of black spots at the bottom of his eye sockets. Nick had finally become a veteran, but it just didn't feel important. Power was never Nick's goal. It was only a means to achieve his goal. Sadly, with his goal invalidated, attaining the means to achieve said invalid goal became meaningless. What was the point of becoming stronger when Nick felt just as shit as before? Nick was stronger than 99% of all the people living in Crimson City. However, he was also unhappier than 99% of all the people living in Crimson City. The only ones feeling more miserable than him were people who were about to say the sentence. I just don't know what to do, Nick thought. From time to time, the image of the red mist engulfing the Dregs reappeared in Nick's mind. This was his doing. This was what he had done. With Nick's eyes unable to generate images, his mind was now the only thing generating them. The visualization of Nick's past had never been this clear before. Hurrah, Peter, the people of the Dregs. Nick's hands felt bloody. He couldn't tell whether this was an illusion or reality created by his clenching fists. Why am I still alive? Why am I still doing this? Why am I still trying? Nick felt his insides shake as the black hole in his chest seemed to grow. He wanted to say the sentence, but he didn't even try. He knew that he wouldn't be able to actually go through with it. I can't even kill myself. Silence. At that moment, the platform below Nick began to move, and he heard the door opening. Welcome back, Nick heard from in front of him. Let me just take these things off. The next moment, Nick felt the harness and all the restraints being pulled off his body. There we go, Hera said with a cheerful voice. Out of habit, Nick's hand went to his tool belt and retrieved the green bottle with recovery liquid. Nick wasn't even actively thinking about healing his eyes as his hands put 2 drops of recovery liquid into his eye sockets. Why am I even doing this? Nick thought as his hand put the recovery liquid away with practiced ease. So, how did it go? Hera asked. I'm a veteran, Nick said without turning to her. Recovery liquid took a couple of minutes to regrow limbs and organs, which is why Nick still couldn't see Hera. Congratulations, Hera said with a slightly excited voice. You're probably the youngest veteran we have ever had in the city. Hera seemed to be genuinely surprised and excited, but Nick just didn't feel it. Thanks, he said absent-mindedly. Hera looked at Nick with raised eyebrows. She had expected that Nick would be a bit more excited. Usually, she would think that Nick was just trying to act cool and talk like this wasn't a big deal, but she could tell that Nick genuinely seemed disinterested. Hera had been an extractor for decades, and she was very good at recognizing subtle signs of a person's true thoughts and emotions. It wasn't difficult for her to see that something major was troubling Nick. However, the reason why she didn't ask was the same reason why Nick didn't comment about it. They barely knew each other, and they only had a business relationship. It was not Hera's place to ask, even though she was interested. It was not Nick's place to burden Hera with his problems, even though he wanted to. In the end, Hera just made a couple of casual comments, and Nick gave curt and disinterested answers. Eventually, Nick's eyes recovered, and the two of them walked out of the containment unit. Is there anything else you need? Hera asked with a friendly smile. No, thank you, Nick said, trying to sound polite but only sounding distracted. All right, Hera answered. Then, excuse me, but I have to return to work. It was nice talking to you. When you visit next time, maybe we can finish that tour. How about it? Nick just nodded. Sure, thanks. Bye. Nick's disjointed manner of speech made Hera smile uncomfortably. The next moment, Nick just turned around and started to slowly walk toward Solas's entrance. A moment later, 2 guards joined Nick and followed behind him. Even though Nick was considered a friend to Solas, they still wouldn't allow him to walk around their headquarters alone. Hera looked at Nick for a bit, sighed, and turned around to leave. Nick walked out of Solas's entrance a minute later, and the guards wished him a good day before entering the building again. Meanwhile, Nick just stopped outside the building and looked at the middle layer of the inner city. Nick's hair swayed back and forth. He was thinking, but he didn't know what he was thinking about. It was like his mind was trying to figure something out that he couldn't describe or imagine. His mind was working, but he didn't know what was working on. For over 5 minutes, Nick just mindlessly looked at the city. Without thinking about it, Nick's legs walked forward and carried him to the edge. He only stopped when the front halves of his feet were already past the edge. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't going to commit suicide. But if he just so happened to fall, it wouldn't be so bad. Nick just stood at the edge without moving. His eyes looked down at the lower layer about a kilometer below him. He thought the image of the lower layer from this position looked enchanting. That's quite far, was Nick's first conscious thought in 5 minutes. I'm over 100 times stronger than normal people, and I only weigh a bit more. Nick just silently looked at the distant ground. I should be able to survive. And then Nick swayed forward. He started to fall. Chapter 320 Investment. Nick's feet left the huge pillar that Solas's building was built on, and Nick started to fall. He had never fallen from such an insane height. Nick felt the air hitting his face, and the sound of rushing winds thundered in his ears. The thought of falling from so high up used to terrify Nick, but right now he felt something completely different. It was some kind of freedom, but that word wasn't completely accurate. Maybe it was some kind of calling. Maybe it was the feeling of something terrifying ending. Maybe it was the feeling of touching something extremely dangerous. Or maybe it was the feeling of touching something very warm and nice. No matter how it was described, Nick felt like something in his chest was becoming warmer. Nick's speed was picking up at a scary pace. The fall didn't take as long as Nick had thought. He had anticipated that he would fall for a minute or so, but he reached the ground after only around 15 seconds. Nick was falling headfirst, and he was looking at the ground when he was just 50 meters away from it. The next moment, Nick repositioned himself so that his legs pointed downward. With practiced ease, Nick used the Zephyx in his legs to cushion the impact. Bang! The sound of something hard hitting the ground echoed throughout the street in which Nick landed, but the sound wasn't as loud as one would have expected. At the same time, dents in the form of Nick's shoes appeared on the metal of the street. Meanwhile, Nick's legs just slightly buckled after landing. Nick felt like he had needed to use quite a bit of power to retain his balance, but that was about it. It actually wasn't as bad as he had imagined. One could compare it to a mortal jumping into a pool of water from a height of 10 meters or so. Sure, it was scary, and it would be dangerous if one hit the water in an uncontrolled manner, but as long as one hit the water in a safe manner, not much would happen. Some of the people on the streets turned to Nick, but they quickly lost interest again. Veterans and stronger often reached the lower layer by simply jumping from the middle layer. It was just that Nick's landing was a bit louder than the usual ones. Nick looked at the ground for a couple of seconds before he walked towards the outer city. For just a couple of moments, his mood had improved. The rush of doing something dangerous distracted him from the things worrying him. Sadly, the rush didn't stay for long, and Nick's mood quickly reached rock bottom again. He left the inner city and slowly walked towards Dark Dream. Without even thinking about it, Nick entered Dark Dream's building. He had been inside the building for a month by now. Ever since he didn't need to eat, drink, or sleep anymore, Nick had seen no point in buying a home. Dark Dream was his home. The building was his house, and the Specters were his pets. After entering the building, he mindlessly started checking the Zephyx containers. When he had collected all the containers, he brought them to Winter's office. Winter just nodded without looking at Nick when he saw the containers. Nick turned around to leave the office. At that moment, Winter furrowed his brows. "Everything okay?" he asked as he looked at Nick's back. "Huh?" Nick answered like he had just been woken up. Yeah, sure." Then Nick opened the door to leave. "Wait a second," Winter said. "What?" Nick asked in confusion as he turned to Winter. Winter looked into Nick's eyes for a bit. Then he sighed. "Close the door," he said. Nick raised an eyebrow, but did as he was told. "Come on, take a seat," Winter said, gesturing to one of the chairs in his office. Nick sat down and just looked at Winter with discomfort. "Is something the matter?" Nick asked. "That's what I should ask you," Winter said. "You are lost in your head, and you barely react to anything. If you work like this, it's only a matter of time until something bad happens." Nick furrowed his brows, guilt visible on his face. "Sorry," he said. "I'll be more alert and careful from now on." Winter raised an eyebrow as he looked with skepticism at Nick. "What's this about?" he asked. "Did you fail in advancing?" "No, I became a veteran a couple of minutes ago," Nick said. "You did?" Winter asked in surprise. "Why didn't you tell me?" Nick looked to the side. It didn't feel important. Winter looked at Nick like he had said something ridiculous. "I think it's quite important that my chief Zephyx Extractor managed to advance a level. That's about as important as it gets, except for a security breach, maybe." Nick didn't answer. Winter sighed. "Okay, what's the issue?" he asked. "You weren't like this yesterday. Did something happen in Solace?" "No, nothing happened," Nick answered. "Really?" Winter asked. "Yeah, everything's okay," Nick said. At that moment, Winter narrowed his eyes. "Nick, I'm sick of these games. Stop being wishy-washy and tell me what's bothering you." "We're friends," Winter said with a voice loaded with annoyance. Nick looked at Winter. Winter always seemed so distant, but right now he seemed like just a normal friend who was concerned with their friend. Nevertheless, Nick didn't forget the constant distance that was usually between the two of them. Friend? That didn't seem likely. Winter saw the doubt in Nick's eyes, and his anger increased. "We are friends, right?" Winter asked with an almost threatening tone. Nick's body moved back in his chair as he looked at Winter. "I don't know," Nick said carefully. "Are we?" "Of course we are," Winter almost shouted. "I jumped into the sewers for you. I covered for you so many times. I gave you your weapons and all of your tools." Surprisingly, Nick didn't show any strong reactions to Winter's atypical outburst. I don't think that's what a friend is, he said. The first thing, maybe, but I'm not sure about the other things. I think you view me as an investment, not a friend. Chapter 321, Friends. Nick watched as Winter's eyes exploded with rage. For almost 10 seconds, Winter didn't say anything. Then he took a deep breath and sighed. I'm sorry. Nick was taken aback when he heard that apology. That was not what he had expected Winter to do. Nick had thought that Winter would argue about the definition of a friend or something like that. Instead, he apologized after nearly exploding with anger. I shouldn't be angry at you, Winter said with exhaustion. After all, you don't know anything about my past. Nick realized that Winter was right. Nick only knew that Winter had gotten the blinding lights ability and that he had learned a lot in the Melfian's mansion. That was about it. Nick, despite what you believe, I genuinely view you as my friend, Winter said. Nick raised his brows in uncertainty. Before you say anything, Winter said with a raised hand. Let me explain. Nick nodded and remained silent. Ever since I was small, my time was occupied by teachers teaching me about all these things. Politics, economics, psychology, spectology, biology, and so on. I wake up at 6 a.m., run for an hour, wash, eat breakfast, learn things, eat lunch, learn things, fight with my coach, eat dinner, prepare for tomorrow, sleep. That was every day. The entire day, I was busy learning things, and the only people I had contact with were experienced and intelligent adults. The only other people I had around me were my family and servants. Did you know that I haven't talked to a single kid of my age until I was 12? Winter asked, looking to the side. That was when I accompanied my father to a visit to anatomy, and I saw the daughter of one of their extractors. My entire life consisted of teachers, family, and servants. I didn't have a single friend until Pater was assigned to me. And you know how that went. Nick looked with concern at Winter. Nick also didn't have any real friends since nobody in the Dregs wanted to be friends with a suspicious kid. The parents of the few kids in the Dregs even told their kids to stay away from Nick, thinking that he was trying to worm his way into their family to have his blood tax paid. And when Nick finally started to look like an adult, no one wanted to come close to him because everyone knew that he and the gangs didn't like each other. The first friend Nick had ever had was Horwell, and that friendship wasn't even a real one since there was a massive power imbalance and age gap. The first person that Nick had viewed as his friend was Winter, but Winter had always felt so distant. That was my life until I met you, Nick, Winter said. I've been taught how to run an entire manufacturer business on my own. I've been taught how to read people. I've been taught how to manipulate people to do my bidding. I've been taught how to fight, build connections, get favorable trade deals, influence the government, and so on and so on. But I've never been taught how to make a friend. Silence. The two of them just looked at each other. I don't know how I should act and what I should do with friends. When I first came into contact with you, I thought that you were an idiotic simpleton who had no idea what he was doing. I thought I was better than you, and that you were only the means to an end for me. But when I saw you jumping into the sewers, I was genuinely impressed. The idiotic simpleton was able to do something that I could never imagine doing myself. I thought quite a lot about that while you were in the sewers, and when I saw you getting attacked by the Dreamer, I realized something. Yes, jumping into the sewers was also to catch the Dreamer, but another reason was that I didn't want to say goodbye to the first person in my life who didn't belong to my family, servants, or teachers. Over the following months, I saw more and more things that you can do, which I never imagined I would be able to do. In a way, I felt inferior to you. That's nonsense. Nick interrupted with furrowed brows. You inferior to me? He asked with ridicule. You are the one that runs this entire thing. You are the one that's always in control. If I have an issue, you solve it. If we need something, you get it. You have your life under control. Nick looked at the table. While I don't even know how to live, Nick said. Nick, Winter said. I'm talking about emotions, not logic. You can argue and use logic all you want, but it won't change emotions. Also, that wasn't my point, Winter said. My point is that I view you as my first friend. Today, I made a couple more friends, and I wouldn't have been able to make them if you hadn't taught me how to make them. Nick snorted. Me? Teach you how to make friends? How can I teach you if I don't even have any? Nick asked. Winter looked at Nick with genuine confusion. What are you talking about? What about Jenny, Constance, Marvila, Larry, Carrie, and Taryn? Nick looked to the side. They're my employees. Nick, you might be their superior, but they're treating you as their superior only secondarily. Primarily, they treat you as their friend. All these people I mentioned would voluntarily help you in an extremely dangerous battle, And I'm certain that most of them would do that even if you didn't belong to Dark Dream. They would risk their lives for you. I don't know what standards you're applying for extractors, but it is not common for extractors to voluntarily put their lives on the line for the business. In the end, this is just a job, and most people wouldn't risk their lives for their job. If someone that's willing to risk their life for you isn't a friend, then nobody in the world has any friends. Chapter 322, Guilt. Nick just looked at Winter with uncertainty. It sounds like it makes sense, but it doesn't feel right, he said. As I've said, Nick, logic and emotions don't always go together, Winter said. The fact is that many of our extractors would be willing to fight for you with their lives on the line, and I don't think they would be doing that for every person superior to them. For example, I'm not sure if they would fight with their lives on the line for me. Nick could see where Winter was coming from, but he just didn't feel it. He only talked with extractors whenever it was related to business or when they were meeting each other in a hallway by coincidence. Nick couldn't consider someone like that a friend. How can someone like that be a friend? Nick asked. They don't even know anything about me. Because you don't let anyone get close to you, Nick, Winter said. Nick raised his eyebrows. Due to the power imbalance, they are scared of asking you personal questions. They most likely consider you their friend, but they are also intimidated by your status as their superior. I'm sure that many of them would jump at the opportunity to get to know you better. Winter sighed. It's so easy when you see it from the outside, he said as he looked to the side. But when you are in the middle, you often can't see what outsiders see. Nick was still a bit uncertain about all of this. He had friends. He thought he was alone. Nick, Winter said, making Nick look at him. I'm sorry that I couldn't be the friend that I wanted to be. It's just that, for my entire life, all the adults around me told me to never unveil more of my life than necessary. Any piece of personal information I give others can be used by a potential enemy. If I tell someone that I consider you my friend, they might try to capture you to get to me. If I tell someone the identity of one of my teachers, they might try to get more information out of them. Winter sighed again. It's difficult to change that habit, he said. Nick looked at Winter with concern and sympathy. With all of this context, Winter's personality made a lot more sense. He actually wanted to be Nick's friend, but the distance that Nick always felt between them was something that Winter couldn't easily get rid of since he didn't know how to make friends. Sadly, this revelation just didn't have the impact that it should have had. Is this his real self, or is it just another way to manipulate me? Nick thought. Winter was so good at manipulating people that Nick wasn't confident in his ability to tell the difference between his real self and his fake self. It was possible that Nick was viewing Winter's real self right now, but it was also possible that this was just one of Winter's masks that he put on to keep Nick working for him. Did Winter consider Nick his friend or not? Nick couldn't tell. Sadly, there was something else that made this entire situation almost feel meaningless. It was great that Nick had a potential friend, but what did that change? His goal had still been invalidated, and Nick had still been the reason for the deaths of over 1,000 innocent people. His entire reason for wanting to save the Dregs was to get rid of his guilt and redeem himself, but in the end, his guilt only grew heavier. What was the point of having a friend when Nick had turned into an irredeemable monster? He was responsible for more deaths than most Specters. So, what made him better than just another Specter? His intention of helping people. Sadly, intentions did not affect reality. Actions did, and Nick's actions spoke for themselves. Winter saw Nick's expression and sighed. Nick, what's going on? He asked. Nick just looked at Winter in pain. What's the point of telling him if I can't even be certain that he gives a shit? This might as well just be a random obstacle for him that endangers his profits. I want to know, Winter said. Please. The only thing I could do to prove my friendship to you in the past was to solve your problems and to give you the things you need. But now maybe I can help you by giving you advice. It doesn't matter whether or not you believe that I am genuinely your friend. In both cases, I can still help you with advice. Naturally, Winter had noticed what Nick had been thinking about earlier. He had known Nick for years, and reading Nick wasn't very difficult for him. Winter knew that something was troubling Nick, but he couldn't help him as long as he didn't know what Nick was actually worried about. Nick took a deep breath. Nick started as he looked to the side without any care. For years, my goal has been to improve the lives of the people in the Dregs. Because of me, Horwa died. I was the one that's responsible for his death. Sorry to interrupt, Winter interjected. But who was Horwa again? Nick's eyes shot open as he looked at Winter with shock. Horwa occupied Nick's thoughts almost daily. Meanwhile, Winter didn't even remember who that was. I shouldn't be surprised, Nick thought. He barely came into contact with him. The young boy that I sent to the dreamer. When Winter heard that, his eyes shot open. The room turned silent. Winter's expression became concerned. You care that much about him? He asked. Annoyance appeared in Nick's eyes, but he didn't voice it. His death is the reason why I've been working so hard, Nick said. I killed an innocent kid when that kid saw me as his only companion. My responsibility was to protect him. Instead, Nick said with a low voice as he looked at the wall, I killed him. I killed an innocent child, Winter. How am I supposed to continue living without trying to somehow redeem myself? Winter looked at Nick with an uncomfortable expression. Below the table, he clenched his fists. Silence. Winter looked at the ceiling. Then he took a deep breath. You didn't kill him, Winter said. Chapter 323, Hatred. Silence. Nick looked at Winter with an unreadable expression. What do you mean? He asked, a slight bit of agitation audible in the back of his voice. Winter took a deep breath. I killed the kid, Winter said, looking at Nick. Nick just looked into Winter's eyes without blinking. I told the dreamer to kill him. If he somehow woke up, I was sure that he would try to take revenge at some point. On top of that, I was sure that he would hate you, which would cause issues for you. If he survived, you would never be able to come to terms with your past. Only if he dash. Boom. Nick grabbed the desk between them and threw it against the wall before his hand moved towards Winter's neck. Instantly, a blue gleam appeared around Winter's body. However, his barrier couldn't hold for more than 2 seconds against Nick, and it broke into pieces. Nick grabbed Winter's neck and pushed him to the wall. Winter couldn't breathe and looked into Nick's eyes. Hate. Rage. Nick's eyes were filled with nothing but hatred. It was you, Nick shouted, pushing Winter so hard against the wall that the steel started to bend. You killed Horua. You made me believe I killed him. I nearly killed myself. I nearly said the sentence. You took my happiness from me. I took care of him for months. I was willing to make my mistake right for years. But you made it impossible for me to ever do that. Because of you, I have to live with this guilt for the rest of my life. Nick watched as Winter's eyes moved upward and lost focus. He was unconscious, but Nick kept squeezing. His eyes were still filled with hatred. He hated Winter. He kept squeezing. He hated Winter. Nick's arm shook. His teeth were gritted. He watched Winter's face change color. He had killed so many people. What made this one different? It wasn't difficult. Just use a bit more power, and his neck would break. Just a bit more. But then, Nick's eyes lost most of their intensity. Instead, they became icy. Bang. Nick threw Winter at one of the walls. Winter's body hit the wall and slid to the ground like a puppet. Nick looked at Winter with coldness. The next moment, Winter started to cough and move. Meanwhile, Nick walked out of the office before leaving Dark Dream. He didn't pay attention to anyone greeting him. After jumping from building to building for a while, Nick finally stopped. He was near the edge of the city. The outermost perimeter of the city was cut off by a wall, since it was possible to see the edge of the Crimson Sea from that location. Nick just stopped on top of a building in front of the wall, just watching the red wall of mist in front of him. This was an isolated location, and Nick sometimes came here if he didn't want to talk to anyone. He just looked at the red wall with cold eyes. Why had he left Winter alive? There was only one reason. I wish I could kill him, Nick thought. But if I kill him, his family will kill me. Self-preservation. That was the sole reason why Nick had stopped choking Winter. Friendship? Humanity? Morals? None of these things mattered to Nick right now. Winter had fucked Nick's life. For the past 3 to 4 years, Nick had always been plagued by nightmares. He dreamt about murdering Horua. He dreamt about accidentally killing him. He dreamt about Horua getting killed by something and Nick being unable to save him. And in nearly every dream, Horua cried out to Nick, telling him that he was sorry. If the parasite hadn't come to talk to Nick, he might have gotten the courage to actually say the sentence back then. Nick hadn't felt happy for even a single fucking minute for 4 years. He felt happy for a couple of seconds whenever anything positive happened, but then he was immediately reminded of what he had done in the past. His entire life was consumed by this overpowering feeling of guilt and self-loathing. He couldn't enjoy food. He couldn't enjoy company. He couldn't enjoy getting stronger. Everything had been absolutely miserable and horrible for almost 4 years. Nick had genuinely hated himself for years. And what was the reason? Horua's death. Yes, I fucked up by considering Hurwa as a Zephyx Extractor. Yes, that was dumb as fuck. But he didn't deserve to die because of that. And if it were up to me, he wouldn't be dead right now. As soon as he ran out of the containment unit, I wanted to drop the matter. Maybe we can slowly teach him. Maybe we can give him some time to acclimate to working with a dreamer. And why couldn't we do that? Winter. Nick remembered the day like it was yesterday. Winter had said that since Hurwa had signed the contract, he had to work. Winter was also the one who said that he would have Hurwa killed if he quit. After all, Hurwa knew about the dreamer. Bullshit, Nick thought with gritted teeth. If knowing about the dreamer was so bad, why the fuck did you name our company after it just 2 weeks later and tell every single employee about it? The dreamer is and was our flagship Specter, and these kinds of Specters are never kept secret. So why is it suddenly a fucking issue that a random kid knows about that Specter? What's so bad about waiting? What's so bad about allowing him to quit? Would anyone even believe an 11-year-old when they claim that they were once an extractor? Yes, I fucked up by asking him, and I was willing to take responsibility. But you were the one that killed him. Twice. I was the one that took Hurwa to Dark Dream, but you were the one that forced me to throw him to the dreamer. And when he survived, and when we finally had the opportunity to make it right, you killed him again by telling the dreamer to kill him. Why? Because you didn't want your favorite little toy to get distracted. Chapter 324 Wish. Oh, you fucked me, Winter. You fucked my life. And why? You wanted to teach me a lesson, right? You wanted to show me that my actions have consequences, right? Great, but I already realized that when I saw how Hurwa reacted to the dreamer. Nick just kept looking at the red wall with narrowed eyes. And then, you made it impossible for me to ever make things right. You even made me believe that I maybe shouldn't have shaken Hurwa's body after the dreamer tried to help him. I thought that I might have gotten too worked up and somehow interrupted the dreamer in helping him. When, all this time, he was supposed to die. You told the dreamer to kill him. Nick remembered the conversation he had with the dreamer. The dreamer had confirmed that it had only killed people that it was told to kill. In truth, Nick had actually noticed that the dreamer's answer hadn't fully been accurate with what Nick had thought to be true. However, Nick had just thought that the dreamer might not have considered the little boy from years ago. Or maybe the dreamer had planned to save Hurwa, and it was Nick who ended up killing him. Lastly, Nick also didn't want to believe that Winter would order the dreamer to kill Hurwa. But, of course, things always had to turn out in the worst way imaginable. For several minutes, Nick just kept looking at the red wall as his mind focused on how he had felt for the last 4 years. What should I do? Nick thought. How can I take revenge? Winter fucked my life, and I want to take revenge. But how? I can't kill him since I would die as well. Nick just kept thinking. This was probably the first time in a month when the incident with the Crimson Sea was actually not forgotten, but put in the back of Nick's mind. For a month, Nick's thoughts had only been in 2 states. Either he completely forgot about the Crimson Sea, or the thought of it consumed Nick's entire mind. But for the first time, Nick thought of the Crimson Sea, but didn't put much importance or emphasis on it. Right now, Nick's mind was not filled with guilt, but with a desire for revenge. Nick might not have considered Winter his friend, but he had still been the most significant person in his life. And this person had betrayed him. The pain Winter had caused him was unforgivable. Winter caused Nick the worst pain in his life, and made it impossible for that pain to vanish. You know, I actually believe you, Nick thought with narrowed eyes. I actually believe that you view me as your friend. There is nothing positive you can gain out of telling me about Hurwa. You felt guilty, right? And you told me about what you have done to alleviate that guilt. You wanted to make things right. Isn't that just like me? Are you willing to atone for that act for the remainder of your life? Nick snorted. You're not such a person. If I don't forgive you, you will drop the matter and continue living. No point in wasting resources on something unachievable, right? Sucks that you can't get it, but there's no point in lamenting over something that was impossible to achieve in the first place. You said that I'm your first friend. I also believe that you consider me your closest friend. Isn't that just like the situation with Hurwa and me? I did something horrible to Hurwa and want to make things right, and you did something horrible to me and want to make things right? What irony. However, there are 2 key differences. First, you are actually also mainly responsible for Hurwa's pain, not only my pain. And second, you still have an opportunity to alleviate your pain and earn forgiveness since I am still alive. I can't. Hurwa is dead. I can never earn forgiveness. You made it impossible for me to earn forgiveness. So why do you deserve any forgiveness from me? Even if for some reason I stopped hating you, forgiving you, and letting you live this thing down is an injustice to me and the situation you put me in. I can't escape my situation. So you don't deserve to escape yours. Nick's rage started to increase again. I will find a way. Somehow, I will find a way to kill you. Oh, is killing an overreaction? You don't deserve to die for that. Well, sucks to be you. You made me think I killed Hora. You made me kill Pater. You wanted me to be a killer. Well, there you go. I've killed thousands of people now. And killing one more won't make a fucking difference. Someone seems upset, someone from behind Nick said. Nick recognized the voice, and while he was a bit happy to hear the voice of said person, he also didn't care. Can we talk some other time, Julian? Nick said. Behind Nick stood a man with blue hair. Nick, I have a question, Julian said. Nick got a bit annoyed. What? He asked. If the Dregs were still there, would you still want to improve the lives of everyone? He asked. That sentence made the guilt inside Nick return again. After some seconds, he sighed. Of course, he said. Silence. All right, Julian said. A deal's a deal. We had a wager. If you still wanted to improve the lives of the people in the Dregs when you finally got the power to do so, you win. If not, I win. While the destruction of the Dregs should result in our wager becoming void, I don't want to take any chances. So here you go. You win. Nick furrowed his brows and turned to look at Julian. That was when Nick's eyes widened. Julian's face was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Nick only saw countless mouths. He knew what this meant. You're a Specter? Nick asked in shock. Yes, the mouths answered, but that's not important right now. What's important is that you won the wager. If you lost, I would consume you. But since you won, I won't consume you. And you also get a prize. One wish. You get one wish. So tell me, what do you wish for? 325 Chapter 325, Want and Need. At this moment, the shock Nick felt after realizing that Julian was a Specter outweighed the rage he felt for what Winter had done. Nick had always looked forward to talking to Julian, and he had definitely enjoyed their talks. And he was a Specter. Nick immediately stopped considering Julian as a friend and narrowed his eyes. Why are you not just killing me? He asked. I can't, Julian said. I will lose quite a lot of Zephyx if I kill you. What worth is a bargain if you end up dying either way? The mouths all started to smile. But just because I'm not killing you right now doesn't mean that it's impossible for me. I just don't want to lose that much Zephyx. So be careful about what you do. This is my city, and if you try to change that, you will no longer be part of it. Nick just watched the mouths talk for a while. At the same time, he thought about what it meant for Julian to be a Specter. Julian had many friends, and he walked freely through the inner city. On top of that, he could even enter Kugelblitz and walk through their building. Julian was a Specter who could do whatever he wanted. This might truly be his city. Of course, that was only true if one ignored the Crimson Sea. With the Crimson Sea here, things seemed very different. However, Nick was not about to provoke a powerful Specter. Why are you telling me all of this? Nick asked with furrowed brows. Why would you unveil your status as a Specter to me? What do you have to gain from this? Nothing, the mouths on Julian's face spoke. I just don't have the ability to keep my identity a secret from people who want to wager against me. As long as you don't try to unveil my identity, nothing will happen to you. I will leave you alone, and you will leave me alone. Nick didn't know how much Zephyx Julian would lose if he killed Nick, but it seemed to be quite a significant sum if he was willing to take such a risk by leaving him alive. Of course, one also had to remember that Julian was the one in control. If Nick didn't cooperate, Julian would still kill him. You're a fanatic, right? Nick asked. Stop wasting my time, the mouth said with a bit of annoyance. Tell me your wish. Nick looked at Julian for some time before turning around to look at the red wall again. There was no reason for Nick to keep watch over Julian or be careful around him. Julian was much more powerful than Nick, and if he wanted to, he could kill Nick easily. Being prepared for an attack or not being prepared made no difference. You have to fulfill the wish? Nick asked. Technically, yes, Julian said. But if it's more expensive than a Zephyx I would lose by killing you, I might not fulfill it. Nick's brows furrowed, and his heart rate increased. With the shock of Julian's revelation having passed, Nick's rage and hatred towards Winter returned. Just earlier, he had wished to have a way to kill Winter. And now, a way had presented itself. He could do it now if he so chose to. No one would be able to link Winter's death to Nick. The mouths on Julian's face had crafty smiles on them. Naturally, it wasn't a coincidence that Julian just so happened to show up now. Ever since the Crimson Sea had broken free, Julian knew that he would lose the bet as soon as he talked to Nick again. So he had avoided Nick ever since then. However, he knew that he would need to pay his debts at some point. Because of that, Julian kept a close watch over Nick from afar. He had to choose the right moment to appear. Naturally, when Julian had seen Nick charging out of Dark Dream, exploding with anger and hatred, he knew that the perfect time had come. There was only one thing that could make Nick this angry. Another human. If Julian approached Nick while he was calm, he might ask to work with Julian several times, which would increase his power by quite a lot. However, Zephyx couldn't just appear out of nowhere, and Julian would need to put a lot of effort into the sessions. Or what if Nick asked for an adult Specter? That would be quite expensive since Julian would either need to find a wild one, which was almost impossible with the city's current state, or spend tens of millions of credits to buy one. Sure, as a Specter, Julian didn't need credits, but since he lived amongst humans, the credits were still extremely useful. Of course, if Nick asked for something like an elder, Julian would just kill him. That was way too much and also basically impossible for Julian to get. After all, since Julian was just acting like a Zephyx Extractor, he wasn't really working with Specters, which meant that he wasn't actively producing Zephyx. That meant he actually had fewer credits than one would think. Buying an adult would already strain his pockets quite a lot. An elder would be impossible for him to buy. Luckily, humans were very emotional creatures. Since Nick was so angry right now, chances were that he only had revenge on his mind. Killing a random human was way easier than working with Nick or getting him an adult. And right now, Nick was evaluating just that. I could ask him to kill Winter, Nick thought. But what then? With Winter dead, Dark Dream will collapse, and I will lose everything that I've built. I want to kill Winter, but I also need him. I can't have it both ways. Nick was lost in thought for several minutes. He had such a great opportunity, but he just didn't know how to make use of it. Eventually, Nick made a choice and looked at Julian. Chapter 326, The Situation. Nick walked back into Dark Dream. He didn't seem different from usual at first glance, but if one looked a bit closer, one might notice a slight difference. Nick was still friendly, but there was a certain coldness to his gaze now. However, no one took notice of that difference. As soon as he returned, he went back to work. He was hiring new people, evaluating Specters, collecting Zephyx, and so on. It was almost like nothing strange had happened today. Everything had returned to normal. For the next couple of days, Nick avoided Winter. Whenever they accidentally saw each other, Nick looked and walked away. Winter could only sigh. If he had known that Nick would have been so hung up about Horwa, he wouldn't have asked the Dreamer to kill him. At the same time, Winter also regretted telling Nick. Did I do the right thing? Winter asked himself. Should I have told him? In due time, he might have recovered. But he also deserves to know the truth. At this moment, several different facets of Winter's personality clashed. Winter had been taught to put profits and power first, and he had always acted according to these principles. But when he had seen how much Nick had suffered from everything, he just felt guilty. Nick was his first real friend, and Winter felt horrible about putting him through so much pain. Winter felt like telling him was the right thing to do, but that might have also compromised his profits. I just didn't expect that he would be so hung up about this. I thought he would have gotten over it already, Winter thought. Winter remembered when Nick had choked him until he was unconscious a couple of days ago. At that moment, Winter had believed that he would die. That had probably been the most terrifying moment of his life. Of course, facing the blinding light when he was a child was also terrifying, but he knew that he wouldn't die from that. Yes, jumping into the sewers and fighting the Dreamer was also scary, but Winter knew that he could get away thanks to his ability. But when Nick squeezed Winter's neck, he felt like there was nothing he could do. Since his barrier had been broken, he couldn't even activate his ability. Nick's extreme reaction had taken Winter by surprise. Sure, Nick would probably get angry and shout at him. Maybe he would avoid him for a couple of days. But then everything should return to normal. That was how Winter had envisioned things would go down. But instead, Nick nearly killed him. That was not what Winter had expected. Winter generally viewed Nick as a friendly but melancholic person. Sure, Nick also had the capability to kill many people, but these people were all his enemies. And Winter wasn't his enemy, right? Yes, Winter had made a mistake when he was younger by essentially forcing Nick to grow up quicker, but he had just been 17 years old back then. Nick couldn't fault him too much for that. He had also been just a child. Just leave him a couple more days to calm down, Winter thought. The worst part is behind us. Eventually, things will return to normal. An entire month passed, and it was time for the yearly meeting of manufacturers again. This year, it was Kugelblitz's turn to host it again. Winter wanted to use the trip to the inner city as an opportunity to talk to Nick. After all, they hadn't talked even once in over a month, and things needed to return to normal at some point. There were several job-related matters that Winter needed to tell Nick. Winter had worked more than usual to compensate for the lack of communication, but this couldn't continue indefinitely. Sadly, when he arrived in Dark Dream, he heard from the receptionist that Nick had already gone to Kugelblitz over 30 minutes ago. Winter could only sigh and walk to Kugelblitz alone. Meanwhile, Nick was in Vernon's office, drinking some coffee. "All right," Vernon said after sitting down on his chair again. "What did you want to talk about? And why are you saying that you don't want Winter to know of it?" Nick sighed and looked at Vernon. "Some things have happened," Nick said. Vernon looked at Nick with a raised eyebrow, but he didn't say anything. Then, Nick told Vernon everything about what had happened with Horwa. Vernon's expression didn't change much as he listened. Eventually, Nick was done retelling his story. "And why are you telling me this?" Vernon asked. Nick looked to the side and sighed. "I can't work with Winter anymore," Nick said. "I realized that when all of this happened, Winter was only 17 years old. While I probably won't be able to forgive him, I can't ignore the fact that he was just a kid who made a mistake. For a month, I try to get over this fact. But whenever I see him, this unending rage comes out, and the only thing I can do is to walk away. Otherwise, I might do something I will regret." Vernon nodded as he kept listening. "And after thinking about all of this for a long time, I come to a decision," Nick said. "Winter owns 70% of Dark Dream, which means that he might as well own all of it. Additionally, Dark Dream will eventually be sold to Kugelblitz." Nick took a deep breath. "I've decided to quit Dark Dream." Vernon had already expected something like this. "What are you planning to do?" he asked. Of course, Vernon already had an inkling. "I'm selling my 30% of Dark Dream to Winter," Nick said. Vernon's eyes shone. "And at the same time, I am applying for a job at Kugelblitz as Zephyx Extractor." Vernon looked at Nick with an interested expression. That was an interesting proposition. Bang. Suddenly, the door shot open, and Vernon immediately frowned. People were supposed to knock before coming in. Vernon looked over and saw one of their receptionists. He wanted to admonish her, but her face was white, and she seemed like she had something urgent to say. "Yes?" Vernon asked, keeping his annoyance at her intrusion secret. "Sir," the receptionist said urgently. Vernon looked at her as he started to get worried. Nick just looked forward. His eyes were cold. Chapter 327, Death. Vernon looked with a shocked expression at the scene in front of him. Vernon and Nick had immediately run towards Kugelblitz's entrance when they heard what happened. Right now, there were over 20 people standing in front of Kugelblitz. To the side were several guards who were currently harshly interrogating a young-looking woman. The guards were experts, and based on her uniform, the woman was a veteran working for the city. Her eyes were showing deep panic and fear. A couple more guards were standing in the middle of the area. A couple of them were looking around, while some others were using complicated devices to inspect the body in front of them. Everything from the toes to the bottom of the head looked normal, but the same thing couldn't be said for the top of the head. The head ended at the top of the nose. Everything above that lay beside the body in bloody chunks. When Vernon saw the body, his face turned white, and he ran forward. "Winter!" he shouted. Yes, it was Winter's body. The guards would have stopped anyone who was trying to get close to the body. But this was Vernon Melfian. Most of the present guards worked for Kugelblitz, and Vernon was one of their senior directors. They didn't dare to tell Vernon what to do while he was emotionally unstable. So, they allowed Vernon to pass. Vernon's hand shook as he carefully kneeled beside the body. He slowly reached forward and touched the body. It was still warm. When Vernon held his son's hand, he felt like he was still alive. Sadly, that was only an illusion. Winter was dead, and it was impossible to revive him. The guards just sighed as they paused their investigation. In the distance, Nick just looked at Winter's corpse with a conflicted expression. Winter's fate had been decided about 5 weeks ago during Nick's conversation with Julian. Naturally, if Nick hadn't told Julian to kill Winter, Winter would still be alive. Nevertheless, Nick felt conflicted. Yes, the person that had caused him so much pain had died. He had finally gotten his revenge. However, Winter was also the closest person to a friend Nick had. The two of them had been working together for over 5 years now. They had created Dark Dream with their own hands. Nick thought about the time when Winter jumped into the sewers and how he had paid for Nick's recovery bath afterward. But then that scene was juxtaposed with the scene of Winter telling Nick that he would kill Hurwa if he didn't work with a dreamer right now. Nick thought about the time Winter had given Nick his weapons in exchange for a favor. Yet, that scene was contrasted with the time Winter told Nick to kill Pater. Nick thought of the time Winter told him that he genuinely was Nick's friend. However, the next scene was of Winter telling the dreamer to kill Hurwa. Nick's opinion of Winter was very mixed. He had done a lot of good things for Nick, but he had also done a lot of horrible things. On one hand, Nick felt vindicated after seeing Winter's corpse, but on the other hand, he also felt regret. Did Winter deserve to die? In Nick's opinion, yes. If he didn't, he would still be alive. Nick didn't think that he made a mistake by telling Julian to kill Winter, but he regretted that he had to do it. You've always been so careful, Nick thought as he looked at the corpse, which was being hugged by Vernon. You kept everyone at arm's length and had everyone in your control. As far as I know, I'm the first person that you let close to you, and that person is the reason for your death. Maybe it would have been for the better if you never told me the truth. With your manipulative conduct, you took on so many emotional debts that you couldn't possibly repay them. I guess the only way you could have survived was to take on more emotional debts to repay your old ones until you become strong enough that you can default on them without any major repercussions. What was that proverb again? Once you suppress a specter, you can never let it go. Nick just took a deep breath. Goodbye, Winter. I don't know if I regret meeting you or not. Nick slowly walked forward and approached one of the guards as he kept staring at Vernon. What happened? Nick asked. I only heard a quick summary of what happened. The guard looked at Nick with furrowed brows. This does not concern you, he said. It does, Nick answered. He's my boss. I'm the chief Zephyx Extractor of Dark Dream. The guard looked at Nick with surprise. All right, he said. The veteran over there, the guard said as he gestured to the fearful woman, arrived here around 15 minutes ago. She's working for Kugelblitz, and when she saw the two guards standing in front of Kugelblitz today, she started conversation with them. She talked with them for about 10 minutes, which is when Winter Melfian came out of his schweeb. The woman looked over at Winter Melfian and immediately shouted that a specter had broken out. She took out her sniper rifle and released a shot at Winter Melfian. According to the guards, Winter Melfian's barrier broke, and he immediately died. You can see the outcome, the guard explained. Nick looked at the corpse. Then, he turned to look at the distant woman. Why? He asked. We are still investigating, the guard said. Our hypothesis is that she was manipulated by an extractor or a specter due to her lack of self-preservation in the way she committed the crime. No sane veteran would kill one of Melfian's heirs in the middle of the day, in front of several people. That is tantamount to committing suicide. The guard noted that Nick seemed quite calm. Do you know anyone who could have had a reason to kill him? Chapter 328 Goal. A couple, Nick said. Dark Dream is worth a lot of money, he said. Everybody knows that Winter is the reason why Dark Dream was created, and how it became so big in the first place. With Winter gone, Dark Dream is just a juicy piece of meat. The guard looked at Nick suspiciously. He wasn't sure what it was exactly, but he felt suspicious of Nick. Can you elaborate? The guard asked. Well, Dark Dream only managed to gain footing in the city thanks to Winter. Without Winter's background, Dark Dream would have been consumed by one of the other manufacturers as soon as we got our first couple of Specters. Everybody knows that killing Winter means making Kugelblitz their enemy, and no one was willing to take that risk. Until now, apparently, Nick added. The guard kept looking at Nick. What about more personal reasons? He asked. Personal reasons? Nick asked. Everything you said so far makes it seem like his identity as Dark Dream's CEO is the only reason why someone would want to kill him. But what if someone had a more personal reason? Like revenge, the man said. Nick furrowed his brows. Hard to tell, he said. Winter and I have worked together for 5 years, but he always kept his personal life a secret from me. Nick looked at the corpse for a while. Although there is one person I can think of. Yes, the guard asked. Artem Melfian, Nick said. This surprised the guard. His brother. Nick nodded. Well, Dark Dream filed a complaint to the city around 3 to 4 years ago. It was a complaint about Cycle, Artem's manufacturer business, not having the manpower to suppress their own specters. And naturally, as the CEO of Dark Dream, Winter was the one that filed the complaint, and as a result, Dark Dream got all of Cycle's Specters, ruining Artem's chances of becoming an official heir in the process. The guard looked at Nick for a while. He knew exactly what it meant when a manufacturer complained to the city about another manufacturer not having enough people to suppress their own Specters. Such a complaint unveiled the fact that a secret war had been happening, and that the war had ended. "What about you?" the guard asked. "Me?" Nick asked back. "You seem quite calm," the guard said. "You act like his death doesn't concern you." Nick furrowed his brows as he kept looking at the corpse. "That's because I'm more concerned with my own life right now," Nick said. The guard raised an eyebrow. "I'm 90% sure that Dark Dream was the reason why Winter was killed," Nick said. "And with Winter now being dead, his shares of Dark Dream are now mine, which makes me the sole owner of Dark Dream." The guard's suspicion of Nick skyrocketed after Nick said that sentence. "And since I am now the sole owner of Dark Dream, I will be their next target," Nick said. "If I die, anyone can just file a complaint, and they would get all of Dark Dream. Even more, since Winter is now dead, Dark Dream is no longer protected by his family, which means that any random expert or even specialist could just kill me in secret without any repercussions." "You think I did it?" Nick asked as he calmly looked at the guard. The guard didn't answer. "Winter's death means my death," Nick said. "With Winter gone, what stops any manufacturer from just secretly assassinating me and taking Dark Dream for themselves?" "I'm a dead man walking," Nick said. As the guard thought about what Nick said, his suspicion lessened. Everything Nick said made sense. If Nick was truly the sole owner of Dark Dream now, it would only be a matter of time until he was killed. Yet, the guard just couldn't stop feeling suspicious of Nick. His mind was telling him that it couldn't have been Nick, but his heart was telling him something else. A short moment later, Vernon approached Nick. Vernon looked horrible, and Nick could feel the grief emanating from him. A father had lost his son. However, Vernon's suffering didn't mean anything to Nick. Vernon was the reason why the Dregs had been suffering for decades. He and Kugelblitz had been the ones who caused so much misery for the people. Vernon hadn't cared that his policies had doomed thousands of people into a life filled with suffering. So why should Nick care about him? Over the past month, Nick had had a lot of time to think. And he had come to a couple of decisions. One of them was regarding Vernon and Kugelblitz. In the past, Nick had been a bit on the fence regarding this issue. Yes, Vernon was partially responsible for the pain of the Dregs, but what could he do? He was just one of the shareholders. After a lot of thinking, Nick came to a decision regarding that matter. Vernon was complicit in the suffering of the Dregs, and people who took advantage of people far weaker than them deserved no mercy. "I wanted to save 1,000 people to repay the debt I owe to who?" Nick thought. "Now, I am responsible for the deaths of 1,000 people. I could kill myself, but that would just mean running away from my responsibility. Instead, I will continue living, and I will continue growing." Nick looked at the grieving Vernon. "And when I am finally powerful enough, I will kill everyone that exploits weaker people. I will kill Vernon. I will kill the governor. I will destroy Kugelblitz. I will destroy Anatomy. I will take control of this city, and I will make this city a good place to live in. I've got enough of all of these powerful and rich people causing suffering for thousands of people just so that they can add another zero to their bank account." Meanwhile, Vernon sighed. "Nick, I know it's a bad time right now, but we need to talk about some things." Nick nodded. "I understand. Sorry for your loss." Chapter 329, Contract. The guard watched Nick and Vernon entering Kugelblitz. The guard still thought that Nick acted suspiciously, but in the end, he just shrugged. He was not responsible for the investigation, and he was also one of the few guards who weren't working for Kugelblitz. So this didn't concern him. He was just a bit interested. Nick followed Vernon in silence. Naturally, Nick was quite a bit nervous, even though he was trying his best to hide it. It was a fact that Nick was the reason why Winter was dead. He might not have killed him directly, but he had ordered his death. And he knew very well that several people were suspicious of him based on his history with Winter. The reason why Nick had ordered Winter's death this morning was twofold. First, he wanted Winter to die while he had an alibi. And second, he wanted to show his motive for killing Winter before it actually happened. At first glance, the second part seemed stupid. After all, why would anyone want to tell others that they had a reason to kill someone? The reason was that Nick wanted to make it seem as unplanned as possible. Additionally, Nick wanted to show that he already had a way out of this. If he knew that Winter was about to die, why would he ask for a job from Vernon? He already had a solution, and he had already made his peace with the outcome. And then Winter just suddenly died. But there was actually one more reason as to why Nick unveiled his conflict with Winter. Nick knew that he wasn't a good actor, and he was sure that someone as experienced as Vernon would notice if Nick decided to fake his emotions. Now, since Nick had told Vernon about the broken relationship between him and Winter, it would no longer be as suspicious if Nick didn't seem as aggrieved. Nevertheless, Nick was still in a lot of danger. The next couple of hours were what would decide his future. After a long walk in silence, Vernon led Nick back into his office. The cup of coffee from earlier was still on the table. Vernon sat down and sighed. "I know a lot has happened, but we need to talk about Dark Dream first," Vernon said. Nick nodded. "I'm 90% sure that it was one of the other manufacturers that killed my son, and if we don't want them to gain anything out of this, we need to deal with the matter of Dark Dream's ownership as quickly as possible. Since they killed Winter, they will soon also kill you. Before that happens, we need to get you to a safe place." Even though Nick saw Vernon as a cold and ruthless businessman, he was still a bit shocked that Vernon could talk about money mere minutes after he heard that his son died. Usually, parents wouldn't want to deal with anything so quickly after their children died. Even more, except for a couple of minutes of grieving, Vernon looked quite normal and calm. Nick hadn't expected that Vernon would be this cold to his family. "Since I now own 70% of Dark Dream, I'm willing to buy your 30% and hire you as a team leader for Kugelblitz," Vernon said. "Like this, you don't have to fear anyone attacking you since there is nothing to gain from your death." Nick suppressed a smile. "That's not right, Vernon," he said. Vernon raised an eyebrow. "You don't own 70% of Dark Dream," Nick added. "I own 100% of Dark Dream now." Vernon furrowed his brows in confusion and annoyance. "I think you might have misunderstood the law," Vernon said after a sigh. "When somebody dies, their next of kin gets whatever they own. Since Winter does not have a wife or a child, all of his belongings go to me. That includes the 70% of Dark Dream." Nick's eyes shone, and a suspicious expression appeared on his face. "I was under the impression that Winter showed you the ownership contract for Dark Dream shareholders," Nick said. "Yes, he did," Vernon answered. "It's a standard contract that I personally drafted. I use it for all kinds of deals, and Winter borrowed it. He also gave me a copy for safekeeping. And that contract doesn't state anything in regards to the death of an owner of the company, which means that the standard process comes into effect." "That's wrong," Nick said with furrowed brows. "I explicitly remember signing it about 3 to 4 years ago, and I am certain that there was a clause in regards to the death of an owner. I remember it saying that, in the case of a death, the other owners get the shares of the deceased owner. I'm 100% certain that it is in the contract since I even remember becoming suspicious. I was afraid that this clause was in the contract so that Winter could, one day, kill me to get all my shares without having to pay me." Vernon started to become annoyed. "I have read through the contract, too, and I am certain that it is just the standard contract. I also told Winter to never create the specific clause you were talking about since that would endanger his life." The two of them looked at each other in annoyance. "I have a copy here. Let's just look at it and be done with it," Vernon said. Then Vernon stood up and searched through one of his drawers for a folder, which he then opened. After about half a minute of going through the folder, Vernon put the folder on the table, the contract visible. "Read," Vernon said. Nick did so and looked through the contract. As he kept reading, his brows furrowed. Sure enough, there was no such clause in the contract. But when Nick reached the end of the contract, his eyes widened in realization. Then he pointed at his signature at the very end of the contract. "That is not my signature," he said. "I never signed this contract. This is a fake. Chapter 330 dispute." Vernon also furrowed his brows. "That's not a fake," Vernon said with quite a lot of annoyance. "Winter gave me this just a couple days after you bought 30% of Dark Dream." "But it's fake," Nick interjected. "That's not the contract I signed, and that's also not my signature." Vernon's annoyance rose. What the fuck was Nick talking about? This was the contract. First, his son had died, and now somebody was accusing him of falsifying contracts. Today was truly not his day. "Fine," Vernon said as he put the contract away again. "If we go to get your copy of the contract, will you finally accept and sell your shares?" Nick stood up. "Let's go and get it." The next moment, Nick and Vernon started to walk out of Kugelblitz. They walked past Winter's corpse and the guards without stopping. The only thing that Vernon did was sigh after throwing a glance at the corpse. Since Vernon was an expert, he had no issues keeping up with Nick while he was jumping down from the top end of the middle layer. Less than a minute later, the two of them landed on the lower layer and ran towards the outer city. Then they entered Dark Dream. After they went into Nick's office, Nick searched through his documents for a while before he found the contract. He read through it, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face before he slammed the contract onto the table. "That's the contract. That's the clause," he shouted, pointing at the death clause. "And that's my signature." Nick pointed at the bottom of the contract. Vernon's eyes widened in shock before he started to read through the contract very carefully. Then he glared at Nick. "Was this your plan?" Vernon asked. "What?" Nick asked. "You had this issue with my son, but you knew that you couldn't kill him since he is the only reason why Dark Dream still exists. So, don't." Nick shouted aggressively. "Do not accuse me of killing Winter. I did not kill Winter, and I did not fake this contract. You're the one with the fake contract." Nick's eyes narrowed. "And I'm starting to think that you're the one that planned all of this," he said with a threatening tone. A deep well of rage rose inside Vernon, but he kept it suppressed. "You faked your contract," Nick said. "And then you killed Winter to get all of Dark Dream for free. You thought that you could just walk all over me, since I'm only a veteran." "Silence!" Vernon shouted in anger. "This is a baseless accusation. The fact that you insinuate that I would kill my own son for a couple of credits is insulting and disrespectful." "Insulting and disrespectful?" Nick repeated with a snort. "For a father, you got over your son's death really quick. Barely 10 minutes passed before you were talking about money again." Bang. Nick's table broke under Vernon's force. "Now I'm certain. You instigated all of this. You killed my son. No, you killed Winter." Nick shouted back, glaring back into Vernon's eyes. They glared at each other for some seconds. And then Vernon's rage vanished as an icy coldness came over his face. "It doesn't matter," he said calmly. "An upstart from the Dregs might not know this, but the city also has a copy of all important contracts for situations exactly like this. We'll just go to the city, demand the contract, and when we inevitably see my contract, your little scheme will crumble." Vernon looked at Nick. Surprisingly, Nick looked quite calm. "That's what I should tell you." "Sure, let's go to the city." Then Nick walked past Vernon, who looked at Nick with suspicion. Nick seemed very good at putting on a false front of confidence. But Vernon wouldn't fall for it. Most likely, Nick would try to escape, and Vernon wouldn't let him. The two of them left Dark Dream again and entered the inner city. Vernon kept a close eye on Nick all the time. Eventually, the two of them reached the central administration building on the lower layer. When the clerks saw Vernon's uniform, they immediately prioritized him and took the two of them into a room. Vernon told them why they were there, and the clerks left quickly to get the contract. Contracts regarding the ownership of manufacturing businesses were not stored in such an insecure location. These kinds of important contracts were held in a secure place in the upper layer of the inner city. Nick and Vernon just stayed in the room. Vernon kept an eye on Nick since he was sure that he was getting desperate. Nearly half an hour of silence passed. During these 30 minutes, the two of them kept throwing aggressive glances at each other. Eventually, the door opened, and a big group of people entered. Vernon looked at the 7 people who entered with annoyance. "Why are all of you here? This is just about a contract." 2 from the group looked with suspicion at 4 others from the group, who seemed just as suspicious of the 2 from the group. The 7th and last person was the only one that seemed neutral. "We just want to make sure that everything is going according to policy," one of them said. Even though all of them wore the city guards' uniforms, there were still a couple of small signs that show their identities. 4 of them worked for Kugelblitz, and 2 of them worked for anatomy. There were 2 specialists, 2 experts, and 2 veterans. The last person was the clerk from earlier, who was carrying the contract. "Good," Vernon said before motioning for the clerk to approach. The clerk walked to the table and revealed the contract. The guards looked suspiciously at each other, ready to attack. Nick and Vernon looked at the contract. A moment later, Vernon's face became white as his eyes widened. Meanwhile, a victorious smirk appeared on Nick's face. Chapter 331 Exchange. "Oh, I fucking told you," Nick shouted as he stood up from the table. "I told you that you had a fake contract. You faked your version of the contract, you fucking scummy scam artist." Nick shouted all of this while he pointed to Vernon's face. Vernon became increasingly agitated, barely containing his rage. However, he was too shocked about the revelation to shout at Nick. He was 100% certain that he had the real contract. He had taught Winter to never include a death clause in a contract. He had given Winter the contract. He had received the contract from Winter. Winter would never write such a clause. It was idiotic. You faked it, Vernon shouted as he glared at Nick with unending anger and hatred. Fuck off, Nick shouted back. You were the one that wanted to ask the city. I'm just a common upstart that doesn't even know that the city has copies of the contract. Vernon's clenched fists had turned pure white. Then he glared at the two guards from anatomy. The two guards had neutral expressions on their faces, except for a couple of tiny smirks. Naturally, they were happy to see one of Kugelblitz's owners losing to some random veteran in a legal issue. When Vernon saw their tiny smirks, his rage increased even more. You, he shouted at them. Then he pointed at Nick. This is all a scheme to give Dark Dream to Anatomy. You betrayed Winter. You betrayed my son. You're one of Anatomy's agents. Vernon shouted. Now, Mr. Melfian, one of the two guards from Anatomy said as he slowly walked forward with a polite smile. Let's not throw accusations around. Let's all calm down and dash. No, this is a conspiracy, Vernon shouted. I'm absolutely certain that my son would never create or sign such a contract. This has to be a fake. You must have exchanged it somehow. How? Nick asked with a snort. I'm a common upstart, and I'm just an initial veteran. I don't even know where these contracts are located, and even if I knew, how could I even manage to exchange them? Vernon narrowed his eyes even more before he glared at the two guards from Anatomy. You did this. You exchanged it on the way, Vernon shouted. Surprisingly, the two guards didn't show any reactions. They just kept their faces neutral. However, the other guards had uncomfortable expressions. Sir, one of the guards from Kugelblitz said they couldn't have exchanged it. Vernon looked with frustration at the guard. Sir, as you know, anyone who wants access to such important documents needs the permission of the two supervising experts during that day, and they are never from the same manufacturer. All of us gathered before the safe was even opened, and we all watched the clerk and the contract very closely during the entire journey. Sir, there was no way that anyone could have exchanged the contract during the journey, the guard said with an uncomfortable voice. Vernon was still clenching his fists in rage and frustration. Then, it must have happened beforehand. The guards didn't answer. Naturally, that was just as impossible. The safe could only be opened with the keys of the supervising experts, and no one could get into the safe without destroying it. Not even a force Spectre could get in there. Additionally, destroying the safe would require the full power of a specialist, and it would be impossible to keep the destruction of the safe a secret. The entire upper layer would hear the explosion of the safe, and to top it all off, a loud alarm would ring out throughout the city if the safe was touched just a bit too strongly. On top of that, there were even more security measures. It was an undeniable fact that nobody, except for the governor, could have exchanged the contract, and not even Vernon would suspect the governor. Is your plot finally collapsing? Nick asked. Maybe you thought that your extractors could exchange the contract during the journey. Or maybe this is just another plot. Maybe you want to act like you accidentally lose control and kill me in the process. Sure, it would damage your reputation, but you would recover due to your status. Nick slowly stood up and walked closer to the guards from Anatomy. The guards from Anatomy threw some glances at Nick, but they quickly focused on Vernon again. The guards from Kugelblitz seemed agitated and nervous. This might develop into something really horrible. The thing they were most scared of was that Vernon ordered them to silence everyone in the room. That would cause an uproar in the city. Vernon was barely hearing Nick's words. He was too busy trying to figure out how Nick could have exchanged the contracts stored by the city. However, no matter how much he thought about this, he simply couldn't find a way. Not even Kugelblitz could exchange these kinds of contracts. So, how could Nick? The next moment, Vernon was looking at the guards from Anatomy. Or how could Anatomy? Maybe a traitor? No, that wouldn't be enough. There were also neutral people keeping watch over these things. To exchange such a contract would require having control over 5 powerful people from separate places. While it was theoretically possible, no one would even attempt to do that unless there were billions upon billions of credits on the table. Dark Dream was not worth enough for something like that. Accept the truth, Nick said from beside one of Anatomy's guards. This is the real contract, and you faked yours. I did not fake the contract. Vernon shouted in absolute rage, his voice thundering throughout the room. The guards became increasingly apprehensive. The situation became tenser and tenser. Nick just looked at Vernon from beside the guards from anatomy. He believed Vernon. After all, Vernon's contract was real. All the other contracts were fake. Even the one from the city. The contract in the city's safe had been exchanged a couple of days earlier. Sadly, nobody knew that there were actually two people who could exchange the contract without getting noticed. One was the governor. The other was Julian. And who would suspect everyone's best friend, Julian? Chapter 332, Congratulations. Everyone just looked at each other nervously. Things could go bad real quick. For several seconds, everyone remained quiet. Sir, this contract can't be fake, one of the people from Kugelblitz said carefully. Vernon narrowed his eyes. Are you saying I'm a scam artist? He asked. No, the man quickly answered with fear. Maybe your contract is fake. Vernon's eyes narrowed even further. But you didn't fake it, the guy added carefully, almost wording it like a question. Vernon's brows furrowed. The contract could be fake, but he didn't fake it. Vernon looked at the contract in concentration. Only people who had signed the contract could give it to the city for safekeeping, and Vernon was certain that Winter would never allow Nick to give the contract to the city. This meant that it had been Winter who had given the city the contract. As for the apparent fake contract that Vernon had received, that had only been touched by Winter and Vernon. It was difficult for Vernon to accept, but the contract that the city had kept safe had to be the real one, which could only mean that his contract was fake. And since Vernon didn't fake it, Vernon fell into thought. Why? The only explanation remaining was that Winter had given Vernon a fake contract. However, Vernon couldn't think of a reason why Winter would give his own father a fake contract. What would he have to gain from it? Are you saying that my son faked this? Vernon asked the person from earlier with a thoughtful tone. No, sir. I would never accuse your son of something like that, the man replied rapidly. That could be, Nick said casually from beside one of the guards. At first glance, you seem like a nice guy, but I've seen how you act during big meetings. Vernon narrowed his eyes again, but he didn't look at Nick. He only focused on the contract. I also wouldn't trust somebody like you, Nick said with a sneer. Someone that managed to reach the top of Kugelblitz must have done some shady things. Silence, the specialist from Kugelblitz shouted. These are baseless accusations. Consider this your only warning. Nick looked at the specialist with narrowed eyes. His relationship with Kugelblitz was already irreparably damaged. He had already planned all of this, but it was still extremely dangerous. Everything was going just like Julian had predicted. The next moment, Nick looked at Vernon, who was still in thought. Vernon, Nick said. Vernon didn't react. Evaluate the next question carefully. If you were somebody else, would you trust yourself? Vernon didn't show any reactions, but Nick's question still entered his mind. Would he trust himself? That answer was obvious. Of course not. He was a major shareholder of Kugelblitz. He was someone who had decades of experience in a ruthless market. Trusting him would be naive. And his son wasn't naive. Vernon's expression changed to discomfort. Winter was his son. Wasn't it different with family? Vernon had raised Winter. He had given him everything. Did he make a mistake while raising him? No, Vernon realized. It's not that I made a mistake while raising him. It's that I raised him too well. I told him to doubt everyone. I told him to be suspicious of everyone. A pained expression appeared on Vernon's face. After thinking about it for a while, Vernon realized something. Believing that Winter had trusted him was akin to insulting his intelligence. He did the smart thing by not trusting his father. Vernon should be proud of him. But then why did it hurt so much? Vernon took a deep breath. He believed it now. Winter had given a false contract to Vernon while submitting the real one to the city. As to why, Vernon couldn't be sure. Maybe Winter had been afraid of some kind of takeover from Vernon. Or even worse, maybe Winter suspected that Vernon would kill him if he learned of the clause, which would then give Nick all the shares, which would give Vernon an easy way to get all of Dark Dream for cheap. After all, Nick was just some idiotic and naive extractor from the Dregs. It would be easy for Vernon to get an amazing deal from Nick. Did Winter really think that? Vernon asked himself. Did he really think that I would kill my own son? Vernon took a deep breath. Then he pushed the contract away from him and looked at Nick with narrowed eyes. Vernon realized that Nick was actually not wrong in accusing him of killing his own son. From Nick's point of view, Vernon must have looked incredibly suspicious with a fake contract. But that didn't matter. The things Nick had said to him were unforgivable. Nick accused Vernon of killing his own son, called him shifty, and worst of all, called him a scam artist. Vernon had always prided himself on his fairness. He would never scam anyone. It had been decades since Vernon had been disrespected this much, and it didn't matter whether or not Nick had a good reason. Vernon hated Nick, and he wouldn't forget what Nick had said to him today. One day, if the opportunity presented itself, Vernon would throw these words back at him. He could hardly wait. "Congratulations," Vernon said coldly to Nick. "You own all of Dark Dream. I'm sure Dark Dream will dash." "Thanks," Nick interjected, not allowing Vernon to end his sarcastic insult. Vernon's eyes narrowed a bit. Then he walked towards the door and left. Even though he couldn't finish his insult, the meaning was still clear to everyone. With the name of Melfian no longer attached to Dark Dream, its shield had vanished. Dark Dream now had to openly compete with Solace, Gemini, Ghosty's Lab, Anatomy, and Kugelblitz. All the manufacturers had something that allowed them to exist. Kugelblitz and Anatomy were the most powerful. Ghosty's Lab was the city's bastion of technology and advancement. Its survival was vital. Gemini had the backing of Ghosty's Lab, and the two sisters had proved to be extremely good at playing the political game. Solace was the provider of all the light in the city, and the city government held a protective hand over it. The Spartans had pledged themselves to Anatomy during their creation. And Dark Dream? Dark Dream had nothing. Chapter 333, Entering Anatomy. Vernon left the room, and the guards belonging to Kugelblitz also left after throwing a couple of glances at Nick. Nick silently watched them leave. Then he turned to the two guards from Anatomy. "So, can I get a meeting with Mr. Harrow or Mr. Stairwell?" he asked. "I'm open to offers regarding Dark Dream." The eyebrows of the two guards lifted in surprise. They had expected that Dark Dream would become a target dummy for all of the manufacturers and that it would be a matter of luck regarding who would get Dark Dream. As long as Nick died, Dark Dream would have no owner anymore, and if Nick didn't have an adult child or wife, the ownership of Dark Dream would default to the city, which would then hand it over to another manufacturer for safekeeping. Most likely Kugelblitz, since they had just too much sway in the government. The two guards had expected that Dark Dream quickly collapse. But now Nick asked for an offer. He was willing to sell Dark Dream? That would change everything. "You want to sell Dark Dream?" the specialist from Anatomy asked. "Of course," Nick answered. "I'm just going to die if I keep it." The two guards blinked a bit in surprise. Yeah, he was right, but this was a bit. "I can ask for a meeting," the specialist said. Then he turned to his colleague. "Get a couple more people and keep him safe. I don't want any accidents to happen to him." The other guard nodded. Of course. After all, if Nick died, Kugelblitz would most likely get Dark Dream. The next moment, the guard left the room. "We should also leave," the expert from Anatomy said before he also walked out of the door. Nick nodded and followed him. For the next several minutes, Nick saw 5 more people from Anatomy arriving beside him, but those were not wearing the city's guard uniforms. They all introduced themselves with polite smiles since Nick was most likely going to be one of their colleagues. Nick also introduced himself. After that, the people from Anatomy led Nick to their headquarters. Since he was now a veteran, Nick could just run along the rails of the Schweebs, which made it much easier to reach Anatomy. Anatomy had a gigantic building at the top of the middle layer. It was absolutely massive. It was over 100 meters high and probably took up the entire width of the megastructure. A huge puppet hung on top of the entrance, making the building look quite intimidating. There were no guards. The couple of people from Anatomy led Nick into the building. The walls were completely black, and the artificial light coming out of the ceiling seemed to get swallowed by the black walls. Speaking of, Nick thought as he looked at the artificial lights. Why is Anatomy using light from Solace instead of just building light shafts? Why are you guys using artificial light? Nick asked. Security, one of the people said. Some extractors can fit through tiny spaces, and light shafts would give them an easy way to travel throughout the building. Okay, Nick answered. So, it's because of guys like me. Nick felt very strange walking through Anatomy like this. For years, Anatomy felt like the most dangerous place in the city. Anatomy was Kugelblitz's biggest rival, and since Dark Dream had belonged to Kugelblitz unofficially, Anatomy would have the biggest reason to attack Dark Dream. Additionally, the two leaders of anatomy had treated Winter and Nick like they didn't even exist. Lastly, the way anatomy had fought against the city's inspection made them appear even shadier. Of course, their sense of aesthetic also made them appear just a slight bit spooky. But now Nick was using anatomy to protect himself. Right now, Nick knew that anatomy wanted him to survive no matter what. Even if they, for some reason, didn't get Dark Dream, they wouldn't want Kugelblitz to get it. After leading Nick through corridor after corridor, they eventually told him to wait in front of a door. Everyone except for 2 guards left after that. There was no more reason to give Nick such a big escort while he was inside their headquarters. And then it was time to wait. Neither Zarin Harrow nor Mundus Stairwell were in the building right now. The reason for their absence was as obvious as it was forgettable. The yearly meeting of manufacturers was happening right at this moment. Surprisingly, Nick only needed to wait for 15 minutes. Nick saw 2 people with black hair walking over to him. Both of them were tall men who seemed to be in their 30s, and their eyes were filled with a mix of coldness, calm, and confidence. One of them approached Nick. "I think we haven't been properly introduced yet," he said neutrally as he offered his hand. Zarin Harrow, Senior Director of Anatomy. Nick took the hand and shook it. Nick, Chief Zephyx Extractor, and now also owner of Dark Dream," Nick said nervously. "For however long that may be," he added with an awkward smile. The two shook hands, and Zarin nodded once before letting the other person step forward. The other person also offered his hand. Mundus Stairwell, Chief Zephyx Extractor of Anatomy. Nick also introduced himself to Mundus. "Let's talk inside," Mundus said as he stepped into his office. Surprisingly, Zarin also walked into the office. Nick gulped. "Seems like I'm going to talk with both of them," he thought before he entered as well. When he saw the office, he was a bit surprised. It was a bit cluttered and quite chaotic. There were many sheets of paper scattered around randomly, and Nick also saw many boxes without any labels on them. In a way, this office reminded Nick of his own office. The 3 of them sat down at the desk. Mundus sat behind the desk. Nick sat in front of the desk. Zarin was stuck sitting beside the desk since the back side of the desk was surrounded by random boxes, only leaving space for a single chair for Mundus. Since there were also only 2 chairs, Zarin had to sit on one of the boxes, but he didn't seem to care about it. "So, you are willing to sell Dark Dream?" Mundus asked. Chapter 334, Selling Dark Dream. Nick took a deep breath and nodded. "I have no other choice," he said. The 2 people from Anatomy didn't say anything, subtly telling Nick that they wanted to hear more. "Quite frankly, I know that Kugelblitz wants to kill me as soon as possible," Nick said. "You've probably already heard about the fake contract, right?" The 2 of them nodded. "I think Vernon killed his son to get Dark Dream. I don't know how things got this way, but I'm pretty sure about it. I mean, he didn't even grieve for 10 minutes before he approached me to ask about my 30% of Dark Dream. He probably thought that I was easy to manipulate since I wasn't born in the inner city." Nick narrowed his eyes as he looked at the table. "But I'm not." Then he shook his head. "Anyway, I know that I can't protect Dark Dream since I'm only an initial veteran. So I have no other choice but to sell Dark Dream." The 2 from Anatomy looked silently at Nick, making him nervous. Then they exchanged a glance. "We don't think that's what happened," Mundus said neutrally. Nick's eyebrows rose in surprise. "While we wouldn't put it past Melfian to kill his son for money, we also know that he's more intelligent than that," Zarin said from the side. "The timing and manner of everything is too strange. Melfian also wouldn't have made it so easy to disprove his contract. If he had planned something like that, he would have sent someone to exchange your copy and his son's copy in secret. Additionally, he wouldn't have killed his son right in front of his own place of work. Maybe there's some kind of hidden plot or meaning to commit such a dumb act, but for the life of me, I can't see it," Zarin explained. Behind the desk, Mundus chuckled a bit. "When looking at the facts, we're way more suspicious than Melfian," he said with dry amusement. Nick looked at the 2 of them with a bit of anxiety. "But you didn't do it, right?" he asked. The 2 of them looked at Nick for a couple of seconds. "Of course not," Zarin said calmly. If Nick wasn't sure that he had been the one who killed Winter, he would think that they had killed him. They acted just way too sinister and untrustworthy. Do they want me to believe that it was them to intimidate me so that I wouldn't ask for a lot of money? Nick thought. "How many Specters do you have, and how strong are they?" Mundus asked. Nick looked with discomfort at them. This was highly confidential. However, he had to tell them since he was about to sell Dark Dream anyway. 9 adolescents and 3 hatchlings, Nick said. The two of them showed no reaction. For a couple of seconds, Mundus just wrote something on a sheet of paper. Then he gave the sheet of paper to Zarin, who looked at it. Lastly, he nodded at Mundus. Mundus turned back to Nick. 80 million, he said. Additionally, you get a spot as team leader, and we will also hire all of the current employees. Nick took a deep breath. That was a lot of money. Nick closed his eyes for a while. Thank you, he said. But I can't give you a positive answer without asking Ghosty's lab, Gemini, and Solace for offers. The atmosphere in the room changed, and the two of them looked at Nick with cold eyes. Nick looked back. Over 10 seconds of silence passed. Mundus looked at Zarin. Zarin furrowed his brows. 120 million, he said. Nick took another deep breath. Thank you, but I still have to ask the others. The two of them looked at each other again. Are you going to ask Kugelblitz as well? Mundus asked after a while. My goal is to survive, Nick said. If I enter Kugelblitz, I might as well jump into the Crimson Sea right now. Mundus and Zarin looked at each other again. All right, Zarin said. But just to be safe, we want you to decide by tomorrow, and we also want 3 of our people to guard you until then. None of us want you to die to some assassin from Kugelblitz. Nick nodded. Thank you very much. The 3 of them nodded and left Mundus' office. Nick quickly received 3 of Anatomy's experts as bodyguards and left the building. Next, Nick went to Ghosty's lab to talk to their CEO. Naturally, Ghosty's lab was also interested in purchasing Dark Dream. However, they only offered 90 million credits. Nick kept all the offers secret. Next, Nick went to Gemini and met with the twins. He was quite surprised when they offered 150 million credits. Nick thanked them for their offers and left to talk to Solace. His talk with Hera was the longest, and her offer was also quite unique. She would give Nick 10% of Solace in exchange for all of Dark Dream, making Nick a director. Additionally, Nick would also become one of their team leaders, working under Hera. Hera told Nick that she was quite impressed by him and that she had a very high opinion of him. She would love to work with him. Solace's offer was incredible since 10% of Solace already represented about 300 million credits. It seemed like Solace put much more value on Nick as a person instead of Dark Dream. However, Solace might also not have the strength to protect Nick from Kugelblitz. After getting all of his offers, Nick returned to Dark Dream. The 3 people from Anatomy kept watch over Dark Dream, and several veterans from Anatomy were scouting Dark Dream's surroundings. They didn't want any of Dark Dream's employees to come to harm. Nick met a couple more people in his office over the day. The next day, in the early morning, Nick publicized his decision. And the decision shocked everyone. Nick wasn't selling Dark Dream to Anatomy. He also wasn't selling it to Ghosty's lab. He wasn't selling it to Gemini. And he also wasn't selling it to Solace. The entire city heard the news. 60% of Dark Dream was sold to its new CEO, Julian. Chapter 335, New CEO. And with the sad part out of the way, it is now my pleasure to introduce our new Chief Executive Officer. Some of you probably know him already. Please give a warm welcome to Julian Nerger. After a lengthy talk in front of all of Dark Dream's employees, Nick introduced their new CEO, Julian. Some of the employees felt a bit strange while they applauded, but most of them were actually quite excited. Naturally, when they heard that their previous CEO had died, they felt scared and sad. Winter had built Dark Dream from the ground up, and with him gone, the employees didn't know what would happen to them. Would Dark Dream be sold? Would they have to work for another manufacturer? Would they get killed? But when they heard that Julian bought 60% of Dark Dream, they felt quite excited. Everyone knew Julian, and everyone liked being in his presence. And now they could work under Julian. Additionally, Julian was a specialist. While it was still possible that another manufacturer could kill most of Dark Dream's workers and get it disbanded by complaining to the city about a lack of security, it would become much more difficult. A specialist was terrifyingly powerful. A specialist was so powerful that they could capture an expert without them even being able to kill themselves. One had to remember that fighting amongst manufacturers was illegal, and that the entire war thing had to happen in secret. So, if one of the attackers got captured and delivered to the guards, whoever sent the agent would have to pay absolutely brutal fines. These kinds of fines were not based on the damage done or by the agent the manufacturer had sent, but on what it would take to give said manufacturer a fitting punishment. If a veteran from Kugelblitz was found to have been sent to attack Nick, it might very well be possible that Kugelblitz would need to pay over 500 million credits. That obviously wouldn't kill them, but it would cause them a lot of damage. Because of that, having someone like a specialist present was insanely advantageous. The extractors knew that, which was why they were so excited. Having Julian as their CEO would give Dark Dream even more security than having Winter as their CEO. Julian walked towards the front and waved at the 100 or so gathered people in front of him. "Thank you for your warm welcome," he said with a smile. "I'm looking forward to working with all of you. I consider several of you friends, and I'm excited that I can help all of you to achieve your dreams." Julian gave a long speech in front of the gathered employees, after which he walked forward to greet each and every one of them one by one. Surprisingly, Julian knew the names of over 60 of the employees, which positively surprised everyone. While he was greeting them, Julian also told them that he wanted to meet each and every one of them for a personal conversation. Within the next week, everyone should come to his office at some point. Of course, only when they had time. Julian would be in the office most of the time, and if he wasn't present, he would tell his new assistant when he would be back. Winter had been an early John, which meant that he had still needed to sleep, eat, and drink. Since Julian didn't need that, he could spend much more time working. Sadly, the employees couldn't talk for very long with Julian. They had to return to work. After a while, Julian and Nick left the big hall and walked towards the 7th floor. Nick had a neutral expression on his face as he walked past several mouths growing out of the walls in the stairwell. Julian had already fully integrated. The walls and ceiling of the entire building were covered with smiling mouths. Yet nobody noticed. Nick was the only one who could see them. It was quite ironic. A Spectre was running a manufacturer. Nick was not sure if he had done the right thing, but he had already made his choice. And now he had to see it to the end. Several weeks ago, Nick had thought long and hard about what to wish. He wanted to kill Winter, but he also didn't want to lose Dark Dream. "I wish for us to be allies." That was Nick's wish. Julian had been quite surprised by that wish, and he had asked about what Nick meant specifically. "Simple. I help you, and in return, you help me, which makes me help you, which makes you help me, and so on," Nick said. After talking some more, Julian had gotten a new appreciation for Nick. Usually, Julian killed most people after granting them their wish. Sure, he would still lose some Zephyx after killing them, but it wouldn't be as bad as when he killed the person before fulfilling their wish. There were a select few people who had won a bet against Julian and lived to tell the tale, but they were all rather weak. They were the only ones who knew about the city's true ruler, but they couldn't tell anyone. If they tried to tell just a single person, they would die. In a way, they felt cursed. They were the only ones who could see the truth, but they could never tell anyone the truth. Nick had joined these select few, but compared to them, Nick had a more personal connection with Julian now. They were going to be allies. Julian would help Nick become more powerful and increase the power of Dark Dream. In exchange, Nick would be Julian's employee and do what he said. Of course, owning a manufacturer also gave Julian something. He would earn a lot of money, and he would also have an official job. Everyone believed that Julian was working for one of the manufacturers, but all the manufacturers thought he was working for one of the other ones. And since he now had his own business, he no longer needed to be afraid of being found out in this way. Chapter 336, A Visit. The two of them entered Julian's new office. As soon as the door opened, Nick noticed that Julian's office was covered in even more mouths. It was almost like the entire office was made of mouths. The only place that didn't have any mouths was the chair in front of the desk and a small pathway leading to it. Julian walked through the mouth-covered area, and the mouth seemed to phase through him. Then he sat down behind the desk, seemingly fusing into the domain of mouths. Nick couldn't see Julian anymore. "Come in," a chorus of friendly voices said. Nick's eyes showed determination, and he stepped inside. He had made his choice. He had made his wish. This was what he had chosen. Regrets? Guilt? Fear? Feeling any of that would be an insult to his choice. This was the ugly face of his choice. He had to look at it. Dark Dream had been handed over to a Spectre. Something that was supposed to suppress Specters was now being run by a Spectre. This was a betrayal of humanity. A human had willingly handed something like this to a Spectre. Something like this happened very rarely. After all, even little kids knew that Specters were humanity's greatest enemies. Accepting a deal with a Spectre would only end in one's death. But I need this, Nick thought with narrowed eyes. This is the only way I can achieve my goal. If humanity ever wants to win against the Specters, humanity first needs to unite. The same thing is true for this city. As long as Kugelblitz, Anatomy, Ghosty's lab, and so on fight against each other, Crimson City will never get enough power to truly free themselves of specters like Julian or the Parasite. Getting rid of the Parasite would have just required them to work together, but that never happened. In the end, the Parasite only vanished from the city after another Spectre got rid of him. Having Julian officially rule the city will cause less damage and misery than having the current leaders in charge. I would much rather hand the entire city to him than have things continuing to be this way. And when I am finally strong enough, I can take over. Humanity needs to unite, and the strong must stop their exploitation of the weak. Nick's eyes narrowed. And if they refuse to comply, they are humanity's enemy. You're not afraid? The mouths in the room asked. I made my choice, Nick said. The mouths chuckled. Didn't you always say that you hated how the weak suffered? And now you're handing a building filled with proverbial explosives to a specter, the mouth said. Your enemies are my enemies, Nick said. The heroes are the only ones that can see through your identity, and they're also the ones that were the reason why the Dregs had been so horrible. You haven't told me a lot about your power, but I know how specters work. If you really want to become a demon, you need to kill several specialists after winning bets against them. However, even if you win the bet and get the ability to easily kill them, every specialist that dies also provokes a huge investigation. You need a human that knows your true self and acts as your mouthpiece. Nick looked at the mouths with narrowed eyes. If I had to choose between you and the current leaders of the city, I would choose you. You have a selfish goal. The current leaders have a selfish goal. But your selfish goal will cause less misery and death. The more Nick thought about the absolute filth that was the mindset of Crimson City's leaders, the angrier he got. Handing humanity's fate to a specter might be better than handing humanity's fate to a human. I don't regret giving you Dark Dream, Nick said. If Winter kept being Dark Dream's owner, it would have one day been sold to Kugelblitz, and I would need to join another manufacturer. I want to help humanity, and to do that, I need power. Nick looked at the eyes. Just like how I am helping you become more powerful, you are helping me become more powerful. Silence. Humans are so interesting, the smiling mouth said. Your opinion of humanity is so low. Yet, your life's mission is to help humanity. Aren't you also human? Will humanity have a better fate if you are its decider? Nick looked at the mouse. Yes, he said with conviction. Silence. The mouse chuckled. How truly interesting, the mouth said. Working with you might prove to be very entertaining. Silence. Do you have a plan for Dark Dream? Nick asked. You are now the CEO, and I am your employee. Is there anything you want me to do? Yes, the mouths answered. Since we are now allies, I don't want you to die. That would be bad for me. I have seen how powerful you are. I saw the ambush of the Spartans. Nick's eyes narrowed slightly. I also know that you were the one that freed the Crimson Sea. The Crimson Sea ate several pieces of my food, and it made it much harder for me to find opportunities to collect debts from lost bets. You're lucky I'm not a human, or I might have killed you out of anger. Nick didn't say anything. Nevertheless, your survival is now relevant to my power. Because of that, I want to get rid of your weakness. And while we're at it, you may also prove your loyalty. Nick didn't show any reactions. Your power is terrifying, but only as long as the enemy doesn't know how it works. There is one person, aside from myself, that knows how your power works. This person is your weakness. Nick's jaw clenched. Prove that what you said are not just empty words. I made a wager with Albert. I bet that you would visit him within the next 2 months at his home. Nick didn't move, but his heart rate shot up. I want you to visit him. Nick didn't say anything as he silently clenched his fists. The smiles on the mouth seemed to widen. Chapter 337. The Good of the City. Nick left Dark Dream's building after finishing his talk with his new superior. After Nick left the building, he went to the edge of the city again. Whenever he wasn't certain about something or felt overwhelmed, he came here to look at the wall of red mist. Just as always, Nick looked at the red wall while lost in thought. At this moment, his heart was beating rapidly in his chest. My first kill was an adult woman who stole my credits in the Dregs, and I didn't even kill her on purpose. My second kill was someone from the insurance gang that tried to rough me up. This one wasn't accidental. Nick took a deep breath. It might not have been a kill, but the next time I felt something like this was when her whoop became catatonic. In a way, that was accidental. Later, I killed several people belonging to the Riker Strikers. Compared to my first kills, these were much easier. They were causing suffering to innocent people, and no one would care if I killed them. Most people would probably even be thankful. Then came Pater. Nick remembered what Pater had said to Horwa. While Pater had gone against Dark Dream, he was also helpless in the fact. In a way, Pater was just a child who had been exploited by a rich psychopath. Nick could see a definite trend in the people he killed. From accidentally killing an enemy, to purposefully killing an enemy, to accidentally killing a helpless person, to purposefully killing a child that was forced to become his enemy. After that, Nick thought about the day the Crimson Sea had escaped. He remembered the way all the innocent people turned into liquid while screaming in pain and terror. It was still difficult for him to think about it. The only way Nick could deal with the guilt was to keep telling himself that he would stop even more suffering from occurring. Yet, and now for the first time, I'm going to kill an innocent person on purpose. Nick took a deep breath. Albert has never done anything against me. In fact, the opposite is true. Albert is the reason why I even managed to become a Zephyx Extractor. He trained and taught me for months. Nick looked at the ground. And now I'm going to essentially kill him. I might not be the one actively killing him, but my actions will result in his death. Albert's face shot through Nick's mind. The nice old man. Naturally, he really didn't want to kill Albert. He wanted Albert to be successful and happy. Albert hadn't even shown an inkling of wanting anything bad to happen to Nick. I don't know, Nick thought. There's just no way I can justify killing Albert. It's not right. How am I different from the people I despise? In order to further my goal, I'm going to kill an innocent person. Nick just kept looking at the floor. But what choice do I have? Death. If I don't do it, I will die. What then? Will the deaths of all the innocent people be for nothing? Silence. They will be. If I die, all these people would have died for nothing. But how many more innocent people will die until I finally reach my goal? Albert might be the first innocent person that I will kill on purpose, but as long as I follow Julian, he most likely won't be the last. As long as I keep following Julian, I will commit more and more horrible acts. Nick took a deep breath. Nevertheless, what I told Julian was not a lie. If he becomes the true ruler of the city will have it better than right now. I only have 3 choices. First, refuse and get killed off by Julian. This will make the city's future uncertain. The deaths of the innocents might be for nothing. Second, secretly visit the governor or a level 6 extractor and unveil Julian. This will definitely result in Julian's death, but I will also die. The fact that I sold him Dark Dream is already unforgivable. Albert will survive, the city will stay as it is now, and the deaths of the innocents will be for nothing. Third, kill Albert. This has the highest chance of improving the city, but it will result in more innocent people dying. The debt of guilt will increase as time progresses, and the pressure of repaying said debt will increase. Nick just kept thinking about the issue. It is an undisputable fact that Julian will improve the city in the long run, especially if he also wants to please me a little bit to keep me loyal to him. Nick looked at the red wall with focus. The best outcome for the city is if I am the sole ruler. The second best one is if Julian is the ruler with me as an important support. The third best one is Julian being the ruler on his own. And the worst one is if things stay this way. The lives of the common people are morally more important than the lives of the extractors. The weak do not have the power to change the city. Only the strong people have the power. A newbie might be able to sway the way their new team works just a little bit. A John can already work as a guard and not condone illegal things that happen around them. A veteran can change how teams operate. An expert has a lot of influence over how the guards and at least one manufacturer operate. And the influence every extractor has over their surroundings only increases with power, which also increases their responsibility and guilt for why things are the way they are. Nick looked at the red wall. As long as the city's security isn't majorly compromised, I would rather kill a specialist than a commoner. Nick took a deep breath. He made his decision. Albert, you may have treated me well, and you are not my enemy, but this is bigger than you and me. I don't want to kill you. But for the good of the city, I have to. Chapter 338 Entrance. Nick entered the inner city after coming to a decision. He knew that the longer he waited with his visit, the harder it would become and the more doubt would appear in his mind. I can't afford to doubt myself now, Nick thought. I have made my decision, and I have to walk it to the end. If I die on the way, I will have made the wrong decision and doomed many innocent people. But if I manage to reach it, I will have made the right decision. The correctness of my choice is connected to my success. That means I have to try my absolute hardest to achieve success. I no longer have the luxury of choice. Nick looked for a Schweeb rail and jumped onto it from a distance. As a veteran, jumping a distance of a couple hundred meters wasn't difficult. He didn't even need his ability for that. After landing on the rail, Nick ran on top of it. If the rail became too steep, he simply grabbed the side and pulled himself upward. The relation between his strength and his weight was so unbalanced that Nick felt like there was almost no gravity. The inherent power of Zephyx was ridiculous and couldn't be compared to anything. After a minute, Nick reached the layer where the big manufacturers were. Some seconds later, Nick reached the layer where Kugelblitz was. He threw a glance at the entrance but continued upward. Julian had told Nick where Albert lived. Albert lived in an older house on the upper layer of the city. For the first time, Nick would enter the upper layer of the city. Usually, Nick would feel a bit excited, but it was impossible for him to feel these kind of emotions right now. Nick felt so much pressure that any other emotion barely registered. All the guilt that Nick had felt for his past actions was replaced with pressure to succeed. If he didn't succeed, everything would be for nothing, and he would count as one of the greatest monsters humanity had ever seen. His actions had resulted in over 1,000 innocent people dying, and he had done nothing good in return. Because of that, he had to succeed. Nothing was more important than improving the lives of the common people. He had to do it. There was literally nothing that was more important. Ironically, the more horrible things Nick did and the guiltier he felt, the more his own survival and power mattered to him. Nick was no longer living for himself. His life belonged to humanity. His life belonged to the world. Feeling excitement for seeing something new was incomparably unimpactful and irrelevant. It didn't matter. And since it didn't matter, Nick couldn't feel it. Nick continued ascending, and a couple of seconds later, he saw the rails making a curve and entering several garages. He jumped down from the rail and landed on the floor, which was made of incredibly powerful and durable black metal. The sunlight shone through the windows behind Nick. He was incredibly high up. After stopping for just a second, Nick walked towards the single person standing beside a small door. Almost everything in front of Nick was taken up by a solid and massive black wall. The only thing that looked different was the small door made of wood, which contrasted with the cold feeling of the wall. When Nick saw the person standing beside the door, he couldn't help taking a deep breath out of shock. The person was a woman with silver hair who calmly looked at Nick. She was wearing the uniform of an extractor who worked exclusively for the city. These kinds of extractors were quite rare, and they were tasked with the most important matters since they didn't have any vested interests in any of the manufacturers. But the thing that Nick was shocked by was the emblem on her chest. She was a specialist. A level 5 extractor that exclusively worked for the city. Nick didn't even know that the city had someone like that. However, the most prominent feelings Nick had after his shock passed were anger and disgust. A specialist. A specialist was so powerful and could do so much for the city. Yet the specialist's job was to guard a door. The reason for all of this was clear. The richest people in the city demanded absolute security for themselves, even if their desire for absolute security put many others in danger. After all, they had the most money, and as people who had the most money, they deserved the best things. Nick didn't have an issue with some luxury, but as soon as someone took so much that it negatively impacted a great number of people, he got angry. "I don't know you," the woman said casually. She was neither rude nor friendly. "My name is Nick, and I'm the chief Zephyx Extractor of Dark Dream," he said. When the specialist heard that, her eyebrows rose in positive surprise. "Oh, you're Julian's friend?" she asked. Nick nodded. "Yes. How are things going for him in Dark Dream?" "I haven't seen him in a while," she asked with interest. "He just took over Dark Dream, and he is currently getting familiar with it," Nick answered neutrally. "He seems to be doing quite well." The specialist smiled. "That's great to hear. Anyway, you want to enter the upper layer?" she asked. Nick nodded. "I'm here to visit an old friend I haven't seen in a long while." "Who?" she asked. "Albert," Nick answered. "I don't know his last name." "It's okay," the specialist said. "I know everyone that lives in the upper layer, and there's only one Albert. You don't have the wealth or power required to live in the upper layer, but it's enough for a visit. I can let you through, but keep in mind that you must leave again within the next 12 hours, or you will forcefully be thrown out, and you will also have to pay a hefty fine." Nick nodded. "That's fine." The specialist also nodded, and a small needle suddenly appeared in her hand. "I must test your blood to see if you are human." Chapter 339, The Upper Layer. Nick furrowed his brows, but he still extended one of his arms. Sure enough, The upper layer had ridiculous security levels. But even that is not enough since Julian managed to enter the upper layer, Nick thought. The copy of the contract that the city had stored had been in a safe on the upper layer, which meant that Julian must have managed to enter. Most likely, she just let Julian pass without testing him since he is her friend, Nick thought. The specialist moved the needle to Nick's right index finger and drew a bit of blood. A moment later, she put the needle into a small hole in the wall. Ding. A green light appeared above the hole for 3 seconds before vanishing. The specialist pocketed the needle and looked at Nick with a smile. You may pass. Welcome to the upper layer, she said as she stepped to the side and gestured to the wooden door behind her. Thank you, Nick answered with a nod before he walked to the door. After you go through the door, please read the sign with the rules before entering. Nick nodded without answering. Nick put his hand on the door and pushed. The door opened easily, and as soon as it did, Nick felt a small gust of pleasant-smelling air coming out. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. When he saw where he was a bit surprised. Nick found himself in a hall made of wood. The hall was about 50 meters long and 10 meters wide, and there were lockers everywhere. It reminded Nick of the rooms before the containment units in Dark Dream. Nick saw another wooden door on the other side of the hall and saw a big sign beside it with the rules on them. Shoes are forbidden. Wearing outside clothing is discouraged. Wearing weapons is forbidden. Don't be loud. No running. Be respectful. Don't ask personal questions without knowing the other person well. Don't enter private property without the permission of the owner. There were a couple more rules, but those were the most important ones. Nick also saw a couple rules specifically for visitors, and when he was done reading them, he furrowed his brows. This was crazy. The next moment, Nick walked over to some lockers that were specifically for visitors. He opened one that was unoccupied and saw what he was soon going to wear. It was a brown shirt made of very soft fabric and some comfortable brown pants made of the same fabric. When he touched these things, he had to take a deep breath. He had never touched anything so soft. The next moment, he took the clothing and entered a changing room at the side. In the changing room, he undressed and put all of his clothing in a basket before going into a shower with cleansing liquid. After showering, Nick put the warm and fuzzy clothing on before walking out of the changing room. He put the basket with his stuff into the locker before grabbing one of the keys and locking it. Then, he put the key around his arm and walked towards the exit. This was the first time in years in which Nick had been walking barefoot. He couldn't help thinking about his past in the dregs. The wooden floor felt warm and nice on his bare feet, and the clothing warmed his body. After reaching the door, Nick opened it and stepped through. For the first time, he entered the upper layer of the city, a place where only people worth over 100 million credits could live. Nick's feet stepped on a small path made of soft dirt. Beside the path was green grass. Basically, everything around Nick was covered in grass. There were also quite a lot of trees with beautiful green leaves almost everywhere. The air smelled fresh and invigorating, and the sky was a beautiful bright blue. There were also a couple of small and white clouds slowly drifting across the sky. Even though it tried its best to hide, Nick's senses could also pick up some kind of furry animal with a big bushy tail that was clinging to one of the trees with a nut in its mouth. Nick could also see animals with feathers and wings that could fly. These animals looked like smaller and thinner chickens. About 50 meters away, Nick could see a man, a woman, and 2 kids sitting on a blanket in the middle of a small meadow. They were eating some sandwiches, which they had brought from home via a nice basket. Compared to Nick, all 4 of them wore white clothing instead of brown. The color of the clothing probably represented the difference between visitors and citizens. Nick saw the family laughing happily. He looked away from them and focused on the dirt path in front of him. Nick's fist clenched. The contrast between the upper layer and the outer city hit him like a ton of bricks. The upper layer was disgusting. The sheer amount of Zephyx required to make all of this possible had to be ridiculous. How much of the city's wealth was wasted on creating this paradise for the richest 1%? The fact that these people could laugh all carefree in this paradise while the displaced people of the Dregs were fighting for their lives in a world of blood and rust and rage. Nick remembered how much he had suffered in the Dregs when he was younger. And while he had suffered, these people had enjoyed life in this paradise. He hated the upper layer. The upper layer perfectly represented what was wrong with the city. Nick took a deep breath and walked forward. As he kept walking, he passed by a couple of people wearing white clothes. One of them even started a casual conversation with him, but Nick only gave curt answers. He only asked the guy where he could find Albert. The man looked a bit offended by Nick's tone, but he told Nick where he could find Albert. Nick just thanked him and left. Not even 5 minutes later, he arrived at Albert's house. Chapter 340, Albert's house. After walking through what seemed to be a forest, Nick reached Albert's house. Nick had seen a couple of houses on his way to Albert's house. All the houses he had seen were made out of wood or mossy stone. Only when Nick saw Albert's house did he realize that he hadn't seen a single piece of metal until now. Albert's house, compared to all the other houses, was made of black metal. It was the same kind of metal that the entrance to the upper layer was made out of. Albert's house was the only thing made of metal that Nick had seen in the upper layer. It was strange. In the Dregs and in the outer city, everyone was surrounded by nothing but metal. The ground was metal. The houses were metal. Everything was metal. But here, nothing was made of metal. When Nick saw the house, his heart rate spiked again. This was it. This was the moment. As long as Nick went to the house, knocked, and saw Albert, he would doom him. He could still leave. Albert was not yet dead. Nick could still turn around. Nick took a deep breath. He clenched his fists and did his best to focus on the house in front of him. Then he walked forward. Nick felt like the world was compressing his head as he moved his arm towards the door. Knock, knock, knock. He had done it. He had knocked. Nick felt like the surroundings had darkened. That was it. There was no way back now. Some seconds later, the door opened, and Nick came face to face with Albert. He looked just like the first day Nick had met him, except for the different clothing. Just like back then, Albert had mostly black hair with a couple of gray streaks going through it. All in all, he looked to be in his 50s. However, that wouldn't be accurate for him since he was an expert. Albert was probably already over 100 years old. Nick still remembered how Albert had helped him analyze his abilities and trained him for a couple of months. Albert furrowed his brows as he looked at Nick. "Who are you?" he asked. Naturally, while Albert hadn't changed, Nick had changed quite a bit. The last time Albert saw Nick was when he captured the Dreamer. Back then, Albert had shown Nick how Chief Zephyx Extractors found ways to work with Specters. The last time they had met, Nick was still a 16-year-old with above-average fitness. Now Nick was 21. He had grown quite a bit, and his muscle mass had more than doubled. But the most noticeable change was Nick's aura and demeanor. Back then, Nick had still seemed innocent, naive, and insecure. Now, Nick appeared solemn, serious, and intense. The wonder of seeing new things had been replaced with disgust at these things' moral and economic implications. The world that had once been colorful was now covered in a gray, black, and red film. And just like the world had lost most of its colors, Nick also seemed far less colorful. When Nick saw Albert's face, he felt like the black hole in his chest had reopened again. He knew that he was looking at a dead man. It had been done. Albert had lost his bet, which meant that Julian could consume him anytime. Julian became stronger by making bets and winning them. When he won his bet, his powers while fighting the person who had lost would multiply, making him almost invincible. Julian was also an entire level above Albert. At this moment, it would be enough for Julian to send one of his many mouths to Albert. Albert wouldn't be able to see or defend himself from the mouth, and the mouth would consume him whole. In essence, Albert would vanish. One day, while he was just sitting in his home, a mouth might appear below him and kill him. No one would notice. Nick had doomed Albert to this fate. "It's me," Nick said, trying to keep his voice from quivering. "Nick." Albert's eyebrows rose in surprise, and he looked Nick up and down. "Wow," Albert said after a bit. "You look completely different 250. From back then." Then Albert laughed. "To think that you would still remember this old man," he shouted with joy. "Come in," Albert said as he made space for Nick. Nick nodded and walked past Albert. Inside the house, Nick saw a room filled with books. On one of the walls was a hole with a fire burning inside. Nick hadn't seen a fire in years. Creating fire was extremely difficult since there was nothing one could burn. Wood didn't exist. Paper was rare and made of materials that didn't really catch fire. Clothing was mostly made of thin strands of bendy metal. Food was mostly cooked in big areas with clean metal plates that focused the light. And yet, Albert had a fire burning in his house. The fire gave the room a cozy and warm feeling, but every second it burned represented several credits. Nick looked at the room with a complex expression. Under normal circumstances, he would grow angry at the waste of credits happening right here, but he just couldn't get angry at Albert. After all, he would soon be dead. Nice place, Nick commented. It's nothing special, Albert said as he walked over to a nice chair. Come sit down, Albert added as he pointed to another chair. Nick walked over and silently sat down. You want something to drink? I have coffee, Albert said. Nick felt a desire for coffee. Sadly, that desire was quickly overwhelmed by a stinging feeling of guilt and hypocrisy. Coffee? He didn't even need to drink anything to stay alive. He was a veteran. Why would he need to drink anything? After also adding the ridiculous price of coffee. No thanks, Nick said. How could he possibly accept drinking coffee after solidifying his goal? Coffee would be a thing of the past for him. Chapter 341, Chatting with Albert. Suit yourself, Albert said as he drank a cup of coffee that he had made before Nick had arrived. Nick just looked at one of the windows. He felt horrible. But I have to do it. I did the right thing. Nick turned to look at Albert. He must be sacrificed for the good of the city. Albert hadn't talked to Nick in years, but he could tell that something was up with him. Albert noticed that Nick seemed absent-minded almost all of the time, and that he looked in seemingly random directions without any purpose. There was also the fact that Nick said nearly nothing. Lastly, Nick probably wasn't just here to casually chat. Albert could see that Nick was deeply troubled by something. How are things going? Albert asked, trying to get a conversation going. I heard a couple of things, but I want to hear what happened after I left the last time. How's the job? How are you? Did anything interesting happen? Albert smirked. Do you have a girlfriend? Nick took a deep breath and sighed. He thought back to the last time they met. Working with a dreamer wasn't difficult after you left, Nick narrated absent-mindedly. For the next hour, Nick talked about things that had happened to Dark Dream while Albert asked some questions here and there. Overall, this could be seen as a pleasant and interesting conversation. When Nick talked about the first yearly meeting of manufacturers, Albert became very interested. He asked several questions about the meeting. That was when Nick remembered that Albert had never been to these meetings, which made him feel weird. Albert was so much more powerful than Nick. And yet, he didn't have the status to attend these meetings since he wasn't the owner of a manufacturer or a chief Zephyx Extractor. Something that Nick had done as a John was something that Albert couldn't possibly do as a powerful expert. The more Nick told Albert about the past years, the more shocked and impressed Albert became. Nick was really powerful, and it was insane how many real fights he had been in just 5 years. Albert was over 100 years old, and he had needed to fight for his life for maybe a total of 3 times. When Nick heard that, he became skeptical. Only 3 times in 100 years? Yes, fights like that are very rare, Albert said. Most extractors die during their shifts. Only very few die to other extractors. I mean, and how many fights have your employees been? Nick blinked in surprise. Actually, yes. There were only 2 times in which his employees were involved in fights. One was when Nick had fought against Cycle. Back then, Kiera and Jonathan had been in a fight. Nick sighed. Sadly, both of them were already dead. The other time was when they had chased after the empath, and that wasn't even a fight against another extractor, but a Specter. Sure enough, Dark Dream's employees basically never really fought. And according to Albert, that was the norm. Fights were very rare in Crimson City. I think you have more battle experience than me, Albert said. In fact, you might already have more experience overall. Nick furrowed his brows. I can get the first statement, but the second one is ridiculous. No, listen to me, Albert said. The only thing that I did for over 80 years was to work with my assigned Specters. I got an assignment from my team leader, did the assignment, got another assignment, did that assignment, and so on. That's all I did for over 80 years. Have I seen more Specters than you? Absolutely, but that doesn't say much. I wasn't the one that found out how to work with them. I was very rarely involved in capturing them. I just worked with them. And when I finally quit, I joined the city's forces. Ever since then, I was basically cooped up in my little lab on the upper layer with my colleagues, researching things. I know a lot of theoretical things, but I don't have much practical experience with said things. I know perfectly how to use my weapons, but I've never truly used them. I know exactly what to do if a huge containment breach happens, but I've never been in one. Ironically, I wasn't on duty when the Crimson Sea broke out, which meant I wasn't even part of that one. Meanwhile, you captured several Specters, fought against them, had many fights with extractors, and you also created ways how you can work with Specters. Do you know more about how Specters and Zephyx work? Definitely not. But do you have more experience with these things? Yes, most likely. That's shocking. Albert said as he leaned back in his chair. In just 5 years, you went through so many things. The next moment, Albert released a sigh. You also saw your home getting destroyed when the Crimson Sea broke out. That was probably also hard to witness for you. The image of the melting people of the Dregs involuntarily shot through Nick's mind. It was difficult to look at that image. Yes, maybe, Nick answered absent-mindedly. He couldn't muster up the motivation to actually think about his answer, and just stated it. Albert raised an eyebrow in a concerned expression. Nick, why are you really here? He asked in a soft voice. Nick's heart rate spiked at the question, and his mind became alert immediately. What? Nick asked. Why are you here? Albert asked with a sigh. I can tell that something is bothering you. While it's nice to think that you are just here to chat with an old man, that's probably not the truth. It's not hard for me to see that something is bothering you. I've seen many people in my life, and I can see when someone needs help. Nick grimaced as he avoided Albert's eyes. Help? He asked with a tone representing pointlessness. Yes, Albert said. While I don't know what happened, I can tell one thing. You might not realize it yourself, but your entire demeanor screams 2 words. Help me. Chapter 342 Discussion. Help me. Nick repeated in his mind. He became agitated when he thought about that short phrase. Help? Did he even deserve help? I don't deserve help, Nick thought as his emotions calmed down again. I have done too many terrible things. The time of receiving help is over. I can only give help from now on. Nick slowly shook his head. I don't want any help, he said. Albert raised an eyebrow. Want or need? He asked. Does it matter? Nick snapped back with some annoyance. Albert just silently looked at Nick with a worried expression. The more Albert looked at him, the more Nick felt guilty for his outburst. Sorry, Nick answered. It's fine. I can manage on my own. Albert took a deep breath but hid it from Nick. What's on your mind? He asked. Even if you don't need any help, you can tell me at least, right? Nick looked at Albert. The caring expression on Albert's face felt like a twisting knife in Nick's heart. Nick just wanted to run out of the house. Everything was already over and done with. Albert would soon die. What was the point of staying here and talking to him? Yet, when Nick saw Albert, he just couldn't run. What do you think of this city? Nick asked. Albert's expression changed to interest at the question. There are things that could be improved, he said. I would say there's a bit too much waste going on in general. There's also quite a bit of corruption, but there's not much you can do about that. Is there really not? Nick asked. Not what? Albert asked back. Is there really nothing you can do about the corruption? He asked. I mean, you can do a little bit, but if you do too much, it might go in the other direction, Albert said. Nick just silently looked at Albert, waiting for him to continue. You see, there are individual interests, commercial interests, and class interests. Individual interests are what individual people and their families want. Commercial interests are what a company wants, and class interests are what a class of people want. When you go against someone's individual interests, you have to contend with that individual and their family. Of course, for the city's government, that's not very difficult. Going against commercial interests is much harder, but the city can still do that. You run into trouble when you go against class interests. For example, everyone knows that the manufacturers are not squeaky clean. They are definitely doing illegal things below the guards' noses. If you stop one of these things, you can stop it, but if you try to stop all of them, you make an enemy out of all the manufacturers. At that point, an entire class is against you, and the city needs that class. In a protest, the manufacturers might deliberately cause damage to the city. Oh, you want to stop me from this illegal deal? What if I kill a couple of people? What if I start secretly ransacking the homes of the people in the outer city? Is that what you want? Albert said, imitating an executive from a manufacturer. It's difficult, Nick, Albert said with a sigh. You can have all the veggie cubes in the soup, but if you don't give others some of the broth, you will suffer. The examples I named are not even that extreme. If things go really badly, the heroes of Kugelblitz might decide to kill the governor outright in a rebellion. The governor is the connection between the city and Aegis. While the city can't resist Aegis, everything that happens inside the city is still under the city's control. What can Aegis do if every single person in the city says that the governor died heroically against an invading demon? Aegis can't just execute all the heroes on a baseless suspicion. So, all in all, yeah, the city could be better, but there's not much you can do to improve the status quo, Albert said. Nick looked at Albert with furrowed brows. All of that made a lot of sense. However, what if the governor were a protector? Nick asked. Well, Albert answered. The revolution wouldn't be an issue anymore, but the silent crimes and the refusal to help the people would still persist. What if the governor has total surveillance over the city and deals with anyone that isn't willing to help the city? Nick asked. Albert looked a bit uncomfortable. That would make him worse than the manufacturers. That would take all the freedom from the people, essentially turning them into nothing but productive machines. Nick narrowed his eyes. How is that different from having laws? Nick asked. The only difference would be that criminals wouldn't be able to get away with their crimes. You still have your home, your belongings, your power, and so on. Albert obviously wasn't the biggest fan of this thought. Fine, he said. For the sake of the argument, let me concede that fact. Another issue would be that the city's destiny would be in the hands of one single individual, and if only a single individual had power, only that single individual would have their desires fulfilled. You can't just put all the power into the hands of one person. People are flawed. What if that person has some kind of unreasonable hatred for people from the outer city? What if that person wants to kill all the Specters? What if that person is power-hungry? Sure, dictatorship makes it easier to implement sweeping changes, but when only a single person decides all matters of a city, they are bound to make huge mistakes. Albert's words didn't do anything to deter Nick's determination. All of your arguments are based on the weakness of the person. What if that person is very altruistic and wants to improve the lives of as many people as possible while also being very competent in leading a big group of people? He asked. Albert rolled his eyes. Sure, if all these things actually happen, and if such a good, nice person actually manages to climb to such a high position, it might prove to be a good thing for the city, he admitted with some annoyance. But these people are basically non-existent, and betting on a person to be one of these people without perfectly knowing them is a surefire way to lose your bet. Chapter 343 Argument. So it is possible, Nick said. Albert groaned in annoyance. Theoretically, yes, but it's not practical. You can also say that a cockroach can become a hero if it just so happens to be beside Specters all the time without getting killed or noticed. You can also say you can theoretically become humanity's first level 9 extractor, but that doesn't mean that it will actually happen. The chances of finding such a perfect and good dictator are insanely low, mainly because such a person wouldn't even have a high chance of reaching such a high position. At some point, you need ruthlessness and flexible morals to advance, Albert said with a sigh. Having flexible morals is sadly an advantage in this world, and when everyone around you makes use of that advantage, you are at a disadvantage if you don't use it. However, making use of that advantage wouldn't make you much different from the others, in which case you wouldn't fit the criteria for this perfect dictator. Albert noticed that Nick's expression didn't show any strong reactions. It was almost like Nick wasn't even entertaining the arguments Albert presented. Albert, Nick said after a bit, if we ignore the practicality and just think about a world with endless possibilities. Albert did his best to stop from rolling his eyes. If you had the power to change the fate of the city right now, would you do it? Nick asked. Of course I would, Albert said. Many people would do that. Not everyone is solely focused on their own power. Nick nodded. What if you needed to do horrible things to change the city, but you're sure that you will succeed? Nick, the ends don't justify the means, Albert said. You can't just kill one person, save 10 people, and say that you did a good thing. Nick looked deeply into Albert's eyes. Maybe not, Nick said, but let me ask you another question. You said that killing one person to save 100 would be wrong, right? Nick asked. Yes, Albert said. Nick nodded. Now, if put before this decision, what would the 100 people vote on? Albert looked a bit uncomfortable. Then he sighed. Obviously, they would want to save their own skin. There's no way that 100 people would sacrifice themselves for one person of their own volition. Nick didn't look away from Albert's eyes. Would they consider it moral that the single person dies for them? He asked. Yes, but just because many people believe something doesn't make it true or right, Albert answered. So most people are interested in their own survival, and if their survival is threatened, they would think that they were unjustly killed in the vast majority of cases. Is that about right? Nick asked. Sadly, Albert answered. Many people talk about how nice and helpful they are to their community, but as soon as their quality of life actually declines, all their words and opinions suddenly change. If it comes down to it, most humans will sacrifice many strangers to keep their own lives or to protect the lives of their loved ones. Nick just kept looking at Albert. Then, doesn't it make sense that the survival of the majority would be the most moral thing? Nick asked. No, because morality is objective, Albert said. Things that are wrong are just plainly wrong. Nick narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you telling me that a starving child in the Dregs or the outer city isn't allowed to steal some food because stealing is wrong? Nick asked. Surprisingly, Albert's expression didn't change. That isn't relevant because the child needs to have someone taking care of them. It is not the child's responsibility to get the food. If the child starves, it's the fault of their guardian. If their guardian is dead, the city has to take care of the child. And if it dies, the city is at fault. Some anger appeared in Nick's eyes. And if the city doesn't take care of the child, do you want it to starve? Nick asked. I don't want the child to starve, Albert said. If it really needs the food to survive, it will steal the food. However, that doesn't mean that the child is without guilt. It could have chosen not to steal the food and die. Nick asked. Albert shrugged. Nick's eyes narrowed. By now, he had gotten quite angry. Wasn't he the one talking about practicality earlier? And now he wants a child to starve because it isn't allowed to steal. Nick looked at Albert. If he were the child, he wouldn't think like that. I bet he would say that it would be absolutely okay for him to steal since the person he would be stealing from wasn't starving and that they didn't need this food to survive. Nick glanced around the cozy room. Warmth. The entire room spoke of warmth and calm. It was the room of an old person who had come to terms with life and had accepted their position and situation. How much are you paying each month to keep living here? Nick asked after a couple of seconds. Albert's eyes narrowed. This does not concern you. In fact, I don't think I want you inside my house anymore. Nick looked at Albert. I wanted to help you, but instead of telling me what's going on with you, you're trying to posture your superior morality in front of me. You might not have said it clearly, but your intentions are obvious to me. You think I'm well off and that I ignore the blight of the common people. That might be true in your viewpoint, but I have earned all of this. I have worked my ass off for over 80 years for this. Compared to others, I'm not constantly demanding more and more things. I'm not even eating any of the delicious and expensive food since I view it as a waste of time. There are way worse people out there, and compared to them, I'm a saint. Don't forget that I helped you back then without expecting anything in return. And after I did that for you, you're suddenly talking to me like I'm some kind of monster. Albert stood up. Get out of my house, and I don't want to see you again until I get an apology for your ungratefulness. Chapter 344. They are the enemy. Oh, fine, Nick said as he stood up. Then he turned around and walked towards the door. Albert kept glaring at him from his chair. Nick opened the door, stopped, and glanced at Albert one last time. Go. Albert shouted. Nick turned around and left the house. Now Albert was alone again. Ungrateful brat, he grumbled to himself as he made another cup of coffee. That's why I don't have children. They're nothing but trouble. Meanwhile, Nick slowly walked away from the house, his eyes filled with conviction. Nick's resolve had been strengthened by talking to Albert. Morality is not objective, he thought. Things that are wrong in one place might not necessarily be wrong in another place. And since morality is subjective, the worth of one's morality is equal to the number of one's lives, namely 1. If 49 people were to be sacrificed for 51 people, maybe the majority would believe it to be wrong since not everyone is the same. However, if it is 10 to 100, the chances of it fluctuating are minuscule. In almost every case, a majority of people would vote for the minority of people to get sacrificed for the majority's survival. Nick turned around and looked at Albert's distant house. The more people survive, the more moral it is. If I sacrifice 1,000 people for the survival of over 10,000, I will have been right in my actions. Nick turned away from Albert's house and continued walking. I have already sacrificed over 1,000 people. I have already taken out a loan, and the interest is scarily high. I can't fail now. If I fail now, I will be a monster. But if I succeed, I will be a savior. Nick's eyes narrowed. I can't lose. I can't allow myself any distractions. Right now, I am an absolute monster, but if I do it right, I won't be anymore. I can redeem myself. It will just be very, very hard and will take a long time. After talking with Albert, Nick's guilt had lessened quite a bit. He still felt bad about killing him, but I'm sorry, Albert, but for the good of the city, you have to be sacrificed. I have already sacrificed over 1,000 people. One more won't make a difference. After a while, Nick reached the exit of the upper layer. He put the clothing for visitors away and put his old clothing on again. Even though the clothing for the visitors was much more comfortable, Nick liked wearing his own clothing far more. After he put on his old clothing, Nick looked at the entrance to the upper layer again. Less than 1,000 people are allowed to live in this utopia. There were more people living in the Dregs than people living here. And yet, one person living here could sacrifice just a bit of their wealth to vastly improve the lives of the people in the Dregs. I don't think that all 1,000 of them are pure monsters. At least one of them would be willing to give a bit of their wealth for the poor. But they can't. The greediest part of these people would make the lives of the less greedy part hell. And in the end, humans are more interested in their own gain. Would they sacrifice their lives for 1,000 people? No. The moral minority of people want to help the less fortunate, but the rulers of this city won't allow them. But if they get an opportunity to vocalize their opinions without any repercussions, they will show their support. In the end, it's all about Kugelblitz and anatomy. They are the enemy. Nick stepped out of the wooden locker room. Oh, already back? The specialist asked Nick. Nick looked at her and nodded. How was your talk with Albert? She asked. We had a little argument, Nick answered. If you'll excuse me, I have somewhere to be. Sad to hear, she said with a friendly voice. Come by again, okay? Sure, Nick said before he jumped onto the rails. About a minute later, Nick reached the lower layer of the inner city again, and he walked out of the southern exit. He reached Dark Dream pretty quickly. Nick felt like quite some time had passed, but in truth, not even 3 hours had passed since his talk with Julian. After he entered Dark Dream, Nick greeted the employees he met on the way and went to Julian's office. He opened the door without knocking. There was no point in making his presence known since Julian's presence was all over the building. Julian's human body was currently talking to someone in another room, but that didn't matter. Julian's office was still inundated with mouths. Nick calmly walked to the chair in the middle of all the mouths and sat down. It's done, he said. I visited Albert. Yes, I can feel it, Julian said. Well done. That goes a long way in proving your loyalty. Nick looked at the mouths with determined eyes. Talking to Albert made me realize that I did the right thing. I want to help the majority of people, and with you leading the city, more people will survive than now. Yes, you will consume experts, specialists, and maybe even heroes, but the number of lives you're going to take will be fewer than the number of lives those experts, specialists, and heroes are taking. I want to help you in achieving control over the city, Nick said with determination. The mouths in the room chuckled. You would be fine with me killing powerful people as long as it meant that the weaker people would survive, he asked. A rich person's death and a poor person's death is not different, Nick said. So why would a powerful person's death and a weak person's death be any different? The mouths chuckled again. Lucky me, I suppose, they said. Nick remained silent for a couple of seconds. Julian, there's something I want, he said. Oh, what is it? Julian asked. I am physically strong, but there are many things I don't know. I don't know how Zephyx works exactly, and I also don't know how to properly negotiate with others. I don't know how I can discern if someone is trying to manipulate me or not. If I want to achieve my dream, I need to rectify these mistakes. Julian, can you please teach me these things? Nick asked. The mouths didn't say anything for a while. Then they suddenly chuckled. Sure, why not? Chapter 345, Metal. Time continued to pass in Crimson City. Months had passed since the Crimson Sea broke out. During these months, the outer city underwent drastic changes, while the inner city barely felt any difference. Sure, a couple of wares in the inner city had hiked up in price, but everyone could still afford them without any issues. Meanwhile, metal became extremely expensive in the outer city, something that had never happened before. Crimson City had always had a huge abundance of metal, and even if one found a pristine plate of metal on the sidewalk, one wouldn't even bother picking it up. The only kinds of metal that were worth anything were steel and metal treated with Zephyx, but those were not materials that normal people came into contact with. The rusty metal in the city always seemed to be everywhere, but now things were different. All the spare pieces of metal had been cleared off the streets. In the past, if someone needed some metal to fix a hole in their house, they would just walk to the streets, grab a plate, and fix it to their house. But now they just couldn't find any loose metal anymore. When the first shops selling normal metal popped up, the citizens became confused. Selling metal? Which insane person would buy metal? And when these same citizens needed the metal, they became angry that they had to pay for it now. Nevertheless, many of them paid the exorbitant prices. The ones that refused to pay for the metal just waited. At some point, metal would become free again. Yet, just a couple of weeks later, things became even worse. All the metal shops closed business. Metal could now only be sold via the city. Someone who had a lot of metal and wanted to sell it needed to contact the city to sell it, and somebody who needed metal also needed to contact the city. The people who had too much metal could quickly sell it since the city was basically buying every single piece of metal on the market. Sadly, the people who needed metal found it almost impossible to get it. It was really, really hard to get the city to sell some metal to the people. If one needed metal, one better had a good damn reason for it. A hole in the ceiling was not a good reason. So, that's just another light hole. You're missing an entire wall. Just take half of another wall to close the hole. The people felt like they were living in a different reality. Something that had been abundant just months ago was now impossible to come across. But then something changed again. A trend appeared. Sleek one-strip houses. Instead of having a house made of thick and cold metal with many holes in it, a company appeared that was offering a service to change the houses. The company would take the old and rusty plates of metal and replace them with new, thinner, and cleaner plates. Naturally, there were also no holes in these plates, and the entire house would even have a uniform style and look. They also didn't even ask for any credits. Just 20 liters of blood donated over an entire year would be enough. Naturally, this company was owned by Kugelblitz. Of course, not many people were fans of paying with their blood, but it was actually the best solution to their current problems. But there was another problem. Losing 20 liters of blood was a lot for one person. It could even be life-threatening. That was when the next change took place. The price was per household, not per person. While families didn't have issues with the cost, people living alone didn't have it as easy. Even two people living in a house might not be completely fine with the price, but they still needed usable houses. So, these people looked to the streets, at the displaced people from the Dregs. Many people of the outer city offered the people of the Dregs to live in their houses for 1 year in exchange for 10 liters of their blood donated across the year. The blood was basically seen as rent. Even more, the actual owners of the homes would even pay the measly 100 or so credits of taxes for them, so that they wouldn't die of blood loss. In the end, the sudden rise in the metal prices resulted in the elimination of almost all homelessness. Within months, most houses were replaced with newer and better-looking ones. Naturally, the company offering the service got more metal than they were using, which they then sold to the city for a hefty profit. In a way, one could say that the outer city was skimmed off an entire layer of metal. And what happened to all the metal that the city bought? The first pieces of metal were turned into crimson shields, lovingly called cockroaches. The deaths on the city's underside had been brutal, but after the cockroaches had been introduced, the deaths drastically reduced. A cockroach was a 2.2 by 1.2 meter bowl of metal with several straps attached. Someone working on the underside of the city would strap that bowl on their back and grab the underside of the city. The bowl would then encompass their entire body and only leave a small gap of about 10 centimeters through which the worker could see the outside world. The small gap and the good distance it was away from the eyes assured that the person couldn't see the Crimson Sea, no matter how much they turned their heads. Additionally, people could use the cockroach as a big bucket in which they could store their tools. The cockroaches were a great invention, which reduced the deaths by a ridiculous amount. Of course, the cockroaches were named as such due to how they looked when someone wore them and worked on the city's underside. A worker crawling along the city's underside looked like a metallic cockroach moving out from the city, leaving a trail of grips behind like footprints. Working on the underside of the city was also called roaching from then on. Chapter 346, Hellgates. After the cockroaches were created, the city used the metal to produce grips and uniform steel plates. These new plates would become relevant a couple months later. 4 months after the beginning of roaching was changed. There were no more places close to the city center without any grips, and every single roacher, the name of the people working on the city's underside, needed to travel at least 50 meters into the red mist. Weak Johns with horrible barriers would need to turn around just when they got to the place where they needed to put their grips. Because of that, all initial, early, and mid-Johns were no longer required to work as roachers. Sadly, that also meant that the hours for the late and peak Johns increased, but there was nothing they could do about it. After around 10 months, a bit over half the underside of the city was covered in grips. The Crimson Sea had already been below the city for almost a year by now. By now, almost all luxury goods from outside the city had been used up. The price of coffee skyrocketed. Certain kinds of expensive meat were no longer available. Salt was getting rationed. However, the city could survive. The inner city produced enough food for everyone, and water wasn't an issue since it rained regularly. But now even the people in the inner city felt the effects. Many of them were even willing to spend some of their money to expedite the construction of the city's underside. The governor accepted their proposition and made use of it. Extractors could now volunteer for roaching in exchange for competitive pay. Every hour of roaching was 1,000 credits. While most of the extractors were not interested in the offer, quite a few of them actually jumped at the opportunity. Anatomy and Ghosty's lab had the most Johns, but they didn't have that many adolescents. The adolescents that the two of them had were divided among younger extractors with more potential. Johns, who had been at the peak of their level for many years, only had to work for around maybe 3 hours per week. While they still earned a lot, they definitely didn't earn nearly as much as the younger Johns. Because of that, roaching became a lucrative alternative. After the governor had introduced the voluntary roaching, the speed of the construction had doubled. Even though everyone needed to travel even further, the remaining parts of the city's underside were completed within another 4 months. Now, the entire underside of Crimson City was covered in grips. That was when the next phase of the construction started. Huge beams made of steel were placed on the big central support, supporting the metallic plates further away. Since the city had had over a year to plan for this phase, not many problems happened. Strengthening the city's underside was finished in barely 2 months. Then it was time for the next phase, a bridge to the outside world. Builders hung from the underside of the city's edge and placed the central steel beam. Yes, steel. This bridge was of monumental importance, and the city had converted all the metal it had received into steel. After placing the steel beam, the lower and upper steel plates were fixed to the beam. For now, the bridge would only be 2 meters wide since reaching the outside world was important. Sadly, after about 300 meters, the builders could see that the steel could no longer withstand the insane stress. The bridge needed more support. Eventually, the governor himself had to get involved. A humongous pillar of extremely durably and expensive metal was produced, and the governor jumped into the Crimson Sea with it. The Crimson Sea wasn't strong enough to endanger the governor in the short term, which meant that the governor could travel through it. After sinking for a while, he reached the bottom of the Crimson Sea. The floor was made of exceedingly hard metal of unknown origin, and the governor needed to use almost all of his power to create the small holes needed to fix the huge pillar of metal to the floor. Eventually, he succeeded, and the pillar was created. This central support was used to keep the bridge and this part of the city's edge stable. Construction resumed. By using more steel beams diagonally going from the pillar to the city, the builders made another 500 meters of bridge. Then, it became problematic again. Luckily, they were close enough to the outside world that the builders, who were veterans and experts, could safely jump to the outside world. From there, they resumed the construction, jumping back and forth for materials. Fortunately, the walls of the huge crater were made of durable metal from the ruins below them, making it easy to create more support for the bridge. Sadly, the construction needed 6 months instead of the projected 4. The reason was that one of the supervising builders had mysteriously vanished. Albert Ibrecht had simply vanished when no one was looking. Since no one had heard him laughing, it probably meant that he didn't jump into the Crimson Sea. This meant that something extremely dangerous was lurking in the surroundings. Because of that, security had been bumped up several notches, and construction only continued under the supervision of a specialist. Luckily, no more incidents occurred, and the bridge was finally constructed. Crimson City had been isolated for almost 2 years. Finally, it was connected to the outside world again. The people from inside the city could finally see the other end of the red mist. The bridge was 1,200 meters long, and it led through a long corridor surrounded by thick walls of red mist. Since no one was traveling through it yet, it seemed eerie. A big gate was placed on the edges of the bridge so that passing caravans could see that Crimson City actually still existed. Over the years, the caravans would also give names to the gates. The Hell Gates. Chapter 347, Manufacturer Problems. Almost 2 years had passed since the Crimson Sea had broken out. A bridge had been created to the outside world, and the city was recovering. Aegis knew that Crimson City still existed, but all the caravans and the cities didn't know that. The caravans that usually visited Crimson Sea just saw a huge red cloud of unknown origin in the place where Crimson City was supposed to be. Almost all of the caravans immediately turned around as soon as they saw the red mist. Sure, the caravans were very powerful, but this was something that could destroy an entire city. Getting close to it wasn't a good idea, and that had been the right decision. The few people who actually decided to come closer and investigate quickly came face to face with the Crimson Sea. The Crimson Sea had claimed a couple of experts from the caravans, and even a specialist would have nearly died if they hadn't reacted perfectly. The specialist had fought the Crimson Sea's mental pull with all of his power, and several people kept holding him back. The only reason why the specialist had survived and recovered was that he had been a late specialist, while the Crimson Sea had been an early fanatic. As for the cities, they had simply not heard anything from Crimson City, and the people they had sent either didn't come back or reported that only red mist was left of the city. In any case, no one knew that Crimson City still existed. The first order of business after building the bridge was to send out messengers to the surrounding cities and to tell them what was going on. While Crimson City had permanently changed, it would eventually recover. Yet, while the city was releasing a proverbial sigh, the manufacturers became tenser. The Crimson Sea's presence had impacted the manufacturers the most. First of all, the Crimson Sea had gotten rid of the parasite's presence, and the governor used this opportunity to keep a constant watch over the single bridge that led into the city. Every single animal that approached the city would be killed. Over several days, 3 animals were killed: a rat, a bird, and a dog. After that, no more animals showed up. All of these animals had been sent by the parasite, and all of them had been killed. While finding the parasite inside the city had been almost impossible, finding him outside the city was extremely easy. After all, not much moved in the outside world. The only things that moved were the wind, caravans, specters, and minions of specters. Nothing else. The parasite's minions were like chickens in a desert. There was no place for them to hide. Since the parasite couldn't enter the city anymore, it became much more difficult for the manufacturers to find specters. Nearly every manufacturer had been trading with the parasite. Another change was that the Crimson Sea also consumed specters. Most hatchlings that newly appeared inside the city accidentally looked at the Crimson Sea since they didn't know about it, and many more powerful specters had been killed as well. The number of specters roaming free in Crimson City had probably dropped by over 70%. Of course, the normal people were happy about that change, but the manufacturers were not happy. The longer things stayed this way, the more Kugelblitz's power grew. They had the most powerful specters, and they kept producing more powerful extractors than everyone else. For example, Kugelblitz received another specialist, giving them 21 in total. The second place was Anatomy, with just 6. Within the last 2 years, a total of 5 specters had been captured by all of the manufacturers combined, which was ridiculously little compared to the average of 10 to 20 that had been captured each year. Sadly, Dark Dream didn't get any of those. The battle for the specters was more brutal than ever before, and Dark Dream just couldn't compete with the more powerful manufacturers. Over the last 2 years, Dark Dream managed to recover from all of its losses. They now had 1 early veteran, which was Nick; 1 peak John, which was Jenny, the team leader of the Johns; 5 mid Johns, with Taryn being one of them. Taryn was the team leader of the newbies; 3 early Johns; 4 initial Johns; and 10 newbies of varying levels of power. Sadly, they still couldn't even hope to compete with the other manufacturers. The destroyed Spartans had had 5 veterans and over 30 Johns. Dark Dream couldn't even compete with the destroyed Spartans with their single veteran and 13 Johns. Dark Dream was by far the weakest manufacturer. The next weakest one was Solace, with over 20 veterans and even 2 experts. Dark Dream didn't even have 10% of their power. If it weren't for Julian, Dark Dream would have already been consumed by the other manufacturers. Julian was everyone's friend, and none of the other manufacturers viewed Dark Dream as a threat thanks to him. Why would someone fear a weapon if that weapon was wielded by their best friend? However, Julian still had to be extremely careful. While it seemed like Julian could freely walk around the city, it actually wasn't that easy. Julian's mental powers worked very similarly to the Crimson Sea's mental powers. It wasn't difficult for Julian to completely manipulate the minds of experts or weak specialists, but strong specialists had quite some resistance. Trying to influence a strong specialist was extremely risky for Julian. If he won, he would gain another tool, but if he failed, Julian would definitely die. After all, the specialist would attack Julian, call over more powerful specialists, who would also be resistant to Julian's powers, and suppress Julian. This was why Julian's public perception was imperative to his survival. Everyone, from commoners to experts, felt like they regularly met Julian somewhere and talked to him. However, the specialists, and especially the heroes, extremely rarely met him, and if they did, Julian would only say hello before making himself scarce. Being around such powerful extractors was dangerous, since many of them had tools and methods to confirm if someone was a Spectre or not. As for the heroes, they had never really seen Julian. That meant that Julian also wasn't really their friend. They knew that someone named Julian existed and that he was viewed in high esteem, but that was basically it. So all in all, this meant that Dark Dream was safe from Solace and Gemini, but that didn't necessarily expand to Ghosty's lab, anatomy, and Cuboblitz. Chapter 348, Pressured to Leave. Julian was known by the CEO and CZE of Ghosty's lab, but they hadn't met him yet. Julian had made it a point to never come into contact with Ghosty himself. Ghosty was an extremely old genius. Ghosty alone had revolutionized the way manufacturers worked and contained Specters. Someone like that was bound to be unfathomably intelligent. As long as Julian couldn't guarantee winning a mental battle against Ghosty, meeting him would be a horrible idea. While the CEO of Ghosty's lab was only an expert, Julian also avoided meeting him. The CEO was close to Ghosty, and if Ghosty suddenly noticed a change in his friend, he might grow suspicious. A normal person might not grow suspicious when a previously closed door had opened without their notice, but a genius would definitely notice. The genius might even notice the door handle being in a different position than normal. Influencing anything around Ghosty was risky, and Julian knew that, which was why he avoided him. Luckily, and ironically, manipulating Cuboblitz was easier for Julian. The difference was that Ghosty's lab was owned by two powerful people, while Cuboblitz was owned by many. Cuboblitz's CEO was a strong specialist, and they owned 30% of the company. Naturally, Julian avoided them. Aria Light, their chief Zephyx Extractor, owned 20% of the company, and Julian also avoided her. However, Vernon Melfian, who owned 20%, was only a strong expert. Julian had already met him, and the two were friends. The remaining 30% of Cuboblitz was distributed among random extractors and rich people of the upper layer. About 70% of those considered Julian their friend. This meant that if Cuboblitz decided to do something to Dark Dream, they would face quite some opposition. Sure, the majority could overrule the minority, but that was never a good idea unless it was an emergency. Offending Vernon and the shareholders might result in them selling their shares, which would be troublesome for Cuboblitz. Because of that, Cuboblitz definitely wouldn't go after Dark Dream. A single little Dark Dream wasn't worth the internal drama. Sadly, Julian also had zero control over Anatomy. Anatomy was run differently from all other manufacturers. For example, Anatomy didn't really have a CEO. Anatomy was led by a trio, with Mundus being the unofficial leader. Mundus Stairwell owned 40% of Anatomy and was their chief Zephyx Extractor. Naturally, Julian didn't dare to meet him since Mundus was Anatomy's only hero. Zarin Harrow owned 30% of Anatomy and was one of their two directors. He was a powerful specialist, and Julian never met him before. Sadly, Ariel Cerillion, their second director who also owned 30% of Anatomy, was also a powerful specialist. Compared to Cuboblitz, all of Anatomy's owners were also powerful and active extractors, making it extremely difficult to manipulate or control them. Anatomy was the biggest danger to Dark Dream because of that. While Julian also had no control over Ghosty's lab wasn't aggressively expanding by any means necessary. Ghosty's lab was essentially indispensable due to its incomparable contributions to technology. Anatomy was different. Anatomy didn't have any specific or special things that it contributed to the city. They just had a lot of powerful extractors and a lot of Specters. They didn't contribute much to science. They didn't have something as special as Solace's network of light. They didn't have as much sway in the government as Cuboblitz. If the chance presented itself, Cuboblitz would consume Anatomy without a second thought. The only reason why it hadn't happened yet was that fighting against Anatomy would strain the entire city. The governor couldn't possibly put his city in such insane danger, which meant that the governor would help Anatomy. Suddenly, it was no longer 4 heroes against 1 but 3 against 2, with the strongest hero in the city fighting for Anatomy. Cuboblitz either needed an insanely good reason to attack Anatomy, or they needed to assassinate the governor before doing it. Naturally, Anatomy knew that, which was why they were violently clawing for any kind of power they could get. Luckily, thanks to Julian, Anatomy wouldn't have an easy time against Dark Dream. Anatomy had 6 specialists, but everyone would notice if one of their specialists did something suspicious. But the same thing wasn't true for their experts. One expert alone could kill everyone in Dark Dream, except for Julian on their own. Julian alone couldn't keep hold of an entire manufacturer on his own. So, as long as Anatomy could kill Nick and most of his employees, they could take Dark Dream for themselves. If they kept killing Dark Dream's employees, no powerful extractor would want to work for Dark Dream anymore, and at some point, Anatomy could just complain to the city about Dark Dream's lack of strong extractors. Naturally, killing Nick was the best way to reach that goal. But they couldn't do it inside the city. The specialist's senses were terrifyingly sharp, and attacking Nick anywhere close to Dark Dream's building was suicide. As long as Dark Dream's employees didn't move far away from their place of work, they were safe due to Julian. Luckily, just like every other manufacturer, Dark Dream was now under immense pressure. All the Specters had been obtained by the other manufacturers, and the more time passed, the more powerful they grew. If Dark Dream ever wanted to walk out of their shadows, it needed to capture more Specters. And since Dark Dream couldn't get any Specters from inside the city due to the overwhelming power difference, it could only look out of the city. Specters existed outside the city, in the outer world. However, Julian couldn't go there. If he did, Anatomy might decide to assassinate extractors inside Dark Dream. He had to stay here. If they wanted Specters, they needed to buy them or capture them from outside the city. Sadly, due to the scarcity of Specters, their prices skyrocketed. Dark Dream couldn't buy any of them easily. Even more, there was another issue. Dark Dream didn't have an adult. The fact that Nick became an early veteran after 2 years without an adult was already shocking and raised a couple of eyebrows. Usually, a veteran needed an adult to progress in power, which was why it was strange that Nick managed to advance. Naturally, Nick couldn't tell them that Julian had helped him with his own Zephyx. Instead, he said that he had simply worked with a crazy number of peak adolescents. If Nick managed to become a mid-veteran without Dark Dream having an adult, everyone would know that something fishy was going on, and Julian's secret would be unveiled. This meant that Nick's power progression was stuck. As long as Dark Dream couldn't get an adult, he couldn't advance anymore. Because of that, Dark Dream was forced to look outside the city. They had to get an adult from there, or at least a couple of weaker Specters, which they could exchange for an adult. And since Julian couldn't leave the city, that only left Nick. He had to leave Julian's presence and go into the outside world. Otherwise, Dark Dream would stagnate until it eventually collapsed. Chapter 349, Adult Nick. 2 years had passed since Nick became a veteran, and he had just recently advanced to become an early veteran. At this moment, Nick wore the new uniform of Dark Dream. Since Dark Dream officially had a veteran now, they were finally strong enough to get their own uniforms. They no longer needed to use the city uniforms. Dark Dream's uniforms were mostly dark purple, but there were also a couple of black streaks in them. Dark Dream's official new logo was the eye of an owl, namely the Dreamer, which was surrounded by a small black swirl, making it seem like the eye was drawing someone in. A newbie would have one eye. A John had 2 eyes, which were side by side. And veterans would have one big eye with 3 eyelash-like protrusions coming out from its top. The protrusions were necessary since the symbols of a newbie and a veteran would be too similar otherwise, which might cause confusion or an incident. Nick's weapons had also changed. The silver spears and blades he had received from Winter had long since become unusable to him. On Nick's back were 3 small cylinders and 3 big ones. The cylinders were only about 10 centimeters long. The smaller ones were only around 2 centimeters wide, while the bigger ones were almost 5 centimeters wide. Naturally, these cylinders would turn to spears as soon as Nick pressed a button on their side. The 3 small ones were perfect for throwing them without Nick's ability being active, and the 3 big ones were perfect for throwing them with his ability being active. Sadly, due to weight issues, Nick couldn't carry too many with him since the bigger spears were far heavier than the smaller ones. The good thing was that Nick could still move without any issues with his current loadout. As for his fist weapons, they weren't even visible. Nick's fist weapons only looked like thick wristbands in their normal state, but after he activated them, a huge blade would shoot out of them. A new addition to his fist weapons was that cover for his fists would also extend outward and wrap around his fists. Nick had specifically wanted his weapons to be like this in case his blades broke off. His frame was still wide and muscular, and most people still felt intimidated when they saw him. In fact, due to his new demeanor and aura, the number of people who were intimidated only increased. Nick no longer seemed like a happy-go-lucky teenager. He no longer seemed nice, happy, and helpful. Over the past 2 years, Nick had a lot of time to come to terms with his new life and his new goal. Naturally, this had changed him. His smiles were rarer, and they mostly only appear when he was trying to be friendly or polite. During all other times, he either looked neutral, bored, serious, or annoyed. He had been a chief Zephyx Extractor for 7 years by now, and he had become fully used to his authority, power, and role. Yet, while strangers often felt intimidated by Nick, the same thing wasn't true for his employees. If one got to know Nick more, They would realize that it was easy to talk to him and that he was quite helpful. While he wasn't very talkative anymore, the things he said were often valuable and thought through. Of course, Nick's new goal in life was only partially responsible for this change. Another major factor was his lessons under Julian. Ever since he had asked Julian about teaching him, Nick had been learning from Julian almost every single day. Julian knew that it was important for Nick to grow as a person and to learn more things if he was to be a good assistant. Naturally, Julian would never completely trust a human, but he was confident enough in his power to teach Nick a scary number of things. While learning something, two things were important: intelligence and determination. Intelligence allowed someone to learn things quicker and to more easily understand complex concepts. Determination allowed someone to learn more and to internalize the learned things quicker. An intelligent person without determination would pick up things here and there, but only if they were interested in them. A determined person with little intelligence could learn most things, but it would take a lot of effort and some time. Additionally, more complex concepts will be very difficult to learn. In terms of intelligence, Nick was not a genius, but he also wasn't stupid or average. One could say that he was above average. Many people might have believed him to be dumb since he knew so little and constantly had to be taught by people, but that assumption was actually incorrect. The reason why Nick had always appeared dumb was his lack of knowledge, not intelligence. Knowledge was the amount of information accrued over a person's lifetime, while intelligence was the speed with which knowledge could be accrued in a focused state. Nick hadn't been unintelligent in the past. He had simply been uneducated. While working as a chief Zephyx Extractor, Nick had learned many things which had improved his education. During the first 2 years, he still seemed naive and dumb. During the next 2 years, he had finally gotten used to his job, could actually give orders with some confidence. By the time he was 20 years old, he had already learned quite a bit about finance, specters, working with people, politics, laws, and a couple more things. He had learned most of these things by working with Winter and by occasionally reading a book. However, 3 more years had passed since that moment, and Nick was now 23 years old. Even more, during the last 2 years, he had learned even more things from Julian than he had learned from Winter. After all, Winter had been constantly busy, while Julian was basically ever-present in Dark Dream. Additionally, Nick's determination was almost incomparable. Whenever Julian taught Nick something, he listened carefully, repeating the new concepts several times to himself throughout the day. When someone is lying, they often use more words to deceive than if they were honest. When someone is bad at lying, they will avoid eye contact. If someone is good at lying, they will look constantly into your eyes, but that is just as unrealistic. Prefix is attracted by Zephyx, and Prefix will move to wherever Zephyx is. If you feel nervous around a very friendly person, that is most likely your instincts picking up on a subconscious disconnect between a person's words and their bodily language. When negotiating, genuinely try to find a compromise instead of trying to get as much money as possible. One repeat customer is more valuable than several new customers. These were the kinds of concepts Nick repeated to himself to internalize them. He knew that he had to learn many things if he ever wanted to achieve his goal of improving the lives of the people in Crimson City. Nick wasn't an economist, lawyer, politician, salesman, or psychologist. But by now, he knew more about these things than the average person living in the inner city. Julian was an amazing teacher, and Nick was an amazing student. All in all, one could summarize all of this in one sentence. Nick had grown up. Chapter 350, The Team. Had you all made your preparations? Nick asked the 4 people in front of him. Right now, Nick stood in front of Dark Dream's entrance, looking at 4 of his employees. The 4 nodded. A couple days ago, Nick had called the 4 of them to his office one by one to tell them about his plan. They would leave Crimson City and search for Specters. Nick had long thought about whether he should go on his own or in a group. In the end, he had decided to go with a small group. Even though 3 of the 4 people in front of him were far weaker than Nick, their combined strength was still scary due to their abilities. Fighting a Specter wasn't always straightforward, and sometimes it was almost impossible to beat one with a conventional method. The Crimson Sea was the best example. It was far weaker than the Governor, but the Governor was essentially helpless against it. The goal of this excursion was not to kill powerful extractors, but to capture Specters. And for that, Nick needed more people with diverse abilities. However, there was another use of traveling with a group. Nick did not like this at all, but he had to accept that the chances of attracting a Specter were higher if there were a couple of weaker people in a group. Essentially, weaker people also acted as bait. Nick had been transparent with his employees and had told them that this was one of the reasons why he wanted them to come with him. They obviously could refuse. And sure enough, the first group Nick had asked to come with him had refused. The first group had been the 3 early Johns with the distortions ability. Sadly, the 3 of them hadn't felt comfortable going outside with Nick. So Nick had gone to his second choice, a group of 3 initial Johns with variations of the money sinks ability. Luckily, those 3 had accepted. The first of these 3 was Jason, a black-haired man of average size and average stature. He had 2 holsters on his belt with 2 revolvers, loaded with projectiles that could absorb his ability and Zephyx. Jason had the ability of the money sink and had evolved it with the Dreamer. By using his ability, he could suck Zephyx from an enemy from a distance while also causing tiredness in the target, making it harder for them to focus. If he used his weapon and hit an enemy, they would lose a lot more of their Zephyx than normal while also getting tired. The second person in the group was Petra, and just like her 2 colleagues, she was also an initial John. Petra was a taller woman with red and black hair, making her seem rather rebellious. Luckily, she was easy to get along with. Petra also had the money sinks ability, but she had evolved it via the bleeding lady. Just like Jason, she could absorb the Zephyx of a distant enemy, with the difference being that she injured the enemy as well. She also had a firearm, but hers was an automatic rifle that could make use of the bleeding effect of her ability. The last person was Clayton, a huge and muscular man with a face shaped like a boulder. He was over 190 centimeters tall, and he was the only employee of Dark Dream who seemed even more muscular than Nick. However, that was mostly due to Clayton focusing on raw power instead of a mix of power and agility. In the small group of 3, Clayton was responsible for being the frontrunner. His barrier was vastly more expensive than normal, and could also be activated and deactivated very easily. The reason for that was that Clayton's weapons of choice were 2 huge gauntlets that also acted as big shields. Clayton also had the ability of the money sink, but he had evolved it via the puppy. The evolution increased the potency of the absorption with proximity to the target. In essence, the closer Clayton was to his enemy, the stronger the absorption was. The 3 of them had been hired by Dark Dream at the same time about 3 years ago. They were supposed to be a team from the very beginning, but they were also supposed to test how the money sink's ability could evolve with different Specters. Nick had asked these 3 to accompany him since their abilities were extremely powerful when used on the same enemy. While they couldn't capture some Force Specters, they could probably kill them by consuming all their Zephyx. The last person in the group was Jenny. By now, Jenny had become a peak John. She was someone who could even threaten Nick if she got the drop on him. Jenny carried a rifle on her back that was over a meter long. The rifle used Jenny's Zephyx to produce a projectile and fire it. The rifle was extremely expensive due to one specific property. It constantly consumed 50% of Jenny's Zephyx to keep a bullet ready to be fired. If Jenny were to hit Nick's barrier with such a bullet, he would lose about 50% of his Zephyx, even though he was 2 levels stronger than her while also using a very expensive barrier. Sadly, after firing a rifle, Jenny would need about 5 seconds to condense another bullet, and since she had already used 50% of her Zephyx on the first round, the second one would be weaker and would also lower her Zephyx to dangerous levels. Jenny had the Dreamer's ability, which sadly wasn't a combat ability. She had evolved her ability via the Dung Heap, which made it at least a bit useful in combat since she could now release tranquilizing gas around her. This was Nick's team. Jenny a peak John, Jason an initial John, Petra an initial John, Clayton an initial John, and Nick an early veteran. Good, Nick said after seeing that everyone was ready. Then we go to the bridge. Nick walked forward, and his team walked after him. Chapter 351, The Outside. The group walked towards the exit of Crimson City. Nick wanted to know if anybody was following them, but that wasn't possible right now since his teammates were also looking at him. Nick walked near the front together with Clayton. Behind the 2 of them were Petra and Jason, walking side by side but with a bit more distance than there was between Nick and Clayton. Jenny was in the middle, in the back. The positioning of the team wasn't related to authority, but to where everyone would be most useful during a battle. If one looked at their position from above and drew a couple of lines, one could see that the 5 of them were walking in an upside-down pentagram formation. Jenny was well defended at the back, and nobody could approach them from the front or the sides. After a bit, they reached the bridge. There were 4 Johns guarding the exit of the city, making sure that no normal people or newbies left. The outside world was extremely dangerous, and leaving would be akin to suicide for most people. Nick approached one of the guards and showed a sheet of paper to him. The guard read through the paper, nodded, motioned for his colleagues to step to the side, and stepped to the side himself. After the guard stepped to the side, The guard nodded at Nick. "Good luck out there," he said. Nick nodded, and his group walked past the guards onto the bridge. The bridge was only 2 meters wide, which meant that the group had to shrink their formation. As the 5 of them walked across the bridge, their barriers activated. Even though the bridge kept most of the red mist at bay, a bit of it still floated across the bridge. Luckily, they could survive this little bit of mist. As they walked across the bridge, they felt quite claustrophobic due to the gigantic red walls surrounding the bridge. "Can we walk faster?" Clayton asked in a deep voice from beside Nick. "My barrier is using more Zephyx than I like." Nick glanced at Clayton, turned to the team, and motioned forward. The next moment, they sped up and ran across the bridge. Nick still felt like he was walking at a comfortable speed, but the 3 initial Johns were already running with a lot of power. About a minute later, they reached the end of the bridge. Since all extractors in Dark Dream were required to have a certain level of fitness, none of them had run out of stamina. One had to remember that advancing a level only increased the multiplier of one's base strength. A scrawny peak newbie who barely moved daily might not be stronger than a top athlete who wasn't an extractor. While not every extractor in Dark Dream had the physique of an athlete, the weakest among them were at least used to running for about 10 minutes every day. The 5 of them were highly interested in how the outside world looked like and looked around. Sadly, they only found themselves in a corridor. This corridor had been created to keep people from looking backward and accidentally seeing the Crimson Sea. There were 2 people standing guard where the corridor met the bridge, and they just glanced at the team of 5 with a bit of interest. The guards on this side of the bridge were vastly more powerful, with both of them being experts. The entire city only had a bit more than 80 experts, and only about 20 of them worked for the city at a time. Having 2 experts stationed here meant that 10% of all experts were stationed here. This showed how serious Crimson City was taking the city's entrance. Although it actually made sense. While the 2 experts guarding Cubiblit's entrance didn't make the most sense, guarding the entrance of the city seemed to be a sensible thing. The 2 guards didn't ask any questions after seeing Nick. By now, most experts and veterans had seen Nick before and knew who he was. Someone of Nick's profile wouldn't sneak out of the city. He was just too recognizable. The group of 5 walked past the guards and walked through the corridor. After about 10 meters, the even floor turned into stairs. Crimson City was on top of a cauldron filled with ruins, but there was also a natural earthen wall surrounding that cauldron. The earthen wall was around 10 meters high and was essentially just a hill that surrounded the city. After a couple of stairs, the 5 of them reached the top, and they could already see the exit. The 5 of them walked forward and stepped out of the corridor. When they left the corridor, they had officially left Crimson City for the first time in their lives. Less than 1% of people would ever see the outside. And they were finally part of these select few people. Beside the entrance were 4 veterans, all focusing on the endless world before them. Jenny, Petra, Clayton, and Jason took deep breaths as they saw the outside world for the first time. It was so big. It was endless. They could always see the end of the city from the roof of any building, and the city had been their world for all their lives. This meant that they had always been able to see the end of their world. But now, they could no longer see the end of their world. The next thing that hit them was the sheer lack of metal. There was absolutely no metal visible anywhere. Just dirt, sand, and stone. Almost everything that the eye could see was either light brown earth, light brown dust, yellow sand, or gray stone. There were dusty valleys, stony hills, and mounds of sand. That was it. That was the world. Plants? No. Animals? No. Buildings? No. People? Extremely few. Life? Almost non-existent. If one got rid of all the life within Crimson City and left behind a world of metal, there would be just as much life inside the city as outside the city. The world was huge and endless, but also pointless and lifeless, except for the Specters and their minions. Chapter 352, 2 Adversaries. However, Nick narrowed his eyes as he looked at something very noticeable about 2 kilometers away. Just because there were no plants didn't mean that there weren't things looking like plants. In the endless pointlessness of dust and dirt was a lush green forest with a beautiful lake in the middle. All in all, the forest was about 20 meters wide. There were fish, birds, trees, fruits, berries, and beautiful water in the small forest. It was brimming with life and vitality. Sadly, this entire forest was the doing of a specter. There were no plants, animals, fish, or whatever in the forest. All of these things were created with Zephyx, and they all only looked like their real counterparts. The forest was essentially a three-dimensional cardboard cutout of a house. There was nothing to be gained by entering one of these forests. Anyone who entered one of these forests will be consumed by the Spectre. Naturally, before Nick had left the city, he had researched the outside as much as he could. Information about the outside world was not kept confidential. These small forests were all over the world, according to the information Nick had gathered. While the existence of these forests was not secret, the closer details were. Luckily, Nick, thanks to his position as Chief Zephyx Extractor, had the authority to access classified information. After all, Crimson City wanted the city to capture and suppress more Specters, and keeping vital information about the outside world secret would only result in unnecessary death. Of course, people with access to the information were not allowed to give that information to just anyone. They were supposed to handle the information on a need-to-know basis when talking to their extractors. So, while Nick knew about the Spectre behind these forests, he couldn't tell his team since knowing the Spectre's background wouldn't increase or decrease the group's chance of survival. The forest was created by the False Hope, extremely powerful Spectre. In fact, it was an adversary, a level 8 Spectre, just one level below an Eternal. These forests were all over the world, and all of them led to death. The False Hope gained power by consuming life. The distinction between gaining power by consuming life and by killing people was important. Since the False Hope gained power by consuming life, it also became more powerful by killing animals and plants. Luckily, the False Hope was doomed to never become an Eternal. After all, there was no more life left, and every human that could be found outside the city would never enter one of these forests. The False Hope was stuck at its current level. According to Aegis, the False Hope didn't have sentience, which meant that it wouldn't just suddenly change its approach. For all eternity, the False Hope would destroy its forests and create new ones in other places, doomed to never reap another life. But what about the life inside the city? Couldn't some seeds or animals from the city leave and rebuild in the outside world, which would then strengthen the False Hope again? Yes, from time to time, a couple of seeds floated out of a city and started to turn into plants in the surroundings. However, these plants didn't survive for even a day. That was due to a second extremely powerful Spectre. Nick saw something moving in the huge dusty valley in front of him. About a kilometer away, Nick saw something black slowly moving forward. It was a big black oozy blob. It was about 2 meters high and just as wide. There were 5 human arms growing out of its front, which were grabbing the ground and pulling the blob forward. As it moved forward, the blob left a black trail behind, which seeped into the ground, turning it black. This black blob was a minion of another powerful adversary. It was called the Eternal Hunger. The Eternal Hunger gained power the same way as the False Hope, by devouring life. However, compared to the False Hope, the Eternal Hunger created these huge black slimes to consume life. The black slimes scoured the world for all life. When they sensed something alive, they immediately attacked it. It didn't matter if they saw humans, animals, or plants. They attacked everything. Additionally, the black ooze they left behind poisoned the land, making it even more difficult for plants to grow. These black oozes were also the main reason why going outside of the city was forbidden for most people. These black oozes were quite common, and the weakest of them had the power of a mid-newbie, while the strongest could even reach the power of veterans. Luckily, the really strong oozes were exceptionally rare. The black oozes grew more powerful based on the amount of life they had reaped in their lifetime. Not only was it difficult for an ooze to grow stronger, but oozes also didn't tend to live long. The reason was, the ooze suddenly sped up, shooting forward at a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour. It had just found life. Or did it? The ooze charged right into the small forest. Bang! The ooze exploded as soon as it entered the forest, and the black slime seemed to turn into smoke before completely disappearing. At the same time, the forest's width shrunk by a couple of centimeters. This was why these oozes often didn't live for long. Aegis wasn't sure if the oozes knew that the forests were made by a different Spectre or not, but whenever they saw one, they immediately charged in. When an ooze charged into a forest, both sides would lose a significant amount of Zephyx, and one side would always die. Either the ooze was destroyed and turned into nothing, or the forest vanished, leaving a smaller ooze behind. This interaction happened all over the world, and Aegis wasn't completely sure about the reason behind it. Did the oozes think that the forest was real, or was this some kind of war between two predators that hunted the same prey? In any case, Aegis wanted more of these interactions to occur since these interactions seemed to weaken the two Specters. Extractors all over the world were encouraged to lead oozes towards these forests. Chapter 353, The Wall. Ugh. That was the 24th today. One of the guards said with a smirk to the one beside him. 6 more and I win. The other guy didn't answer, but his face showed annoyance. The 4 people following Nick looked at the spectacle with interest. Nick had already told them about the forests and these black oozes, and they thought it was quite interesting to watch these things kill each other. You ready? Nick asked his team of 4. The 4 turned to Nick, nodded, and assumed their positions again. However, one thing was different this time. Petra and Jason were not focusing on the front of the group. Instead, they were more focused on each other and Jenny. When Nick had tried to come up with a good formation, he had tried to think of any possible weaknesses. Since Nick was essentially fighting like an assassin, he immediately noticed that Jenny represented a weakness in the formation. If someone could sneak up from the back, they could take out Jenny without being noticed. Because of that, Nick decided to change where Petra and Jason were looking. While Nick and Clayton would focus on the front and the frontal sides, Jenny would focus on Nick and Clayton, and Petra and Jason would focus on Jenny and on each other. Like this, everyone had somebody watching over them, making it impossible to kill any of them secretly. Nick threw a glance at the guards, who were standing beside the corridor in front of a wall. For security reasons, Crimson City had built a 2-meter-high wall around the top of the hill surrounding the city. Ironically enough, this wall wasn't supposed to stop the enemy, but their allies. After all, if one approached the hill and went to its top, one would be able to see the Crimson Sea. That was a bad thing. Of course, a 2-meter-high wall could even be climbed by many commoners, which made it irrelevant to anyone who could potentially cause damage to Crimson City. However, these hypothetical enemies could just go ahead and jump over the wall. But as soon as they did, navigating would become very difficult since they would be on an incline that led to the Crimson Sea. They would either need to blindly jump over the kilometer-wide gap into the city or blindly find the corridor and bridge. Or if they could just open their eyes, but, well, while the Crimson Sea had caused many deaths, it actually also served as an amazing tool for the city's defense. The walls of the old Crimson Fungus City had been extremely tall and durable, and it had been manned by many guards. The main reason for these walls had been the black oozes. But now they didn't need such a strong wall anymore. The black oozes could easily slosh over the wall, and based on the statements of several guards, the oozes sped up as soon as they reached the top of the small walls, and a couple of seconds later, the sound of something liquid falling into another liquid could be heard. The Crimson Sea's enticing qualities seemed to also work on the oozes. The only difference was that the oozes didn't laugh while jumping in. While the thought of an ooze jumping into the Crimson Sea was quite funny, there was actually still a worrying aspect about it. The city didn't know how the oozes interacted with the Crimson Sea when it came to Zephyx. If an ooze fell into the Crimson Sea, did the Crimson Sea Zephyx increase or decrease? If it decreased, that would be amazing. But if it increased, that could be bad. Luckily, the oozes were quite weak, and a fanatic like the Crimson Sea would need countless oozes to become a demon. So even if they increased the Crimson Sea Zephyx, the city would have enough time to adapt and react. Additionally, if everything went as expected, the Crimson Sea wouldn't be a problem anymore after a couple of years. Nick led his group away from the city and stepped into the big valley. The slope into the valley was quite steep, and the 5 of them had to slide down, creating a small avalanche of sand and dried earth. After reaching the bottom, the 5 of them continued walking forward. By now, the smell in the air had changed significantly. The smell of metal and rust that had accompanied everyone for all their lives had vanished, replaced by a dry and dusty smell. If they were not Zephyx Extractors, they might have coughed. The group looked over to the forest, which was now only a couple hundred meters away from them. It looked quite strange. Only Nick and Jenny were used to the existence of trees since they frequented the inner city quite a lot, but the other 3 were still new to them. Trees were just such a weird concept. Several meter-tall living, hard brown pillars that breathed with weird green things hanging from them. That sounded about as creepy as a specter. As they continued walking, the smell became pleasant. It smelled like flowers and clean water. Naturally, that smell came from the forest. Everyone except for Nick felt themselves gulping and becoming thirsty. The only reason Nick wasn't affected was that he was in a constant state of zephosis as a veteran. Additionally, he hadn't drunk anything in 2 years. The only thing he needed to survive was 1 breath every couple of minutes and prefix or Zephyx. "Where are we going first, boss?" Petra asked from behind Nick after taking a swig from a bottle of water she had brought with her. "We won't be able to find any specters close to the city, Nick answered with a neutral tone. The other manufacturers have people constantly patrolling the surroundings. We can only find Specters about 10 kilometers from the city or even further away. First, I want to take a look at the swallowing swamp. Maybe I can find something out about it. Chapter 354, The Infestation. The five of them followed the valley for several minutes. They were walking at a fast pace, but they were not running. It was important to keep a stable formation. Eventually, they followed a bend in the valley, and the city vanished behind the valley's wall. The five of them continued walking for another minute before Nick stopped. I want to test out the defensive formation, Nick said. Assume the defensive formation. The others nodded and ran to the middle of the formation. Then they turned their backs to each other and looked outside, surveying the surroundings. Meanwhile, Nick jumped over them and landed in the middle of the formation. Right now, all four of Nick's teammates had their backs turned to him, with a bit over 2 meters of distance between him and their backs. Nick had told them that this defensive formation would protect them in case they were surrounded. Of course, that wasn't the real point of the defensive formation. When Nick landed in the middle of the defensive formation, he felt his ability reactivate. Right now, none of his teammates could sense him. Nick had created this defensive formation for scouting reasons. Since none of his teammates could sense him, Nick could check if someone was looking at their team, thanks to his ability. No one is currently looking at us, Nick thought as he silently looked at the valley. Nobody inside the city knows of my ability, which means nobody is going to purposefully look away from us. The chances of us being followed by someone from the city are very low. Good job. Disperse, Nick ordered. Nick's team assumed its normal formation. I will regularly call for the defensive formation from now on, Nick said. This might seem nonsensical to you, but I want to keep you guys focused and ready at all times. Additionally, a sudden and hectic change of position on our part might disorient anyone that's following us, which might result in them exposing themselves. Whenever I call for the defensive formation, I want you guys to assemble as if we are about to enter a serious fight. Understood, Nick asked. Yes, boss, the four of them answered in unison. Good. Then, let's continue, Nick said before he continued walking forward. The group continued walking along the valley for another couple of minutes. Eventually, Nick stopped and looked at one of the walls for a bit. There should be an infestor to the south of here. I think it might be a good idea to look at it. I want us all to see one so that we can avoid any accidents if we see one in the future, Nick said. Clayton narrowed his eyes while the other three had expressions of interest on their faces. They also wanted to see one with their own eyes. Check your barriers if they are set for outside, Nick said as he took out a big silver coin from his pocket. The other four also took out their barriers to check. A moment later, everyone put the barriers back into their pockets and nodded. When Nick saw that everyone was ready, they went to the cliff face to the south. The team approached the southern wall and climbed it by rapidly jumping several times. Nick and Jenny didn't have any issues in climbing the dusty hill, but the other three had to put in quite a bit of effort to outpace the small avalanches below their feet. About half a minute later, everyone arrived at the top. Their barriers were already showing signs of getting lightly triggered occasionally. The team was now on a relatively even plane, which was just as dusty as the valley. However, about 200 meters in front of them was something that couldn't look any more noticeable. It was a 10-meter-tall bloody human spine growing out of the ground. Dimly shining vessels of blood were crawling up the spine until they touched a big and bloody branch-like outgrowth near the top of the spine. There were several of these thick and bloody outgrowths, and at the end of each of them was a pair of big human lungs, which were constantly inhaling and exhaling. A trachea was hanging from each pair of lungs, and the air the lungs were breathing was entering and exiting from these tracheas. This was an infestor, and it was the minion of a specter, which was called the infestation. The infestation was not nearly as powerful as the false hope and the eternal hunger. Additionally, the infestors, the infestation's minions, were not everywhere in the world. The infestors were only found in a large area to the south of Crimson City. According to Crimson City, the infestation was a fanatic. The infestation grew more powerful by transforming human matter into more of itself. It accomplished that by growing these infestors all over the place. The infestors dispersed invisible spores in a radius of about 200 meters. Anyone that breathed in these spores would have their mind altered, and they would feel the irresistible desire to approach the infestor and suck on one of the tracheas hanging from the lungs. This would give them a lethal dose of spores, and their body would explode and wrap around the infestor. Researchers from Crimson City found out that this also worked on corpses, which only needed to be placed near an infestor to trigger the transformation. Their barriers had different settings, specifically due to the infestors. The spores of the infestors were not picked up by normal barriers and were therefore not blocked. Because of that, it was necessary to have special barriers when one planned on exploring the outside world. The group looked at the infestor for a while before they were distracted by something near its base. There was a group of 7 people standing near the bottom of the infestor, their barriers constantly shining. As a fanatic, the infestation was highly desired by Ghosty's lab, anatomy, and Kugelblitz. All 3 of these manufacturers had claimed one infestor for themselves so that they could run experiments on them. This infestor was the closest to the city and belonged to Kugelblitz, which was also the reason why Nick was okay with coming here. Out of the big 3 manufacturers, Kugelblitz was of the least concern due to Julian's influence over their shareholders and Vernon. "If you see one of these on our journey, tell me immediately," Nick said before he jumped down into the valley. "Yes, boss," the others answered before following him. Chapter 355, The Corrosive Dust. The team turned around and went back into the valley, after which they continued towards the east. They had left Crimson City via the south, which was where the bridge was located. To the south of the city was the big valley that they had entered earlier, which was about 2 kilometers wide and about 200 meters deep. The valley extended towards the south for about 2 kilometers before it veered off towards the left, which was the east in this case. The infestor had been to the southern side of the valley, and in terms of distance, it was around 3 to 4 kilometers away from Crimson City's entrance. The valley would continue towards the east for another 2 kilometers before it bent to the south again, and then again to the east. At that point, the valley would end. All in all, the valley was around 7 kilometers long. As the team continued traveling along the valley, the amount of dust increased. From time to time, Jason and Petra coughed while Clayton tried his best to suppress coughs. Jenny also felt uncomfortable, but she didn't need to cough. "Don't activate your barriers for the dust," Nick said after he heard another cough. "We're only going to be this close to the dust zone for a couple of minutes." Nick's extractors didn't answer, but continued following him. The dust zone was a humongous zone filled with corrosive dust to the south of the city. The dust zone started about 10 kilometers away from the city and had a round shape with a diameter of a whopping 60 kilometers. It was by far the biggest landmark near Crimson City. However, even though the dust zone only officially started 10 kilometers to the city's south, some of the dust still reached the valley's end, which was about 5 kilometers away from the dust zone. Naturally, the corrosive dust was produced by a specter, which was fittingly called the corrosive dust. The corrosive dust resided in the middle of the dust zone. The appearance of the actual specter was kept highly confidential, but it was known that the specter was a physical specter, not a force specter. This meant that it had an actual body that could be touched and moved with one's bare hands. Only veterans could survive at the edge of the dust zone with their barriers active for a couple of minutes. John's would probably collapse when they were just about to reach the border due to the residual dust in the surroundings of the dust zone. The closer one got to the center, the stronger and thicker the corrosive dust became. About 10 kilometers away from the center, even specialists would only survive for a couple of minutes with their barriers. The corrosive dust was a demon, and since it was also a physical specter, it was highly sought after by more than one city. The nearest neighboring city of Crimson City was Dark Sky City, and it was about 30 kilometers south of the southern border of the dust zone. On a map, Crimson City was about 100 kilometers away from Dark Sky City, and the dust zone covered over 60% of the path between the two cities. Both cities had more than one hero, and both of them wanted to claim the corrosive dust for themselves. However, there were several issues. First of all, the specter was apparently pretty big, and capturing it had no point if the cities didn't have fitting containment units. Additionally, the corrosive dust was definitely not an initial or early demon due to its power. It was at least a mid-demon or maybe even a late demon. Trying to suppress and capture, it would be a huge and risky undertaking since it might even be able to kill some or all of the heroes. On top of that, warfare between the cities was basically the same as warfare between manufacturers. Aegis made it technically illegal to fight another city, but the cities often did it in secret anyway. If Crimson City decided to send their heroes to capture the corrosive dust, a hero from Dark Sky City might show up and help the specter out. And if Aegis asked what happened, Dark Sky City could just say that they didn't know what happened. The heroes of Crimson City must have died trying to suppress the corrosive dust. The residual dust near the end of the valley had the same effect on initial Johns as inhaling some smoke had on normal people. It was bad, but it wouldn't be dangerous if the exposure wasn't very long. As the team reached the edge of the valley, they slowly climbed out. The The residual dust was concentrated at the end of the valley due to the lower elevation, and when the team walked out of the valley, their coughing also reduced. After they left the valley, Nick took note of a couple of hills around them. The terrain here was rather hilly, and these hills were the reason why Nick had chosen to leave the city in this way. About 2 kilometers south of the end of the valley was another infestor, and this one belonged to Anatomy. While Nick could tell that nobody was following them, he didn't want to be seen by Anatomy's researchers. They might not plan to kill Nick right now, but if they coincidentally found Nick in the outside world with nobody around. Walking close to the infestor to be seen was like walking around with one's wallet held in one's hands. Stealing was illegal, but some people might not be able to help themselves when such a good opportunity presented itself. Nick had no interest in going further to the south anyway. The closer one got to the dust zone, the more infestors one would meet. There were over 15 infestors located within a 3-kilometer radius. Half of them were inside the dust zone, while the other half were outside. The infestation had to be located somewhere within that zone, but no one had ever found it. And Nick didn't want to be the first one to find the fanatic. Chapter 356, The Swallowing Swamp. Nick and his team carefully navigated around the hills and traveled further to the east. From time to time, Nick ordered them to assume the defensive formation. Nick was still certain that nobody was following them. A bit later, the team found a crater that was about 1 kilometer wide. At the bottom of the crater was something that looked completely different from the dry world around it. It was a purple swamp. The purple and viscous liquid of the swamp slowly and lethargically bubbled, releasing small black clouds. Some decaying grass and ferns could be seen on top of the swamp, partially covering it. As the group stood on the edge of the crater, their barriers flickered from time to time. The gas that was released by the swamp was poisonous and would quickly kill normal people. This was the Swallowing Swamp Specter. "I want to search through it," Nick said as he descended the crater. "You wait up here and keep a lookout of the surroundings. Stay hidden, if possible." "Yes, boss," Nick's team said before they went close to some of the hills. Nick was not worried as he approached the Swallowing Swamp. The Swallowing Swamp was probably the unluckiest specter in the world. It was a force specter with a huge body and a powerful ability that could kill normal people and animals from far away. And yet, it spawned in the middle of this dead world where nobody but powerful extractors walked around. Because of that, the Swallowing Swamp was an initial hatchling, the weakest specter. While it had the potential to kill hordes and armies of animals and people, there simply was nothing to kill. The Swallowing Swamp had the potential to become as terrifying as the Crimson Sea, and maybe even more terrifying, but it would never be able to realize its potential in this world. Everyone who had left Crimson City knew about the Swallowing Swamp. After all, it wasn't very difficult to spot. However, no one had even attempted to suppress and contain it. The effort and money required to suppress such a huge body of water was vastly bigger than what a mere initial hatchling was worth. Additionally, where would one even keep this huge swamp? So, the Swallowing Swamp was just left here to keep existing in the lifeless nothingness that was the outside world. Nick reached the edge of the swamp and stopped. Nick had deactivated his barrier for now, since the Swallowing Swamp's poison wasn't even nearly strong enough to affect him. He didn't move for a while and focused on his ability. From time to time, his ability was activating and deactivating. After looking around for a bit, Nick could see that this came from Jason occasionally glancing at Nick from one of the edges of the crater. He was the only one who could see Nick from his position. A moment later, Nick took one of his shoes off and touched the Swallowing Swamp with his bare foot. Then he waited. When Nick felt his ability activating and deactivating with Jason's looks, he narrowed his eyes. The fact that his ability was still acting this way could mean only one thing. The Swallowing Swamp could not perceive Nick, even though he was in physical contact with it. But that didn't make sense. After all, the fog had been able to perceive Nick via touch, and the same thing had been true when the weak Crimson Sea had touched Nick for a bit. Force specters still had some form of consciousness, even though they were not really sentient or sapient. Force specters would realize if something touched them. They might not react, but they would still feel it. Nick had come to the Swallowing Swamp to investigate it. It had been investigated by a couple manufacturers in Crimson City before, but after they had come to their conclusion, it had basically been ignored. There was no point in looking at this initial hatchling anymore. However, Nick had something that the other extractors of Crimson City didn't have. The Null's ability. When it came to sensing someone else's perception, nothing was better than this ability. Nick knew that this ability had amazing investigative properties, and he was relying on it almost daily. That was why Nick had come here. Maybe his ability would uncover something that the other manufacturers had overlooked. And sure enough, it did. The fact that it can't sense me means it is either not a Force Specter or that I'm not touching it right now, Nick thought. After a bit, Nick turned to look at Jason, who was on the edge of the crater. I'm going to dive in and investigate. If you see anyone approaching, tell me immediately, Nick shouted. Understood, boss, Jason shouted back before relaying Nick's orders to the others. Nick turned back to the swallowing swamp and started to undress. He didn't want to use his barrier since he wanted to use his sense of touch to find the actual Spectre. After about a minute, Nick only wore his 2 wristbands, which were his deactivated fist weapons. Nick's ability hadn't activated in a while, which meant that Jason was probably watching Nick's naked behind with quite a lot of focus. He got a bit annoyed by the constant attention, but that wasn't really important right now. Nick slowly approached the swallowing swamp and stepped into it with his bare feet. It was surprisingly warm. This reminds me of the time I jumped into the old sewers, Nick thought. He took a couple more steps forward and was soon submerged up to his chest. Going into the swallowing swamp wasn't nearly as bad as going into the sewers. Yes, the swallowing swamp was technically filled with acid and poison, but it didn't smell as bad as the old sewers. It had a very chemical smell to it. Nick took a deep breath after a bit. Then he jumped forward and dove in. Chapter 357, Searching. Nick fully dove into the swallowing swamp. Almost immediately, horrifying faces appeared around him as they bit into his flesh, tearing chunks out of him. However, even though Nick felt a lot of pain, he wasn't surprised or panicked. This confirms it, Nick thought. If I were inside a Force Spectre, the nightmare's power wouldn't work. The fact that I am under the nightmare's influence means that I am not inside a Force Spectre right now. Nick quickly came to the surface again, and all the horrifying faces vanished. Of course, his ability also deactivated since Jason could see him again, and Jason looked at Nick with a lot of interest. Nick continued to walk forward. Right now, the swallowing swamp was not so deep, but it became deeper the further he progressed. After walking into the swamp for about 10 meters, it became quite difficult to touch the floor without submerging. Nick started to swim forward with quite a bit of force, his arms producing gigantic waves as they pushed the sludge away. In water, Nick wouldn't be light enough to float, but the sludge in his surroundings was actually quite dense. Although, even if it were not as dense, Nick could just swim by kicking the sludge below him. He swam forward for over 100 meters. Nick had no idea how deep the swallowing swamp was beneath him, and even though he had been in many scary situations before, it was still not easy for him to keep his cool. The image of a gigantic beast swimming just a couple of meters below Nick's feet appeared again and again in his mind. Even worse, that was an actual possibility. If the sludge was not the Spectre, but only a byproduct, it was possible that some kind of physical Spectre in the shape of a creature released the sludge. What if the sludge wasn't meant to be poisonous? What if the swallowing swamp was a fanatic that released such weak poison to attract veterans and experts so that it could more easily kill them with an ambush? Right now, Nick swam inside a big and viscous dark purple pool in the middle of a wasteland as the orange sun shone down from above. Nick kept swimming into the middle of the swamp. Was he scared? Of course he was scared. However, Nick didn't let his fear dictate his actions. Courage was one of the most important aspects of an extractor, and one could only have courage if one felt fear. And frankly, not feeling any fear of the things an extractor went through regularly would be idiotic. Eventually, Nick reached the middle of the swamp and looked around. Nothing special here, Nick thought, but that's what I expected. Sure, there was a possibility that some powerful creature lived in this swamp, but the possibility was actually quite small. After all of the powerful extractors knew of the swallowing swamp, and they had experimented on it several times. If any of their extractors had died here, the manufacturers would have had much more interest in the swallowing swamp. But no extractor ever vanished. After looking around for a bit, Nick swam in circles that spiraled outward. He wanted to make sure that there was not some kind of hidden domain somewhere on the swallowing swamp surface. For several minutes, Nick just swam around the swallowing swamp. Eventually, he reached the place where his clothes were and stepped out of the swallowing swamp. The sludge around Nick's body clung to him like glue, and Nick furrowed his brows. He pushed the sludge on his arms away, and he felt a hard layer crumbling away from his body. He took a look at what he had peeled off and saw pieces of some fragile black material hanging on the sludge. Luckily, Julian's lessons about basic chemistry paid off. That's probably what the acid in the sludge turns into after it used up all its power, Nick thought as he crumbled the black material between his fingers. The sludge attaches to the skin but also to the black material, making it very difficult to get rid of. It might not be difficult for me to push the sludge off my body, but a newbie would have quite some difficulties while also being burned and poisoned the entire time. Nick walked over to his clothes, but he didn't put them on. Instead, he grabbed one of the 3 big cylinders and walked back to the swamp. Shing. After pressing a button, the cylinder turned into a long throwing spear, almost 2 meters long. The spear was quite heavy since Nick's ability wasn't active, but he could still carry it without any issues. As he entered the swallowing swamp again, he grabbed the spear by one end and touched the floor with the other. He continued like this until he was about 50 meters away from the coast. At that point, the floor was too far away. So Nick changed his hold. He put one of the tips of the spear between his toes on his right foot and grabbed it. Like this, Nick got quite a bit more reach. Another 100 meters further, it became too deep again. However, Nick noticed something. The crater is round, and the rate at which it is gaining depth is decreasing. From nothing to a depth of 2 meters took barely 10 meters, but another meter took 50 meters, and another meter took 100 meters. The swallowing swamp's deepest spot is probably only about 4 to 5 meters deep. Nick did a bit of planning and submerged. The nightmare's influence only starts at a depth of about half a meter. As long as I don't dive deeper than that, I'm not in danger. Nick kept going forward as he swung his spear back and forth with his toes, constantly scratching the ground. The swallowing swamp had to have a body, and it had to be somewhere in the swamp. Nick searched, and searched, and searched. Chapter 358, Result of the Search. And searched. Nick had been searching like this for over 2 hours by now. For 2 hours, he had been scratching every single spot on the floor with his spear. Was there really a body somewhere in the swallowing swamp? It didn't seem like it. What if the Spectre could move its body, and it simply kept avoiding Nick? What if it just swam away whenever Nick approached it? Like this, Nick would never be able to capture it. Most people would have this concern, but Nick didn't. After all, for the Spectre to avoid him, it would first need to know where Nick was, and if it knew where Nick was, his ability would have deactivated. Yet, his ability was still active. The Spectre had no idea that Nick was here, even after 2 hours of Nick poking around the swallowing swamp. By now, it was obvious that the swallowing swamp wasn't some kind of predator that just waited for the perfect opportunity to strike. If it only attacked people after they searched through the swamp for hours, it would have never gained any food, even if the world were filled with life. So Nick kept moving his spear back and forth. For 2 more hours. Nick had been inside the swamp for over 4 hours now, and he was pretty sure that he had checked through almost every part of the center. Is it not in the center? Nick thought with furrowed brows. Usually, one could find the Spectre in the middle of its domain if it had one. But there are also cases where Specters are not in the middle of their domain, Nick thought. After all, if the infestation were in the middle of the infested area, it would have long since been caught. Guess I should check. Nick grabbed the spear with his hand while remaining submerged. Since he was no longer searching through the deepest part, he didn't need to use his legs anymore. However, Nick stayed submerged since he wanted to be absolutely sure that his ability wasn't deactivated by Jason peeking over. The search became faster since Nick could now swing his spear much more skillfully and faster. Feet just weren't made to handle spears. Nick kept circling around the middle of the swallowing swamp for another 2 hours. He had been looking for over 6 hours by now. However, Nick didn't stop. Most people would have long since given up, but not Nick. Nick relied on the accuracy of his ability. He just kept swimming and swinging. Swimming and swinging. Ding. Nick stopped. Just now, his ability had deactivated before activating again. Nick's heart rate increased. Did he find it? Nick surfaced and looked around. There was no one around him. After submerging again, Nick carefully moved his spear around. This time, he was moving it much slower. Clink. It deactivated again. Nick's eyes narrowed, and he moved his spear carefully around the object it was currently touching. It didn't feel any different from a random stone. It was hard, smooth, and of average length. The next moment, Nick quickly dove down. The nightmare appeared around Nick again, but it barely had any time to cause Nick pain since he was already surfacing again. Shortly before Nick reached the surface, he stopped. He couldn't see what he was carrying in his hand due to the dark purple liquid surrounding it, but he was sure that it was the Spectre. After all, even though he hadn't surfaced, his ability was still deactivated, which meant that something or someone was sensing his presence. This is it, Nick thought. This has to be the Specter. Then Nick slowly surfaced and looked at the thing he was holding in his hand. It was a glass bottle. It looked extremely normal, except for two things. First, it was filled with a purple sludge. Second, there was a huge and clear gash going across its body. Naturally, the gash came from Nick swinging his spear around and hitting it. One had to remember that each of Nick's big spears weighed way over 100 kilos, and he had been moving it quite quickly. A weak hatchling couldn't possibly resist such a strike. However, specters were very difficult to kill, and Nick was quite sure that he wouldn't kill the specter with a casual swing of his spear. If he wanted to kill the specter, he would probably need to throw it against a metal wall with a ton of force. Only if it exploded into pieces would it die. Nick held the bottle, with its opening facing down. That was when Nick noticed another peculiar thing. The dark sludge inside the bottle wasn't coming out of the cut that Nick had made. It was only leaving through the actual opening. Nick kept pouring, and pouring, and pouring, and pouring. Nick's eyebrows rose. The black sludge had been pouring out of the bottle for over 30 seconds, and while it wasn't moving very fast due to its viscosity, he was certain that it should have already become empty. Just to be sure, Nick poured out the bottle for another 2 minutes. It still looked full. That settles it, Nick thought as he looked at the bottle. This is the Specter. It probably produces this toxic sludge infinitely. Nick looked around a purple swamp and took note of the bubbles that released the black smoke. The amount of sludge the swamp is losing by evaporation is probably around equal to the amount of sludge produced by the bottle. Nick looked back at the bottle. Then he turned it upright, with its opening facing the sky. Nick's eyebrows rose. The sludge stopped coming out of the bottle. Now the bottle just looked like a normal filled bottle, although the sludge was still not coming out of the cut on its side. Interesting, Nick thought. So if it is upside down or tipped over, it infinitely produces the sludge, but if it's standing upright, it's producing none of it. I'm certain that this is a possession specter due to its characteristics, and I think I also already have a fitting name for it. The spilling bottle. Chapter 359. Could that work? Nick held the bottle upright and jumped out of the swamp. As a veteran, Nick had so much power that stepping on something as viscous as water or this sludge wasn't any different from stepping on solid ground as long as he kicked fast enough. Nick quickly got dressed after cleaning himself of all the sludge he had carried with him. And finally, he was done. His excursion into the swallowing swamp had ended. Nick looked at the swallowing swamp one last time. All the moisture will probably leave at some point, leaving behind even more viscous sludge. Although, maybe it will also just vanish and turn into prefix since the spilling bottle is no longer here. Nick looked at the bottle in his hand. I have to get this back into the city. Jason, call everyone over, Nick shouted as he jumped out of the crater. Jason shook his head as he was taken out of his daydream. After that, he quickly ran to one of the hills on the side, which was where Jenny was located. A couple of seconds later, everyone gathered in front of Nick. They were all looking at the bottle in Nick's hand with expectation. Boss, is that the Specter? Petra asked with surprise. Nick nodded. It's an initial hatchling possession specter, he said. The extractors got a bit excited when they heard that they had actually succeeded in capturing a specter. Sadly, the excitement quickly vanished as it sunk in that it was a possession specter. The fact that it was an initial hatchling wouldn't have been an issue if it were a force or physical specter. Unfortunately, possession specters couldn't grow more powerful. Assuming that they fed this thing with as much as it could eat every day, it would probably produce 5 to 7 grams of Zephyx at most. Any one of the present extractors earned more credits per day than this entire specter produced. Even more, it couldn't even really be used to get initial newbies to become early newbies. They already had the screaming coffin for that, which produced more Zephyx, was just as safe to work with, and probably even ate less. The spilling bottle was probably the worst specter that Dark Dream could have captured. But at least it was a specter. How's your status? Can you continue? Nick asked. Everyone nodded. Good, Nick said. Then I will bring the spilling bottle back to Dark Dream. I'm faster if I'm alone. I will be back in at most 30 minutes. Sure thing, boss, Jenny said. Then Nick ran towards the west with a lot of speed. When the 3 initial Johns saw Nick's speed, they had to sigh. They also wanted to be this powerful one day. Within 10 seconds, Nick reached the edge of the valley and jumped into it. After about a minute, Nick had cleared 5 of the 7 kilometers of the valley. Then he narrowed his eyes. One of the black sludges was quite close to Nick, and it had spotted him. Of course, it immediately started charging at him. Luckily, the sludge was a bit smaller than 2 meters in diameter, which meant that it was only at the beginning of the adolescent stage. Nick walked around it and continued running forward. Naturally, the sludge kept running after Nick. Since Nick was much more powerful than the sludge, it couldn't even hope to catch up. Nevertheless, it tried by constantly clawing forward with its many long arms. These sludges had no sapience and attacked any kind of life they could see. Nick didn't go as fast as he could since he wanted to lure the sludge to the forest. After around half a minute, Nick arrived beside the forest. The sludge was about 100 meters away from him. Lastly, Nick just ran around the forest until it was between him and the sludge. Silence. Bang. Nick heard the sludge explode. Extractors were encouraged to lead the sludges to the forest, and Nick did just that. After that, Nick turned around to wait, Nick thought as he stopped. Then he looked back at the forest, and then at the spilling bottle. Can the spilling bottle affect the forests? Nick asked himself. I guess it depends on its effect and its consistency. Is the sludge normal physical matter, or is it prefix matter like the bodies of the blood specters? If it's normal matter, the forest will most likely ignore it. Nick looked at the spilling bottle with furrowed brows. But that's highly unlikely. If it were normal matter, the other extractors would have noticed that the sludge wasn't the specter, but only a byproduct. I'm sure they tested if the sludge is normal matter or prefix matter, and I'm quite sure that it's prefix matter. Let's try it out. That was when Nick realized that he was in view of the 4 guards at the city's entrance. Wait, the 4 guards know that I left with a team of extractors. If I suddenly start doing something very noticeable, they might decide to tell anatomy, assuming one of them is from anatomy. I should lay low for a bit. Leaving during your shift is very conspicuous, and they won't risk it as long as nothing crazy happens. Nick turned to the city again and ran back. Thanks, asshole, one of them said sarcastically as Nick arrived. Because of you, I lost the bet. Oh, fuck off, another guard said. That thing would have noticed the forest even without him. You're just mad that you lost. Don't blame him. The first guard just grunted in annoyance. Nick just looked at the 2 of them before he walked into the corridor. After a bit of walking, he saw the 2 experts who were guarding the bridge itself. Did you catch any specters? One of them asked with a serious tone. Nick looked at the guard. Yes, Nick said. The other guard also turned to look at Nick, and both of them had a glint in their eyes. Chapter 360. Not as I do. Oh, all right, the guard said. I can't see it. Do you have the specter with you right now? Nick lifted the bottle up, showing it to them. Under normal circumstances, Nick would never show one of Dark Dream's specters to an outsider. Sadly, he had to. All specters that were brought into the city had to be announced. Transporting a specter through the city was always dangerous, and the city wanted to make sure that the specter was properly suppressed. Want to take a closer look? Nick asked, holding the spilling bottle forward. Nick wasn't afraid that they would steal it. The 2 experts here were from the city itself. They were not temporary guards who usually worked for manufacturers. Even more, doing shady things here will be stupid since there were several more guards close by, and since this area was highly surveilled. The guard just warily looked at the specter. Many specters had crazy and scary powers, and he wasn't about to touch a specter that he didn't know. No, I'm fine, the guard said. We need your identification and the level of the specter. Nick, Chief Zephyx Extractor of Dark Dream, Nick said, and this thing is an initial hatchling possession specter. The other guard snorted in suppressed laughter. Oh wow, careful, the other guard said with a sarcastic voice. Valuable cargo. The serious guard just nodded at Nick. You can pass. Thanks, Nick said before he passed by them and ran across the bridge. When he saw the guards on the other side of the bridge, he told them that he would be back soon and that he was only there to get something. These guards were not employed by the city, and Nick wouldn't tell them about the specter he had brought with him. The guards just said that they understood, and Nick quickly went to Dark Dream. After Nick entered Dark Dream, he quickly went to the 2nd floor and approached the only free containment unit on it. Unsurprisingly, Julian was already waiting in front of it with a friendly smile. Naturally, he had sensed Nick before he even entered the building. Nick walked up to Julian and handed him the bottle. Keep it upright, he said. Julian took hold of the bottle and looked at it with interest. An initial hatchling possession specter? Julian asked as he looked at it. Nick nodded. What does it do? Julian asked. It produces infinite amounts of toxic sludge if it is tipped over. This is the swallowing swamp, or the reason behind the swallowing swamp's existence, depending on your viewpoint. Interesting, Julian said as he opened the containment unit. As soon as the containment unit opened, several mouse from the hallway slithered into it, plastering themselves all over the walls, ceiling, and floor. What kind of matter is the sludge? Julian asked without looking at Nick. Most likely prefix matter, Nick said. After that, Nick explained to Julian how he had come to the conclusion. Good job, Julian said with a smile. Nick didn't show any reactions. Ever since Julian had started teaching Nick, he kept using this kind of belittling voice. It was like Julian was praising a toddler. Of course, Nick didn't like being addressed like this, but this was the result of his actions. Nick had chosen this person as his superior. Initially, Nick had no idea why Julian was constantly talking to him like he was a toddler. He just thought that Julian was an asshole. However, the more Julian had taught Nick, the more Julian's conduct made sense. Nick had never highlighted how Julian's manner of speech made him feel, and he didn't plan on telling him. Even though they were allies, Nick wouldn't hand over all of his secrets and thoughts to Julian. After about a year of studying under Julian, Nick realized two things, and fortunately, he also realized the value of these two things at basically the same time. If he hadn't realized the value of these two things, he might have wasted them. The first thing was that Julian was exceedingly arrogant. Anyone that he could control was beneath his notice. He ignored all newbies, Johns, veterans, experts, and even very weak specialists. As soon as he could control them, they were no longer in his mind, basically. All of Julian's attention was on the stronger specialists and heroes. And the second thing that Nick realized was that Julian viewed him as even lower than the people he already ignored. Due to his conduct, Nick had often appeared quite dumb in the past. Additionally, Nick even willingly worked under Julian, which was very different from everyone else. Maybe that made Julian look down on Nick even more. Lastly, as Nick's teacher, Julian had seen how many basic things he needed to teach Nick. Just like many other people, Julian was taking Nick's lack of education as a lack of intelligence. Julian believed that 99% of people were beneath him, and that Nick was even beneath these 99% of people. Because of that, he didn't put a lot of effort into keeping his cards close to his chest in Nick's presence. He probably wasn't even realizing that he was doing something to Nick that he had never done to anyone else. He let his mask slip. Nick was basically the only person Julian could talk to without having to put up a false front. And maybe that aspect of being able to be whoever he wanted to be made him belittle Nick again and again. Arrogance, conceit, disgust, deceit, aloofness, pride, boundless confidence, disregard, unending ambition, greed. This was Julian's true self. The true self of a Spectre. And when he was with Nick, he didn't need to keep these things secret. Ironically, the things that Julian taught Nick allowed him to see how Julian was violating the very things that he was preaching. Nick also knew something else. He knew that Julian would get rid of him as soon as his power approached Julian's. Julian and Nick were allies, but only as long as Nick couldn't pose a danger to Julian. Nick knew that. He knew that they would become enemies in the future. And because of that, Nick did not tell Julian about the two things he had noticed. Chapter 361, currently busy. After about half a minute of looking at the spilling bottle, Julian tipped it over while holding it in his hand. Nick watched as purple sludge was coming out of the bottle and gathering on the ground. Julian watched the sludge with interest. A moment later, one of the mouths moved over to the sludge and opened, consuming all of it. Nick raised an eyebrow. Julian was eating the sludge? A moment later, Julian put the bottle upright again. Prefix matter, Julian said. It has a corrosive and poisoning effect. Most likely, the intention behind the bottle's actions is to destroy as much life as possible. It doesn't matter if it's human, animal, or plant. Sadly, it can't grow more powerful, Julian said with a confident snicker. What a waste. Julian threw the bottle to the side, and it landed perfectly upright on the ground. Guess we're just keeping it here or selling it. Then, Julian walked towards the containment unit's exit. Nick's face showed no reaction, but inside, he grew nervous. Is there no use for the sludge? Nick asked, not looking at Julian. Of course there is, but there are plenty of Specters that produce prefix matter. In fact, the supply far exceeds the demand, and I don't think that an initial hatchling will make a dent in the market, Julian answered casually. That's not what I mean, you dumbass, Nick thought, trying his best to keep his face from showing any of his anger. But I can't just directly tell you without seeming suspicious. Okay, Nick says he also approached the exit. Who are we going to sell it to? What about the city? There's bound to be something the guards inside or outside the city could do with a small object that can produce infinite prefix matter. The two left the containment unit, and as Nick passed by Julian, he saw him furrowing his brows and thought. He's never been outside this city, Nick thought. That's the only reason he didn't make the connection. He's never seen the forests or the black sludges before, but he should know about them. The two important parts of Nick's statement were inside or outside and small object. Sure, there were plenty of specters that produced prefix matter, but they were not all portable, and they probably didn't produce as much. If the spilling bottle worked on the forests, someone could literally just dig a small crevice that led into one of the forests and just put the bottle on the other end of the crevice. Sure, the prefix matter was very weak, but after days upon days, it was bound to show an effect. I might have an idea, Julian said with a smirk. If we're lucky, this specter might be worth quite a bit. When's the next big meeting? Julian asked. In about a month, Nick answered. All right, Julian said. I will run some experiments. If everything goes well, I need you to sell it to the city. Nick nodded. Naturally, Julian didn't dare to attend the big yearly meeting. For the past 2 years, he hadn't been in a single one of them. Technically, the yearly meeting only needed an owner and the chief Zephyx Extractor, and since Nick was both, he could act as both. Usually, there were 2 people per manufacturer in the meeting since they were focusing on different things. The chief Zephyx Extractor usually wasn't as involved in business matters, but knew everything about Specters and vice versa. They also didn't want to seem disrespectful to the governor. Of course, if Julian was the only one missing from the meetings, it would be suspicious. Luckily, he had already dealt with that issue by meeting all of the usual participants on accident at random times. Yes, Julian's power didn't work on a strong specialist or hero, but he also didn't immediately get unmasked as soon as any of them saw him. He still had his normal body, after all. As long as nobody was trying to check whether or not he was human, nobody would notice. So as long as he met some of them outside for a quick chat, no one would bat an eye. It would just be some small talk. At that point, Julian would just give some random excuses about how busy his day was. However, Julian wouldn't dare to enter the actual meeting. It was one thing to talk to one of them outside, but talking in a tense meeting with several people who could potentially see through him was dumb. Everyone in the meeting was already suspicious of everyone else. Luckily, Julian's absence from the meetings didn't seem too strange since several of the people could confirm that he seemed awfully busy. So, Nick was the one who dealt with the yearly meetings. He would also need to be the one who sold the bottle to the city. Nick didn't ask why Julian wanted to sell the bottle during the meeting, but he guessed that Julian had some kind of plan. Are you going outside again? Julian asked. Nick nodded. Yes, the team is still waiting. Good, Julian said. You already got quite a good haul, but we can only get one of the 2 things we need from the bottle. The most important thing Dark Dream needed right now was an adult so that Nick's power could increase without arousing suspicion. However, there was a prerequisite to getting that. Having the means to contain an adult. The containment unit wasn't the issue. Nick's power wasn't the issue. The issue was the building. The building they were in wasn't durable enough for the vibrations that an adult would cause while attacking its containment unit. Such a powerful containment unit was already very heavy, and with the additional vibrations, it would most likely fall through the floor and damage anything below it. Because of that, they needed a new building. However, getting such a building wasn't easy. The city owned every free building and won a lot of money for these buildings. Julian and Nick already had their eyes on a specific one, but getting it would drain 2 entire years of profits. Sure, they had enough saved up, but they would not have many liquid assets left after that, which would be an issue. But now, if everything worked out with a spilling bottle, they could get one for much cheaper. Chapter 362, Small Slimes. Nick left Dark Dream again and ran towards the bridge. He had been in the building for barely a couple of minutes, and the guards didn't even ask Nick any questions. But the same thing wasn't true for the 2 experts guarding the other side. You going out again? One of them asked with raised brows. Nick had just brought back a specter, and he wanted to get even more. That was the 7th specter that had been caught within the last 2 years, the 6th one having been caught just a couple of days ago in the outside world. Usually, extractors didn't immediately run out to get another specter after they just got one. You saw what I had, Nick commented. Right? Makes sense, the guards said. Nick just ran down the corridor and entered the outside world again. The 4 veterans guarding the outside just looked on as Nick jumped into the valley. As soon as Nick rounded the first corner in the valley, his ability reactivated, and he charged forward with much more speed. No one is following me, Nick thought as he continued. After rounding another corner, Nick's ability deactivated again, and he grew quite annoyed. It was another one of the slimes. The forest is like 4 kilometers away, and I really don't want to lure it that far away. Nick just charged forward, right at the slime. Naturally, the slime also charged at Nick. Shing. Nick's blades came out, and he immediately cut several of the long arms off. This slime was barely on the level of an adolescent, which made it far weaker than Nick, but the slimes were still very robust and difficult to kill. A thrown spear would just shoot through it, coming out the other side without stopping the slime for long. The issue was that these slimes had no vital organs. There was no core or anything similar to that. Even more, if a slime was cut in half, both halves would gain new consciousnesses and act autonomously from each other. Of course, they were still weaker than the combined slime. As the severed arms fell to the ground, they turned into slime again, which then attacked Nick. It was important to note that a slime's arms were the only solid things on its body. After all, how would a liquid arm be able to pull the slime forward? The arms were also a slime's weakness since they didn't have any other method of movement. If they wanted to move, they needed to make new arms. Shing. But then, these arms would just get cut off again, turning into many tiny slimes. As the slime became smaller, the arms also became smaller, which made the cut-off arms turn into even smaller slimes. After cutting off over 30 arms, the many slimes were already climbing over each other, trying to get to Nick. This was one of the fatal flaws of the slimes. They could turn into many smaller slimes, but many smaller slimes couldn't turn into bigger slimes. For nearly a full minute, Nick kept cutting off arms before starting to cut the small slimes. As the slimes became smaller, their strength also decreased, which also made them slower. Eventually, Nick jumped about 100 meters away and looked back. Nick had been attacked by a slime that was about as tall as him, but now there were hundreds of slimes that were between 5 and 15 centimeters tall. They were about as big as rats, and about as fast and strong. Even if they swarmed Nick, they wouldn't be able to damage him in any way. Sure, if one added up all the slimes, one would get the same amount of power, but that didn't matter. Would 1,000 punches of an initial newbie be as strong as one punch of an initial John? Of course. If one added all the power, that would be much more power. But would these punches manage to get through a metal plate? No. Would the punch of the initial John get through? Probably. The little slime still knew where Nick was, and they moved towards him at a speed of about 5 kilometers per hour. Nick just turned around and continued on his way. After Nick rounded the next corner, the slime started to slow down. They had lost their target. They immediately started to search for more life, but couldn't find any. So, they just started to slowly move in random directions, splitting up. Some of them would vanish in forests. Some of them would fall into the Crimson Sea. Many of them would eventually meet other extractors with abilities that could actually kill them. Just because Nick couldn't kill them didn't mean that other extractors couldn't. Jason, Petra, and Clayton could use their abilities to turn these small slimes into nothingness. As long as one could remove the Zephyx that made up their bodies, they would vanish. Sadly, Nick didn't have that ability. After about half a minute, he reached the swallowing swamp again. Nick's 4 extractors were standing in a group, and when they saw him, they all turned to him. Did everything go well? Jenny asked. Nick nodded. The spilling bottle is in the last containment unit on the 2nd floor. Then, he turned to the others. I want to find another Specter. The city has only recently allowed extractors to go outside again, and I want to make use of that fact. By using us as bait, Clayton said. Nick looked at Clayton. That is the agreement, he said, but I will protect you with all of my power. I understand, Clayton said with a neutral voice. It was not meant as a dig. Nick nodded. Are you guys ready? The group nodded back. Then, let's continue, Nick said as he turned towards the north. I want to take a look at the mountain east of the city. When the others heard that, they became a bit nervous. It was possible that there were specters on the mountain, but that wasn't the scary part. The scary part was the mountain's elevation. It was only about 300 meters high, but that was still high enough to see the Crimson Sea. And naturally, nobody wanted to see the Crimson Sea. Chapter 363, The Desert. Nick led his 4 employees toward the north. They decided to veer off towards the west for a bit. The reason for that was the big area to the northeast. A couple of kilometers northeast of the swallowing swamp was the desert. The desert was a specter that was called the desert as well as an actual desert. However, compared to the usual deserts, this one was far smaller, only being about 5 kilometers wide. The desert was an even plain of sand. There were no hills, dunes, holes, or whatever. It was perfectly even. There were also no stones, animal bones, corpses, plants, or whatever. Every point of the desert was identical to every other point. There were two reasons why Nick wanted to avoid appearing near the desert. First of all, the desert was at least an elder. Anyone who walked into the desert would become extremely thirsty within a matter of seconds, and if they were normal people, they would just straight up turn into mummies before transforming into sand that combined with the sand on the ground. Even worse, that draining effect also worked on water that wasn't connected to any living being. This meant that water bottles, rain clouds, and even the air would have all of their water sucked out. Since the effect also worked on inorganic things, the manufacturers concluded that the desert grew more powerful by absorbing moisture, not by the consequence of absorbing all moisture. This meant that the desert most likely grew more powerful just by having water splashed over it. While the desert was not very dangerous due to it not being able to move, its potential was immense. When Crimson City had connected to the outside world again after 2 years, they found out that the desert had grown by about 100 meters. If this thing continued being here, it might grow even bigger and more dangerous. Some people had even thought about what would happen if this thing became an eternal. Wouldn't the water in the entire world vanish? The city actually wanted to deal with the desert, but it wasn't that easy. The second reason why Nick didn't want to approach the desert was that there was a high likelihood of a strong extractor being there. While the swallowing swamp and the desert appeared very similar on the outside, the worth in the manufacturer's eyes couldn't be different. The swallowing swamp was just some worthless and annoying force specter that produced no Zephyx. Meanwhile, the desert was powerful and produced a whole lot of Zephyx. The only issue was, how could one capture, transport, and suppress a desert? One would need to build a containment unit as big as Crimson City, and if the city had access to something like that, they would have used it on the Crimson Sea. Nevertheless, the manufacturers constantly looked for ways to contain the desert. If someone managed to find some kind of core or something similar, they could potentially capture and use an Elder Force Specter. Force Specters were already very valuable due to the cost of capturing them, and an Elder one would be even better. The only two manufacturers not interested in the desert right now were Dark Dream and Gemini. Dark Dream wasn't interested since they had nobody powerful enough to suppress and work with a Spectre, excluding Julian, and Gemini wasn't interested since they still had to consolidate after capturing the distortion. One Elder Force Spectre was a lot of drain already for them. However, all the other manufacturers were quite interested, and there were almost always some powerful extractors near the desert, running experiments on it. That was why Nick wanted to avoid that place. Sure, many guards knew that Nick and his people were somewhere outside the city, but the fewer people knew of their specific whereabouts, the better. After traveling north for about 5 kilometers, the five found themselves at the foot of a mountain. Or more like a very big rock or cliff. It wasn't a mountain in the classical sense since it wasn't nearly tall enough. 300 meters was a bit small for a mountain. However, it could also not really be called a hill since it was quite steep and jagged. Also, it was made of rocks. So, the city just decided to call it the local mountain. The entire mountain was probably around 1 kilometer wide. Back when the red mist hadn't been in Crimson City, people could see the mountain as long as they looked toward it from an elevated position. After all, back then, there had still been massive walls around the city, blocking the view. Nick looked up at the mountain. This was the first mountain he had ever seen up close. Yet, it wasn't impressive in any way. The megastructure of Crimson City dwarfed it. When Nick looked towards the right, he saw that part of the mountain's foot had turned yellow and brittle. The mountain was directly adjacent to the desert, and the eastern part of its foot was already inside the desert's domain. Based on the difference between the normal mountain and that part, there was apparently still some moisture to be gained from a stone. The 5 of them would need to be extremely careful not to accidentally enter the desert's domain. The next moment, Nick led his people to the western side of the mountain. He wanted to climb the mountain from the west since that meant turning their backs on Crimson City and the Crimson Sea. As long as they didn't turn around, they wouldn't die. It was like roaching. Nick stepped behind everyone while Jason, Petra, and Clayton went to the front. Jenny was in the middle. The 3 people at the front became quite nervous, but they knew that they had signed up for this. They were now supposed to do what they were here for. Naturally, Nick and Jenny were behind the 3 of them, since it would be problematic to save them in case of an ambush if that meant turning around. Because of that, the strongest in the group had to stay at the back. Chapter 364, The Mountain. "Let's go," Nick said from behind. The 3 at the front wanted to look at each other for reassurance, but that was quite dangerous. Sure, right now the Crimson Sea wasn't looking at them yet, but it was better not to get used to looking at each other. Eventually, Clayton stepped forward, and the other two quickly followed. Jenny kept her rifle ready and also walked forward. As the four of them walked forward, Nick felt his ability reactivate again. Means nobody is following us. Then Nick also started to walk forward. Nick's goal had actually been the mountain from the very beginning. The swallowing swamp had only been a short pit stop for him since he just wanted to confirm if it really was just a forced specter. There were a couple of reasons why Nick wanted to look for specters on the mountain. The first was that he was certain that not many people looked at the mountain after the city gained access to the outside again. Even specialists weren't safe from the Crimson Sea, and any wrong turn was fatal. The second reason was the fact that the desert was directly adjacent. Since the city was so interested in the desert, many experts and even the occasional specialists were there. With so many powerful people there, why would they need to send a weak team of extractors to the mountain? The specialists would just look at it from the ground, and that would be search enough. Maybe some experts and specialists also looked around a bit, but that was it. What if there were a specter here? What if it were a hatchling, adolescent, or adult? Obviously, with only experts and specialists appearing here, the specter wouldn't dare to show itself. But if there were a couple of initial Johns, Nick was hoping that there was a specter here and that it was desperate for some food. Sadly, the chances were higher that there was simply no specter here. While the effects of the specters could be seen all over the world, finding weak specters that were easy to catch was still very difficult. The five of them slowly climbed the mountain. Suddenly, Nick's ability deactivated. However, he had been prepared for that. After all, the Crimson Sea, which was about 3 kilometers away from their current location, could probably see them by now. At this moment, several eyes were probably looking at the five of them from a distance. Luckily, the five of them couldn't be seen by anyone in the city since the red mist completely blocked them. The five of them continued climbing. Naturally, all of them were nervous and even scared. Nick felt especially nervous due to his ability being inactive. He always relied on his ability to tell him if somebody was looking at him, and his ability didn't work anymore since the Crimson Sea was constantly looking at him. What if someone from anatomy had found them climbing the mountain and was currently preparing to shoot at them from the base? Sadly, Nick couldn't turn around to check. He just had to believe that nobody was currently aiming a gun at them. The five of them slowly ascended the mountain. They wanted to go very slowly so that any possible specter had ample opportunity to ambush them. Nick was constantly ready to explode forward. While he was willingly using his employees as bait, he would still do his absolute best to protect them. They entrusted him with their lives, and he would not disappoint them. As they climbed the lonely mountain in the middle of the wasteland, they looked upward. They were about halfway to the top. Nothing had attacked them yet. All the stone around them was just as gray and jagged as it always was. Nothing was happening. Was there a specter or not? The answer seemed to be negative. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant during their climb. They continued climbing, and eventually, they reached the top. Clayton slowly crawled onto the relatively even ground on the tip of the mountain. He wanted to be sure that nobody from the desert could see him. The others waited. Some seconds later, he crawled backward back to the group. "There are 3 people near the desert," he said. "Stay low." The other 4 slowly continued advancing until they also reached the top. And then, that was it. They were there. There was nothing here. Several seconds of silence passed. "Let's go back down," Nick said. "Keep in mind not to turn around. We have to descend the mountain without looking down or backward." The others nodded without looking at Nick. Then, Nick slowly walked backward and grabbed the edge. Climbing down without looking down was stressful and strange, but thanks to their powerful bodies, it wouldn't be very problematic. Their descent was many times slower than their ascent, and Nick saw the 4 of them slowly descending. His ability was still deactivated, making him nervous. What if there was a specter standing right behind him right now? Nick did his best to remain calm and vigilant. They continued descending. Nick's ability would soon reactivate AG. Don't look. Boom. All hell broke loose. Nick saw 4 long and thin appendages shooting out of the mountain. These 4 appendages surrounded Petra and immediately pulled back into the mountain at insane speeds. Nick could only see the light of Petra's barrier shining before she was gone. The scream had come from her. As soon as Nick had seen what was going on, he had screamed not to look. It was important that nobody turn around to look at Petra during this crisis lest they see the Crimson Sea. At the same time as Nick shouted, Jenny jumped backward, away from the mountain. And then she fired her rifle. A cloud of gray dust had appeared as soon as the four appendages shot out, and it was difficult to see whether or not Jenny had hit her target. However, Nick trusted in her aim. Most likely, she had hit the enemy without hitting Petra. "I'm fine," Jenny shouted from above Nick. "I can land on my own." Clayton and Jason had been slightly in front of Petra, and they had jumped up the mountain a bit to get away from whatever had just happened behind them. Bang! The stone below Nick exploded as he shot forward. In an instant, he reached the gray cloud. And then he saw it. A hole leading into the dark mountain. There would be no sunlight in there. Bang! Without hesitation, Nick charged in. Chapter 365 Dark Specter. Nick immediately charged into the dark hole. The hole was around 2 meters wide and led deep into the mountain. As soon as he jumped into the hole, terrifying faces appeared all around him. They were all laughing maniacally as they tore into Nick's flesh. Nick tried his best to ignore them, but it wasn't very easy to ignore the sensation of being torn into pieces. "Petra," Nick shouted as he landed somewhere after falling for a while. "Boss." Nick gritted his teeth as Petra's voice came from all directions at the same time. He had no other choice. In an instant, an explosion of light appeared around Nick, banishing the nightmare's influence. This was the ability Nick had gained after working with a blinding light. For just a short moment, a picture of Nick's surroundings was burned into his eyes. He was in a long, wide, and dark cave. It was almost 3 meters high and around 5 meters wide. Even more, the cave was actually pretty straight. At that moment, Nick had also heard sounds of fighting from one direction. Sadly, everything became chaotic again as the darkness returned. Nick narrowed his eyes and started to shine, but this time he was giving off a weak light continuously. It was barely anything, and the cave was still quite dark, but was enough to weaken the nightmare's influence to a point where Nick could actually navigate his surroundings. At the same time, he felt a strong drain. This ability was not designed to be used continuously, and the drain on Nick's Zephyx was terrifying in relation to how little light he was producing. The conversion of Zephyx to light was horrible. Nick immediately charged down in the direction in which he had heard the fighting. He rounded a corner and heard the shuffling getting louder. Even though he had only used his light for a couple of seconds, he had already lost nearly 50% of his Zephyx. When Nick rounded another corner, he deactivated his light after looking at the layout of the pathway in front of him. The faces returned, and Nick jumped forward with all of his speed. Bang! Nick hit the wall at the end with his arms and immediately jumped forward again. This time, he didn't know what awaited him at the end of the hallway since he had only seen the beginning of the hallway. Bang! Nick hit the wall again. But then Nick's eyes shone. His ability had just deactivated. Nick exploded into a burst of light again, using up an entire 20% of his Zephyx. In that short moment, Nick could see his surroundings. About 20 meters away, down another hallway, he saw a man who was nearly 2.5 meters tall. The man perfectly blended into the dark surroundings, and his black eyes had been looking at Nick. The man had 6 extremely long and thin arms with thick hairs growing out of them. They looked almost like the limbs of a spider. In the middle of those limbs was a dark, elongated sphere. This had to be where Petra was. Nick had seen all of that in an instant before the cave became dark again. As soon as the cave became dark, Nick's ability reactivated. This was the effect and purpose of his ability. By sacrificing a big part of his Zephyx, Nick could create a powerful burst of light with a strong blinding effect. Nick immediately jumped down the hallway with all of his power as the faces returned to tear chunks out of him. In an instant, Nick hit the wall again. That was bad. After all, he had jumped towards the Specter's location. It seemed like the Specter had evaded to the side, dodging Nick's charge. As soon as Nick landed, his ability also deactivated due to the sound. Most likely, the Specter was right beside Nick. Nick had to make a decision. Use up even more of his Zephyx? Blindly attack but risk killing Petra? Retreat? In an instant, Nick gritted his teeth, narrowed his eyes, and made his decision. He quickly put his forearms in front of his face. CRKSH. Amongst all the unending pain the nightmare was inflicting on him, Nick felt an actual impact on his chest. Sadly, he couldn't tell how much damage he had taken since he was being torn apart in his perception anyway. Did he receive a harmless punch, Or did his entire lower torso just vanish with that attack? Nick couldn't tell. He only knew that he had been attacked by something real. And that was what he had bet on. Nick immediately jumped forward and felt something solid, which he then toppled over. His hands grabbed something. That was when Nick unleashed another explosion of light. Several things appeared in Nick's perception. The dark Specter's chest was right below him. The Specter's human but blank face looked directly at Nick with a dead expression. Several long appendages were readying to strike Nick. The dark orb that should have been Petra was below Nick. Lastly, Nick could see how injured he was. There were 3 red spots on his torso. However, Nick could tell that his abdominal muscles were still in mostly one piece. This confirmed his guess. This is not an adult but a strong adolescent. Earlier, Nick had decided to deactivate his barrier to take a hit. Like this, he wouldn't lose any more of his precious Zephyx. However, if the enemy were an actual adult, Nick would have been torn apart. Yet, wouldn't an adult have directly attempted to kidnap him? Or what about Jenny? A weak adult would have taken Jenny since she had 5 times as much Zephyx as Petra, and a strong adult would have taken Nick. So Nick was sure that this had to be a strong or average adolescent. And by getting attacked, Nick could tell where his opponent was in the dark. As soon as Nick realized that he had been correct, all uncertainty vanished from him, and he looked into the dark eyes of the Specter. Chapter 366 is Silk. Nick's ability was still inactive since he was currently in physical contact with the Specter, but that didn't matter. His blades activated, and Nick punched forward. Boom! Nick's blade and fists buried into the ground. Just now, Nick had attacked the Specter's neck, and he was certain that he had just decapitated it, which had been his goal. Naturally, Nick didn't want to kill the Specter, but something like that wouldn't kill one. Bang! Nick felt something hit his side. With his superior reaction speed, Nick managed to grab the appendage, which could barely move inside his grip. CRKSH. Nick used his blade and cut off the base of the appendage, throwing it to the side. Since Nick's body was a lot more powerful, the Specter could barely do anything to defend itself. It could hit and injure Nick, but every time it hit its opponent, it would lose one of its appendages. After getting rid of another 3 appendages, Nick grabbed the body of his opponent and rammed it against the wall with a lot of force. Submit or die, Nick shouted. Not waiting for an answer, Nick immediately threw the Specter onto the ground again, putting his foot on what he thought was its torso. Then he waited. Every second, Nick felt like he was being torn apart. However, he didn't feel any physical impact, even though the enemy should still have a couple of limbs left. It gave up, Nick thought. Then, Nick searched for the black sphere, which should be Petra. He found it quickly and felt how soft but firm it was. It was probably spider silk. Nick tore it apart and activated a slight bit of his light. At that moment, he could see his surroundings again. The Specter was missing its head and half of its limbs. It was currently lying on the ground, unmoving. Nick could also see Petra through the opening he had created. She was unconscious. She had most likely run out of Zephyx, which had knocked her unconscious. It's the silk, Nick thought as he looked at it. Just now, when Nick had torn the silk apart, he had also felt a drain on his Zephyx. Apparently, the silk absorbed any kind of Zephyx. If Petra were in Zephosis, running out of Zephyx for a prolonged period of time would prove fatal. Not having access to Zephyx was like not having access to air. Luckily, Petra was only an initial John, and her body still mostly used food and oxygen to stay alive. Nick quickly tore her out of the silk cocoon and put her body over his shoulder. Then he deactivated the light again since he only had 10% of his Zephyx remaining. An instant later, Nick took out 2 wires from his tool belt. Those were Zephyx suppressors, and he quickly wound them around the Specter below him. As long as you're nice, you will get enough food and become stronger, Nick said. The next moment, Nick grabbed the Specter's leg and dragged. Home. Nick stopped as the nightmare's influence vanished briefly, and a weak red light appeared for a short moment. What the fuck? Nick thought as he turned around. Then he took a deep breath and shone with very weak light for just an instant, wasting another 2% of his Zephyx. Nick only now noticed that the walls and ceiling were covered in silk, and he also noticed that they were at a dead end. This was the Specter's lair. But then where had the bright light come from? Nick gritted his teeth and waited. The nightmare was tearing him apart again, but he wanted to know what was going on. Then some seconds later, the nightmare's influence vanished again, and this time Nick could see what had happened. A weak red light shone through the silk wall at the end of the hallway. Nick quickly walked over while dragging the Spectre with him. Shing, shing, shing. He cut through the silk and tore it off the wall. The red light appeared again, but this time it was much brighter. The red light came from a spot about 2 meters high, and Nick had gotten rid of the silk in front of it. It was an electrical lamp? Or a light? Nick had never seen these kinds of lights before since Solace's lights seemed very friendly and warm. But these lights seemed artificial and sterile. But how? Nick thought. These kinds of artificial lights shouldn't work against the nightmare's influence. And yet, I feel no Zephyx coming from that light, but it's still managed to stop the nightmare for just a moment. I have to know what's going on here. Nick started to tear even more silk off the wall. When his hands came into contact with the wall behind the silk, Nick realized something. That's metal, not stone. Then Nick made a decision. Boom. He activated his blades again and attacked the wall. All of Nick's blades sunk into the wall, but it still didn't reach the other side. This wall was extremely thick. The next moment, the nightmare's influence vanished again as the red light started to become bright and constant. At the same time, an ear-grating alarm rang out. With a brighter light, Nick could finally see what was in front of him. A steel door. The light came from above the door. A ruin, Nick thought. Nick narrowed his eyes. He had never come into contact with a ruin before. It was no secret that there were many ruins all over the world from lost civilizations, but Nick had never seen one. Aegis was very careful about these ruins, and any information on past civilizations was kept highly confidential. Most likely, Aegis hadn't found this ruin yet. Naturally, Nick was very interested. But I can't enter right now, he thought as he looked at the Spectre and Petra. I have to bring these two back to the group first. Nick looked one last time at the steel door before walking away. He would bring the Spectre and Petra to the group, and then he would take a look at this ruin. Chapter 367, Brave and Stupid. Nick turned away from the steel door and ran down the hallway. Since Petra was unconscious, she wasn't affected by the nightmare, and the Spectre that Nick was pulling behind him wasn't affected anyway. However, Nick had to oppose the nightmare's influence again. Every time it happened, it was horrible. It was impossible to get used to it. Whenever Nick came into contact with the nightmare, he re-experienced the most painful time of his life. The more it happened, the more nervous and afraid Nick grew of the darkness. And yet, he just gritted his teeth and did what he had to do. It wasn't easy, but life also wasn't easy. Luckily, Nick memorized where he had to go, and he also became much better at navigating while under the nightmare's influence. Back when he had swum through the sewers, Nick hadn't been able to navigate inside the nightmare's influence since he still relied on outside feedback. After rounding yet another corner, Nick used just a slight bit of light. By now, his head had already started pounding, and his body began to shiver due to the low level of Zephyx. Nick saw the hole in that short moment and jumped towards it. He activated his left blade and rammed it into the stone while he pulled the Spectre with his right. Naturally, Petra was slung over his left shoulder. Nick jumped from wall to wall, and as he ascended, the nightmare's influence weakened. And finally, Nick saw some actual sunlight. With one last jump, Nick immediately rammed his two hands into the walls to stop himself. Cold sweat broke out all over Nick's body. I nearly died, he thought in terror. If he had jumped out without a plan, he would have involuntarily looked at the Crimson Sea. Nick took a deep breath to calm down. Jenny, are you there? He shouted after a bit. Boss, Nick heard several people shout. The next moment, Jenny appeared over the exit of the hole, looking at Nick with exhilaration. Yes, boss, Jenny answered. Come down and grab Petra. She's lost consciousness, but she's still alive, Nick said. When Jenny heard that, her eyes widened in shock. Nick had managed to save her. Everyone had expected that Petra would already be dead. But despite all odds, she was still alive. When they saw Nick jumping into the darkness, several conflicting thoughts went through everyone's minds. They had to save Petra. Jumping into the hole would be suicide. Nick was insane. Nick was brave. Nick was stupid. Nick valued his employees. Nick was putting one person above everyone else's survival. Everyone's thoughts had traveled to both extremes several times. Jumping into the darkness to save Petra was idiotic and suicidal, but on the other hand, it showed Nick's loyalty and resolve. Naturally, the three initial Johns had believed that Nick would protect them, but they had still felt a bit taken advantage of and unhappy. Sure, Nick would try his best to save their lives, but he wouldn't risk his own. But now they had been proven wrong. Nick had jumped into the nightmare's domain while running after an unknown specter with unknown power. And he had succeeded. Nick's actions touched them deeply, and they no longer felt bad about risking their lives. Nick was putting his life on the line for theirs, and it was only right for them to do the same. "Sure, let me come down," Jenny said as she climbed into the hole. While Jenny was climbing down, she saw a black torso with inhuman appendages hanging from Nick's right hand. Jenny had to take a deep breath to calm down. Coming into contact with an unknown specter was always scary. Luckily, Nick had already put Zephyx suppressors around it. Jenny took hold of Petra and lifted her out, being very careful that her head never faced the Crimson Sea. "I'll throw the specter out next. Be careful. It's most likely a mid, late, or peak adolescent." Some seconds later, Nick threw the specter out of the hole. Since it didn't have a head, it couldn't look at the distant Crimson Sea. Nick heard a small scuffle from outside the hole. As he threw the body out, he also noticed something new. The specter was actually missing a leg. Nick was certain that he had only torn off about 3 of the spider arms. This meant that the leg had probably been obliterated by Jenny's rifle. It had most likely run through the cave by using its spider legs. "Done," Jenny shouted. "I have my rifle to its torso." "Good," Nick shouted. "I'm not going to come out immediately. I found something in the cave, and I want to take a look at it." "You found something?" Clayton asked, his head poking out from the side. "I'm not sure what it is yet," Nick said. "However, it seems quite important. If I'm not back within an hour, you can assume that I'm dead, but I highly doubt that I will die." The extractors felt nervous when they heard that. Nick was going to be in the darkness for an hour? However, after what Nick had just done for Petra, they didn't dare question his intentions. "Of course," Jenny said. "We're going to wait out here." "Good," Nick said before falling back into the darkness. Then he charged down the pathway from earlier. Luckily, since nobody could sense him right now, he was much faster, and he didn't need to endure the nightmare's influence for long. Nick had been gone for barely a minute, and the alarm was still going. Fortunately, this also meant that the red light was shining, which banished the nightmare's influence. Nick stopped in front of the steel door and took a deep breath. Then he tore all the silk from the door, revealing the entire thing. On the right side of the door was a small monitor that looked very similar to the ones controlling the containment units. Yet, while the monitors of the containment units had unclear and simple displays, the picture in this display was crystal clear. It was almost like it was a window. Nick had never seen such an insanely advanced monitor before. Chapter 368 Steel. Right now, the display on the right was blinking red, and Nick could see a big exclamation mark appearing and disappearing. This display most likely shows the door's status, he thought. Then he looked around the display. But there are no levers or buttons anywhere. Can I not operate it? Nick put his finger on the display, and he saw it change. Letters and words Nick had never seen before appeared on the display. He had no idea what the display said. Nick tapped the display a couple more times and noticed that dots appeared in the middle every time he pressed. It actually reacts to my touch. This is so strange, he thought. The dots stopped appearing after they became 8. I presume this is some kind of password to deactivate the alarm and to open the door. Nick furrowed his brows. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to guess that, and there is probably also some kind of failsafe. Might as well go in the hard way. Shing. The blade on Nick's right arm activated, and he rammed it into the door. Luckily, since the alarm was already active, nothing surprising happened except for Nick's blade burying into the door. This is just normal steel. Maybe it's a bit harder than normal steel, but not a lot more, Nick thought. But it's a lot of steel. That door is probably over half a meter thick. Why would they use that much steel, though? Why not use materials treated with Zephyx? What's the point of putting 10 meters of steel in front of me when I can just cut through it? Did they not have access to better materials? Were they that primitive? Nick looked at the display to the right. No, probably not. That display is clearer and more versatile than any I have seen. Even the displays for the Fog's containment unit aren't this advanced, and that containment unit costs millions of credits. Nick raised an eyebrow. Did they not have access to harder materials? I mean, without Zephyx, steel should be the hardest material you can get in bulk. So, did they not have access to Zephyx? The more Nick thought about it, the more sense it made. But then, he remembered what had happened when the Crimson Sea broke out. Nick had seen a bit of what had happened back then, and Winter and Julian had also told him what had happened. The ruins immediately below Crimson City were made of materials harder than steel, and the ruins below those, which should be even older, were made of even more durable materials. They definitely had access to Zephyx. Even more, the entire floor of ruins had been made with extremely durable materials, which meant they were not lacking in those. So then, why was only steel here? There were discrepancies that didn't make any sense to Nick yet. Nick's blade easily cut through the door like it was slime. After cutting out a circle, Nick grabbed the inner part and pulled. Cree. The entire door creaked loudly and violently. Right now, Nick's ability was active, which meant that he was 500 times as strong as he would be as a normal person, and his body was already extremely athletic. One could say that he was 1,000 to 1,500 times as powerful as a normal human. Naturally, even the extremely thick steel door was groaning under his power. Yet, nothing actually happened. Apparently, being that strong still wasn't enough. Change of plans, Nick thought as he put the side of his right blade to the door. Sir. Then he moved it down like he was shaving the door. A layer of steel came off and rolled up like it was cream. Nick grabbed the roll and threw it to the side before he pulled off another layer. It took a couple of minutes, but Nick managed to finally get through the door. Shockingly enough, the door was 2 whole meters thick. As soon as Nick got through the door, he was surprised to see bright lights everywhere. He found himself in a hallway that was brightly lit with lights on the ceiling. Even more, these artificial lights seemed to keep the nightmare at bay, which was still crazy to Nick. Sure, Solace could do the same thing, but they had a Specter. Wait, does that mean there's also a Specter here? Nick thought. But then he looked back at the destroyed door behind him. Not sure. If they had a Specter, they would probably have access to harder materials. What is going on? Next, Nick looked around a hallway. It was made of uniform steel, which was colored with green and orange colors, creating a certain kind of style. Nick saw no gaps in the steel except for the doors at the side, which was crazy. Did they melt all of this into one? That's insane, Nick thought. The next moment, Nick saw something to his right. He knew what that was. A locker, and a big one at that. Even more, there were 10 of those. While the alarm was still screaming into Nick's ears, he walked over to one of the lockers and tried to open it. Sadly, it was locked. CRK. Nick just used more power and tore the door off, which was about 10 centimeters of steel. When Nick saw the thing behind it, his eyes blinked a couple of times in surprise. It was a suit made of steel. It was a bit taller than 2 meters, greenish black, and the face was made of glass. Nick grabbed the suit and pulled. CRK. 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 The suit was fixed to the wall, but Nick just pulled the bolts out with the suit. Then he looked at it while he handled it like a shirt. Is this some kind of primitive armor? Nick thought. I don't think walking around in steel is very comfortable. Maybe it's harder than it looks. Nick grabbed one of the feet of the suit and squeezed. Cree. And turned it into a thin tube. Or not, he thought. Can something like this really act as armor? Were the people of the past really that primitive? Chapter 369, The Ruin. Nick put the suit to the side and walked down the corridor. When he came to the first door at the side, he found that it didn't have a way to open it. There was only a small device above it. Nick pushed lightly, but the door didn't budge. Sir. Then he just put his blade in and cut out a circle. Bang. The circle fell into the room, making a loud sound. The room was also brightly lit and just as loud as the hallway. Based on the steel shelves, Nick guessed that he was in some kind of storage room, and he could also immediately tell in what kind of storage room he was. Everything was filled with guns. It was just that their designs were quite different from the guns that Nick regularly saw in Crimson City. Nick walked over to one of the guns and held it up. He had learned how to operate a gun, even though he wasn't using one. However, he still had to get familiar with this new kind. After looking at it for a bit, he pointed at the wall and pulled the trigger. Gross. The sound of something sizzling came from the wall, and Nick's eyes widened. A small hole formed in the wall as liquid steel flowed down from the wall. That thing had burned a hole in the wall. The most shocking thing was that there had been no recoil or sound of gunfire. Nick had just pressed a button, and a small hole had appeared in the wall. Several questions immediately popped into Nick's mind. How is this thing so strong? Even I might receive some injuries. Why would they use armor made of steel when one of these guns can just burn a hole through them? Why is everything in here so weak while these guns are this strong? Nick looked at the shelves and saw 30 identical guns. If 30 people aimed these guns at Nick, even he might die. Although, if the guns were wielded by normal people, they wouldn't even be able to aim at him due to his speed. Nick looked at a couple more guns and tried them out. Eventually, Nick found guns that gave off the typical sound of gunfire and shot bullets. But with that came something else that shocked him. That gun had shot over 20 bullets in just a second. Nick wasn't sure if Crimson City had guns that fire this quickly. Eventually, Nick put the guns to the side and left the room. He walked further down the hallway and entered another door by cutting a hole in it. Sadly, while Nick could see several steel shelves again, the only things on them were several piles of dust. Nick guessed that this storage room housed organic materials, which had long since decayed into dust. The next room was quite big, and Nick saw many bed frames made of steel. All of the bed frames were covered in huge layers of dust, but there were also some randomly scattered piles of dust in different places. Strangely, there were a couple of metallic objects lying around the dusty piles. Near some of them were handguns. Almost all of them had some kind of metallic tag with text cut into them in a language Nick didn't understand. There were also a couple of square objects that perfectly fit in one's hand. Surprisingly, one of the sides of these objects was made of glass or something similar. It felt very similar to the material the monitor outside the main door was made of. There seemed to be no rhyme or reason as to where the piles were placed. Nick also found a couple more objects, but he couldn't be sure what they were since oftentimes only the metallic shell was left from the original object. He left the room after a while and continued down the hall. Whenever he reached a door, he cut a hole in it and looked at what was behind it. Piles of dust. Some kind of crater made of metal. Piles of heavy, yellowish metal bars. A big hall with many steel benches and tables. The big hall also had many piles of dust with items strewn around them. After around 30 minutes, Nick had looked at over 10 different rooms. And then he found another huge door at the end of the hallway. Beside the door were 2 piles of dust. However, these 2 piles of dust also had 2 of these crazy, powerful guns lying in them. That was when Nick realized something. Wait, are these piles humans? He thought. Every pile had some personal items lying beside them, and almost every single one had some kind of weapon lying beside it. So, every pile of dust is a human? Nick thought. The locations of all the piles shot through Nick's mind. Could the piles on the beds also be former humans? If so, doesn't that mean that they died in their sleep? Nick looked at the 2 piles beside the door. Those 2 piles are positioned like they are guards. Does this mean that they died while guarding the door? The 2 piles are very uniform. I don't think they died while fighting something. Does that mean everyone died without even noticing? Did everyone just spontaneously die without being able to react? Nick's heart rate increased as he thought about that. That was quite scary. What killed them? Was it a specter? Could be, but I'm not sure. Nick focused on the big door in front of him. This door seems quite important, and if I were to design this place, I would put the headquarters behind this big door. Nick looked at the door for a bit longer. Then he took out his blade and cut a hole in the door. Bang! The round plate of metal fell into the room behind the hallway, and Nick could finally see what was behind the door. And when he saw it, his eyes widened. Chapter 370, The Machine. There were screens everywhere. Nick could see metallic chairs in front of big tables filled with screens. The room was over 20 meters wide and long, and almost everything was covered in screens. Even more, all the screens were active, and they all displayed different things. Nick could still hear the alarm, and he could also see that the light in the room was lightly pulsing at the same rate as the alarm. When Nick looked closer, he saw many piles of dust near the monitors. Not even the people here saw their deaths coming. Nick walked over to the first monitor and looked at it. It was filled with random drawings and words he couldn't read. Nick randomly pressed different buttons on the display, which changed what was showing. After some time, the display stopped reacting to Nick's inputs, and he just scratched the back of his head. So he just went to the next display. Wait, is that the mountain I'm in? Nick thought as he looked at the image on the display. He could see the outline of the mountain and the outline of the place he was in inside the mountain. The outermost door and the door to this room were blinking red. Oh, Nick thought as he saw that there was a huge room even further in. Nick looked forward and noticed something. The huge monitors at the end of the room were not actually monitors but windows. Nick had thought that they were just inactive monitors since they were just black, but after looking more closely, he could see the outlines of a couple of objects behind them. He decided to ignore the monitors for now and went to the door at the side, which seemed to lead into the huge room at the end. Then Nick saw something beside the door that he was very familiar with. A switch. An actual switch. He knew what to do with that. Nick pressed the switch. Ding, 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 ding. Nick's eyes widened as one light after the other turned on behind the windows. Now he could see what was in the room, and he was shocked at what he saw. It was an absolutely gigantic machine. There were metallic tubes, lights, and displays everywhere. Even more, there were several parts of the machine that were actually moving from time to time. This has to be the power source, Nick thought. I don't know how old these ruins are, but it's crazy that this thing is still working after so long. Nick pressed another button beside the door. Shing. And the door opened by vanishing into the wall. That was when Nick felt something shocking. Zephyx. The air flowing out of the big hall was filled with Zephyx. Wait, so they do have access to Zephyx? Nick took a deep breath and entered the big hall. The density of Zephyx in the air was crazy. Nick decided to approach the machine, and the closer he got, the higher the density of the Zephyx became. By now, Nick was certain that the Zephyx came out of the machine. Is there a Specter in there? He thought. However, that didn't seem very likely. So then, is this machine making Zephyx out of prefix? Nick thought in shock. But that's impossible. Only Specters can do that. Nick just looked at the machine in stunned silence. By now, he had become quite nervous. This is too big for me, Nick thought as the same feeling appeared as when envy had targeted him for the first time. This is something for Aegis. Nick turned around and left the room. However, before he left the big room with the displays, he decided to take a look at a couple more. Maybe he could learn something. On one of the monitors, he saw a map. Sadly, he had no idea what kind of map this was. Nick also saw a top-down view of this place on one of the monitors. This top-down view showed another two big rooms adjacent to the huge room with the Zephyx machine. Most of the monitors just had some indecipherable things on them. However, there was one with a very interesting picture. There were many balls on a diagram of different sizes. There was a huge one in the center, and there were several more balls of different sizes in different locations. However, there were two balls that were different from all the other ones. One of the balls was surrounded by a red circle. Even more, there was a much smaller ball beside the circled ball, and that small ball was marked with an upside-down red triangle with a big inside it. It was obvious that the red symbolized danger or hostility. Nick just scratched the back of his head in confusion. He had no idea what this image represented or what was trying to tell him. Nick looked at the remaining monitors but couldn't find anything else of value. I guess that's it, Nick thought. I have been here for about 40 minutes now. I shouldn't keep the others waiting. Nick turned to the huge room with the Zephyx machine. He quickly made a decision. I have to tell Aegis about this place, although I'm not sure if this is big enough to call Simon. After all, he's a protector. I should probably just tell the governor. At that moment, Nick furrowed his brows. The governor can't be trusted, Nick thought. What if he just keeps all of this to himself and tries to silence me? He doesn't give a shit about the poor people, so why should he give a shit about me? Nick looked at the exit with narrowed eyes. I can't risk my life like this. The governor can silence me without many issues, but it won't be so easy if he has to talk to someone more powerful. I guess the best option is to tell Julian about all of this. Most likely, he will just sell the location of this place to the governor or Aegis. Like this, we will get some profit, and I get to keep living. Chapter 371 Way Back. Nick left the room with all the monitors and made his way back to the cave. About 45 minutes had passed since he had gone back into the mountain, and he had found many interesting things. Sadly, many things didn't seem to make much sense. Why were this building and these suits made of steel, while the weapons could destroy steel so easily? How did all of these people die? What did all these things on the monitors mean? How could that big machine produce Zephyx? Sadly, Nick didn't have the means to uncover all these mysteries. He had no idea how to speak the ancient language or how to operate these machines. These things are beyond my pay grade, Nick thought as he walked out of the big building. Maybe these things will make sense at some point, but right now I have no idea what any of this means. Nick looked into the darkness of the cave. And it's also not important. Knowing more about these things won't help me in improving the lives of the weaker people. What's important is that we can use this to earn a lot of money, which will help the weaker people in the long run. Nick started to shine in a weak light. By now, his Zephyx had already fully recovered, and it would be enough to get back to the entrance without having to go through another torture session with a nightmare. Nick ran through the cave and jumped up into the hole again. Shortly before he reached the exit, he stopped. "Everyone's still here?" Nick shouted. Nick heard some shuffling and saw Jason peeking over the edge of the hole. "Welcome back, boss. We were worried about you," he said. "Everything all right?" Nick asked as he slowly approached the exit with closed eyes. "No issues," Jason said as he moved to the side. Petra woke up. "Good to hear," Nick said as he grabbed the wall of the mountain again. "Sound off." "I'm here, boss." Nick heard Jenny from his left. "Here," Clayton said from below Nick. "I'm here," Petra said, also from below Nick. Here," Jason said from beside Nick. Naturally, Nick didn't dare to look around right now, which was why he asked them to sound off. "Is the Spectre here?" Nick asked. "Right here, boss," Jenny said. Nick moved to his left and extended his hand. He felt the cold and rugged hairs of the Spectre's spidery limbs. Nick pulled the Spectre over to himself and put it under his left arm. "Let's go," he said before he started to descend. Then the group started to descend a mountain. Descending the mountain was still quite scary since none of them had seen the foot of the mountain in a long while. What if someone was there? Eventually, everyone reached the bottom, and Nick was the first to look around. After not being allowed to look in one direction for so long, everyone was nervous about turning around. What if they could still see the Crimson Sea? Nick was the only one who was calm since his ability had already reactivated. Of course, he had to throw the Spectre to the side first to test whether or not the Crimson Sea could see him. For the first time in a long while, Nick looked around his surroundings. Nothing special. It looked just like before. "It's fine. You can look around," Nick said. Everyone else slowly looked around, and their anxiety vanished when they couldn't see the Crimson Sea. Then, everyone looked at the Spectre. Only Jenny and Nick had seen the Spectre properly. When Petra, Clayton, and Jason saw the Spectre, they were quite surprised. They weren't surprised by the Spectre's appearance, but by the fact that it was obviously missing several limbs. It seemed like Boss had done quite a number on it. Right now, the Spectre was still recovering, and only the lower part of its jaw had recovered. In probably half a day, it would have recovered its head, after which it would focus on its limbs. All in all, it would probably need around 2 days to recover fully. Boss, Petra said after a sigh. "We can talk later," Nick said as he grabbed the Spectre. "We need to get back to the city first." "Sure," Petra said with uncertainty. Nick looked around the group. "Everyone ready?" He saw a couple of nods. Nick nodded back and ran towards the south while his team followed him. Right now, Nick was especially careful. After all, they were carrying quite a conspicuous Spectre. A minute later, they reached the Swallowing Swamp. It wasn't very noticeable, but the Swallowing Swamp had lost about 2 centimeters of depth. The most dangerous part of the journey was over. After all, the most powerful extractors were near the desert, which had been just beside the mountain. Luckily, the people there didn't like looking towards the city for obvious reasons. The group continued traveling towards the west. Suddenly, Nick's eyes were drawn to the south. There, he met eyes with another person. The person was a man with dark hair who was looking at Nick with furrowed brows from a distance of about 300 meters. He wore the uniform of a veteran belonging to anatomy. It was quite obvious that the veteran had just been near anatomy's infestor and was just going elsewhere. Just my luck, Nick thought. Change trajectory, Nick ordered his team. The next moment, they started to run towards the northwest instead of the west. Instead of running towards the valley, they were now running past the northern wall of the valley, directly towards the city's entrance. The reason why they had traveled through the valley was that it was difficult to see them from a distance unless someone else was looking directly into the valley from one of the edges. But since they had been spotted, they no longer needed to stay hidden. In fact, it was now better to travel as openly as possible. After all, killing was still very illegal, and Cuboblitz would love seeing someone from anatomy trying to kill someone else. When the man from anatomy saw Nick change trajectory, he turned around and ran towards the south, towards anatomy's infestor. Chapter 372, Black Hair. Nick's heart rate increased when he saw the man running towards the south. There is most likely at least one expert there, Nick thought. "Jenny, take the Spectre," Nick shouted as he threw the Spectre to Jenny. Jenny caught it, and Nick jumped past her. "Continue towards the city, everyone," Nick ordered. "I will keep watch over our back." The team started to run at full speed while Nick ran behind them. Fortunately, his ability had activated again, which meant that no one was looking at him right now. Nick kept looking towards the south as he ran after his team. They were about 4 kilometers away from the city's entrance, but there were a couple of hills between their current location and the entrance. Do not turn around. Just keep running, Nick ordered with a shout as he felt his ability deactivate after Petra glanced back. Petra quickly turned forward again, but she was still worried for Nick. After a couple of seconds, Nick turned to look at his team. He wanted to make sure that if his ability suddenly deactivated, it wasn't because one of his teammates was looking at him. 20 seconds later, only 3 kilometers were between them and the bridge. Nick's ability deactivated. Nick rapidly looked in all directions, but there was nobody. He couldn't see anyone looking at him. Do not turn around, Nick shouted. Suddenly, a huge ball of light appeared around Nick. The 4 extractors running in front of Nick felt like everything behind them was being swallowed by light. Nick lost 80% of his Zephyx by making the ball of light so bright, but now was not the time to save Zephyx. And it was worth it since his ability reactivated again. As soon as it did, he turned his back to the direction of the city and jumped. Nick was jumping backward over his group while reaching a height of nearly 100 meters. At that height, Nick had to be extremely careful not to look at the city accidentally. However, it also allowed him to see the person that had just been looking at him. Right now, the person was rubbing their eyes furiously. This was why Nick's ability cost so much Zephyx. It had such a strong blinding effect that even veterans and weak experts would lose their eyesight. Even more, the standard barriers on the market were not designed to block this kind of light. Woman from Anatomy. Standardized -45 Malawian Quach's guns. Black hair. At least veteran. Nick shouted as loud as he could, his powerful voice traveling for over 2 kilometers. By now, the woman's eyes had recovered, and she glared at Nick, who was touching the ground again in front of the group. Her hands shook in frustration. And then, she turned around and ran towards the south. Naturally, this had been Nick's goal. If a dead person loudly announced the appearance of a person moments before they died, it would seem very likely that this person would be the killer. Nick had announced enough attributes of the woman's appearance so that anyone could identify her. Naturally, her goal had been to kill Nick. She was one of Anatomy's experts, and her position was already high enough that she was involved in several of Anatomy's illegal activities. Anatomy was looking closely at Dark Dream, and Dark Dream's CZE was one of their main targets. Yes, the woman had actually not been interested in the Spectre. She hadn't been here to steal the Spectre, but to kill Nick. Sadly, she had just heard about Nick being outside from the veteran who had run towards their infestor. If she had time to prepare, she would put a cloak on, change her weapons, and stalk the group until she could take care of them in silence. However, the group was already running back to the city on high alert. Because of that, she didn't have any time to prepare. And since Nick had just uncovered her, she couldn't kill him anymore. She definitely had the power to kill Nick and his 4 teammates. That would barely take 5 seconds. But what if someone else was present and heard Nick? What if the guards at the city's entrance heard him? After all, his shout had been extremely loud. Well, if Nick suddenly died, everyone would look at her. She would most likely be found guilty and executed, and even more, Anatomy would receive brutal punishment as well. Even if she were willing to sacrifice herself, killing Nick now would make Anatomy furious. Yes, they wanted Dark Dream, but the risk-to-reward ratio was atrocious right now. The good thing was that she hadn't committed to attacking yet. Even if Dark Dream reported her, she could just say that she was passing by. However, one thing still severely annoyed her. Lucky bastard, she thought. He used that flash exactly when I was aiming at him. Nick landed in front of the group and looked towards the east, the place where that extractor had just aimed at him. Fortunately, nothing happened in the next couple of seconds. When the team was only 2 kilometers away from the bridge, they got to a spot that was visible from the city's entrance. Hey, Nick shouted, waving at the distant guards. Some of them looked at the distant Nick. They had heard his shout earlier, and they knew exactly what happened. When they saw the black body that Nick was carrying, they knew why someone had targeted them. Naturally, the guards were not happy to see Nick carrying a Spectre. These 4 guards were working for Anatomy, Kugelblitz, and Ghosty's lab, and they would rather have the Spectre in their companies. Sadly, there was nothing they could do. They just watched as Nick's group approached them and walked past them into the corridor. Lucky bastard got a Spectre, one of them commented. No one answered him. When Nick saw the two experts in front of the bridge, he sighed in relief. They were safe now. Chapter 373, Back at Dark Dream. Nick and his employees approached the two guards in front of the bridge calmly. The two people at the entrance of the bridge had already noticed them, and when they saw the black body on Nick's shoulders, their eyebrows rose in surprise. You got another one already? One of them asked in surprise. Nick nodded. I was lucky, he said as he dumped the black body onto the ground. The two guards looked with interest at the body. What does the Spectre do? One of the guards asked. Nothing related to mentality, Nick said. It's only physically dangerous, and the Zephyx suppressors around it are still active. Naturally, Nick was telling them that he wanted to pass and that there were no issues. One of the guards looked at the Zephyx suppressors around the Spectre. How strong is it? Adolescent, Nick said. Between mid and peak. The two guards still looked with surprise at the Spectre. It wasn't that they were surprised that there was a Spectre, but that Nick managed to catch two in less than 2 hours from each other. He had to be insanely lucky. All right, everything checks out, one of the guards said, gesturing towards the bridge with his head. You can go. Nick grabbed the Spectre and put it over his shoulders again. Thanks, he said before he walked to the bridge. You're not getting a third one today, are you? One of the guards asked. If I go outside again, I will not return alive, Nick said. The two guards knew what Nick meant. They used to work for other manufacturers, and they knew about the hidden conflict. Understandable, the guards said. Nick and his employees walked across the bridge. When the guards guarding the inside entrance saw the Spectre, their eyebrows rose in surprise. Dark Dream got a Spectre? Naturally, every manufacturer in the city would know about Dark Dream's new Spectre within the hour. We're done for today, Nick told his team when they arrived in front of Dark Dream. Good work. I expect you back at work in 2 days. The four people relaxed noticeably. They had been quite nervous during the entire excursion since any person could have died out there. And their fear had not been unfounded. After all, Petra had nearly died, and they had also been spotted by Anatomy near the end. Luckily, they got what they wanted. 2 Specters. Thank you, boss, Clayton said with his dark voice. I'm the one that should thank you, Nick said neutrally. Big guy. Let's grab a drink, Jason shouted with laughter as he grabbed Clayton's shoulder. Clayton looked at Jason, and his serious expression relaxed a bit. It's been a while, he said. I know, Jason shouted. Then he turned to Petra. Hey, you also want to come? Petra looked at Jason and thought for a bit. Of course, just give me a small moment, she said. Then she turned to Nick with a very serious expression. Boss, you've saved my life, she said. Thank you so much. I will repay you someday. No thanks necessary, Nick said. Our agreement was that you would be bait and that I would protect you. I simply did what was expected of me. A relaxed smile appeared on Petra's face. Yes, but it still means a lot to me. Not many people would have charged into the darkness to save me. Please, just let me thank you. Nick looked at Petra, and an uncomfortable expression appeared on his face. Okay, sure. Clayton and Jason looked with shock at Nick's expression. Their stone-faced and serious boss could also have this kind of expression. When Petra saw Nick's face, she smiled brightly. Thank you, she repeated. Nick awkwardly nodded, and Petra walked over to Jason and Clayton. Jason shook his head to recover. Drinking time. Then he took the lead and walked right toward the inner city. Clayton looked at Petra and gestured to Jason. All right, Jason shouted as he turned around while walking away. See you in 2 days, Jenny. Jenny just smiled. Have fun. See you soon. Petra and Clayton also said their goodbyes before leaving for the inner city. Nick just looked after them as they were leaving. You did well today, Jenny told Nick. Nick didn't say anything since his mind was occupied with something else right now. Jenny looked at Nick with an uncertain expression. I'll go talk to Taryn and see if everything's all right. See you later, okay, she said as she approached Dark Dream's entrance. Sure, good work, Nick said absent-mindedly. When Jenny had seen Nick's uncertain expression earlier, it was like she had been transported to the past. Back then, Nick had had this expression on his face every day. He had always been so unsure and lively. But over the years, he just became quieter and quieter, and 2 years ago, when that thing with the Crimson Sea happened, he changed even more. Jenny wasn't sure if she had heard Nick's genuine laughter within the last 2 years. She also knew that Nick didn't even own a home or house. He was literally inside Dark Dream all the time, only working. Did he even have hobbies? Did he have friends? It didn't seem like it. Jenny remembered the early days of Dark Dream with fondness. They weren't rich, but it had felt quite intimate and warm with just Winter, Nick, Trevor, and herself. Sadly, things were different now. Trevor and Winter were dead. All the employees they had gained from Cycle were dead. Except for Nick, Jenny was now the employee who had been with the company the longest, and it wasn't even close. Thinking about the past put Jenny in a melancholic mood. But then she perked up again. Sure, Winter and Trevor were dead, but the people who replaced them were just as great. While Terrence seemed much more driven and hungry for acknowledgement than Trevor, it was easy to get along with him, and he also inspired confidence in others. And Winter's successor was even better. Julian was Jenny's best friend, and even though they were now boss and employee, their friendship was doing just as great as before. Maybe even better. Chapter 374, Payment Plan. As Jenny walked back into Dark Dream, Nick looked at his 3 distant employees. Petra's words made Nick feel strange. He genuinely didn't feel like he had done anything to be proud of. They had had an agreement, and he had simply fulfilled his part of the agreement. He had protected his employee. But when Petra had been so thankful, Nick felt unnatural. It was like he was not supposed to be in this situation. People were not supposed to be thankful to him. He felt like he didn't deserve their thanks. Nick knew that he had done horrible things in the past, and he knew that it was almost impossible to redeem himself. His only hope of redemption was to make Crimson City into a utopia. But the chances of that dream coming true were low. If it happened, Nick felt like it would be natural to be showered with thanks and praises. Right now, though, it felt wrong. Even if I saved one life today, that doesn't even make a dent into the thousands I owe, Nick thought as he took a deep breath. Breathing was no longer that important for veterans, but Nick still sighed and took deep breaths in stressful or relieving situations due to habit. Nick just slowly shook his head, grabbed the Spectre, and walked into Dark Dream. Ironically, Petra's words made Nick feel worse. If she had said nothing, he would feel better. Accepting her thanks was like taking something that didn't belong to him. He almost felt guilty. As soon as Nick saw the first mouth on the wall inside Dark Dream, his mood returned to normal again. Whenever he was reminded of Julian's existence, he was reminded of his goal as well. Looking at Julian was like looking at his debt and his payment plan for said debt at the same time. Nick walked to the 3rd floor of the building, and just as he expected, Julian was already waiting in front of the Spectre's future containment unit. "You already got another one," Julian said with a chuckle. Other people might find Julian's chuckle to be polite and friendly, but in Nick's ears, it just sounded confident and arrogant. He was the only one who knew Julian's true face, and he hated it. However, he still believed that Julian was a better fit for leadership of the city than the current governor. Nick went to the console of the containment unit and opened it. The alarm of the opening containment unit thundered throughout the entire building, reminding Nick of the alarm inside the ruin. But right now, the Spectre was more important. Several seconds later, the containment unit opened, and Nick threw the Spectre into it. Then he closed the containment unit again. Done. The Spectre was now securely suppressed in the last free containment unit on the 3rd floor. The other 3 containment units on this floor contained the Bleeding Lady, the Puppy, and the Money Sink. It was an entire floor filled with physical Specters at the adolescent stage. Bleeding Lady is still a mid-adolescent. The Puppy is still an early adolescent. The Money Sink is a late adolescent, but she advanced only recently. This new Spectre might be the strongest Spectre on this floor, but I don't think that it's about to become an adult, based on its strength. The Fog and the Lover are mid-adolescents, and the Dung Heap is soon going to become a peak adolescent. None of them will become adults within the next 4 years. The Dreamer is the only one that will advance within that time frame, and only because I had to renegotiate its ratio of Zephyx. However, it needs another 2 years or so to become an adult. We really need an adult, Nick thought as he looked at the containment unit housing the new Spectre. The new Spectre won't be valuable enough to purchase an adult, but it's at least something. Nick glanced at Julian. Let's hope this piece of information is worth enough. I don't want to stop advancing for several years. I have to talk to you in your office, Julian, Nick said. Julian's human body raised an eyebrow and smiled. Of course, he said. Nick could feel the confidence and his control in Julian's words. The two walked up to the 7th floor of the building and entered his office. Julian sat down behind the desk, and his face transformed into a morphing mass of mouths. Nick showed no reaction to Julian's appearance. This was the ugly face of his actions, and he had to look at it every single day. I presume there's more, the mouse said as he appeared and vanished from Julian's face. Yes, there's more, Nick said. Nick told Julian everything that happened after he left the city for the second time. And you risked your life for her? Julian asked with a ridiculing voice. It was our agreement, Nick said. Right, agreement, Julian said as if he didn't care. Nick knew that the word agreement triggered something in Julian. It wasn't trauma or something like that. It was annoyance. Julian's entire existence and power relied on bets, which were agreements. Julian was the only being who couldn't break an agreement without causing significant damage to itself. Naturally, these agreements made him feel stifled. Agreements were like chains that were binding him. That was why he had a specific dislike and disgust for people who kept their agreements, even though they could break them without any consequences. It was like somebody who had the freedom to do something but refused to do it. But Julian also knew that he shouldn't speak too badly about agreements. After all, he and Nick had won. He didn't want Nick to think that he would betray and kill him. But Nick already knew. While Julian's acting and his mask were perfect outside, he wasn't good at hiding his intentions when he wasn't wearing his mask. It was not difficult for Nick to see how much Julian hated keeping agreements. And then I noticed something, Nick said while recounting what happened. There was some light coming from behind some of the silk, and that light worked against the nightmare's influence. Chapter 375, The Old World. When Nick started talking about the steel door, Julian became very interested. Nick could tell that Julian was enraptured in the story by the fact that his mouths were not flowing as smoothly anymore. Instead, they were sometimes flowing faster and slower. This happened because Julian was no longer focusing on appearing beautiful and mesmerizing. And you went inside? Julian asked. Nick nodded. What did you find? Nick told Julian about the piles of dust, the weapons, the steel armor, and so on. However, there was one thing he was keeping secret, and that was what he had seen on the monitors. These things were going to be seen by Aegis, and Aegis was humanity's biggest shield. Nick was willing to tell Julian about the building and what it contained, but he didn't want to tell him about the information from there. Maybe Julian would have suspected that Nick wasn't telling him everything. However, that thought didn't even occur to him since Nick dropped the bomb. The machine. A machine that made Zephyx. Even if Nick kept something secret, it wouldn't be nearly as big and important as this machine. A machine that produces Zephyx? Julian asked. Correct, Nick said. At least that's my assumption. I couldn't make sense of any of it. I wouldn't expect you to, Julian said with a chuckle. From what you've been telling me, it seems like this ruin belongs to the old world. Nick was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that Julian knew something about the ruins. The old world, he asked. Julian chuckled. The first world, Julian said. You've seen the ruins below the city, right? Nick nodded. The first layer of ruins is built on another layer of ruins, which is built on another layer of ruins. Each layer has different materials and is made with a different architectural style. Julian chuckled again. You remember Albert. Your mentor. Nick just absent-mindedly nodded. He was part of a team that worked on learning about past civilizations. I know all of this by talking to him and his colleagues. Apparently, there are tens of thousands of years of history buried beneath Crimson City. Civilizations upon civilizations rose and fell here. And as far as I can tell, the ruin you visited came from the Old World, which is the oldest civilization we know of. The Old World is one of incomprehensible technological advancement, but also one of unprecedented weakness. Nick's brows rose in surprise. How is that possible? He asked. Julian chuckled some more. Because Specters didn't exist back then. At least, that's the theory, Julian said. Specters didn't exist. Nick repeated in shock. A world without Specters? How? Nick's first thought was immediately about the sun. The sun was a specter, right? So, how was the world back then? Was it completely dark? And with no nightmare, was everyone just okay with living in the darkness? Did people even need eyes then? But then, Nick was reminded of the lamps in the ruin. Right? Since they didn't have light back then, they had to make their own light. Without light, they couldn't look at the world, which was why they created their own light. A world without specters, Nick repeated in his mind. That seemed absurd. Specters seemed just as eternal as humanity. Tens of thousands of years. That was such a long time. What had happened back then? That also explains why everything was made of steel, Nick thought. Without Specters, there's no Zephyx, and without Zephyx, you can't make Zephyx materials. Wait, but they had Zephyx. They had this machine. But with Zephyx, they also should have access to powerful materials, and the humans should have also been able to become more powerful. But they didn't. Nick's mind was filled with contradictions. Nothing made sense. The technologies from the old world are incomparably advanced, Julian said. Albert and his team looked at them, and for most of them, they couldn't even tell what they were used for. Nobody in the city even has a clue how the technology from the old world works. The only things that make sense are their normal guns. We know how these work. However, the parts needed to construct these guns need to be so incredibly precise that it would take an expert years to learn to make one, and every gun would take days or weeks of focused manufacturing to produce. And for what? For a gun that loses its effect on level 2 extractors. Julian chuckled again. The old world is mystical. I'm not surprised that the old world found a way to create Zephyx, but I am surprised that you found such a machine. Nick was still lost in thought. So many things didn't make sense. Why did you tell me? Julian asked. Nick was taken out of his thoughts and looked at Julian. Because I don't want to die, Nick said. Oh, Julian repeated. You think you wouldn't be able to hide it, and that I would kill you for keeping it a secret from me? No, Nick said. It's not you killing me. It's the governor. Julian remained silent for a bit. Then he began to chuckle. Apparently, he found Nick's logic to be quite amusing. However, he didn't tell Nick why he found it amusing. Interesting, Julian said. You fear that the governor wants to silence you if you tell him. So you told me first so that I can tell him since I don't need to fear such retaliation. Nick nodded. Also, the information about the ruins' location is probably also worth quite a bit. It sure is, Julian answered. I can get quite a bit out of this. Aegis is very interested in ruins from the old world, and the cities have to tell them if they found one of them. Aegis will most likely send some people to look into the ruin, and the city definitely gets something out of this. Julian chuckled yet again. It was smart of you to tell me, since you wouldn't be able to make use of this information. But I can. Chapter 376, Asking for a Meeting. Nick walked past the guards and entered the inner city. He and Julian had talked just a couple of minutes ago, and Julian had just sent him to schedule a meeting with the governor. Due to anatomy, Julian still couldn't leave Dark Dream. Nick walked past all the happy people in the inner city and approached the central administration building. This building was the hub for citizens who wanted to talk to the city's administration. Nick walked past the 2 Johns guarding the door and entered. Inside, Nick saw 2 counters manned by 2 normal people employed by the city. Right now, both counters were busy. From what Nick could hear, one of the people was talking about marriage while another one was talking about a land dispute. In front of the city, everyone was equal. Normal people and extractors both had to wait. At least, that was how it was portrayed outside. Nick had to wait for 5 minutes for one of the counters to become free, and he approached. The middle-aged lady behind the counter looked at Nick with a very polite smile, which was rather funny since she had talked to the people before Nick with a bored and annoyed tone. Of course, she had seen that Nick was a veteran, and she didn't want to offend someone this powerful. Welcome, how may I help you? She asked with a friendly tone. My name is Nick, and I'm the Chief Zephyx Extractor of Dark Dream, he said. The woman's eyes widened. A Chief Zephyx Extractor. She had never talked to one of those. Chief Zephyx Extractors basically all lived in the upper layer of the inner city, which had its own administration office. Someone working for the administration office down here never got to talk to someone with such a high status. And I need to schedule a meeting with the governor, Nick added. The administrator's eyes widened again, and she took a deep breath. There were people who asked about meeting the governor, and of course, none of them got one. However, this was a Chief Zephyx Extractor. Could he get a meeting? Frankly, she wasn't sure. Offices like this worked with processes and set rules. And the process for asking for a meeting with the governor was a flat refusal. Someone living in the lower layer of the inner city couldn't be important enough to meet the governor. But this was a CZE. Could you please wait a moment? She asked as she stood up. I need to consult my superior. Nick just nodded. The administrator left and entered a different office. Over a minute passed. Eventually, the administrator and someone else walked back. It was a smaller man with black hair, and he wore the uniform of a John working directly for the city. Hello, my name is Johansson Mithras, and I'm the department head, the man said. You are Dark Dream's Chief Zephyx Extractor? I am, Nick said with a nod. Good, the man said. Are you asking for a meeting? Or is Dark Dream asking for a meeting? Dark Dream, Nick said. Just to be sure, you have the authority to represent Dark Dream? He asked. I own 40% of Dark Dream, Nick said, and I was sent by the person owning the other 60%. Julian, right? The man said with a smile. I know him. Nick only nodded without elaborating. All right, that should qualify for a meeting, Johansson said. Excuse me, but I haven't done this process before. It might take a while. No problem, Nick said. Nick waited in silence as Johansson looked through several sheets of paper. Minutes passed. How urgent is it? Johansson asked, still searching through sheets of paper. On a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 is not urgent at all, and 5 represents an imperative security risk to the public. Nick furrowed his brows. I would say 3, he said. I'm quite sure that the governor would want to meet us sooner rather than later. Plus, the man asked. Dark Dream's CEO Julian Nerger wants to meet him inside Dark Dream's building. Due to some matters, he can't leave the building right now. Johansson seemed uncertain. I'm not sure if that is going to work. Just tell him that Julian wants to meet him, Nick said. He will come. Well, okay, but I can't promise anything, Johansson said. I will send the request up to the upper layer. Sadly, I don't know how long that will take to be processed. It could be minutes, but it could also be days. I will send someone to Dark Dream when we know more, okay? Sure, Nick answered. The two of them said their goodbyes, and Nick went back to Dark Dream. When Nick entered Dark Dream, he noticed an absence of mouths on the walls. Naturally, Julian knew that the governor would appear at some point, and having his mouths all over the walls was a bad look. Nick told Julian about what he had discussed to the administrator, and returned to work. There was nothing to do except wait. Luckily, just 2 hours later, they already got their answer. A tall man with black hair stepped into Dark Dream's building. When he entered, he seemed a bit annoyed by the fact that the building was angled towards the side. That seemed quite unsafe. He walked up to the receptionist, who looked at him with widely opened eyes. Was that the governor? The governor was here. The receptionist didn't even say her practiced line, and just looked at the governor in shock. Julian wanted to meet me, the governor said with a neutral tone. Marcus, you came. The governor, Marcus Julius, looked towards the staircase. Julian stood there with a smile plastered on his face. Marcus had met Julian a couple of times, but they had never really had the time to have a proper conversation. One of them had always been in a rush. Julian, Marcus said in greeting. The governor wasn't offended by Julian using his first name. Outside of big meetings, the governor was fine with specialists and heroes calling him by his first name. Please come up to my office. I have some good news. The governor raised an eyebrow. Good news? That was rare. Chapter 377, Private Meeting. I'm glad that we finally found some time to talk, Julian said as he led Marcus up the staircase. Agreed, the governor said. Your absence during the big meetings might not raise many eyebrows, but people might start to suspect things if you keep being absent. Julian laughed in discomfort. Yes, I know. Sorry. It's just very difficult right now due to Dark Dream's status. If I leave, any random expert from a certain manufacturer might come and free our Specters. I don't think either of us wants that. Marcus didn't seem surprised by what Julian said. Naturally, he knew exactly what was going on. He knew that all the manufacturers were essentially warring with each other in secret. Sadly, there was not much he could do about it. The only thing he could do was to make it illegal and punish whoever was caught, which increased the risk associated with starting an attack. But that couldn't stop them. The only way to stop these attacks was to increase the level of surveillance. However, that would anger the manufacturers since that would make it extremely difficult to break the law. Naturally, every manufacturer was breaking the law in some way, and the governor knew that. Sadly, if he tried too hard to catch every illegal thing going on, the manufacturers might work together to dethrone him. Marcus was most likely the strongest extractor in the city, with Arya Light being his only competitor, but not even he could resist 4 different heroes attacking him at the same time. Because of that, it was important to give the manufacturers a bit of freedom. As long as they had some freedom to do what they wanted and compete, they wouldn't take the significant risk of attacking the city's government. Marcus knew very well that Anatomy was looking at Dark Dream very closely right now. However, he also couldn't publicly acknowledge that he knew. After all, he was supposed to uphold the law, and if people realized that he was secretly letting some crimes go, they would become furious and call corruption. The two of them reached Dark Dream's 7th floor, and they saw Nick waiting in front of Julian's office. Marcus nodded to Nick in greeting, and Nick politely nodded back. Julian opened the door and walked inside. Marcus followed after him, and Nick entered last. Nick closed the door while Marcus and Julian sat down in their chairs. After that, he grabbed a chair and moved it to behind Julian's desk. Usually, Nick would sit face-to-face with Julian, but this time he would sit side by side with him. "Coffee?" Julian asked with a bright smile. "No, I don't have the time." "Please, tell me the reason for the meeting," Marcus said neutrally. Julian just smiled more. "Nick has stumbled upon a ruin from the old world," Julian said directly. Marcus' eyes shone when he heard that, and he immediately looked at Nick. "Is that true?" he asked, his voice serious. "I do not know if it is from the old world," Nick said. "However, I told Julian, and Julian thinks it is from the old world." "What have you seen in there?" the governor asked. "Everything was made of normal steel," Nick said. "There were guns that made no sound but burned holes into a steel wall. There were many piles of dust. There were very advanced displays everywhere." The governor narrowed his eyes as he looked at Nick, and he asked expectantly, "And a machine that produces Zephyx," Nick said. The governor's eyes narrowed even further. "How many people know of this?" he asked. Nick became nervous, but Julian's confident demeanor reassured him. "Only the people in this room," he said. "Is that true?" Marcus asked again. Nick nodded. Marcus kept looking at Nick for a couple of seconds. Nick didn't falter. Then Marcus took a deep breath and sighed. "That's good," he said. "It's important that very few people know of these things." "How come?" Julian asked with a casual smile. The governor glanced at Julian, not having expected that question. "Why all this secrecy?" Julian asked. "People can't make sense of the technology from the old world anyway. Additionally, the more the people know, the better. From the couple of times we talked, I felt like you had some altruistic characteristics. Wouldn't you want the people to know?" The governor tried to find out what Julian's goal was with this question. Was he calling out some hypocrisy? Was this a veiled threat? Was it some kind of scheme? Yet, when the governor looked at Julian, he only saw casual curiosity. It just seemed like Julian genuinely wanted to know. Even though the governor talked regularly with many specialists, they were still all very respectful in front of him. Of course, Julian was just as respectful, but compared to the others, he also seemed a bit more personal and forward. In a way, Julian was talking to the governor like they were old friends, but there was still deep respect audible in his words. It was like they had been colleagues working together in the same company for years, even though they had talked for fewer than 5 minutes in total. Julian was not breaking protocol, but his manner of speech was only something the governor experienced while talking to the 4 other heroes of Crimson City. Marcus didn't dislike talking to Julian. It was a bit refreshing. The governor had been talking to people for over 200 years by now, and he was confident in his ability to unveil hidden intentions. He was quite sure that Julian was just curious. "Either that or he is the best manipulator I ever came into contact with," the governor thought. "There's no damage in telling them anyway." The governor looked at Nick, who looked back respectfully. "You're right," the governor said. "It's better if the people knew about the old world. Maybe a genius among the common people can even decipher some things and advance humanity. But it's impossible." Chapter 378, The Envious Researcher. "How come?" Julian asked, a curious expression on his face. "It's not exactly a secret why, but it's better if the people don't know about this," the governor said. "The less the people know about adversaries, the less fear they feel." Nick furrowed his brows. "So, an adversary was involved." "The envious researcher is one of the adversaries that opposes humanity," the governor said. "Aegis is not certain if it has a personal vendetta against humanity, or if its way of becoming more powerful inherently makes it humanity's enemy. While the envious researcher is not responsible for many deaths, its impact on humanity is probably amongst the greatest out of all the adversaries." The governor looked forward with severity, but his eyes were not focused on anything in particular. Whenever a significant advancement in technology is produced, the envious researcher gets attracted. If the significant advancement is only known by a handful of people, its attraction is not very strong. But as soon as the number of people knowing about it reaches the double digits, things become very dangerous. If, for example, you were to tell several people about the machine that produces Zephyx, the envious researcher will almost certainly show up and completely destroy the machine. Nick looked with surprise at the governor. "And the people that know about it?" he asked. The governor glanced at Nick, and Nick felt like he had spoken out of turn. It depends on how much they know about it, the governor said. If they only know it exists, nothing will happen. However, if they know a bit about how it works, the envious researcher will also destroy them. The envious researcher becomes more powerful by stopping humanity from advancing technologically. Anyone that develops new technologies is under constant danger with the envious researcher out there. Every new technology has to be kept top secret with only a handful of people knowing how it works. If we want to publicize that technology, we need to get past the stage of attraction. That is usually accomplished by producing hundreds if not thousands of products including said advancement, distributing them across many cities in secret, and then simultaneously teaching thousands of people all across the world. If enough people know about how it works, and if it is too difficult to get rid of the advancement, the envious researcher won't try to stop it anymore. Sadly, publicizing every bit of advancement in this manner consumes great amounts of resources, making it very difficult and costly. Additionally, many people still die during the initial lessons. Teaching the public about technology is extremely dangerous. Luckily, you didn't tell more people, the governor told Nick. Otherwise, the machine would probably have already been destroyed. Nick looked at the governor with a bit of uncertainty. Is there no way to deal with it? I'm not privy to these things, the governor said. Naturally, Aegis views the envious researcher as one of its greatest enemies, but a mere hero is not someone that can get involved in such matters. Nick just nodded, showing that he didn't intend to ask any more questions. Where is the ruin? The governor asked, looking at Nick. Nick blinked a couple of times in discomfort. Slurp. At that moment, Julian drank some coffee and released a sigh of relaxation. Marcus furrowed his brows in annoyance. You will get an adequate reward, the governor said. Julian smiled brightly and turned to Nick. Nick, could you please lead our governor to the ruin? Julian asked politely. Of course, Nick said, standing up. Marcus also stood up. Oh, Marcus, one more thing, Julian said. Marcus turned to look at Julian with a bit of annoyance. What? I got something else that might interest the city, but it's not as important as the ruin. When you're done with the ruin, could you come back so that I can show you? Julian asked. What's this about? The governor asked. It's a specter with a peculiar ability. Based on some theories, it might help against the forest, and it might even help in weakening the Crimson Sea. However, that second part is not a certainty yet. The governor was definitely interested, but just like Julian said, the ruin was of greater importance. I'll come back later, Marcus said, walking out of the office while Nick held the door open. Julian just smiled. Nick quickly led the governor out of Dark Dream. Nick was running at a high speed, but the governor had no issue in keeping pace. Surprisingly, the people the two ran past didn't even notice the governor. Not even the guards looked at him. With enough power and experience, Zephyx could be used for many different purposes. For example, Nick regularly used Zephyx to quieten the impact whenever he landed on the ground after jumping a great distance. Someone as powerful as the governor probably didn't have any issue using his Zephyx to stay hidden. Just run past them, the governor said as the two of them approached the bridge. Usually, Nick needed to identify himself whenever he left, but this time, apparently, he didn't. Nick ran past the guards, and none of them batted an eye. Even the two experts on the other side of the bridge didn't seem to notice Nick. When Nick saw that, the anticipation he felt lessened. What if he ran around outside and an extractor of anatomy decided to attack him? Wouldn't it be great if they attacked him while the governor was just beside him? Sadly, the governor also hid Nick from the outside. The two of them left the corridor and ran towards the east. A bit more than a minute later, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. It's in there, the governor asked. Nick nodded. How did you find out that there is a ruin in there? We were attacked by a specter, Nick said. Nick told the governor what happened while jumping towards the place where the hole was. You jumped into the darkness to save your employee? The governor asked with furrowed brows. Nick nodded before jumping into the hole. The governor looked at Nick jumping into the darkness with an interested glint in his eyes. Then he jumped after Nick. Chapter 379 Answers. Nick landed in the middle of the cave, inside the darkness. The nightmare had already become active again. However, the nightmare's influence vanished very quickly as the governor landed beside Nick. Marcus was giving off a bit of light, and he looked at Nick expectantly. Nick was a bit surprised that the governor could create light without any noticeable device. Does he create the light just by manipulating Zephyx? Nick thought. Actually, isn't that how Zephyx synchronizers work? Zephyx synchronizers just synchronize with a Specter's powers, which basically means just copying the way they use their Zephyx. So, if someone knows exactly how an ability works, and if someone has the skill to manipulate their Zephyx this finely, wouldn't that allow them to use that ability without a fitting Zephyx synchronizer? However, I can't even imagine how difficult that would be to achieve. That's like trying to run while manually giving commands to every single strand of muscle I have in my body. I'm using Zephyx manipulation, the governor said after noticing that Nick was just looking at him. Please hurry up. It's quite costly to keep producing the light. Oh, right, sorry, Nick said. Nick quickly ran down the cave, and the governor followed him. A couple of seconds later, the two of them arrived at the door that Nick had destroyed. The alarm was still loudly making itself known, and the light was still pulsing. When the governor saw that, his eyes narrowed. Lead me around, he ordered. Of course, Nick said. The two of them entered, and Nick showed the governor the steel suits in the lockers. The governor went forward and looked closely at them. Why are the suits so weak and the weapons so strong? Nick asked over the loud alarm. The governor furrowed his brows without looking away from the suit. It seemed like he was thinking about something. Then, without saying a word, the governor put the suit down and went to the other room. Nick watched as the governor took hold of one of these insanely powerful rifles. Without saying anything, the governor pointed the rifle at one of the suits and pulled the trigger. Surprisingly, several places on the walls were starting to sizzle, while the suit didn't show any signs of damage. When Nick saw that, his eyes widened. How was this possible? Nick could tear these suits apart easily, but the guns were an actual threat to him. And yet, the suits could resist that threat without any issues. Do you know how the people in the outer city cook? The governor asked. Nick was taken aback by the seemingly unrelated question. Yes, they focus the light dash. That was when Nick realized what was going on. Wait, this is light? Nick asked. The governor nodded. Correct, he said. And the shell of this suit is made of something that disperses the light. The only way to get through one of these suits is with physical force, and without extractors, the only way would be high-caliber rifles. We believe that the light rifles were used to break through barricades and to kill humans who were not wearing these suits. We can see what these weapons can accomplish, and we can also somewhat understand how these suits defend from them, but we have no idea how these weapons manage to condense this much light to such a degree while using this little energy. We also don't know how to produce the material that defends against the light. We know it's possible, but that's the extent of what we know, the governor said. Nick nodded as he looked at the suit with newfound respect. I didn't expect him to answer, and I certainly didn't expect him to tell me this much, Nick thought with surprise. After that, the governor asked Nick to show him more of the ruin. Remains of a deceased old one, the governor said as soon as he saw one of the piles of dust. Have you noticed something about them? Nick was a bit surprised that the governor asked him such a question. Nick was only supposed to show the governor around, right? But now the governor was showing him things, and he was even asking him things that the governor most likely already knew. I noticed that their placement seems very organized, Nick said. Most of them are in places where you would find humans. Above beds, guarding doors, in front of monitors, and so on. Only very few of them were in random places. I suspect that they were killed in an instant, and that they weren't prepared for their deaths, Nick said. That's correct, the governor said as he took hold of one of the small squares lying in one of the piles. It's like this in every single ruin of the old ones. At least, according to my knowledge. The governor tapped on both sides of the square and shook the dust off it. We think that the old ones all died simultaneously, without any prior warning. The governor searched through the pile until he found a long cord. Every old one in the entire world died at the same time. We do not know who or what did it. The governor put the cord into the square and then walked over to a wall, searching for something. Our most likely suspect is the sun. Nick's eyes widened when he heard that. Wait, the sun. He knew that the sun was incredibly powerful, but he hadn't expected that it could kill every single human in the world simultaneously, without any of them being able to react. Can Nurse Alice do this as well? Can the Nightmare do this? It didn't seem likely. Nurse Alice always showed up personally. By now, Nick knew quite a bit about Specters and Extractors, and he could also tell how Nurse Alice managed to show up this quickly whenever anyone said the sentence. It was actually very simple. It was not some kind of illusion, teleportation, nor domain. No, Nurse Alice was just very fast. Very, very, very fast. Chapter 380, Champion of Light. The difference in power between a common man and Nick was staggering. Even without his ability, Nick was around 150 times more powerful than his base physical body. He could jump for over a kilometer. He could run faster than 200 kilometers per hour. He could lift things that weighed over 10 tons. And he was only an early veteran. The difference in power between a normal person and an early veteran was the same in terms of magnitude as the difference between an early veteran and a mid-specialist. A mid-specialist could clear over 50 kilometers in a single jump. Their speed would have to be calculated in kilometers per second. They could lift over 1,000 tons. And then the same difference in magnitude applied again when one went from mid-specialist to late protector. The power of such a person was unimaginable. And finally, a similar jump would happen when one went from late protector to the power of the Eternals. Nurse Alice could probably move thousands of kilometers per second. She could lift millions of tons. Assuming someone on the other side of the world spoke the sentence, Nurse Alice would barely need a couple of seconds to get there. Nurse Alice was unimaginably powerful. And yet, could she kill every single human in the world at the same time? She could probably go to a city, obliterate it with a single strike, jump to the next city, do the same, and so on. She could probably destroy a couple of cities in a single second like that. But that would be the extent of her power. She couldn't do what the sun had done. What about the nightmare? Well, there was an important distinction between physical power and an ability. The nightmare's influence was simply its ability, while the nightmare itself had to be present in a certain location in the world. If it wanted to, the nightmare could jump from city to city and destroy them, just like Nurse Alice. Encompassing the entire world with its ability while ignoring the sunlight, on the other hand, was most likely too much for the nightmare. So the nightmare also wouldn't be able to accomplish what the sun had most likely done. The Maw? The Maw was most likely a physical specter, and even though it was theorized to be humongous, it also couldn't be present at the same time everywhere. So the Maw also couldn't do the same thing. The Null? Not much was known of the Null, but since it was possible to see it, as evidenced by Nick's loss of memories and his ability, it was most likely also a physical specter. Maybe it had some kind of ability that could get rid of every person who knew about it, but that was a qualifier for its power, which put it on the same level as the nightmare. Most likely, the Null also wouldn't be able to accomplish something like that. The sun? What kind of ability did the sun have? Where was its body? Well, the sun was in the sky, above everyone, at all times, no matter where, no matter when. It was omnipresent. And if it was present, it could probably also act upon whoever was in its presence. Could it kill every human in the world? Most likely. Is that its ability? Nick thought. Is the sun that we always see its true body, or is it just part of its ability? Is the sun actually the sun? The other Eternals all need certain conditions to use their powers. Someone has to say the sentence. A certain amount of people need to reach a certain level. Someone has to be in the darkness. Someone has to know something about you. What about the sun? Does its power have conditions? Or can it just use its power however it wants? Nick had been looking at the ground for quite a while now while the governor kept clicking on the square he held in his hands. None of them said anything. After a bit, Nick glanced at the governor. He was unsure. Why was the governor telling him all of these things? If he wants to kill me, I'm already dead. There's no point in being afraid of asking too much, Nick thought. Does the sun have an activation condition for its ability? Nick asked. The governor didn't answer immediately. Have you heard the story of the Champion of Light? The governor asked. No, Nick said. The governor stopped tapping on the square and turned his head to look at Nick with furrowed brows. Nick just looked at the governor normally. Is this some form of joke? The governor asked. No, Nick said. Should I have heard of that story? The governor looked at Nick like he couldn't believe what Nick was saying. That's very unusual, the governor said. The story of the Champion of Light is told to every child. It's a short story about a champion who is the manifestation of every despairing human's dreams and hopes. The Champion of Light is the manifestation of these hopes, and the more people wish for a brighter tomorrow, the more powerful he becomes. Eventually, when humanity is at its lowest point, the dreams of the despairing humans reach a crescendo, and the Champion of Light finally gains the power to destroy the sun and replace it with himself. The eternal light of the Champion of Light banishes the nightmare, incinerates Nurse Alice, seals up the Maw, and vanquishes the Null, ushering a new age of prosperity and hope. Parents tell this story to their children to make their lives just a bit more magical. Nick wasn't quite sure why the governor was talking about a fairy tale. But I've never heard about it, which is why I was so surprised, the governor said. The story has been deliberately designed to be easy to remember, like and retell. It's a classic. The story has been created by Aegis, and it has a real purpose. After all, the Champion of Light is real. Nick's eyes widened. Chapter 381. The Strongest Human. Wait, what? Nick asked. It's not a fairy tale. It is a fairy tale, the governor said. All these things about replacing the sun and vanquishing the Eternals is just a story. However, the Champion of Light himself is real. He's humanity's champion, the leader of Aegis, and the strongest human that exists. Nick felt like his mind had been hit by a bombshell. The strongest human. The leader of Aegis. He's the only human with a Zephyx synchronizer attuned to the sun, the governor said. Attuned to the sun? That was possible. That's even crazier than being attuned to the null, Nick thought. At that moment, several thoughts shot through Nick's mind. So, he has the sun's ability. Nick thought about the story about the Champion of Light again. He takes all the hopes of the despairing humans and ushers in a new tomorrow. The story has been designed to be memorable and easy to retell. So, this story has been spread by Aegis. The more people that know about it, the better. Does this mean that the Champion of Light gains power by people believing in him? But if he has the power of the sun, doesn't that mean that the sun most likely has the same activation condition for its power? Does that mean that the sun gains power by being seen and known by people? Nick asked. You're quite fast, the governor said. Yes, Aegis believes that the sun's power is the opposite of the null's power. The null doesn't want to be seen by anyone. The sun wants to be seen by everyone. Aegis even suspects that the sun has a hand in a nightmare's creation. Where there is darkness, there is no Sunday. The more dangerous the darkness, the more the people want to be in the sun, and the more they are in the sun, the more they pay attention to it. The Champion of Light becomes more powerful the more people know him and the more often they think about him. Many years ago, Aegis used to constantly post pictures of the Champion of Light in all the cities while reminding everyone of him. Ironically, that ended in people getting annoyed by him, which made them hate him, which made them not put their hopes in him. The damage was devastating, and the Champion of Light had been weakened during that time. I still remember that time. Eventually, they just told the cities to bring the fairy tale of the Champion of Light to the people. The older people who remember the pictures of the Champion of Light got annoyed, but the young people enjoyed the story. Eventually, it just became normal, and only older extractors remember the time before the fairy tale. The story has shown remarkable success, and today, the Champion of Light is at his most powerful. The only reason why humanity's greatest enemies haven't eradicated us yet is his presence. The enemy adversaries can only use guerrilla warfare. They can only poke us before running away again and hiding. None of them can fight the Champion of Light on their own. If they banded together, they might have a shot at winning. However, Specters are inherently selfish, and they would rather continue growing at their normal rate instead of risking their lives like this. Additionally, time is on their side. The governor became silent for a while. The Champion of Light doesn't have much longer to live. He's an ancient man by now, the oldest one in existence. He will die within this century. The governor frowned. We don't know if we can resist the adversaries when that happens. Nick's heart rate had been elevated for quite a while. The things the governor was telling him were crazy. It was like the governor was telling Nick about the approaching end of humanity. Is there nothing humanity can do? Nick asked. I don't know, the governor said. I know the problem, but I don't know what Aegis is doing to solve it. The things I'm telling you are known by everyone that's involved with Aegis. None of these things are considered secret. It is simply discouraged to tell people who are not involved with Aegis since it could start a panic, and nobody would benefit from that. Nick just looked at the governor, unsure. Sure, these things were no secrets, according to him, but it was still strange that the governor took the time to tell Nick about them. Why are you telling me about these things? Nick asked. The governor looked at Nick before looking back at the square in his hand while tapping on it some more. Because of how Simon Francium treated you after your conversation with him, the governor said. Nick was reminded of Simon Francium, the protector who had talked with him after Nick had met Envy. Nick had told Simon about his power, fully expecting that he would be put to death. Instead, he had received a foreign piece of Zephyx, which he could access to end his life in an instant. In the end, Simon made sure that nothing would happen to Nick and that he would receive appropriate compensation for his services. Aegis does not usually get involved in the city's local politics, the governor said. The fact that Simon Francium made sure that you were properly rewarded was very unlike a representative from Aegis. It is very obvious that Aegis is interested in you, and they are most likely keeping an eye on you. I do not know what you talked about, and I don't know why they are interested in you. But the fact is that they are. In some way, you are involved with Aegis, and that is a good thing for you and for me. Every governor of every city is also an agent from Aegis. While the governance of every city is up to the governor, the purpose of the city's existence is to further humanity's power and survival. This means we are working for the same team. It means that we are allies. Chapter 382, Strong Leader. Allies. Nick didn't know what he should think of that word. The governor had told Nick a lot about the world, but these were things that were just far too distant. When one looked into the distance, one could see where the governor was coming from. Humanity needed the champion of light. The cities were created to further humanity's survival and strength. All the governors were agents of Aegis, and Aegis' goal was to protect humanity. The Specters were extremely dangerous, and humanity had to fight against them. All of Aegis had to work together against the Specters. But doesn't that sound way too pure and one-sided? Nick thought. All of humanity working together? All humans are working to deal with the Specters? Everyone is acting in humanity's best interest? While Nick thought about these things, images from his past showed up. People who couldn't pay the blood tax were turned into husks by the mosquitoes. Extractors that could kill whomever they wanted from the Dregs just for some credits. Manufacturers that squeezed every bit of money they could out of the normal people. For the good of humanity, Nick repeated in his mind with abhorrent disgust. The governor's words sounded very idealistic. However, the governor was also quite persuasive and good at convincing people of his viewpoint. Maybe Nick would have bought what the governor said, if it weren't for Simon Francium. Simon Francium had told Nick things that he would never forget. No organization is without internal conflict, and Aegis is not an exception. Nick repeated Simon Francium's words in his mind. Many of the protectors are forced to fight for humanity. Without the shields keeping them suppressed, most of the protectors would just stay inside a city and keep being normal extractors. They wouldn't even try to fight against the Specters that view humanity as their enemy. They would only care about catching demons and normal fallen to increase their power and the weight of their pockets. These were the words that Simon Francium had spoken to Nick. Meanwhile, the governor talks like Aegis is one unit, and whatever it does is for the good of humanity. He talks like he thinks of me as an ally, and that he tries to do his best to support humanity as a whole. Yet, at the same time, he is willing to increase the blood tax, which results in many people and children getting sucked dry, just so that Kugelblitz can have a single-digit % of increase in profits. He never pushed to have the parasite removed, just speaking empty words of encouragement. He talks about debilify, a disease that makes life unlivable, but doesn't truly try to find it. Everybody knows that one of the manufacturers has a secret specter that gains power by spreading the disease called debilify. Every person in the big meeting knows that. And yet, he just says that we need to find a cure and that we need to find the cause. He never does anything about it. Simon Francium doesn't even trust him. Instead of tasking the governor with finding the secret servant of envy, he tasked a random John to find it me. The most important thing that Simon said was that Aegis is forcing compliance upon all protectors. Without Aegis' iron fist forcing the protectors to help, humanity would be fragmented and weak. And isn't this city exactly how a world without Aegis would be? The governor is trying to work together with the manufacturers. He's obviously giving them leeway in some things and expects compliance in other things. Nick felt deep revulsion. Why should a murderer be allowed to commit 2 murders per year just so that they don't commit 10? The murderer shouldn't be allowed to commit any murders. If the murderer doesn't comply, he will die. The good of humanity and the good of the community rule above all. You can't focus a big group of people onto a common goal without forcing them. The governor is a weak leader. I am not on the governor's side. I am on Aegis' side. Humans are inherently selfish, and by giving several people the power to decide humanity's pathway, said pathway will inevitably lead to their bellies growing fat and their pockets heavy. Humanity needs a strong leader with a good and selfless mentality. And from what the governor and Simon Francium said, the champion of light is such a leader. He forces the protectors to protect humanity or die, and he only allows the people he believes in to become shields. Aegis is the reason why humanity still stands. If Nick hadn't learned so much from Julian over the past 2 years, his face would have shown an obvious expression of disgust. As it stood, he looked at the governor with his usual respectful eyes. You're not part of Aegis, Nick thought. You're someone working for Aegis, acting like a paragon of humanity, but in truth, you're just protecting your own position and wealth by not offending anyone that can threaten your life. You hang so much on your life and your wealth that you don't even dare to think about doing something that Kugelblitz or Anatomy don't want. Why don't you go through with the words you say and actually look for the hidden specter yourself in Anatomy or Kugelblitz? So what if they suddenly start going crazy and doing horrible things? If they do anything horrible, you just kill them. Many lives will end in the process, but that can't be avoided. The people in the present might resent you, but the future generations will view you as a hero. If you want to get rid of the decaying piece of flesh in your torso, you will inevitably cut out some healthy pieces as well. You think I'm your ally? Nick asked in surprise. Your connection with Aegis suggests so, the governor said with a nod. Are you not? Nick nodded. I'm on Aegis' side, Nick said. The governor's side. I'm glad to hear that, and you don't seem to be lying. Silence. Nick, would you be interested in working for the city? Chapter 383, Democratic Soldiers. The only things Nick felt when he heard that proposal were disgust, annoyance, and disdain. If I were to work under you, the people of Crimson City would have nobody left who has their best interest at heart, he thought. Nick acted like he was taken aback. Wait a second, he said after 2 seconds of stunned silence. I have to think about this. Take your time, the governor said as he put the square away and walked to the door. I don't need you to show me around anymore. I've got a map now. Nick watched with surprise as the governor left the room. Several seconds after the governor left, Nick started to pace around as his brows furrowed. He seemed to be debating with himself. But why? Wasn't it already certain that he would refuse? Yes, it was. However, his ability hadn't reactivated. Someone or something was watching him, and Nick was quite sure that it was the governor. Spying on me, huh? Nick thought as he looked at the wall with a thoughtful expression. Not sure how he's doing it, but I guess he has some unique powers. Nick returned to pacing, and he even whispered to himself occasionally. Is this some kind of test from him? Nick thought. Does he want to make sure that I'm not planning on betraying him? I can't be sure. I only know that I have to act like I'm deliberating his offer. After about a minute of walking around, Nick sighed and looked at the door leading out of the room. He looked at it for a couple of seconds, and then he exited and looked around. Nick slowly walked through the hallway, glancing into all the doors to check for the governor. In the end, Nick found the governor in the big room with all the screens, looking at a couple of them. Have you made your decision? The governor asked without turning around, his voice somehow getting past all the noise of the alarm. Nick took a deep breath. I don't think joining the city is what I should do, he said slowly. The governor turned around and looked at Nick with evaluating eyes. Elaborate, please, he said. I'm on Aegis' side, Nick said. Ever since I talked with Simon Francium, I knew that Aegis is the one organization that I want help more than any other. You said the cities are made to ultimately help humanity. However, joining the city is not the best way to help Aegis or the city, Nick said. A small gleam of interest appeared in the governor's eyes, but he didn't say anything. Dark Dream has grown a lot in the past years, Nick said. We have gained more Specters, and we have gained more Extractors. We have a bigger investigation department, and we also employ many more clerks. Of course, our profit margins have also increased a lot. Nick looked at the governor. And while I can't say that we are perfectly white, the stains on our shirts are minuscule. We did not influence politics for our gain. We did not use the guards in a way to hide wrongdoings. We are not secretly harboring Specters that we shouldn't. We are not killing any people without telling the city. Whenever there has been a conflict, we have not been the aggressors and have only defended ourselves. Dark Dream has had many opportunities over the years, but Julian and I have never taken more than we were owed. The other manufacturers are not like that, Nick said coldly. The governor still looked at Nick. I do not need to tell you what they do. You know that better than me. The fact is that Dark Dream is not nearly as parasitic to the city as the other manufacturers. And that's why I think remaining with Dark Dream is the right thing. The guards and the government are shackled by laws and don't have much freedom to act. Meanwhile, Dark Dream has all the freedom. In Dark Dream, I can support Aegis better than as a city agent, Nick said. The governor looked at Nick with unimpressed eyes. You believe the government is ineffective in enforcing its laws? The governor asked. Nick looked into the governor's eyes. With 10 specialists, 20 experts, and 40 veterans, would it have been possible to remove the parasite's influence in the past? Nick asked back. The governor furrowed his brows and looked into Nick's eyes for a while. Nick just looked back. The answer is no, it wouldn't have been possible, Nick continued speaking. The governor was a bit surprised about that statement. After all, it should have been possible to get rid of the parasite with such a force, and the city had access to something like that. Because most of the city's forces are borrowed, Nick said. At least one, if not several, of the people assigned with a mission would have deliberately overlooked many of the rats. After all, the guards do not belong to the city. At most, they are temps. Their true loyalties lie with the manufacturers, not the city. So, yes, I do believe that the city is not able to properly enforce the laws, but that is because most of its people are criminals themselves. As the governor looked at Nick, the image of Nick in his mind changed. Nick had always seemed quite inexperienced and naive in the governor's mind. The only really good thing about him had been his altruism and his power relative to his level. Yet, the confidence with which Nick spoke made the governor realize that he might have underestimated Nick. Nick had highlighted the biggest flaw of the city. The city didn't have many Specters, which meant that it couldn't produce a lot of extractors truly loyal to it. The fact that it had to borrow extractors from manufacturers was why it was so difficult to keep the manufacturers in check. While the head of the government was, technically speaking, a dictator, all his soldiers and guards acted according to democracy. A democracy in which only big companies could vote. Logically, the big companies voted for what was best for the big companies, and many times these things broke the laws set by the dictator. Chapter 384 Horde. I see, the governor said after a while. A shame. Nick evaluated the governor's answer but wasn't sure about why he had worded it like that. Nick was quite sure that he had illustrated his point quite well, and the governor should have voiced his agreement if he were the same opinion or voiced his disagreement in the opposite case. Yet, he basically only brushed all of Nick's words off. I'm sorry, Nick said. Silence. Nick was just standing near the entrance of the room without moving. He felt a bit awkward, but there wasn't anything he could really do about it. If he ran back to the city on his own, he might come across someone from Anatomy again, and he might get killed. The governor was the one who had brought Nick here, and Nick wouldn't return without him. After all, he didn't want to die. For the next 10 minutes, the governor kept looking through the different monitors, sometimes pressing a couple of buttons. Nick just waited in silence. Eventually, the governor walked to the entrance of the room and motioned for Nick to follow him. The two of them wordlessly walked to the entrance of the building. The governor started to shine with light again and ran towards the hole. The two of them climbed up the hole and exited, Nick making very sure that he didn't accidentally look towards the city. But then the governor stopped walking and just stood beside the hole. You think you and Dark Dream are different? The governor asked. Nick didn't immediately answer since the governor's tone made it obvious that it was a rhetorical question. Dark Dream is just like every other manufacturer, the governor said calmly. You might have broken fewer laws than every single other manufacturer, but that doesn't mean that you are different. The governor looked at Nick, who couldn't look back since that might make him look at the Crimson Sea. In my experience, someone that forgoes an opportunity to amass personal profit only does so because they see an opportunity for even more personal profit in the future. The ones that act the most innocent are often the worst ones. And if you are genuinely only trying to help, prove it with your actions over the coming years. Until then, you are no different from all the other manufacturers. The next moment, Nick felt like he was levitating. And then, the entire world spun in Nick's eyes, and everything turned into chaos. Ding. That was when Nick touched something hard with his back. Nick still didn't dare to open his eyes and just touched the thing behind him. Metal. A long and solid sheet of metal. That was when Nick heard a couple of people talking. Nick opened his eyes and looked around. He was in Crimson City. In fact, he was lying on the street in front of Dark Dream's building. Apparently, the governor had thrown Nick back into the city. I didn't even feel like I moved. Nick stood up and looked in the direction of the mountain. Sadly, he couldn't see it due to the wall of red mist. The ones that act the most innocent are often the worst ones, Nick repeated in his mind. Nick cleaned a bit of the dust from the streets of his uniform. From his viewpoint, that might be true for Dark Dream. After all, our goal is to take over the city. However, the only people not benefiting from that are the big manufacturers and the governor himself. In short, everyone who currently has a hand in running the city. Are we the worst ones because we want to stage a coup, even though the coup is for the good of the people? Nick just jumped back to Dark Dream and entered. Just another fat old man sitting on his hill of valuables who is deathly afraid of hands reaching for his hoard. When Nick entered Dark Dream, he noticed that the mouths were still absent. Julian was probably still careful since the governor might return at any moment. Nick went to Julian's office and told him how everything had gone. Why did you not accept his offer? Julian asked. Nick looked at Julian with a neutral expression. Things are going pretty well for me here, Nick said. Julian chuckled. He believed that Nick didn't accept the offer since he didn't want to die, like every other human. After all, suddenly working for the city could be seen as a betrayal to Julian, and Nick didn't want to take that chance. Of course, in truth, that was partially correct but didn't show the entire picture. The bigger reason was that Nick hated the governor for the state of the city, and he hated the thought of working beneath someone like this. He would much rather work for any of the Specters instead of the governor. After all, the Specters were, at least, honest about their desire to consume all of humanity. Naturally, this was a hyperbole, but it put into perspective what Nick's opinion of the governor was. Nick talked with Julian for a while. Eventually, a couple hours later, the governor returned. Obviously, he didn't act any different from usual, and he asked Julian about that Specter he had been talking about. Julian quickly showed the spilling bottle to the governor, and the two talked about it for a while. Some minutes later, the governor left with the bottle. He said that he would send it to some of his researchers, and they would check how effective it would be on the forest and whether or not it would be effective on the Crimson Sea. This would take a couple of days, and Dark Dream would only get to know how much they would be getting out of this trade after the researchers were done with the spilling bottle. As for the ruin, Dark Dream wasn't told. Most likely, some people from Aegis would arrive or had already arrived to check it out. There wasn't much that Dark Dream could do but wait. However, there was at least something interesting that Nick had to do. He had to take a look at their other new Specter and figure out a way to work with it. It had been over 2 years since Nick had needed to do that the last time. Chapter 385, Talking with a New Specter. 2 days after he had met the governor, Nick went into the containment unit of their new Specter on the 3rd floor. By now, it should have recovered. Nick opened the door and saw the Specter standing in the middle of the room. Its eyes turned to look at Nick. Seeing a 2.5-meter tall guy with spider legs and pure black eyes looking at one from the middle of a room was quite scary. Even Nick was slightly creeped out. But that was about it. Nick wasn't afraid of the Specter since he knew that he could just punch its head off if need be. The fact that the Specter didn't immediately attack Nick showed that it was intelligent to some degree. Specters that had human shapes were often quite intelligent, which meant that it was often possible to reason with them. Sadly, that wasn't always the case. The bleeding lady was a good example of that. Can you understand what I'm saying? Nick asked. Silence. The Specter just looked at Nick. Then its mouth opened wide, revealing a deep and dark void. A terrifying scream came out of the mouth, and Nick's face scrunched up in discomfort. A bit later, the mouth of the Specter closed again, and it just looked at Nick. I'm taking that as a yes, Nick said casually, rubbing his right ear. To make things easier, I would prefer if you could just communicate with your spider legs or whatever those are. Scratch on the floor with one of your left legs if you want to give a positive answer like yes, a sign of agreement, or something similar. Scratch with dash. Scratch. One of the Specter's right legs scratched on the ground, and Nick raised an eyebrow. That was your right leg. I assume you do dash. Scratch. It scratched again with its right leg, and Nick furrowed his brows. Okay, seems like dash. Scratch. This time, it was a left leg. Could you stop for dash? Scratch. Right leg. Stop it or I dash. Scratch. 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 Nick glared at the Specter as it kept scratching the ground with its spider legs in an alternating pattern, while it kept looking into Nick's eyes. Nick just watched the Specter for a while. About 10 seconds later, it stopped. All right, the hard dash. Scratch. Scratch. Nick narrowed his eyes. A moment later, Nick turned around and left the containment unit. The Specter stopped scratching the ground and just aimlessly looked forward. About a minute later, the door opened again, and Nick entered once more. This time, he brought something with him. It was a bucket, and quite a big one at that. This bucket was completely black, almost a meter tall, and nearly half a meter wide. As soon as Nick entered, the Specter started to scratch the ground again. After putting the bucket down, Nick started to walk towards the Specter. Shing. In an instant, Nick exploded forward, and the 4 spider legs on the left side of the Specter were cut off. The Specter opened its mouth again, and the terrifying screech returned. At the same time, several strands of black silk shot out of its mouth, right towards Nick. Bang. Nick just kicked the Specter and sidestepped the silk. Bang. The Specter's back hit the wall with a lot of force. Shing. The next instant, all the spider legs on the Specter's other side were cut off. A dash. Bang. Nick rammed the Specter against the wall again as he grabbed its neck and squeezed, shutting off its scream. Listen here, Nick said in a deep voice. We can do this the easy or the hard way. Today, you're going to see what happens if we do this the hard way. CRRKSH. Nick grabbed one of the Specter's arms and tore it out of the body. Surprisingly, The Spectre had stopped attacking Nick. However, that actually made sense. The Spectre had realized that it couldn't win against Nick, and continuing to attack him might provoke Nick into actually killing him. The most optimal way to stay alive was to not resist. Nick tore the other arm and both legs off the Spectre before throwing the torso and head into the corner. Then, the two of them just looked at each other for a while. "I don't know if you know what manufacturers or extractors are since you were outside the city," Nick said, "but we are not necessarily enemies. We want Zephyx, and you produce Zephyx if you become more powerful. Every Spectre has its own way to become stronger, and we are interested in that. You becoming more powerful is also what we want," Nick added. The next moment, Nick gathered the cut-off limbs like they were loose pieces of metal and held them in his arms. "But if you are not cooperative, we can get our Zephyx also in this way," Nick said. And then he dumped all the limbs into the bucket. Oh. A sound similar to Tenza Saw's activating came out of the bucket, and the limbs that were halfway sticking out of the bucket started to shake before seemingly shrinking and falling into the bucket. Nick looked into the Spectre's eyes. After about a minute, the limbs completely vanished, and the bucket became quiet again. Nick took hold of the bucket and walked towards the door. "Next time, I would like to have a normal conversation with you. If you're uncooperative, I will do the same thing again." Nick slowly opened the door and turned to look at the Spectre. "You should be good to go in another 2 days. See you then." Nick stepped out of the containment unit and closed the door. The Spectre just kept looking at the employee entrance. Silence. Then it slowly opened its mouth again. "Wah," and its mouth closed again. Silence. No Spectre liked it when its limbs were removed. Spectres wanted to grow more powerful and survive. Losing all one's limbs weakened one's defense, making it harder to survive. Sadly, there wasn't much the Spectre could do. Chapter 386, The Abductor. 2 days later, Nick returned to the Spectre, and this time it didn't immediately annoy him with constant scratching. It seemed like it was finally cooperative. For the next hour, Nick asked the Spectre several questions. It answered by scratching the floor. Left scratch for a positive answer. Right scratch for a negative answer. Left and right scratch for neutrality. No scratch for uncertainty. It turned out that the Spectre did not know what extractors were. It had been in the outside world all its life, and it had grown stronger by slowly capturing stronger and stronger humans, which surprised Nick since there were probably not very many newbies running around outside. After Nick explained the concept of manufacturers and extractors to the Spectre, it actually became even more cooperative. In the outside world, it barely received any food. It had taken decades for the Spectre to become this strong. But now it was going to receive regular food, and it wouldn't even be in danger. If it had known that this was the fate that would befall it if it were found by a human, it would have voluntarily given itself up. Of course, if it could actually enter one of the cities, it would rather stay free. But how was it supposed to do that? It was quite noticeable, and it couldn't disguise itself. After talking some more with the Spectre, Nick finally found out how it grew more powerful. It abducted people, and it grew more powerful based on how many people it kept as prisoners and how strong they were. There had been many cocoons attached to the walls of the cave where Nick had suppressed the Spectre. These cocoons had once been filled with humans. The Spectre had simply caught humans, surrounded them in the silk, hung them up on the wall, and never touched the cocoon again. Naturally, all the humans in the cocoons had died so long ago that only dust remained in them. After talking some more, Nick made a plan on how to improve the Spectre's powers. Annoyingly, when Nick had said that the Spectre couldn't kill the people who were sent to it, it seemed to become confused, angry, and annoyed. It took Nick almost half an hour to explain how letting its food escape would allow it to get more food in the future. Since it wasn't secret anymore, why would anyone want to get captured by it if it just killed them? Eventually, the Spectre finally understood what Nick wanted, and it agreed. While it was intelligent enough to have a conversation with, Nick could see that it wasn't the most intelligent Spectre. Yet, the ability to communicate already made it the third most intelligent Spectre in Dark Dream. The only two who were more intelligent were the Money Sink and the Dreamer. The Bleeding Lady was also intelligent, but she was crazy in the head. Although the Lover might also be smart since it fed on human mentality. Sadly, it was quite difficult to judge its intelligence since it got quite handsy very quickly. After finishing his talk with the Spectre, Nick gathered a couple of Dark Dream's newbies. Dark Dream had quite a lot of newbies compared to the number of hatchlings, which gave the newbies a lot of downtime. Luckily, their newest Spectre could work with potentially endless people simultaneously. From now on, The new Spectre would capture and contain 2/3 of the newbies assigned to it. The last third would remain in the containment unit but free. The reason for that was because, due to the Zephyx absorbing properties of the silk, they couldn't gather any Zephyx for themselves while surrounded by the silk. So, 2 of them would be sent to produce the Zephyx, and the last one would absorb the Zephyx. Naturally, the positions switched regularly to keep things fair. Near the beginning, Nick kept watch over the proceedings, but eventually, Nick would only check on them every couple of hours to make sure that nothing bad was going on. Luckily, the Spectre was quite cooperative. Surprisingly, the Spectre had turned out to be far more useful than they had expected since it could train many weaker extractors simultaneously. Over the coming days, Nick also hired a couple of new people to check what kind of ability the newest Spectre offered. It was silk. Any extractor that received its ability could release long and thick strands of black silk. Sadly, the silk couldn't absorb Zephyx. Another disappointment was the fact that the Spectre's silk could only retain its physical form if the Spectre was close to it. If the silk left the Spectre's side, it turned into prefix a couple of hours later. That sadly made it worthless as a material. Nick had hoped that they could compete with the Fear Queen's ghost wires, but sadly, they could not. Eventually, Nick also came up with a fitting name for the Spectre: the Abductor. As for its stage, it was a late adolescent, making it one of the stronger Specters belonging to Dark Dream. By now, Nick's days had become quite busy. He had to deliver the trash to the dung heap. He had to regularly check up on the Abductor. He sometimes had to force one of the newer people to stop working with a puppy. He had to give the money sink money. He had to give the screaming coffin its corpses. He had to free the people working with the fog. He had to gather all the Zephyx containers. And on top of all that, he had to deal with most of the executive stuff like planning the future, dealing with personnel issues, working with the investigation department, writing guides for the Specters, reviewing profiles, making budget reports, keeping the books, meeting with other companies, and a couple more things. He was glad that he had Taryn and Jenny dealing with the management of the employees. Luckily, since Nick had so much experience already, and since he was working 24 hours per day, he could deal with all of this without any issues. Finally, 2 weeks after his conversation with the governor, Nick finally heard back from the city regarding the spilling bottle and their reward. Chapter 387, Solace's Success. The research into the spilling bottle was finished. The results were that it worked in reducing the forest's power. Sadly, its sludge strengthened the Crimson Sea instead of weakening it, which meant that it couldn't be used to deal with the Crimson Sea. However, disadvantages often had advantages of their own. Even though the sludge couldn't be used to weaken the Crimson Sea, it could make it produce a bit of Zephyx, which meant that it was possible to harvest its ability. The governor could take some of the city's new recruits or advancing extractors to the sea once every few months or so, spill some of the sludge into the sea, and allow his extractors to get the Crimson Sea's ability. The bit of sludge used to achieve this was equivalent to barely half of a gram of Zephyx, which was nothing for a fanatic like the Crimson Sea. All in all, the city was very interested in the spilling bottle. Julian negotiated with the city for a couple of days before they finally came to an agreement. Another couple of weeks passed. Clank. Nick landed on top of a big platform on the middle layer of the inner city, and he looked forward. A huge building was in front of him. There were no guards. Nick cleaned his uniform a bit to make himself presentable and slowly walked into the building. He found himself in an entrance hall. Mr. Nick. Nick looked over and saw a beautiful receptionist waiting in front of the stairs. He walked over and nodded in greeting. Is Mr. Nerger not here with you? She asked. He can't make it, Nick said. The governor has been informed. Oh, what a shame, the receptionist said. Then she gestured to the staircase behind her. Please follow me, the receptionist said with a polite bow and friendly smile. Thank you, Nick answered. The two of them walked up the staircase and down a hallway. Please in here, she said before opening a door and gesturing for Nick to enter. Nick nodded and walked inside. Oh, Nick. Welcome. Hera Marion, the CZE of Solace, shouted as she stood up with a smile. Nick smiled back and approached her, shaking her hand. Julian couldn't make it, sorry. Hera sighed, and Ramona, Solace's CEO, who was sitting at the table, shook her head helplessly. Again? Hera asked. Well, he did say that he was pretty busy recently. I also thought as much, Ramona said from the table. I talked to him just 3 days ago. He said he is quite busy with something, and he also gave me a cryptic hint. Ramona looked at Nick. He told me that we would find out what he was busy with during the big meeting today. Nick nodded and approached Ramona, who stood up and greeted Nick with a handshake. Usually, Nick wouldn't dare approach someone more powerful than him for a handshake, but the relationship between Dark Dream and Solace was very close. They even had a program to exchange abilities. Some of Solace's extractors could get abilities from Dark Dream's Specters and the other way around. Nick and Julian also met with Hera and Ramona regularly. Nick exchanged a couple of pleasantries with the two of them before he looked at the big table in the middle of the room. He met eyes with two women wearing uniforms from Gemini. Nick nodded, and the two of them wordlessly nodded back. That was about as close as Dark Dream was to Gemini. Nick could theoretically walk forward and offer a handshake without committing social suicide due to the fact that Dark Dream had Julian, a specialist. However, that could be viewed as a power move and might strain the relationship between the two manufacturers. Is Julian busy again? Nick looked over at the other end of the table at Ghosty. I'm sorry, but he's quite busy. The governor already knows about it, Nick answered. Ghosty chuckled. If only I had his freedom, he lamented with a joking voice. Beside him, Herman Reichert, CEO of Ghosty's lab, just smiled bitterly. Sorry, he jokingly said to Ghosty. Nick walked to his seat at the end of the table, right beside the representatives of the common people. If it wasn't obvious by now, today was the big meeting of the manufacturers, and this year it was held inside Solace's building. This was the first time in which Solace was allowed to host the meeting. The reason why Solace was allowed to host the meeting was because of their recent accomplishments. One of their Specters advanced and became an elder. After years, Solace finally managed to join the big manufacturers, and they didn't even need to go through the trouble of capturing an elder. Specters grew at different rates, and the advancement of some Specters was very slow and sometimes even impossible. Additionally, Specters generally needed more time to advance than humans, which meant that relying on advancement was not a good idea for becoming more influential as a manufacturer. But Solace lucked out, and one of their Specters actually advanced. Usually, since Solace now had a new main Specter, they would rebrand themselves. However, they decided against it. The reason was the Specter's peculiarity. It was called the Perversion, and it was a floating panty. It was basically a mixture of the dreamer and the lover since it put people to sleep and sexually tortured them in their dreams. Having a floating panty as the main symbol of a manufacturer was a bit. Additionally, since Solace mostly focused on their light and heat business, they also had a good argument for branding themselves after the blinding light and the bright candle. Funnily enough, the Perversion was one of the biggest reasons for Solace's and Dark Dream's close relationship. The dreamer, the lover, and the Perversion were essentially made for each other in terms of abilities. Solace was advancing rapidly in the city, and Dark Dream was happy for them. After all, Solace and Dark Dream were close allies. Chapter 388, Significant Contribution. Over the next couple of minutes, Mundus and Zarin from Anatomy arrived. They just threw a glance at Nick before sitting down at their position. A minute later, Arya Light and Vernon Melfian entered. Arya greeted everyone with a friendly voice, while Vernon just greeted a couple of people with some casual words. Oh, Julian isn't here. What a shame, Vernon said, looking at the empty seat beside Nick. Then he just turned to his own seat and sat down. He hadn't looked at Nick even once. However, Nick had expected as much. The incident after Winter's death had completely ruined his relationship with the Melfians and had soured Dark Dream's relationship with Kugelblitz. While Kugelblitz wasn't actively going against Dark Dream due to Julian being friends with several of their shareholders in Vernon, they also didn't show much politeness to them. Arya Light mostly didn't care about all this drama, but Kugelblitz had to appear united in front of outsiders, which was why she also ignored Nick. But behind closed doors, she didn't support Vernon's vendetta against Nick. Vernon had said that he suspected that Nick had a hand in his son's death, but there was no proof. Nick had been just a John back then. How could someone like that have the connection or ability to mentally manipulate an experienced veteran and perfectly place them at the perfect spot to kill Winter? Additionally, everyone knew that Nick was a Na'vi idiot. How could someone like that plan something like this? When Vernon had shared his suspicions with Arya, she had asked about Dark Dream's new CEO. Couldn't he have killed Winter? However, Vernon denied the possibility. He knew Julian very well, that he couldn't imagine Julian doing something like that. So, in the end, there was no reason to suspect Nick. Yet, Vernon kept feeling like it was Nick who had killed his son. Although that was only partially the reason why Vernon hated Nick. Much more important was the fact that Nick had humiliated Vernon in front of others. Vernon hadn't been this humiliated in years. Naturally, Vernon wanted to take his revenge on Nick, but that had proved to be impossible over the last 2 years. Kugelblitz didn't allow any of their owners to use specialists for personal matters without permission from the other shareholders. But without specialists, it was impossible to covertly assassinate Nick inside the city. Usually, Vernon would just send an expert, but he knew that he couldn't risk letting one of his experts get caught. That would cost Kugelblitz billions of credits. But then, a month ago, Nick had left the city. Finally, a chance to kill him. Sadly, he had already gone back into the city before Vernon had even heard about Nick leaving. And now Nick was constantly inside the city again. So, in the end, Vernon was stuck waiting for his chance again. Someday, he would finally get a chance to kill Nick. A couple of minutes passed, and finally the last person arrived. The governor, Marcus Julius, walked over to his seat at the end of the table. He calmly greeted everyone, and everyone returned his greeting. Julian couldn't come today since he is busy in Dark Dream, the governor told everyone. None of the people were surprised, and they shot a glance at Nick. Once more, they had to deal with Nick as the sole representative of Dark Dream. Nick just apologized to everyone about Julian's absence. And since we are on the topic of Dark Dream, I might as well announce a couple of things related to them, the governor said casually. Everyone turned to look at the governor with interest. If the governor was the one announcing it, it was probably something quite important. About a month ago, Dark Dream helped the city not once but twice, the governor said. Different expressions of intrigue and interest appeared on everyone's face. Twice? Everyone had heard about the spilling bottle by now. After all, the spilling bottle belonged to the city now, and the city's specters were not kept secret. When they heard that the spilling bottle came from Dark Dream, they felt annoyed and envious. The spilling bottle was worth a lot. Of course, the origin of the spilling bottle also hadn't stayed secret for long since the swallowing swamp had almost completely vanished by now. When they realized that the spilling bottle had been the reason for the swallowing swamp, they grew frustrated. They had all inspected the swallowing swamp at least once, and none of them had found the spilling bottle. The fact that Dark Dream could do something that they couldn't annoyed them to no end. However, what about the other helping hand? The spilling bottle was the first thing that Dark Dream gave the city. What was the other one? During their excursion, Dark Dream found a ruin from the old world, the governor said. It was like a bomb had exploded in the office, and everyone looked shocked at the governor. Even the two from anatomy looked intensely at the governor. A ruin from the old world. There could potentially be technologies in there that could grant them incredible benefits. Ghosty especially was interested in the ruin. The ruin has been handed over to Aegis, and Aegis has already collected it. You don't need to look for it, the governor said. Collected it? Nick thought. Did they put it in their pockets and fly away with it? I'm pretty sure the mountain is still there. I would have heard of it if it just stood up and walked away. Aegis wants to express its deep gratitude to Dark Dream and is willing to support them with a significant financial contribution, the governor said. Dark Dream has accepted the contribution and decided to reinvest it into the city by making a significant purchase. In a month, Dark Dream will move into the central headquarters of the city forces in the lower layer, and the central headquarters will move towards the building previously owned by the Spartans. Additionally, Dark Dream receives the Adult the Talker. Chapter 389, Regular Topics. When the people heard that, they turned and looked at Nick. All of them had different expressions. Hera and Ramona were excited. Mindy and Cindy were wary. Ghosty and Herman were interested. Mundus and Zarin just glanced neutrally at Nick. A small gleam appeared in Vernon's eyes, and Arya looked like she hadn't heard anything. Not only was Dark Dream receiving a new building, but they were also receiving an adult. The adult in question was one that all the present extractors knew of since specters belonging to the city were not kept secret. Working with the Talker was stressful, but it produced a good amount of Zephyx. The Talker was a great specter for veterans who wanted to become more powerful. Dark Dream has already told the city that they will move into their new building in a month when the city's forces have cleared. Expect a great number of moving specters during that day, the governor said. Naturally, guards will be sent to supervise the proceedings. None of the present people said anything. Now then, on to the regular topics, the governor said. After that, he talked about the false news specter. Ever since the parasite had lost its grip over the city, the false news specter had become the biggest troublemaker, except for the Crimson Sea. The false news was the most powerful, uncontained specter inside the city. It was at least a fanatic, and no one managed to find it yet. The false news started fake rumors in the city that gained a lot of traction. For example, one of these rumors was that Anatomy and the governor had joined hands to get rid of Kugelblitz. This rumor affected Cubiblit's stock price and their public perception, and it also caused a lot of chaos and unrest in the public. Another rumor stated that the organization behind the hospitals was sometimes capturing some of their patients and shipping them out of the city to be processed into recovery liquid. Naturally, the organization behind the hospitals got angry by such baseless accusations and put pressure on the city to deal with them. Another one was that Ghosty was secretly a powerful specter who manipulated everyone's minds. Usually, rumors were just rumors, and they were just part of everyday life. However, these rumors were extremely difficult to clear, and even if a public statement regarding the rumor was made, over 70% of the people who had believed the rumor would continue believing it afterward. It was like no kind of logic or diplomacy worked on them. The false news didn't kill or injure anyone, but it still caused immense financial damage to the city. Sadly, nobody could find the source of any of these stubborn rumors, which should be the false news. And as always, no manufacturer had any good news regarding the false news. Everyone was just as clueless as last year. The next thing the governor talked about was debilify, the debilitating sickness that swept through the city. The preventative measure anatomy had introduced a couple of years ago helped to some degree. The people that actually had the money to afford the preventative measure didn't get debilify as often anymore, and if they got it, it would only affect them for around 2 months instead of their entire lives. However, everyone else was out of luck. Nobody living in the outer city could afford this preventative measure, and cases of debilify had increased in the outer city. Compared to the false news, there was actual progress to be reported in today's meeting regarding debilify. Ghosty's lab created its own preventative measure, and it was a quarter of the price of Anatomy's measure. Naturally, Anatomy was not happy at all about their lost profits, but they couldn't push too much since the governor was looking at them with severe eyes. The next topic was about the city's plan of expansion. For the past 2 years, the city had to be extremely careful about its usage of metals, but with a re-established connection to the outside world, this was no longer a concern. The governor had reopened the old iron mine about 10 kilometers to the southwest of the city, and they were gaining tons of iron every day. The city was also in the process of creating a big but isolated field of plants. In the west of the city, they had created a 2x2 kilometer-wide isolated zone with huge walls. Luckily, since strong extractors could carry tons of materials in one go, they only needed about a month to build these huge walls of steel. This huge wall was necessary to fight off all the slimes that would inevitably try to destroy the plants. Inside the isolated location, recovery liquid had been sprayed on the ground together with water, filling the dried-up dirt with life energy. Soon, they would cover these fields with plants. However, these plants were not meant to be eaten, but to be burned. The goal was to produce huge amounts of ash, which mostly consisted of carbon. Then, the city would combine the iron and the carbon to make steel, and they would use this steel to expand the city. Over the next years, the city would focus on covering the entire Crimson Sea. As long as there was no hole in the ground, and as long as everything was covered, the Crimson Sea might as well not exist. Additionally, far in the future, they might even be able to convert the container of the Crimson Sea into some form of containment unit, and the city might even gain a powerful specter that produces a lot of Zephyx. The governor didn't know everything about the world, but he was still quite sure that not many cities could contain such a huge force specter. With the current speed of production of steel, the city predicted that it would take around 10 years to cover all of the Crimson Sea. When they were done talking about the plan for the city's future, the governor talked about the next part. Since Dark Dream now had 1 specialist and 1 veteran, they were powerful enough to be eligible for guard duty. From now on, Dark Dream would have to dedicate 20% of their Johns to the city at any given time. Chapter 390, the yearly meeting. Sadly, there wasn't much Nick could do about that since every manufacturer was required to do that. The only positive aspect was that neither Nick nor Julian needed to join guard duty due to their executive positions. After all, Dark Dream needed to be able to run. Assignments of guards were done in intervals of 1 month, and the first shift of guards would soon start. Nick decided to send Clayton, Petra, and Jason for the first month. According to what Nick had heard, working for the city was considered boring, which was often preferable to dangerous. Most of the time, the guards only needed to walk around, stand in front of entrances, and do a couple of errands. Sometimes they also just needed to stay inside a room and be ready for any kind of emergency, which rarely happened. Even more, working for the city meant working for 10 hours a day, only 5 days a week. Apparently, the extractors got 2 free days per week, which was crazy. Because of all these things, many extractors preferred working for the city instead of manufacturers. Sadly, becoming stronger was impossible since none of the temporary guards would work with the city's specters. However, only the temporary guards had such an easy life. The people who actually dedicated their lives to working for the city didn't have it as good. They had to work more, and their responsibilities very often forced them into positions that were hostile to some powerful manufacturers. Guards rarely died, but it still happened. Even more, below the surface, a lot of dark dealings were going on. Clayton, Petra, and Jason will be sent to work with the city after Dark Dream moved into their new building. The governor talked about a couple more topics, but they were not as relevant as the previous ones. Eventually, it was time for Kugelblitz to talk. The main thing they talked about was the blood tax. Apparently, since the shortage of metal had ended, the amount of blood they were receiving had dropped sharply, and they needed a new way to gather blood. They had already added a way for someone to pay their normal taxes in exchange for their blood, but not many people accepted that. People seemed to not like the idea of giving their blood in exchange for money. Funnily enough, this was exasperated by a rumor which stated that a human soul was connected to their blood, and that losing blood equated to losing part of one's soul. Naturally, this rumor also came from the false news. The governor kept shooting down all of Kugelblitz's proposals, but Kugelblitz just wouldn't let up. The amount of Zephyx the Crimson Fungus was producing had dropped a lot, which slowed the advancements of their heroes. After all, the Crimson Fungus was the only source of power for all of the heroes. Right now, it was barely enough for Kugelblitz's heroes, which meant that there wasn't much the governor could absorb. Of course, the governor knew that this was bullshit. Yes, Kugelblitz didn't have access to as much blood as previously, but they still had access to a lot. It should be enough for all of them to advance at a comfortable pace. However, he couldn't just call Vernon's bluff. These were internal matters of Kugelblitz, and if he forced himself into these matters, other manufacturers would push back. After all, if the governor forced himself into Kugelblitz matters, what stopped him from forcing himself into their matters? Almost all manufacturers wanted the government to be involved as little as possible in their matters. The governor and Vernon argued for quite a while, and in the end, not a lot of progress had been made. But that was to be expected. This was a negotiation, and these negotiations always took a long time. Kugelblitz wanted to squeeze the people dry of their blood, and the governor didn't want that to happen. However, if the governor didn't relent in some aspects, only the heroes belonging to Kugelblitz would have access to the Crimson Fungus. Within a couple of years, the heroes might not even need to unite to kill the governor. Aria Light on her own might just be enough. This was a brutal negotiation, and nobody expected any results from today's meeting. Today's meeting was essentially just the baseline for any future negotiations. Anatomy brought up a couple of topics, but none of them needed a lot of deliberation. Ghosty's lab once more announced some new equipment. Gemini was asking a couple of questions, which led the conversation in a direction that suggested supporting stronger manufacturers was better for the city than supporting weaker ones. Of course, they were talking about finances. While Gemini had led the conversation to the topic very naturally, everyone in the room, except for the three normal people, were experienced business people, and they could all tell what was going on. Gemini was trying to make it harder for Solace and Dark Dream. Solace's recent advancement had probably scared them, and they wanted to keep their lead. However, the governor very quickly shut that topic down. He would not consider financially supporting one manufacturer favorably without something equally valuable in return. Unfortunately for Gemini, they didn't have any leverage when negotiating with the governor. They were not Kugelblitz, and they were not Anatomy. Solace just talked about their newly advanced Spectre and their expanding network for light and heat. Nick just talked about Dark Dream's approaching relocation. There was nothing else that Dark Dream needed to talk about. And with that, the yearly meeting was over again, and everyone left. Except for Nick. After everyone left, Nick talked for a while with Ramona and Hera. They were very close to each other, and this was a good opportunity to talk about a couple of details regarding their cooperation. Eventually, Nick also left. Within the next month, nothing of note happened. And finally, it was time for Dark Dream to move. They would finally move from the outer city into the inner city. Chapter 391, Start the Move. I'll need you to get in there. Why? We're moving today. I know that you won't try to escape, but we don't want to show you off to everyone. And we also don't want to give other manufacturers an opportunity to criticize us. The money sink looked at the black cube with furrowed brows. If she entered, she wouldn't be able to even stand up. However, that didn't bother her a lot. She just wanted to know why Nick suddenly wanted her to enter this black box. Fine, she said as she walked forward. Nick opened the cube, and a white mist came out. This cube was made for moving specters, and it essentially worked like a portable specter cage. The money sink went on all fours and crawled into the cube before she pulled her legs to her torso. It's just going to be about 15 minutes or so, Nick told her before he closed the cube. After pressing a couple of buttons, the cube closed, and several lights and displays appeared on its side. Then, Nick left the cube in the middle of the containment unit and left via the employee entrance. He quickly went over to the console of the containment unit and pressed the release button. A huge alarm rang throughout the building, and about a minute later, the wall of the containment unit opened, revealing the black cube in its middle. "This okay?" Nick asked the person standing beside him. "You may proceed," the red-haired woman said neutrally after inspecting the black cube. This red-haired woman was a guard captain sent by the city, and she was an expert whose job was to ensure that Dark Dream properly secured their specters for the move. "You don't need to be so uptight, Stacy," Julian said from beside her. "Even if something goes wrong, I'm here to take care of it." Stacy chuckled. "I know, but I still have to do my job." Nick went forward and lifted the black cube before walking towards the stairs. Julian stayed at his current position, while Stacy followed after Nick. When they reached the first floor, they saw most of Dark Dream's extractors, who were just waiting for orders. Nick and Stacy just ran past them while Nick still carried the black cube. After leaving the building, they jumped down to the streets and ran towards the city's southern entrance. The southern entrance had already been opened, waiting for Dark Dream. Whenever a manufacturer needed to move into the inner city, basically the entire city adapted to them. Transporting several specters into the inner city was risky. The outside air was entering the lower layer of the inner city, and the inhabitants were not happy about that. But what could they do? These were matters between the city and a big manufacturer. A big group of people had already gathered at the entrance of the inner city, and they were all looking at Nick, who was still carrying the black cube. They were filled with morbid curiosity. They wanted to see a specter, even though they knew that it was extremely dangerous to be here. However, the guards of the inner city had already been called to deal with the crowds, and several Johns were keeping the citizens at bay. Nick and Stacy ran through the open path for a while. The two of them continued for over a kilometer until they finally stopped. In front of them was the central pillar. It was in the middle of the megastructure, and it acted as the biggest support for it. The entire central pillar was made of materials found in the ruins below the city, and only elders and stronger could damage it. Surprisingly, the pillar was not completely solid throughout. It had been constructed with a building inside of it in mind. There were many rooms inside the pillar, and it acted as the walls of a big tower. Originally, this was where the city's leadership resided. After all, it was in the center of the city, and its walls were extremely sturdy. But then the different layers formed, and all the strong and important people moved toward the top of the megastructure. So the leadership of the city also moved towards the top, leaving this huge tower inside the pillar as an administration office for the lower layer. Sadly, most of the rooms hadn't been used, and the few ones that were used were just filled with different documents. Of course, the guards also stayed there occasionally, and some of the rooms had even been turned into party and leisure rooms. The fact was that the building was just too big for a couple of guards and administrators. On the other hand, the former building belonging to the Spartans was smaller, and also acted as a makeshift entrance between the inner and outer cities. Not only would there be no wasted rooms, but the guards could also more easily get to the outer city while also giving people from the outer city easier access to the city's government. With that move, they could also get rid of two of the city's administration outposts in the outer city, moving everything to the new administration office inside the megastructure's walls. So, all in all, the city and Dark Dream were happy with the relocation of the city's forces. Nick looked at the couple of entrances leading into the pillar. There were two small ones at the side and a huge gate in the center. The two small ones were about 2.5 meters high and wide, while the big one was 5 meters high and nearly 10 meters wide. The huge gate was already open, and Dark Dream's guards were already standing beside it, keeping the normal people at bay. Each floor of the pillar was nearly 7 meters high, essentially transforming the entire building into a collection of halls instead of rooms. And even though the building only had 8 floors, due to the size of each floor, it was over double as high as Dark Dream's old building. Chapter 392, The Floors. Of course, the height wasn't the only thing that was bigger. The width of the building was also very considerable. The pillar was 100 meters in diameter, but the building inside the pillar was only around 70 meters wide. However, a diameter of 70 meters was still more than double as wide as Dark Dream's old building. As Nick entered through the big gate with the black cube, he looked to the side. There were a couple of stairs at the side of the huge hallway in the center, and these stairs led to scaffolding, which led into new hallways and rooms. The first floor was technically only one floor, but Dark Dream used it as two. Since the ceiling was so high up, Dark Dream created a separate floor at about a height of 3.5 meters. Like this, Dark Dream had almost double the rooms on the first floor. The floor that was on ground level was called Floor 1A, and the floor that was halfway up was called Floor 1B. The first floor would be used for all the normal employees of Dark Dream. Offices for clerks, leisure rooms, a restaurant, storage room for cleaning supplies, more offices, guard rooms, reception, rooms for janitors, offices for the investigation department, and so on. The huge hallway branched off into many smaller hallways, which led to even more rooms. At the end of the big hallway was a big hall, which was used as a reception for any guest. There was a central counter in the middle of it, and several benches and tables scattered throughout the hall. At the very center of the building was another pillar, which was about 10 meters wide. This pillar had 5 entrances, 4 of which led to extractor shafts and 1 leading to stairs. Extractor shafts were wide holes that went from the first floor to the 8th floor, and they were there to allow extractors to quickly change floors. Since extractors were so powerful, they could just jump from wall to climb to higher floors, making such a shaft a much faster alternative to stairs. Nick went past the reception desk and walked towards one of the shaft's closed doors. Next, Nick held his left hand to a display beside one of the doors. On his left hand was a fingerless glove, which had a piece of metal inside it that was used to identify the person wearing the glove. The Spartans had a similar system in their building. After Nick put his glove on the display, it changed and showed 8 numbers. Nick clicked on the number 2. The door in front of Nick opened, and he grabbed the black cube again before moving to the side. "Second floor," Nick said, gesturing towards the open door. Stacy wordlessly walked through the door and jumped. Then Nick walked through the door. He found himself in a shaft that was about 2 meters wide and almost 80 meters high. About 7 meters up, Nick saw an open door. Bang! Nick jumped and easily landed in the open door. Bang! The door behind Nick closed and locked again. Nick was now on the 2nd floor, and he looked around. Compared to the first floor, the second one seemed almost empty. The first 10 meters of distance from the exit of the shaft were empty. There was just nothing there except for the floor. Then there were walls with a couple of doors. In total, there were 8 doors, and every one of these doors led to a containment unit. Every floor had space for 8 containment units, but if it were absolutely necessary, containment units could be stacked on top of each other to make space for 16 per floor. For now, Dark Dream decided against stacking the containment units. The building's 1st and 8th floors were not meant to contain Specters, which left 6 floors for Specters. With space for 8 containment units per floor, Dark Dream could now contain 48 Specters, and if absolutely necessary, they could even expand to contain 96. That was a lot more than the measly 20 of their old building. Nick decided to distribute the Specters similarly to how Kugelblitz distributed theirs. The 2nd floor was made for strong Specters that did not have dangerous mind powers. The 3rd floor was the same. The 4th floor was made for possession Specters. The 5th floor was made for training, which meant it contained the hatchlings, but it also contained adolescents that were easy to work with, like the abductor. The 6th floor was for force Specters. The 7th floor was for Specters with mental powers. And the 8th floor was for Nick, Julian, and meeting other manufacturers. Nick decided to keep several strong Specters on the 2nd and 3rd floors to act as a buffer in case anyone tried to get to the weak Specters or the weak Specters managed to escape somehow. If a Specter escaped, it could only attempt to break through the bottom. After all, Julian was on the 8th floor, and there was no way a Specter could get past him. As Nick looked around, he was still a bit used to the brightness of the walls. Dark Dream's new building used the same technology to produce light as the megastructure's walls. Light capture from the sun was infused in special metal treated with Zephyx, which could transport the light, giving off bits and pieces of it along the way. This meant that the walls of the building were shimmering with sunlight. Luckily, since the sun's light was already quite weak, the light here was even weaker. Yet, since every surface was shining, it was still kind of strange. For example, there were no shadows anywhere. After all, the floor and walls were also shining. There was simply no surface onto which a shadow could be projected. Eventually, Nick walked to one of the doors and used a console beside it. The next moment, a loud alarm thundered throughout the building, and a minute later, the wall split in 2, revealing an open containment unit behind it. Nick walked inside, put the black cube down, walked out and closed the wall. Finally, he went in through the employee entrance and opened the cube. "We're here. You can come out," he said to the money sink. Chapter 393, Moving Specters. The money sink crawled out of the black cube, looked around, and just started to stand in the middle of the room. It looked just like her old home. "I'll be back tomorrow with some money." "See you," Nick said as he grabbed the black cube. The money sink glanced at Nick for a second before looking away again wordlessly. After walking out of the containment unit with the cube, Nick showed the cube to Stacy. Stacy inspected the cube, making sure that no specters were hiding anywhere near or inside it. "All right, get the next one," she said. Nick nodded. The two of them jumped to the first floor again, left the building, left the inner city, and entered Dark Dream again. The first specter was done. Nick went to the third floor and entered one of the containment units. As soon as he entered, he heard the excited barking of a puppy. "Or the puppy." Nick smiled slightly. "We're going to move you to somewhere else today. Come on, get in the box," he said, gesturing at the black cube. The puppy looked at the black cube with fearful eyes. "It's only going to be for a couple of minutes," Nick said. The puppy looked at Nick with hurt in its watery eyes. Nick's small smile vanished. "Get in the box," he said in a neutral tone. The puppy began to whimper and approached Nick slowly. "Get inside, or I will throw you inside," Nick said with a dark tone. The puppy fearfully stepped back. Then it looked at the black cube again. Finally, it very slowly walked into the cube while acting like it was walking to its execution. Nick closed the cube, left via the employee entrance, opened the big door, grabbed the cube, and showed it to Stacy. Then the two of them ran toward Dark Dream's new building again. This time, Nick went to the 7th floor with the cube. The puppy used to be on Dark Dream's 3rd floor since it was a physical specter, but Nick decided to move it to the 7th floor in their new building. The 7th floor was for specters with dangerous mental abilities. In a couple of years, the puppy would become an adult, and there was a high chance that it might evolve an ability that could manipulate people even better. Nick did not want to take any chances with the puppy. It looked harmless and cute, but that was exactly what made it so dangerous. After delivering the puppy to the 7th floor, Nick grabbed the next specter. "I know you just moved in, but you gotta move again," Nick said to the big man with spidery limbs in front of him. The big man looked at the small cube before looking back at Nick. "Come on, you have to come with us in this cube. It's only for a couple of minutes." The man approached the cube and put one of his spidery limbs inside before looking at Nick again. Naturally, he wanted to tell Nick that he wasn't fitting in there. "You fit in there," Nick said calmly. "You're not going to move into your new home while walking around with me. Either you go into the box yourself, or I will cut you into pieces and store you myself. Your choice." The abductor looked at Nick. Nick looked back with a neutral expression. Then the big man opened his mouth. Nick just looked at him as if nothing happened. The man closed his mouth. Then he slowly climbed into the cube. It wasn't easy, but he managed to completely stash himself away. Nick closed the cube and transported it to Dark Dream's new building. The abductor was put on the 5th floor, the one for training. "We're moving," Nick said to the next specter. "I know it's uncomfortable, but you have to go into this box for a couple of minutes. After that, you'll get your new room. Although it's white, so you gotta paint it again." A woman with scarlet red hair and many wounds all across her body was sitting in the corner of the room, her legs tucked to her chest. "I kill you," she quietly said. "No, we're not cutting right now," Nick said. "We gotta move you to your new place. I'll send Larry to work with you later, all right? I heard you like working with Larry." The bleeding lady just rocked back and forth a bit. "Come on, we have to go," Nick said. A couple of seconds later, the bleeding lady's legs extended, and she started to crawl forward by pulling herself with her arms, her legs just being dragged behind her. A red trail of blood was left behind by her. Eventually, she crawled into the cube and returned to her previous sitting position. "It's just going to be for about 5 minutes," Nick said. "I kill you," the bleeding lady whispered. Nick closed the cube and carried it away. "Hey, Larry, I need you," Nick said in Dark Dream's old main hall. "Huh?" Larry asked, not expecting to be called by Nick. "What's up, boss? I promised the bleeding lady that you would work with her if she complied. Can you come with me and do that later?" "I don't want her to throw a tantrum," Nick said. "Oh," Larry said. "Sure, no problem. Thanks," Nick said. Then Nick, Larry, and Stacy went to the 2nd floor of Dark Dream's new building. Larry followed Nick into the new containment unit, and Nick opened the cube. How did you already color it red? Nick asked in surprise as he saw the red color inside the cube. The bleeding lady crawled out of the cube, and she quickly locked onto Larry. Hi, Larry said with a smile. I kill you, the bleeding lady said with quite a loud voice before quickly crawling towards him. You too have fun. I gotta go, Nick said, leaving with the empty cube. Nick showed the cube to Stacy again, but this time, Stacy frowned. It's contaminated. You need to clean this, she said. Nick sighed. Sure. Chapter 394, Final Specters. This good? Nick asked for the 10th time or so. Stacy inspected the cube closely. Good enough, she said after a bit. Nick sighed. He had to scrub the cube so many times with cleansing liquid, regular cleaner, and even recovery liquid for some reason. Even Larry had passed by Nick since he was already done working with a bleeding lady. Finally, Nick and Stacy went back to get the next Specter. Get in the box. We're putting you in a new containment unit, Nick ordered, pointing at the cube. Slap. Nick slapped the tentacle away. No, we're not doing that right now, Nick said. Slap. Slap. Nick slapped more tentacles away. Want me to force you into the box? Slap. Okay, that's it. Nick grabbed the tentacle-filled worm in front of him and threw it into the cube. Bang. Then, Nick closed the cube, locking the lever inside. He really didn't like that Specter. Nick transported the lever to the 7th floor of their new building. Bang. As soon as the cube opened, Nick grabbed the worm and threw it against the wall. The worm wriggled around a bit before it started to slowly approach Nick again, wanting to touch him with its tentacles. Nick quickly left the containment unit with the cube. We're moving into a new building, and I can't just let you fly around outside, Nick said. You gotta go into the box. The dreamer looked at the black cube. Then, it slightly flapped its wings and smoothly landed inside the cube. Since the dreamer wasn't so big, it had plenty of space in there. Nick closed the cube and brought it to the 7th floor of Dark Dream's new building. There were 0 issues with the dreamer. Shing. Shing. Nick grabbed a bloody chunk and chucked it into the cube before closing it. This was the Bloodhawk, and Nick didn't even attempt to communicate with it. He just cut it into pieces and grabbed the biggest chunk with the core. The Bloodhawk was delivered to the 5th floor of the new building, and Nick needed to scrub the cube again after transporting it. Next, Nick had to cut the Blood Horse very carefully into a cube that just barely fit into the actual cube. The Blood Horse was quite big, and it wasn't easy to make it small enough to transport. Just like the Bloodhawk, the Blood Horse was put on the 5th floor. After more scrubbing, Nick went and grabbed the glasses. Since it was a possession Specter, transporting it was extremely easy. Nick put the glasses on the 4th floor. Then, Nick grabbed the can and also put it on the 4th floor. Now, only 3 Specters were left, but those 3 couldn't be transported with a cube. Nick put the cube away since he wouldn't need it anymore and grabbed a couple of Zephyx suppressors. Next, Nick entered a containment unit and put the Zephyx suppressors around a motionless screaming coffin. It had just gotten some food this morning, but Nick still had to be careful. Since the screaming coffin couldn't be folded, it didn't fit in the cube, which meant that it had to be transported a different way. Luckily, it wasn't worth a lot, and everyone basically already knew it since they had moved it to their old building the same way. This time, Stacy made sure that there were no issues with the Zephyx suppressors. Additionally, the citizens in the inner city finally got to see an actual Specter instead of just black cubes. When they saw the coffin on Nick's back, they all looked at it in wonder. This was a Specter? In the new building, Nick put the screaming coffin on the 4th floor and took the Zephyx suppressors away. Now, only 2 Specters remained. Okay, those 2 will be troublesome, Nick said. One of them is a Force Specter, and the other one acts like a mix of Force and Possession Specters. They are also both quite big. Nick got one of the expensive Specter cages and fixed it to the Fog's containment unit on the 6th floor. Moving Force Specters was always risky, and the city also forced Nick to keep several extractors ready that could suppress it in case anything happened. The city did not want another Crimson Sea incident. Because of that, the Gemini trio, Clayton, Petra, and Jason, were all following Nick. All of their abilities could suppress Force Specters. Because of that, the Gemini trio, Clayton, Petra, and Jason, were all following Nick. Luckily, the expensive containment unit and the expensive Specter cage proved to be worth their money, and no issue occurred. The Fog was pushed into the cage by the containment unit, and the cage was moved out of the building by removing one of the walls. Fortunately, the ceiling of the new building was high enough for the cage, and parts of the floor were also removable for exactly this reason. The fog was put into its new containment unit on the 6th floor without problems. And finally, it was time for the most problematic specter. Who would have thought that the dung heap would be so troublesome to move? The biggest issue was that the dung heap wasn't inside a containment unit meant for forced specters, which meant that they had to suppress it manually. 10 of Dark Dream's employees gathered in front of the containment unit, and even several guards from the city were standing on standby. The only way to get the dung heap to move was by getting it out of its containment unit first before suppressing it again. It was just too big, and any container that could contain it didn't fit through the employee's entrance. As soon as the door opened, an abhorrent stench assaulted everyone, and a slime-like substance flowed out of the containment unit's exit. Nick charged forward and grabbed the dung heap. Even though the dung heap was acting like a possession and a forced specter, it was actually a physical specter, which meant that Nick could grab it. After grabbing it, he charged into the prepared specter cage beside him and pulled the dung heap into it. A moment later, he pushed past the dung heap, left the cage, and kicked the dung heap until it fit the cage. Bang! The door closed. Finally, the dung heap was in a cage. However, it came at a price. Everyone kept their distance from Nick and looked at him with disgust. He did not smell very nice right now. Luckily, this was the last specter. So, which floor would the dung heap be sent to? Surprisingly, the 6th floor. The floor for forced specters. Even more, it would be put into a containment unit for forced specters. The reason was that Nick suspected that the dung heap might transform into a forced specter in the future. What if it lost its slime-like body and turned into actual liquid when it became an adult? Then, it would be able to break out of a normal containment unit. Because of that, Nick put it in a containment unit meant for forced specters. And he was not happy about that at all. Not only did the dung heap deliver almost no Zephyx, but now they even needed to contain it with a containment unit that was worth millions upon millions of credits. If it weren't for its ability, Nick would have long since sold this shitty specter. He hated the dung heap. Chapter 395, Funny Name. And that's it. One of 2 guards standing in front of one of Dark Dream's containment units said. Thank you, Nick said. Just doing our job, the other guard said. Do you know what to do with him? I do, Nick answered. Then I would tell you to have fun, but we both know that this won't be the case, one of the guards said with a laugh before the 2 of them walked towards the extractor shafts. Nick followed after them and escorted them out. The stairs and the extractor shafts were all locked by default, and the guards couldn't leave without someone escorting them. When they reached the shafts, they went to the side towards the stairs. Extractors often weren't the biggest fans of using extractor shaft from other manufacturers, and they preferred to use the stairs. Nick swiped his left hand over the console, and the door to the stairs opened. Compared to the stairwell in Dark Dream's old building, this one didn't have a hole in its center. There was no way to quickly jump up or down the stairs. When they reached the 1st floor, Nick opened the door with his identification again. Nick led the 2 of them out of the building and said his goodbyes before going back in. In order to access the stairwell and to leave it, one needed identification. The main reason for this choice was security and stopping random people from getting to places they didn't belong. If someone somehow managed to sneak into the stairwell, they could travel between the 1st and 6th floors, but they wouldn't be able to leave without proper identification. Important to note was the fact that there was a divider between the 6th and 7th floors. This divider had been placed here because specters with dangerous mental powers resided on the 7th floor. These specters might have powers that could manipulate normal people, and this divider kept normal people from getting to the 7th floor. Additionally, it also stopped people who were already being influenced from getting to the specters. Nick entered the extractor shaft and went to the 3rd floor. Right now, only one of the containment units on the 3rd floor was active. Nick took a deep breath and approached the containment unit. The city had already told him everything about this specter, and he knew what he had to do. However, he didn't look forward to working with it at all. If Nick had to rate the specter out of 10 for different criteria, he would rate it like this. Danger 3. Money 7. Annoyance 8. As long as one didn't become careless, this specter was essentially harmless. However, if one lost their focus, one would get into trouble. Luckily, since the specter was inside a containment unit, there was still a great likelihood of the extractor being able to escape in case something went wrong. Assuming the extractor was on the same level as the talker. Everything has already been dealt with, Nick thought. For the next 8 hours, no issues should arise. I have to get used to working with it since the talker will be the only real way I can advance in the future. Nick took a deep breath and sighed. No pain, no gain, I suppose. Nick opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Nick could finally see the talker. It was a brightly smiling young man with blonde hair. He wore a clean white shirt and black trousers, giving him a professional look. However, his bright and charismatic smile gave him the aura of a charming person who could get along with everyone. It wasn't hard to imagine this man walking through the streets, laughing and joking with everyone he passed by while giving everyone a compliment. In short, this guy looked like everyone's friend. Nick quickly entered and shut the door behind him. "Oh, hey," the man said in surprise. "You're a new face. I haven't seen you before." The man slowly approached Nick. Meanwhile, Nick didn't move and just looked at the man. "Hello." "Hi," the man said with a laugh. Then he coughed. "Sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet." The next moment, the man offered his hand with a friendly smile. "Hi, the name's J. Jesse Jameson Jonathan Jenkins. I know it's a mouthful, but you can just call me JJ. "Yes, hello. My name is Nick." Nick said as he slowly and carefully shook JJ's hand. Nick. JJ repeated in surprise before bursting out into laughter. "That's one hell of a name. How did you come by it?" "Well," Nick said before trailing off. The next moment, Nick felt JJ's grip tightening while his body started to slightly shake. It was almost like JJ's entire body was straining with power. His eyes also looked intensely into Nick's eyes. "I'm an orphan, and I didn't really have a name back then." As Nick started to narrate his past, JJ relaxed again. His grip loosened, his body relaxed, and his eyes unfocused. "And you stuck with the name Nick?" JJ asked with a laugh. "What else was I supposed to do?" Nick answered with a shrug. "I already introduced myself in this way, in front of all the powerful people of the city. It was ride or die." JJ just laughed. "To think that you would name yourself Nick. That's hilarious. Did you ever think about changing your name ever since then?" "Not really," Nick said. "It isn't really an issue." "How come?" "I would think that most people would have issues with such a name." "Well," Nick said, "to me, a name is not really that important. It's just a way for others to refer to you. I'm still me, you know. My name doesn't really have a big influence on who I am, I think." "That's an interesting viewpoint," JJ said. "Why do you think others put a lot of emphasis on their name, then?" "I think other people view their names as a representation." The conversation continued. Chapter 396, The Talker. It's like a big grayish-white stone. Usually, you can see a couple of guards standing around it. "Huh, why are guards standing around a rust lick?" JJ asked. "It's because salt is necessary to survive, and the people of the outer city often forget to consume enough salt. People in the inner city have a lot of added salt in their food, but people in the outer city don't." "Why don't they use salt in their food?" "I heard it tastes good," JJ asked. "Mostly money problems. Salt is expensive." "Why is the salt so expensive?" JJ asked. Nick felt like it was hard to focus his eyes, and he often saw his vision becoming blurry. How long had he been at this? He didn't know. He had set the timer to 8 hours before entering, and since the alarm hadn't rung yet, Nick couldn't have been here for longer than 8 hours. How much had he said over the past hours? He was sure that he had never said this many words in a single day. "This is going to be my life now," Nick thought as he kept talking about the characteristics of salt. This was how one worked with the talker. The talker was a specter that grew more powerful by socially exhausting people. It demanded constant attention, and it demanded a smooth and endless conversation. When it asked a question, it wanted an answer. Surprisingly, the answer didn't have to perfectly reflect the person's true thoughts and beliefs. Lying was also okay, but the lie shouldn't be too obvious, and it would be bad if one contradicted oneself at a later point. While talking to the talker, one wasn't allowed to take a couple of moments to relax or to gather one's thoughts. No drinking, eating, sleeping, or getting distracted. The talker wanted a high-quality conversation that demanded attention. If one stopped talking or started to give very short and curt answers, one would regret it. The talker would start by lightly slapping the other person's face. If the person didn't return to talking normally, the talker would get more aggressive. Tearing fingernails out, punching, tearing limbs off. The talker would only lose interest if it was clear that no amount of torture would make the person talkative again. This was the only outcome. After all, as a specter, the talker didn't have any real needs. It didn't feel hungry, thirsty, exhausted, tired, bored, or whatever. It could keep going. It could keep talking for years without a break. Humans couldn't do that. Normal humans needed to eat, sleep, and drink. and even extractors would, at some point, become too exhausted to continue talking. The only silver lining was that the talker was amazing at keeping a conversation going by asking constant questions, which meant that the human talking to it wouldn't run out of topics or things to talk about. If one heard about the concept of a constantly talking specter, one might think that it was funny. However, when one was actually forced to talk without a break for hours, one wouldn't think it was funny anymore. Especially when the specter suddenly started physically torturing them. People who had fallen victim to the talker had received lifelong damage. Many of them had lost limbs, and those who managed to recover from the physical torture had become much quieter afterward. Becoming the talker's victim was not funny. Ding. The high-pitched noise of a bell came out of one of the walls of the containment unit. When Nick heard that, he felt like someone had saved him. "Oh, that was an interesting sound. What does it mean?" JJ asked. "It's an alarm. It means our time is up and that I have to go," Nick said. "Come on, we only just started," JJ said with a chipper laugh. "We can talk for some more. We'll see each other later. I'll have to work with you again, after all. I'm going to leave now, and you won't be able to stop me," Nick said as he took a step toward the employee entrance. No, JJ said with a shake of his head as he also took a step forward. "This conversation is great. We can't just stop." Nick didn't say anything and touched the door. He looked at JJ. JJ looked back. CRK. Suddenly, blades exploded out of JJ's hands, and he charged forward at terrifying speeds. Bang. Nick took out his own blades and parried JJ's blades. JJ was an early adult, which put him at the same level as Nick. However, Nick's body was more powerful due to his constant training, and JJ's blades were knocked to the side, leaving his torso open. Boom. Nick kicked JJ's chest, shooting him across the containment unit. Bang. JJ's back hit the wall. At the same time, Nick opened the door and left. Before JJ could recover and get to him, Nick closed the door. As soon as the door closed, JJ immediately stopped in his charge. In one fluid motion, all his blades vanished, and the destroyed parts of his suit were repaired. Then he walked to the middle of the containment unit and just stood there, looking forward with a charming smile. Silence. JJ didn't say or do anything. He just waited for his next conversation. Outside the containment unit, Nick took a deep breath. Even though he knew that this was going to happen, fighting an adult was still a bit nerve-wracking. Nick knew that this was how it was going to be every day from now on. While the talker was definitely a very intelligent specter, it wasn't sane. No matter how many times it happened, the talker would always attack Nick if he ever attempted to interrupt the conversation. No amount of logical arguments or pleading would change that. For a while, Nick just aimlessly looked forward. His mind could relax for the first time in 8 hours. Nick was so happy that he could just do nothing. He could just look forward and not think about anything. He could finally afford to not do anything. Nick didn't say or do anything as he just looked forward. It was so relaxing. Chapter 397, Perception. Time continued to pass. Julian kept teaching Nick about a couple of things, but the number of their lessons had lowered by quite a bit. By now, many of the things that Julian was teaching Nick were very advanced and only useful in certain scenarios. For example, how material could be influenced with Zephyx. It was nice to know, but how would that knowledge help Nick? It wasn't like Dark Dream was trying to enter the market for these kind of materials. Important things like how to negotiate, how to treat employees, how to read others, how to handle money, and many other things had already been covered. While Nick wasn't experienced enough to be as good of a negotiator as someone like Vernon or Zarin Harrow, he was already better than most business owners in the lower layer of the inner city. So there wasn't much more that Julian could teach Nick. Also, there were not as many opportunities anymore. That was due to the location of their new building. Since the building was in the middle of the lower layer of the inner city, powerful people occasionally walked by. While that wasn't an issue for experts and weaker, Julian had to be careful about the specialists and the occasional hero. A level 5 extractor's senses were terrifyingly sharp. For example, a specialist about 100 meters away from the building could hear the slight vibration of the ceiling on Dark Dream's first floor, and with their terrifying senses and speed of thinking, they could detect the location, speed, and weight of the person walking on Dark Dream's second floor. Because of that, Julian couldn't just cover all of Dark Dream with his mouths anymore. To be sure, Julian didn't extend his mouths to the third floor or lower. The senses of a hero were even more terrifying, but their senses couldn't stretch further into Dark Dream due to the extremely thick walls. As long as the hero didn't stand immediately in front of the building, they wouldn't be able to sense anything above the 3rd floor. But if they stood in front of it, they could even sense everything on the 6th floor and higher. Julian had to be careful while being in the inner city. Luckily, since Julian was also a specialist, he could basically sense the entire building, even though his actual body was on the 8th floor most of the time. Speaking of, due to the absurd defenses of the building, Julian didn't need to stay inside the building all the time. In Dark Dream's old building, any veteran or expert could have silently cut through one of the walls and entered. But here, things were not that easy. A powerful expert could get through the walls, but it would take a long time, and it would be insanely loud. This meant that the expert would need to go through Dark Dream's entrance. All of this meant that Julian could leave the building and stay outside as long as he could still sense Dark Dream's entrance. This made things a lot easier since he could now also meet other business owners and negotiate with them in person. Another positive aspect of that was that Nick didn't need to talk to Julian as often anymore. Sure, Julian could sense Nick, but he couldn't just shout across floors. And Nick was thankful for that. He was not interested in talking with anyone whatsoever right now. Every single day, Nick went to work with a talker for 8 hours. It was ridiculously exhausting, and a ton of work would always pile up during his absence. The first couple of days had been extremely exhausting for him, but after a couple of weeks, he finally got used to working with the talker. The good thing about the talker was that it apparently didn't remember conversations that happened a while ago. It even kept asking Nick about his name whenever they met again. It was like the talker couldn't retain new information in the long term. It seemingly only had short-term memory. This made working with the talker way easier since, as long as Nick kept answering in the same ways, the conversations always played out the same way. This put Nick into a certain rhythm of repetition, which made it far less exhausting. The talker also seemingly never learned new ways to attack Nick. Every single time, it unveiled its blades and tried to cut into Nick's arms, trying to keep him pinned down. Nick just parried the 2 strikes and kicked the talker, throwing it against the far wall. After several weeks, Nick also found an even better way. As long as he kept casually talking while walking away, the talker wouldn't stop him. Nick then just opened the door while talking, stepped through, closed the door, and stopped talking. The talker would only become aggressive as soon as it lost sight of Nick, but before it could reach him, the door was already closed. Pulling off this tactic took a lot of practice and experience with the talker, but it made things even easier. Nick always worked with the talker from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., and after that, the first thing he always did was to collect all the Zephyx from all the different containment units. Naturally, he started with the talker, which was the biggest source of Zephyx most of the time. It was only most of the time instead of always, since another Specter sometimes gave more in a day. Nick walked towards the side of the wall and removed a plate. After putting in the code, a small door opened, and Nick could see 3 containers for Zephyx. The left one was the only one with Zephyx inside of it. Nick looked at the display on top of the Zephyx container. 237 grams, Nick said before taking the container out together with the display since it was attached to the container. Nick had bought these containers since he didn't want to always write down how many grams each container had. Next, Nick pulled out a box from the side and put the container in one of the padded holes. He closed the box and carried it away. Chapter 398, How Much Money in a Day? Nick went to the 2nd floor and got the Zephyx containers from there as well. The money sink produced 167 grams today. The bleeding lady produced around 115 grams. After that, Nick went to the 4th floor. When Nick pulled out the container from the glasses containment unit, white crystals slowly showered down into the 2nd container. The reason for that was that someone was currently working with the glasses. Fortunately, the containment units were designed to work this way, and whenever a container was pulled out, the containment unit would start filling another container. The glasses produced about 95 grams of Zephyx a day. Since the glasses couldn't grow more powerful, this was what they would always produce every day, as long as they were worked with by a mid-John or stronger. Next, Nick looked at the can. Today, it was 0 grams of Zephyx since the can wasn't worked with every single day. Sometimes it went up to 60 grams, but most of the time it was 0 or 20 grams. Then, Nick grabbed the Zephyx produced by the screaming coffin. About 8 grams. Nick remembered the time when 8 grams had been a lot. After that, Nick went to the 5th floor and got the Zephyx from there. The abductor delivered about 67 grams. The abductor could produce much more Zephyx a day, but Nick was using him to train new employees instead of trying to get the most out of him with a couple of Johns. Dark Dream had too few Johns for the number of adolescents they had. The Bloodhawk produced 5 grams of Zephyx. The blood horse produced 8 grams. After that, Nick went to the 6th floor. The dung heap produced 37 grams, which was quite sad. The dung heap was one of the few specters that were limited by the food they had access to instead of Zephyx production. If Nick had access to 100 tons of food to dump on the dung heap could probably even produce an entire kilogram of Zephyx a day. However, Nick didn't have access to anything like that, and he also refused to buy edible food since that would drive up food prices in the city, which would cause trouble for the normal people. Because of that, Nick only got 20 to 40 grams of Zephyx out of the dung heap per day. Next, Nick grabbed the Zephyx from the neighboring containment unit. 189 grams of Zephyx from the fog. The fog was producing good money, but it also demanded the constant attention of 3 Johns, who worked 24-hour shifts with 2 rest days after that. However, fog always produced a lot of Zephyx. Then, Nick went to the 7th floor and got the Zephyx from there. With the abductor now available, newbies didn't get to work with a puppy anymore, which meant that the puppy now produced a lot more Zephyx. Today, the puppy produced 142 grams of Zephyx, but it also demanded 3 Johns dedicated to it. Then, Nick grabbed the Zephyx produced by the lover. Today, it was 105 grams, but that also varied wildly. The lover was only worked with by Carrie, and the amount it produced depended on how many times Carrie worked with the lover in a day. The lowest was around 50 grams, while the highest was around 140 grams. Then, Nick went over and grabbed the Zephyx produced by the Dreamer. 212 grams. The Dreamer produced somewhere between 180 and 250 grams of Zephyx per day. However, that is a bit misleading since that was only what the containment unit absorbed. Since the Dreamer only gave 75% of its Zephyx to Dark Dream, instead of the standard 90%, the Dreamer actually produced a lot more. Of course, one of the reasons was that the Dreamer was Dark Dream's only peak adolescent, but another reason was that it just produced a lot of Zephyx. If it gave Dark Dream 90% instead of 75%, it could even reach a production of 300 grams a day, which was crazy. The Dreamer was the only Spectre that could produce more Zephyx than the Talker. However, one had to keep one thing in mind while comparing the production of Zephyx. The Dreamer was being worked with 24 hours a day, and Dark Dream was working with it at full efficiency. Meanwhile, the Talker was only worked with 8 hours a day. Theoretically, if Nick had the time or if Dark Dream had more veterans, they could work with it 3 times more. That would produce between 600 to 700 grams of Zephyx a day. Naturally, the Dreamer, as a peak adolescent, couldn't produce as much Zephyx as the Talker, an early adult. After putting that Zephyx container into the box as well, Nick walked to the 8th floor and added everything up. 1,387 grams of Zephyx. That was the equivalent of 1.387 million credits. However, that wasn't the raw profit they made. They had to pay for deliveries, normal employees, the extractors, the executives, the team leaders, the food waste, and the pure credits dumped into the money sink. With the general cost deducted, Dark Dream was left with about 1.1 million credits. About 10% of that would go to the city as taxes, leaving a bit less than 1 million. As a collective, the extractors would get 100,000 credits in total. The 2 team leaders got about 25,000 credits each, for a total of 50,000 credits. Nick earned around 50,000 credits due to his position, but just like the team leaders, he also got a big chunk since he was working with some Specters and got the extractor income as well. Julian got 200,000 credits. The remaining 600,000 credits were left for the company to keep. If they needed powerful equipment for extractors, new containment units, and other things, they would need to use that money. Otherwise, it was just accumulating. Dark Dream was earning a lot now. Every day, they had over 1 million credits of revenue. Chapter 399, 18 months. More time passed, and finally, after around 18 more months, Nick managed to become a mid-veteran. Nick had been an extractor for 9 years by now, and he was already a mid-veteran. One had to know that becoming a mid-veteran this quickly was crazy. If anyone managed to become a mid-veteran, that mostly happened in their late 30s or their 40s. Meanwhile, Nick was already one at 25 years of age. On the other hand, not much had happened within the last 18 months. Dark Dream hadn't caught an additional Spectre. This felt quite stagnant, especially since Nick hadn't done much except work for the past 18 months. Yet, it was important to note that there were no shortcuts when it came to becoming stronger. The fact that Nick was a mid-veteran at 25 years of age was already unprecedented in Crimson City. He was over 5 years younger than the previous record holder had been. Sadly, Nick still had to invest years into every level, and things would only get worse. The time it took to advance was already bordering on suspicious, and even if Nick somehow managed to advance even faster, the only thing that would accomplish was that the city would thoroughly investigate all of Dark Dream, which might uncover Julian's secret. There were no natural nor artificial treasures or herbs or potions or whatever that could increase someone's level rapidly. The fastest way was to work with Specters and consume even more Zephyx by inhaling or eating it. However, the second part had only little effect and was very expensive. So while Dark Dream seemed slow and stale from the viewpoint of inexperienced people, the experienced manufacturers could tell that Dark Dream was rapidly becoming more powerful. Especially their employees were growing stronger rapidly. Dark Dream now had 2 peak Johns, with Terran also becoming 1. Sadly, Ginny was still too early to try going into Zephyx. She needed to absorb more Zephyx. Aside from that, Dark Dream now had 7 late Johns, which was far more than they had previously. There were also 4 mid Johns and 6 initial Johns. In total, Dark Dream now had 19 Johns, which was over double of what they had before the Crimson Sea broke out. Even more, the power of their Johns was also much higher. On top of that, Dark Dream also had 17 newbies of different levels, making them about equal to the number of newbies Solace had. Having a great number of newbies represented having a healthy supply of weak Specters, which ensured the supply of new employees. For a manufacturer, it was always preferable to gain new extractors by raising them. Getting extractors from other companies was always associated with risk. What if those extractors were spies? Additionally, they would need to pay a fee to the company where the extractor was currently employed. As for extractors without a job, it was best to avoid them. Every manufacturer put tons of money and resources into raising every extractor, and if a manufacturer was willing to essentially burn all that investment and fire them, there had to be serious issues with that extractor. It was extremely rare for an unemployed extractor to get hired. The only real recourse for the extractor was to join the city and work as some form of contractor. They would not receive all the fancy treatment that real guards enjoyed, but still had to work quite a bit. Even more, the money this job paid was horrendous. However, it was better than every other job. Even though the pay was horrendous, that was only true when seen from the viewpoint of the average extractor. Someone working for the city as a contractor still earned easily enough to live in the lower layer of the inner city. So with all of this considered, it was important for a manufacturer to have many hatchlings and adolescents, since those produced fresh new recruits. However, the employees were not the only things that grew quickly in Dark Dream. The Specters also grew rather rapidly. For example, the Talker had become a mid-adult already, but that wasn't really because of Nick. The Talker had already been close to advancing when Dark Dream had gotten it, and its next advancement would take years. Dark Dream also gained 2 more peak adolescents in the Fog and the Abductor. The Bleeding Lady, Dung Heap, and Money Sink were late adolescents, and the remainder of the adolescents were mid-adolescents. Dark Dream did not have any normal early and initial adolescents. After all, Dark Dream hadn't caught many new Specters. Luckily, the Puppy and the Fog were easy to work with, giving the initial and early Johns some work. With all this said, one thing was clear. Dark Dream needed time. Everything and everyone was advancing, but they still needed more time to produce more powerful extractors and Specters. With time, several of their adolescents would advance to becoming adults, and several of their Johns would become veterans. However, Nick didn't have that time. At least, he didn't want to have it. Dark Dream needed more adolescents. Right now, Dark Dream had just the right ratio between adolescents and Johns. However, the number of adolescents would decrease in the future, since some of them would become adults, while more and more newbies would become Johns. Additionally, Nick needed another powerful adult. Right now, he and the Talker were at the same level, but as soon as Nick became a late veteran, things would change. The Talker would still be nowhere close to becoming a late adult, making it very difficult for Nick to advance again. If Nick had 2 additional mid-veterans, the Talker might only grow a little slower than Nick, but that wasn't the case. As things stood now, the Talker would probably need around a decade to become a late adult. Nick didn't want to wait that long to advance, mainly due to Julian. Julian was also advancing. He had not advanced a level yet, but he was about to. In just 5 years, Julian would have managed to become an early fanatic. If Nick didn't catch up, he might not survive. After all, would Julian keep Nick alive when he had gained control over the entire city? Of course not. Because of that, Nick decided to go all in when it came to helping Dark Dream grow. Nick needed Dark Dream to become more powerful rapidly if he wanted to keep his current rate of advancement. So Nick decided to do something drastic. He would go on an excursion again. But this time, he wouldn't go with Dark Dream. No, he would go on an excursion with Solace. Chapter 400 rolls. We're here to meet Mr. Nick, a smaller blonde man said to the receptionist of Dark Dream. We're the team from Solace. He should be expecting us. Of course, the receptionist said politely. Please, give me a short moment. I'm going to get him right away. The next moment, the receptionist walked off towards the stairs. The three people standing in front of the desk watched the receptionist leave. They didn't say anything and just waited, their expressions neutral. About a minute later, they saw someone coming back with a tall man filled with muscles. Naturally, that was Nick. The three of them had already seen Nick before, but only one of them had interacted with him before. Hey, Carl, Nick said with a nod to the smaller blonde man. I presume we're going to go right now? Carl nodded back. Carl wore the uniform of Solace, and he didn't seem to carry a weapon. However, his lack of a weapon didn't mean that he was harmless. Far from it. After all, he was the second expert from Solace and the only other expert besides their CZ, Hera Marion. However, since he had only become an expert about 4 years ago, he was still at the initial level. Advancing within the expert stage took a lot of effort and time. Carl was Solace's vice CZE, and he was responsible for gathering new Specters for Solace. Nick and Carl had talked a couple of times in the past. Yes, we're going soon, Carl answered with a neutral voice. Let me introduce the team first. Then Carl pointed at a tall but thin man with long black hair. The man looked rather wild with his long and unkempt hair, and there was a certain coldness in his eyes. On his back was a rifle that was nearly as long as him. Nick could immediately tell that this was a very experienced fighter, but that was to be expected. From what Nick had heard, these three were Solace's main force when it came to capturing Specters. They were responsible for capturing almost 20% of Solace's Specters. This is Erwin, our sniper and sensor. He's a peak veteran, Carl said. Since you were adamant that our abilities are to remain confidential, I can't tell you more. Hi, Erwin said with a distant and neutral voice. Nick nodded. Then Carl pointed at a brown-haired man of average size. The man carried 2 guns in his holsters, and he looked at Nick with a skeptical raised brow. This is Mark, our manipulator, and he's a mid-veteran, Carl said. Hey, Mark said with a nod. Nick nodded back. Then Carl turned to his 2 teammates and pointed at Nick. This is Nick. He's a mid-veteran, and he's a sensor, an assassin, and a runner. When the other 2 heard that, grimaces of disbelief and skepticism appeared on their faces. Somebody that could fill all of these roles? Yeah, right, sure. These things that Carl mentioned were roles certain people were able to fulfill during a group mission. The role system was used by all the other manufacturers within Crimson City. Dark Dream hadn't adopted this role system, yet since they had only had a single mission into the outer world, there was not much point in categorizing everyone. In general, there were 10 roles. A bruiser was somebody who was good at engaging enemies directly without dying to a quick attack. Clayton, the tall guy from Dark Dream with his huge shield, counted as a bruiser. A bruiser had the job to buy time for the remaining members of the team. Even though his lack of a weapon and his small stature made it seem different, Carl was actually the bruiser of this team. A sniper was, as the name suggested, someone who could take an enemy out from a long range. Jenny would be a good example of a sniper from Dark Dream. A manipulator was somebody who could affect the battlefield without directly causing a lot of damage. Fields of darkness, pulling enemies closer from a distance, pushing enemies away, distorting the surroundings. These were examples of what manipulators used to manipulate the battlefield. An assassin was somebody who could very quickly reach an enemy and kill them. A good example was Nick. A sensor was somebody who had an ability that allowed them to sense the surroundings and scan for threats. Nick was a good example since he could sense if somebody could see him or not. A runner was somebody who was extremely good at escaping. This might seem unimportant, but this job could be the most important one in certain situations. If a runner managed to escape, the assault on the team would be unveiled, and the attackers would be prosecuted. After all, attacking other extractors was highly illegal. Most of the time, if a runner managed to escape, the assaulting party would immediately flee. If a powerful guard or the governor appeared, they would be caught alive, and everyone would know which manufacturer was responsible for the attack. Another role was the healer. As the name suggested, healers had the ability to either rejuvenate somebody's vitality or rejuvenate somebody's Zephyx storage. That one person from the Spartans who had been the team attacking Nick back then was a good example. Back then, she had helped one of her team members recover their Zephyx. A suppressor was somebody who could exhaust and suppress an enemy. 3 of Nick's teammates from the last excursion, Clayton, Petri, and Jason, were good examples. All 3 of them had the ability from the money sink, allowing them to absorb an enemy's Zephyx. Suppressors were essential when it came to fighting for Specters. An informant was somebody who could extract information out of somebody with their ability. Jenny, for example, could count as an informant. She had the dreamer's ability, and with it, she could look into the dreams of somebody. The last role had the charming name of Whatever, and it acted as anything that couldn't be classified by the other 9. Most extractors could only fulfill one of these roles, but there were also a couple that could fulfill 2. When somebody said that they could fulfill 3, they were most likely exaggerating or lying. Nick could fulfill 3 of these roles, but that was hard to believe for others. If somebody's skill set was this diverse, chances were that they were not good at any of them. In fact, none of Nick's 3 new teammates believed him. However, they kept quiet. After all, Nick was Dark Dream's CZE, and it was important not to ruin the relationship between the 2 manufacturers. A special thanks to everyone who donated. You've helped me more than you know. I'll keep working on bringing more audiobooks. If you'd like to support further, you can become a member or donate, and you will get a link to the audiobook library. The links are in my bio and description. In the audiobook library, you can already find 10 complete audiobooks. Lord of Mysteries 1, Lord of Mysteries 2, COI, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, ORV, Mother of Learning, Reincarnator, Leveling Up with Gods, The Author's POV, Kill the Sun, and 7 ongoing. Shadow Slave with Chapter 1 to 2740. Reverend Insanity with 200 chapter. A Regressor's Tale of Cultivation with 200 chapter. My House of Horrors with 300 chapter. Got dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work with 44.1 chapter. Naruto, The Wind Calamity with 200 chapter. Starting with 13 hidden traits with 200 chapter, updated weekly. You can also download the audio files directly from the library. Making videos takes a bit more time because of rendering, but I'll keep pushing forward. Once again, thank you for listening to Lightverse Recap.